Welcome and good morning to Johnson Valley, California. We are here in Hammertown. I am Miles Hasquist, and this is the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by OPTIMA batteries. But today is the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. So today, we're going to start here at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be 3 laps, 227 miles in total. The first lap is kind of that standard desert lap, but race mile 2 is that turkey claw of 86 miles. Lap 2 is the same rock lap you've seen the last couple days, 70 miles. Lap 3 is the same, except we're adding a few more hard trails with it, including that new King's Veto. So we're going to give you a quick course overview and explain today's cars that we'll be racing.
The thing about Turkey Claw is that it's right at the very beginning of the race, and we're going to do it every lap. So you're going to have a side-by-side start, you're drag racing someone, and within 3 miles, you're going to be in Turkey Claw in front of thousands of people. Turkey Claw as a trail in itself isn't really tough. It has some obstacles. There's a little bit of a pinch point where you can go right or left, but really it's mostly Scrabble rock. And what that means is just kind of loose nuisance rock. You got to make your way through. And yeah, there's a couple places you could diff, or a couple places if you had them. A couple places where you might have to redirect, but for the most part, it's just a quick, straightforward trail. But what's going to happen is the top group likely will have a good line through there, and then others that may not have pre-run will start bunching up in there, and that's going to make it more adventurous, because as the lead cars come back around, maybe on lap 3, there might be trouble happening inside Turkey Claw, and I think it's going to be a great spectator place to watch the race.
Nightmare is an offshoot to Clawhammer. You can see Cameron in the Trent Fabrication car pre-running. This trail has never been in King of the Hammers before. This is our first time ever running the trail. As you can see, it's a tough trail. He's getting up at some loose rocks, some big boulders, and from here, you go over the bridge to King's Veto on lap 3.
I haven't driven on Nightmare before. I've been on it on my bike like 5 or 6 times. The first time we went up, all the instincts were good. We cleaned it. The second time, we had to back up. And then this last time, we were trying to use all different lines. Like I told Wayne, let's try these different lines. And he's like, they're not going to work as good. But it was fun to try. It's a cool little trail. It's more like, as Wayne would say, a Scrabble, or Cody would say nuisance. But there are a couple cool little features on there. Nothing too gnarly though. Nightmare. Part of the fun is spectating and having spectators watch the race. Cody Wagoner from Laser Nut, he wanted to come up with something that the fans can watch. So he came up with Laser Nut Alley. So this whole new snow-fenced area, we used to just run in the sand. Well, now we're going to drop off the hill on the rocks and stay along the rocks in what's called Laser Nut Alley. It's nothing that's really tough and technical, but there is going to be some tire positioning, and there is a chance of people, having to back up. And I think it's a really good place where you might see some good side-by-side racing and possible passing in there. Then this will lead into her problem, and then you're going to go up and do idle issues, and then Chocolate Thunder. So it's right in the front area where all the fans can watch. It's not crazy, but it's fun to watch. Laser Nut Alley.
Cool. Hey, this is like one of my favorite trails. It's one of the longest trails at the Hammers. It's called Outer Limits, and every time you come out here, you see the size of all the boulders and the rocks. And one of the coolest things about it is that there's so many options. It's a wide canyon, and so there's developed to be like 2 or 3 lines, and you have to choose between them, and every year rocks shift and move, vehicles change, stuff like that goes on. But this is going to be a tough trail because cars will break and clog a line, or cars will be stuck in winching, and so you might not get to take your preferred line. So you really do have to pre-run and check out all the options out there. I love this trail. I find it to be a challenge that's always drivable if you pick the right line, but it's definitely never going to be called an easy trail.
This is the trail. This is the first one the Victor Valley Four-Wheel Club broke and named here at the Hammers. This is Sledgehammer. And really, the feature is the plaque line. When you come up to it coming down, there's a couple giant boulders you got to make your way through, and then there's a couple medium-sized that are moving around. So you're going to have to pick your line wisely. But no matter what you do, you're going to have to come in sideways around the plaque because that rock's not going to move, and then throw yourself off the ledge. So it's a little bit tricky. Yes, there's some above it. Yes, there's some below it. But really, when you're talking about Sledgehammer, you're talking about one particular feature, and that's the plaque line. Wrecking Ball. This is a trail Dave talked about going up, and on the third lap, he mentioned you're going to go through the Gatekeeper, which is this section here. Conveniently, there have been bypasses put in all over the trail. And there's one just to the right, but we think that there's going to be a waypoint in here you have to hit. So we tried one way and got hung up, came back, tried to go around the traditional way. Now we're using the Warren to pull us through. Yee. The top of Wrecking Ball. This is where you have to make a decision. There's probably more than two ways to do it. Right now, Mitchell Alsop in his Can-Am is going to do the waterfall line, and we'll take a look and see how that goes for him.
Wrecking Ball!
This is the class that started it all. 4400 Unlimited, the original King of the Hammers race car. Unlimited means just that. If you can dream it, you can build it, bring it out to the lake bed, and see what it does on race day. I'm Ian Johnson, here in the Big Tire Garage. This is your Method Race Wheels Ultra 4 class breakdown for the big dogs. 4400 Unlimited. This is the race that started it all, and millions watch every year as 100 drivers leave Hammertown in some of the most technologically advanced four-wheel drive off-road racing vehicles on the planet. Each driver must earn their way into the race by either finishing in the top 20 in the previous King of the Hammers, qualifying at a regional race, or earning a spot during King of the Hammers week in the last chance qualifier. There are no limitations in this class aside from the safety rules. The cars can run any size tire, unlimited suspension travel, unlimited engine choices, and unlimited shock options. The only real requirement in the 4400 Unlimited class is a transfer case that shifts the vehicle in and out of four-wheel drive. The most talked about item in this class has been the use of independent front suspension versus a solid front axle. IFS cars can travel at incredibly high rates of speed in the desert, but they are limited in steering angle in the rocks. Each year, the discussion always revolves around which type of car will win the crown. And with the race course changing every year, you never know until the checkered flag drops and a new king wears the crown.
We have been racing. This will be our 8th day straight of racing. I hope you all are just as excited as we are here on the lake bed and all over the world. We've been building all week long. It's been some amazing racing, but today is the day. The 4400 Unlimited will be kicking off here very shortly. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. And while we kind of build to the pinnacle of this race, we're going to throw it to some of our amazing sponsors and then to Ricky Johnson for opening ceremonies.
dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power. In case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome, world, to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson. This is Jim Marsden. We have the big daddy of them all. We've been watching races for weeks. We've seen desert racing. We've seen UTVs. We saw Everyman Challenge. We've had a ton of surprises, and they're running pretty much the same course. So it's going to be a very beat up course. But now is the big day. Randy Slauson is our defending champion, but we have a lot of guys starting in front of him.
We do indeed, but Randy's got probably the best starting position he's had in absolutely years. He's our highest placed solid axle car in 8th position. That's massive for Randy. Randy would normally be about 20th to 30th position, so the fact that he's in 8th tells us a great deal about where he is at mentally and where he is at with his car preparation.
Let's talk about some of the guys. We got Raul, Marcus, and JP Gomez. They always produce and they always come in hot. Talk a little bit about their cars because they're unique.
The one guy I want to talk about straight away here is Brian Crofts. He is our pole sitter at the moment. He's in a Campbell car, single seat car. Now, a few years ago, we saw him qualifying really well, and he was knocked off the top spot right at the last minute by Lauren Healy. So Brian has really earned his place here at the front row of the grid, and I'm really excited to see what he could do. But sat next to him is a 3-time king, the man that always delivers. It's Jason Shearer.
Well, Jason Shearer, I love watching him in short course. His truck looks the most to me like a desert truck. It's not real wallowy. It's very
But this
racy.
is an old car now. Let's not forget that this car's 7 years old.
But I think that's an advantage because when it comes to this, newer isn't always better. It might perform better, but what a driver has to do, he has to wear these like an old, comfortable pair of shoes.
Well, let's talk about new, because new doesn't come any newer or bigger or brighter than Lauren Healy's new spaceship. Now, Lauren's sitting there. He's actually going to be on the second row of the grid, and that's a big story there in itself, because our third place vehicle has failed tech and will not be lining up this morning.
We'll find out what happened there. Talk about that for a moment. That's a UTV. We saw them going so fast. Kyle Cheney, I think, did an unbelievable job. We had some breakage and stuff like that, but Kyle, back-to-back champion at King of the Hammers.
Exactly, and when we get more info on that, we will bring it to you. But let's talk about Raul Gomez and the Gomez brothers. We were speaking about this a minute ago. Now, Raul has gone absolutely all out on this car. Joe Thompson has built him a new vehicle, and he's got the same engine in this 4400 class car as he has in his T1 truck. So that's a 900 horsepower Dugan's motor. How insane is that?
So I know Ray worked with him, and I also know what these are like. If it's an 8-stack or whatever, fuel injected, the response is unbelievable. And when I watch the Gomez's, everybody looks out for them when it comes to pre-running, because they'll come up to a section, there'll be people on the main trail, they're like, let's try left, let's try right. And that's what I love about them, is that they go so hard. The true meaning of a hammer. And also, you got Raul Marcos and Raul Marcos and JP. JP did phenomenal in the T1 trophy truck race just last week, and Raul was as well. Both of these guys going back and forth. It's kind of cool to see rock racers, which I'm going to call Hammers rock racers, going to trophy trucks or T1, and it's great because they're elevating their game, because they've been very talented in the rocks. Now they're getting better in the desert.
Exactly. Let's just have a quick look at our top 10 as we see Hunter Miller there going through to line up. In pole position, it is Brian Crofts. Alongside him will be Jason Shearer. Then it was supposed to be Paul Wolf, but as I say, more on that story as we get it. So on the second row of the grid, we are going to have Lauren Healy and Raul Gomez. Then just behind him, it's Cameron Steele.
Cameron Steele has been racing all week, so I disagree with Cameron. I think having the time in the desert is good, but man, he's not a young spring chicken, and he looked a little bit tired after yesterday, so hopefully he got some good nutrition, hydration, and he's ready to go.
Exactly, it does knock it out of you. And we need to talk about that with Eric Miller later today, because he's been racing in the UTV and in 4800 yesterday, and also he's got 4400 today. That's a lot of stress and strain on the body and on the mind.
Well, but this is Eric's background, and he was in a slower vehicle driving yesterday, so I think it was kind of a pre-run. We saw him come down back the method wheels back door, and he's kind of taking it easy, where Cameron has been going hard all the time. Had a couple breaks in a couple of days before, had a hard break in the T1 race. So I'm hoping that old guy can keep it up, because he was leading the race last year.
Indeed. Right, in 7th position, we have Hunter Miller. Then just behind him, it's our current king, Randy Slauson, lined up alongside Waylon Campbell. Then it's Jaron Gunter. Then it's Jordan Pellegrino and Cade Rod. Now, I just want to speak about Cade Rod. Cade Rod is the son of Randy Rod, of course, from Jimmy's Four Wheel Drive. Now, Cade has made the jump from 4800 up to 4400. So this is basically a 4800 class car that he's taken into the big dance, and he's going to be racing today. Now, I'm really excited by that, and I love to see people moving on and changing their careers, and that's what Cade's doing, so good luck to him.
Well, you're kind of sounding like an algebra equation. We got 48, 46, 47, UTV, slap all the different stuff.
Let's talk about that very quickly. So yesterday we saw the Everyman Challenge. We got 3 classes. So we've got 4500, which is our stock modifieds. We've got our 4600, which is our stocks. And then we've got our 4800, which is our Legends class. Cade, we used to race in our Legends class. Now what he's done, he said, do you know what? I've got this. And he's moved up into 4400, which is today's race, which is the big one. This is, of course, the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. And he wants to see what he can do against all of these superheroes out here.
Last night on Speed Sport, I was with Ralph Shaheen, and we see in 43rd is our Everyman Challenge, his 4th time, Dan Fresh. He wasn't really happy with us qualifying there, so he's got a lot of work. But Dan is one of those guys that's been racing desert for a long time, does very well in the dust, so he's going to be working his way through. But if you look at the lineup, you stub your toe once, you are going to lose 5 to 6 positions, even if your guy is really good at changing tires.
And it's worth mentioning that when we're talking about the course now. When they leave Hammertown today, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be heading out into the desert for around about 3 miles, and then straight away they're going to be into the first rock trials, which is Turkey Claw.
Yeah.
And this is what you're saying. If anybody makes a mistake, if anybody gets one tire wrong, we're going to have a problem.
Well, we saw that yesterday, and the thing is,
not that they can't make it, but they're going so fast, they're blowing tires apart, they're bending drive shafts, and so we have all the different things. If you had to take a pick right now, you have $1 million, you have to go straight axle or independent suspension. Today, what's it going to be?
Wow, now that's a very interesting question.
Now I'm asking you $1 million, straight axle or independent?
It was solid axle last year. I've got a feeling there's so many fantastic IFS and
Answer
IRS
the question.
IFS.
All right, I'm going for straight axle.
Okay, well, the reason
we're going to bet $1.
The reason I'm going IFS is because earlier this week I got put on the spot and they said, who's going to win this year? And I've just got a feeling it's that man, Jason Shearer. This car is tried, it's tested, it's been there. He had that situation last year where they ran out of fuel, and I just think he's got a point to prove.
Well, we got Kings both with independent and also straight axle. So I'm going with a straight axle. I'll bet you $1.
Well, you're on.
$1. £1 or €1.
Hey,
what do we got
I'll round
going?
it up to £1 for you, sir.
Okay. Alrighty, you are watching the Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden. We're getting ready to go. We're going to be doing our moment of prayer in just a moment with Steve Hansen, and we're going to do a color guard as well as singing of the national anthem by Cynthia Adame. It's going to be a great deal. We got a tribute to Gary Ferravante Sr. Man, we got everything going here.
There's a whole lot going on. It's so exciting. I wake up early every time it's hammers. I just buzzing, just can't wait to see this race start. So let's just quickly, very, very quickly run through our top 10. In pole position, it's Brian Crofts. Lining up next to him is Jason Shearer. On the second row of the grid is Lauren Healy and Raul Gomez. In the then it's going to be Cameron Steele and Hunter Miller. Then last year's king, Randy Slauson, next to Waylon Campbell. And then in the fifth row, it's going to be Jaron Gunter and Jordan Pellegrino.
Well, and as you can see, no wind at this point. So we've seen, look at the flags, completely still. It's a little bit cold out here this morning, but we are getting ready to start our show. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention to the main stage, we have Steve Hansen, our chappie. He's going to open with a moment of prayer. So ladies and gentlemen, please take over, Steve Hansen.
Before I pray, if you could remove your hats, bow your heads, I'd like to take a moment of silence out of respect for our fallen racer and friend, Gary Ferravante. Please bow with me. Father, we've all lost friends and family throughout this past couple of years with COVID. But Father, we lost a fallen racer this past month as well. And out of respect for him and his family, I just lift them up, that you would comfort them in this time of need, this time of sorrow. And we celebrate his life out here today as we race through this desert and through these rocks. And I just pray that you keep us all safe and well as we are out here enjoying this country, this land that you've given us, and the responsibility that you've given our country to take care of these rocks in this desert. Now, Father, I pray for all the men and women that serve our country well, that you would protect them and their families as they serve both away from our borders, on our borders, and within our borders, in our city streets. And Father, I just continue to give you thanks and praise for all that you do for us, and that we recognize you as our Lord and our Savior. In Jesus' name we all say, amen.
We'll do our color. So please, color guard, please come to the stage. Alrighty, at this time, I'm going to take this from Scott Rain. The best song about the best country in the world, singing our national anthem, is Cynthia Adame.
Oh, say, can you see by dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Okay, unbelievable. Here we are, Jim. We're ready to go, but we have a special tribute to Gary Fioravanti Jr., who was born in 1957. We lost him a few weeks ago, so we are sending out the car. So we lost a member of our Ultra 4 racing community a few weeks ago, and to honor him, his son, Gary Fioravanti Jr., will take a lap on the short course with all engines silenced in his honor. I think Gary probably would have liked everybody revving him because he had the loudest race car on the track. Gary Fioravanti Sr. drove the number 44 Ultra 4 car in King of the Hammers and competed for several years. He was a family man with 6 grandchildren that he adored. He loved spending time with them and grilling his famous ribs on the barbecue. Gary was a world-class fabricator and could build almost anything. He could quickly design and solve problems on a job like no other. He was passionate about business, hot rods, off-road vehicles, and racing. He created fast machines with his signature style. Our hearts go out to his wife Patty and his family. He will be greatly missed by the whole racing community. He celebrated countless off-road wins and was the 2016 Ultra 4 National Champion. Rest in peace, Gary Fioravanti Jr. Gary Fioravanti Sr. We would also like to salute Lloyd Lopez, who was a longtime security guard at a United States Marine Corps. We lost him recently, so our thoughts and our prayers go out to him. A moment of silence for these two warriors. Race in peace, Gary Farivalante Sr. Ladies and gentlemen, let's end that moment of silence for a cheer for him like no other so he can hear you from heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Gary Farivalante Sr. Come on, let's make some noise. I've always wanted to say this. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
It's race time here in Hammertown. That was powerful. Gary was a great friend to so many of us, and to see that tribute was, it's very emotional. But today, it's about racing. Today is about the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries. And any moment now, we are about to send an incredible number of cars into our desert to start this race. There is 102 starters this morning in what is possibly the greatest display of off-road motorsport anywhere in the world.
Well, I'm excited because they're running the same course, and so it's already beat up. We've seen a lot of times that the Race of Kings is a different course, a little more difficult. And I talked to Dan Fresh yesterday, and he was telling me that was the most difficult Everyman Challenge he's ever raced. So those guys are starting out with that course.
Okay, now we're looking at the front row of our grid there. On the left-hand side, we can see Brian Crofts. Closest to us, we can see three-time king Jason Shearer. Is this another year where we're going to see a new king crowned, Ricky?
I don't know. I mean, because the lineup of the past kings is so strong. And the vehicles, as we watched Lauren Healy as he flew out, I mean, there's millions of views on that as he flew off the cliff coming back into Hammertown. So as we watch these two drivers going back and forth, but I'm feeling strong about Jason Shearer as well.
Yeah, it would be difficult to bet against him at the moment when you see him on pole position. We know he likes that clean air. We know he wants to get out in front. But this guy sat next to him is Brian Crofts. Well, Brian Crofts has got 490 cubic inches that is saying, Jason, you're staying behind me.
Well, and single seat versus two-seater. You know, for those that don't know, they're going to have to winch at one point. And so when you're a single seater, you have to get out, hook your own winch up. You cannot get assistance from outside help.
Indeed. Right, two very different cars here. So it's a Fishmouth Fab car for Jason Shearer, and then on the left it's a Brian Crofts is in a Campbell single seat car. Now this car was brand new 2 years ago. Flag is up. We are about to go racing, ladies and gentlemen, and we are off. It's go, go, go here in Hammertown at the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries here in 2022. How exciting is this?
Now we saw this in the Ultra 4 in the UTV race where we saw Phil Blurton shoot up the left, and let's see if he has that same line. So right now, when Brian Crofts shoots to the right, we're going to see Jason Shearer. Oh, he's getting too caught up in the dust. He's not going to be able to make that pass. So Brian Crofts is our leader at this point.
He is indeed. Now, if you're Jason Shearer, what are you going to do? If I was him, I'd just be hanging back. And more cars leave the line. That was Lauren Healy running outside alongside. In fact, Lauren Healy's going out on his own because he was lined up next to Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf has failed technical. So we'll come back to that story later because this is just too exciting. Now, Lauren Healy is running this incredible new car, IFS, IRS, active live valve suspension. Be very interesting to see how fast he can catch Brian and Jason.
Next off the line is Raul Gomez in 83 and 48 Cameron Steele in the Laser Nut. Both of these guys were up front last year but had technical problems.
Indeed, both of these guys have also been on the podium. In fact, Raul's been on the podium. Cameron hasn't been on the podium. Cameron's been so close to winning this event but has always broken at the last moment. So can this be Cameron's day?
And we saw Cameron shoot off to the left, or was that Raul? So we're going to see, we might have some action coming between those two drivers as they come, as we're watching Brian Crofts as he works his way towards Turkey Claw. I mean, he's got a ways to get there, but that's going to be the first.
Now, this is very interesting. It's the first of our UTVs off the line. This is Hunter Miller going out alongside last year's king, Randy Slauson, and Randy takes the whole shot in his Bomber Fab car. He had some bad luck yesterday, and he'll be hoping that everything lines up for him today as he heads out into the desert. Let's not forget, I think this is Randy's highest ever qualifying position, certainly for the last few years.
Well, and we talked with him last night. He's just such a cool character. He's like, well, I'll get him in the rocks. That's what I'm going to do. He's just so cool about that.
Indeed. Now it's Waylon Campbell going off beside Jaron Gunter. Both of these cars are single seat. Jaron Gunter is in a UFO car. Waylon Campbell, of course, is in a Campbell car. Waylon Campbell using that same 490 cubic inch engine as Brian Crofts. Now, how's this going to play out? Because they are they're brothers-in-law. Are they going to be able to help each other when they get out on track?
No. I think if it comes down to if someone's broke and they need assistance, they'll do that. But when it comes to getting stuck, they're on their own.
Yeah, now we're watching, this is social media favourite, Jordan Pellegrino heading out now. This is also an IFS and an IRS car, and many people have been watching Jordan's journey in the last couple of years as he's been building this vehicle. Be interesting to see how Jordan gets on today. An incredibly good qualifying run for him, but he's gone out next to Cade Rod. Cade Rod, of course, has moved up from 4,800, and he's already
Next on the line is Kyle Cheney and JP Gomez. So Kyle Cheney won the UTV race. He, as you said it, he bumped his car up to 37-inch tires. I can't believe that the UTV's on 37s, and now we see 2 UTVs within the top 15.
Now, he won't have the horsepower of JP Gomez, but what he has got is incredible ability in the rocks. But look at this here. This is a lineup of kings.
This is a line of kings right here. We got Shannon Campbell, number 5 and 21. Both of these champions, Eric Miller.
Eric Miller's running a new motor this year built by Jeff Ginter, and I know he's super excited. Jeff won't tell him what power the engine puts out, but as Eric puts it, it's more than he's ever had before. Shannon is also running a 490 cubic inch built by CBM Motorsports. Same as Brian Cross, same as his son Wayland.
Quick question, do you reference cubic inch when it comes to motors? You go by liters, correct?
We go by liters, but hey, when it rolls. Okay, going off the line now, that is Brian Capera and Ron Prindle. Now, Ron Prindle, this car has seen some action. This car has been a winning car. This car used to race with Jason Shearer and also used to race with Tom Ways.
Next on the line, we have another UTV with Cody Miller and Rusty Blyler. So it's unbelievable to see these side-by-sides, you know, mixing it up with the 4400, the absolute top of the top.
Yeah, so Rusty Blyler is our second Miller Pro chassis leaving the line today. And he's running a very large LSX-based engine, so that'll be a 454, and the UTV, in theory, shouldn't have anything for him, but nobody's told Carl Cheney that as he tries to take him on the outside. Look at this. Absolutely amazing. As we break across to the left-hand side of our screen, and just look at the pace of Brian Crofts in Turkey Claw.
Brian Cross and Turkey Claw. And unbelievable, Rusty Blyler and Josh Blyler qualified 20th and 21st. So number 41, Josh Blyler, and Cody Addington taking off number 21st and 22nd.
Now, Cody Addington is driving the original Red Dragon. The only race this car has not won is this, King of the Hammers. So can he change that today? Now, Josh Blyler, of course, won in 2019, or was it 2020? One of those. So Josh is looking to find his second title, but we're looking at Brian Crofts now as he makes his way through the rocks, and look at the speed he's traveling. That Campbell car working really well. Indeed, indeed. Now, this is Levi Shirley is running in the car affectionately known as Loretta. This is Loretta's Song Swan. This is her last ever Hammers. He has a brand new car that's been built in the UK, and he's going to be using that through the rest of this season and into next year. So, this is the Swan Song for Loretta. Let's see how he can get on. Indeed, Tom Ways, an absolute firm crowd favourite. I know he was disappointed to qualify so far down, but you just never know what's going to happen in Hammers. As we look now, and we can see Lauren Healy making his way through Turkey Claw. Now, that's interesting. Is that front end pulling correctly? Yes, it is. Of course it is. And Lauren just picks his way through easily. And just behind him there is Raul Gomez in that brand spanking new UFO car. Yeah. And there we go, we're watching Cameron Steele now picking his way through the rocks. Another IFS IRS car. When we say IRS, we're referring to independent rear suspension. So not dissimilar to what you would see on the UTV. Yeah, so the First Lady of Ultra 4, Bailey Campbell. She became a mum last year, and I know she's so happy to be back out on track as we watch Randy Slauson, three-time king, making his way through Turkey Claw.
And I was talking with Randy last night, and he just talks about his momentum and smoothness
Just look at this though, following just right on his heels is Hunter UTV. This is quite incredible.
Yep, my bad.
But more cars leaving the line now, and that looked like Dan Warwick going out there across with, I think that was Jeff Wagner, but we'll get confirmation of that in a moment.
And next is the man that I love to interview, Marcus Gomez and Chase Caprera. Chase came from 40-something place yesterday, got up and was time leader, and had a problem, ended up third.
Exactly, Waylon Campbell picking his way through Turkey Claw there, and leaving the line now. That looks like it is Marcus Gomez going out there. Now Marcus is the most famous laugh in Ultra 4. Yeah, so we're just waiting now on the thing. It looks like we're going to have Chase Capera going out next alongside Jason Blanton. Jason's car got a huge big broad motor in it. Jimmy's frame. But look at the way the dust is settling on the course already. As we look there, our race leader, Brian Cross, and he is, to use Miles's phrase, hauling the mail as he hits out there across that desert.
Well, and notice how, I'm going to say, seasoned the track is, because these guys, they've been racing it over and over. It's the same
is that a
course
new word for how damaged the track is?
Well,
because we've already had so many days of racing out here, but I love the fact we're running the same track, and I'm really excited to see what kind of pace these guys are on when they finish lap 2.
Now notice that he breaks away a little bit, gets off to the side to open up his line, but you got to watch out because there's a couple dips. Now I think he just made a mistake. He did. He missed the line, and now Brian Cross has to work his way back.
Now it's Lauren Healy in the top of our picture. Can he make up some time here? Now, Lauren is running with a co-driver. Brian Cross is running single seat. Is there going to have his part to play when it comes to navigation? As we watch Jordan Pellegrino, followed by JP Gomez in Turkey Claw. And still more cars are leaving the line here. I believe that was Chase Capera just leaving the line in the Yokohama-sponsored bomber. And here's Shannon Campbell. And Shannon Campbell is being caught by Carl Cheney. And just behind him is Eric Miller.
Now, Eric Miller might take a line over and we see.
So, in fact, Shannon Campbell has actually passed Carl Cheney somewhere in the desert. Our first ever 3-time king. Oh, and look at this here. Brian Capera trying to make his way past Eric Miller in his UFO car. Now that's a big car. That's great driving there from Brian.
That is a power move. I mean, that was confidence. You're just going to let it rip.
Yeah, and there's Ron Prindle there making his way through. That car is so old. It's seen so many sunsets, I can't tell you. And up behind him, right on his tail, is Rusty Byler.
Rusty looking to the right line, trying to get him, or to the left line, trying to get around.
Now, if we do miss your favourite, leaving the line here in Hammertown, we do apologise, but there is so much action, so much to talk about, and we will get to it as soon as we can.
And that is Cody Miller in the Can-Am as he works up the right.
Now, is that dust or smoke?
No, that's dust. These guys are not hesitating on the throttle as we see Cody Miller as he works. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Rusty Byler getting caught there and actually passed by Cody Miller. These UTVs, 5 years ago, if I'd said to you, we're going to have UTVs in 4400 and they're going to be mixing it with the big dogs, you'd have laughed at me. Look at them go.
Bet you that would have been a good-sized bet. A lot bigger than 1 pound or $1. Even though the pound's a little bit stronger at this point. Actually, quite a bit stronger.
Look at these cars. And there's Cody Addington in Turkey Claw. In the original Red Dragon, said it already, but this is the only race this car has not won. Is it Cody's year? He would love to be on the front row. As we watch there, that's Levi Shirley in Loretta, the Yokohama-backed athlete, looking to do great things here this year.
If you're just joining us, this is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. I am Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden. As we're calling it, we're about halfway through the entry list. Not quite, but we're about halfway through all the starters, and we have a lot of them. A lot of the drivers already through Turkey Claw. At this point, Brian Crofts was the physical leader at that point, but Jason Shearer was working his way very, very close.
Yeah, we'll give you all the action as we can. Don't forget you can interact with this race in many different ways, as well as our live stream. You can head on down to ultra4racing.com. You can find at the top of the page, there'll be a tab for the live scoring. Go to the live scoring. You can find tracker information. You can also find scoring information there as well. So get involved. Check it out on ultra4racing.com. That's the 44.16 there of Sean Holland, who qualified incredibly well. As we see Tom Ways there just coming up behind him.
There's Tom Ways. You always see him in that icon bright orange as he works his way up. Always spectacular, always putting on a show, and always towards the front.
Yeah, it looks like that's Vaughan Kitten Jr. there leaving the line. Now, Vaughan took some damage during qualifying, and his team have been working flat out to make sure that he's on the start line for today. And just coming into the view up in Turkey Claw behind these two cars is Bailey Campbell. So that's great to see. Now, Bailey Campbell's car is actually built for King of the Hammers. It has one of the largest fuel cells of any of the vehicles in this race. That means that she can travel further before she needs to pit. And we've seen this before with Bailey. It's where she's actually comes off that desert loop. She comes in and she just flies by everybody who's pitting and picks up spaces on track position.
And almost all the camel cars are single seat as we're watching Jason Shearer as he's working his way through the desert. We do not know exactly if he's first on, but notice zero dust in front of him. Did he get past Brian Croft? But to finish that thought about Bailey Campbell, she's in a two-seater. She has a co-driver. Almost all the other camel cars are single seat. Waylon and also Shannon are in the single seat car, so she has that assistance.
She does, and she has a superb co-driver in Ryan Miller, who sat next to her. They've worked together for so many years, and they work fantastically well. But her race will come into play in lap 2 and lap 3.
Well, we can't confirm, this is unofficial, but it looks like he is in front because there's zero dust in front of him.
I agree.
He started on the front row against Brian Croft.
Absolutely, I think you've called that one correctly there. As we watch more cars leaving Hammertown. The drone footage this year is insane, and so is the helicopter footage. We have a helicopter chasing a helicopter, chasing Jason Shearer.
And that is Stevie Wright flying the Method Race Wheels helicopter. We're going to be getting shots from him all day long. In fact, from actually a couple different helicopters. So the coverage here, unbelievable, as we're watching the drivers bang back and forth.
And that is Marcus Gomez.
And we talked about the Gomez brothers. They do not hesitate. They commit 100%. And Marcus, as they hesitated, went right around and right up and over that driver's wheel.
I think buried in the dust, just on the left there, was Cade Rod. Looked like he was hooked up on something, so I do hope the young man doesn't have a problem this early in the race. And coming up here is another young talent. This is Chase Capera in the Bomber.
That is Dan Dunn.
Oh, is it Dan Dunn? I called that wrong. Thank you for correcting me there. So many red cars.
And in the red car.
Oh, coming off the line now, that is Joe Thompson. This is actually the pre-runner car for the Gomez brothers. And they said, hey, Joe, why don't you jump in and come and race?
Well, and that could work very strongly for the Gomez brothers as a chase. Like in Dakar, they have somebody that runs around and has parts and all the different stuff. So that could be an unbelievable strategy for the three Gomez cars.
Yeah, they're not silly. They throw everything at this. As we look up on our main screen now, and look at who it is. It's Lauren Healy. And look how this car works. This car is state of the art. The closest thing to this car is the Starship Enterprise. It has sensors on the brakes connected to the suspension. It has live valve technology created by Fox. The suspension talks to the ECU 1,000 times a second, and just look at the wheel ratio as he makes his way across the desert. A completely flat body while the wheels take all the action.
It seems like everybody in off-road has seen it, but if you get a chance, you can find it on social media, you can find it on Instagram, all over the place. Watch Lauren Healy in qualifying as he comes down the waterfall, tips it just like a motocross racer, tips the front wheel, gasses it, wheel taps the back wheels, lands flat. And I asked him, Lauren, was that lucky or did you just go for it? He goes, nah, I've been doing it practicing all week long. So unbelievable what he's doing. And this vehicle, as you can see, look at the driver area, very still.
Okay, now this is very important. This is remote pit 1, okay, and that is Jason Shearer, and he's the first car through. So where is Brian Crofts? Brian Crofts was our pole sitter, so we'll now be setting the stopwatches and seeing who comes through second.
Well, we noticed that he pulled off to the side. He going across the dry lake bed, he veered off to the right and then came back. So I don't know if something happened with his GPS or if he just had a problem.
Okay, so we're getting confirmation that Brian Crofts could be stationary 2 miles outside the Turkey Claw, so that's incredibly bad luck. But look at this. This could be our second place car now. This is Lauren Healy, and if you get that chance again, look at the clearance under this vehicle. It has portal hubs, which gives you that extra clearance, and look at the way it's working in the desert.
So the people that don't know, explain a portal.
A portal hub is actually a device that allows us for drive to come in at a higher point, and then for the actual drive to exit at a lower point. That gives you more clearance. Not only does it do that, we also use gear reduction that protects our drive line. So the portal hub, over the years that we've had portals, it's been very difficult to make them reliable, but guys like Quinn Poltz at World 74, they're doing incredible things.
It looks like Jason Shearer and Lauren Healy are about staying even. They're about 30 to 40 seconds apart. I think Jason Shearer has a slight advantage at this point.
He does, and let's not forget, Jason has clear air, which is also important. As Lauren Healy makes his way through, there's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in the pits, and it's very important that they stick to that for safety reasons.
Well, as the drivers go back and forth, it gives the crew a chance to look and let them know that everything looks clean on the vehicles, no bubbles in the tires, everything is good.
Yeah, he'll be talking to his crew.
But now look on the main screen how the dust is hanging as we're seeing another vehicle come into remote pit 1. We don't have really any wind at this point. If we do, maybe 1 mile an hour, just enough to blow the smoke into the duck blind here. So we're getting smoked out a little bit.
So we're looking here, and that is Raul Gomez who's making his way into he's in 3rd position as he comes to remote pit 1. Oh, Raul will be over the moon with this. Raul Gomez, of course, left the line
with Lauren Healy. So Lauren has made a slight advantage on Raul, but
and these two cars are incredible. The technology that is in these vehicles is just absolutely mind-blowing. Now, fuel strategy is going to be a major thing for these. As Brian Shirley would always say, big horses eat a lot of hay.
Yes, they do. But it's a little different. When they're out in the desert, they're wide open. But when they get into the rocks, they're being very smooth, very low throttle percentage, 30 to maybe 40% at the most. But typically, a lot of times around 10, 15% to crawl up through those rocks.
Yep.
And last year, our champion, Randy Slauson, almost came out of nowhere. He qualified really bad, but then all of a sudden, boom, he's there on corrected time. So with him at 8th, as we're watching, here comes Randy Slauson as he comes through remote pits. So I look for him to be consistent, watch what the competition is doing, and have him attack later on, because we do have 1 mile extra that they're adding of really technical rock crawling later on in the race.
Indeed, and that's Brian Reed in our bottom right-hand corner there, just making his way out of Hammertown. And look at the dust here. Now, we've got some course workers on Turkey Claw, so maybe there's somebody who has a problem.
Yes.
Just trying to get confirmation who that is. That is obviously an IFS machine. I think that might be Chip McLaughlin. That looks like Chip McLaughlin there in the Tribe IFS car. And we have another car coming through remote pit 1. And that looks like a UTV to me. I've got a feeling that might be Hunter Miller.
But
that's the 190 of Hunter Miller. So Hunter Miller, get your heads around this, ladies and gentlemen. Our current 4th position vehicle on course right now is a UTV. And right behind him was Waylon Campbell. Oh my word, what is this?
Lauren Healy is pulled off to the side.
Oh wow.
So we'll keep an eye on him to see what's happening. We see Lauren getting out of the...
Yeah, that sucks. That looks like Lauren is getting outside of the car. Looks like the co-driver's getting out as well.
So if
this race is a cruel mistress.
If you are just joining us, this is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. Once again, I'm Ricky Johnson, Jim Marsden. You're watching Lauren Healy, who was sitting second physically, but now he is off to the side of the course as we're watching last year's champion, Randy Slauson, as he starts meticulously counting off these guys. He started in 8th. Now I think he's 4th physical.
5th Miller going through the remote pit. But Randy Slauson hasn't been this far up the field for how many years at this time in the race? He's usually the dark horse who's working his way up from the back. So this is incredible stuff from Randy. And watch him take off when we get into those rock trails.
But when I watched this vehicle, because when a couple years back I was looking at getting into it, and I thought, you know what, I like this because of the simplicity of it, and I watched how well his vehicle ran.
Okay, we're in remote pit 1 now, and another vehicle making its way through.
JP.
And that looks like JP Gomez. So 2 Gomez brothers in the top 6. Oh, JP's actually pitting. Now, this is interesting. Is this scheduled? I very much doubt it. So it looks like JP might be nursing a problem. When you see these cars line up in Hammertown, and you see how incredible they are, you can't see any weak points on them. They have all the best components, all the best technicians working on them. So it's incredible when you see them actually break. You can't work out how is that possible. On the line now, it's one of the Goodalls. No, it's not, sorry, that's David Oliver that's leaving the line there in the number 10 car. Do apologise to David. And we're nearing the end of our starters now. That was 91 and 92 leaving the line of 102 starters running with us today. And Jason Shipman making his way through Turkey Claw. Great to see Jason back racing with us again. One of the older statesmen of old racing. Still more and more action here in Turkey Claw as the cars pick their way through. And there's Jade and Carl Wickham there making their way through. Jade's driving today. Carl was driving their 4800 car yesterday. Now, Carl was actually saying he might be stepping out of the co-driving duties as he doesn't enjoy the desert, and he was feeling a bit sore yesterday after yesterday's race.
Mile 19 is Jason Shearer out in front. You can see no dust in front of him. It's now, which is a dangerous place for the other competitors because he is such a seasoned veteran. When in the short course, he can run his own race, and he's going to run a very, very fast pace all day. So a dangerous place to have Jason Shearer.
It is, and he's got the ultimate technician sat next to him. He has Jason Berger there, and Jason will be working out, making calculations, talking back to his pit crews, listening out, finding out where other people are on the track, and he'll just be keeping Jason smooth, and he'll be keeping Jason honest. But there's a lot going on here in this race. As we watch there at the 456 car. And I think that's Chad Hunt there as we come back up to, and there is another UTV coming through. I think that might be Cody Miller there making his way through. Yeah, it is Cody Miller. So we have 2 UTVs in our top 10. And still more cars leaving the line here in Hammertown.
That was, we saw this vehicle, Paul Herschel. They made this vehicle in 40 days. Actually, they made 2 vehicles in 70 days. They didn't qualify. Paul Herschel came out starting in the back, but he feels really confident. It has rear steer as well as front steer. So I was talking to them about it yesterday, and they're saying, well, right now it's mechanical with buttons. They can turn to the left or the right. So they feel that they're going to have a huge advantage up the rocks because you don't have to swing way out to clear the back tire. But they're also looking in the future. They want it at speed that it automatically throws rear steering once you get over 30 or 40 miles an hour, whatever they feel confident, then the back will lock up.
Indeed. Now that's Chip McLaughlin. We saw him hung up in the rocks a few minutes ago, and it looks like he's hung up again. So I'm wondering if Chip's got a problem, because Chip, a firm crowd favourite, that's not his usual driving style. Usually he likes to get in and get out, so I hope he's all okay. And that's the 4475 there of Edwin Abt in the green vehicle making his way through. And the 4472 of Dustin Eisenhower.
I apologize to everybody a little bit earlier. Technical difficulty was on my side. I got some text from people. It really helps the crowd here if you turn your button on, you turn your microphone on. So I was commentating for a while to nobody but Jim Marsden, so
Hey, I like to hear you. Don't
Thank
panic,
you.
man. I
At
got
least you heard it. Like, glad somebody heard
And
it.
that there is Raul Gomez. Now, this car is absolutely incredible. They took all the information from his older UFO car. They put it together with a whole load of new information, with a whole load of new technology, and of course that great big 900 horsepower Dugan's motor. And look at him go.
As they drive away from the helicopter, that lets you know how much power they have. When the helicopter goes, I need to get a little bit more altitude, and I got to drop the nose down and start gaining up some speed.
Now we see the T. Oh, who's this stop down in the bottom there? That's 4451. No, that's they looks like they're still in Hammertown actually. We'll come back to him as soon as we get some more information. But let's just have a look here at Raul Gomez.
I'm sorry, that was Mel Wade. It looks like he had a problem right off the start because he was still next to the watered course. Once again, Raul Gomez, you can see the Method Race Wheels helicopter as he's chasing him down, getting some unbelievable footage. That is the old three-wheeler ace from the 80s, Stevie Wright, as he pilots that vehicle. And as we're
now,
watching,
that looks like we can see that. I think that's the number 81. I think that might be Levi Shirley, but I'm not sure. I would have to confirm that. Looks like it's got that Yokohama running up the side there. I think that might be Levi. Yes, it is. It's the 81 of Levi Shirley. So that is not going to be scheduled. So that's bad news for the man from Kansas.
So we're also showing, we have some information that Brian Crofts has made it through remote pit 1. We don't know what happened to him. We saw him do a slight diversion off to the course and then work his way back. We'll find out more information once we have it. But that is Gary Faravanti Jr., correct?
Senior.
No.
Well, it's Gary Faravanti's senior's vehicle being raced by a new owner. After Gary retired from Ultra 4, he sold the vehicle. It was bought by the Gomez brothers. The Gomez brothers ran it. In fact, we just saw Raul Gomez's car in the bottom being driven by Darian, and Darian was actually driving Gary Faravanti Senior's car for a while, and they've just sold it to a new owner, and I have to admit, I'm not sure who that is.
Well, I will tell you this, is watching race mile 19, that could be Kyle Cheney. We'll try to figure out who that is.
But get your head around this. They're running a 37-inch tyre, and look at the pace. I did wonder if they actually had. Oh, that looks like that's not dust. That's either smoke or steam. Yeah, that's
Stan Hayes. We see, tough break for him. But I just want to say just a real quick word about Gary Faravanti Sr. I remember when I was running the spec class a few years back, and I was up at Reno, and nobody would jump into the whoops harder than him.
Yeah, that's Ron Prindle there. That's coming on in. So that car has seen some action in the past. Been previously driven by Jason Shearer and by Tom Ways.
This looks like Cameron Steele. I can't confirm at this point, but it does very much look like the laser nut car of Cameron Steele at race mile 19. So if you have your tracker, you can go back and forth between the map. Now, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, jump over to ultra4racing.com, and then you can go to the live action map and start to look around and watch where they're going.
Yeah, looks like Eric Miramon making his way through there. And look at this vehicle, the UFO coming up through here.
Tough break for Stan Hayes in Turkey Club, because really not a lot of ways to get out of
there. Eric Miramon we just saw in the bottom there, being closely followed by Jesse Oliver making his way through. Oh, sorry, I've done it again. My fault, I'll come back to that one.
We see Brian Crofts in remote pit 1 as he stopped.
Oh, this is terribly unfortunate for Brian Crofts here. This is not the start to the race that he wanted. As Randy Slauson makes his way across the desert. But look at the difference in the speed between Randy and Jason Shearer. There is a notable difference in pace.
I can't imagine the math that you have to do on the mile per hour that you have to do. If you're 1 mile an hour faster through the rocks, how much faster do you have to be in the desert? Is it 15? Is it 20 miles an hour? Well, I'm curious.
They actually worked this out. Okay, and they reckon that they're giving away on the desert loop something around about 12 minutes. Randy gives away something around about 12 minutes. He has to make that up when he gets back into the rocks.
Well, and we were talking about that last night on the Speed Sports show, is that even though it's shorter distance, but the time you spend in the rocks is more.
Yes.
So even though the mod obviously going that fast, as we see our pole sitter Brian Crofts in remote pit 1.
And that was Eric Blaze there in the bottom of our screen. But we're just waiting. We're hearing confirmation now that we're going to see our leaders in Cougar Buttes very, very shortly as we watch Paul Herschel in this brand new car. This time last week, oh no, there's fluid flying out. It looks like his power steering's just blown. He doesn't know it yet. Yeah, that looks like power steering fluid to me.
I love it. We have all these extra producers down in front of us letting us know what's happening. I want to thank you guys. You're not going to get a credit on this, but we appreciate your input.
So still Brian Crofts is stopped in remote pit 1. So let's hope they can get him running again. And Paul Herschel is going to be getting out, or his crew is getting out of the car. This car didn't even have any wiring this time last week. No. So it's a miracle that it's even here.
They were bolted suspension last night. It was unbelievable what they were doing. But keep your eye on this car in the future because, as I said, it's got rear steer as well as front steer. So they could use with switches at this point, but they are looking at channeling it all together. So at low speeds, it just works through the steering. And then once they get up to a certain mile an hour, it locks the rear wheel straight. So you don't want that thing turning left and right at 80 miles an hour through the desert.
It's amazing, isn't it? We're trying to get an update for you on Lauren Healy. As soon as we have it, we will bring it to you. But there is action all over this race course. Now, talking to some of the drivers earlier this week, and they were saying that looks like that might be Shannon Campbell. I think.
Yes, it is. Number 5.
That is Shannon Campbell. Yes, it is, and he makes the pass.
Ooh, little huckabuck there. Alrighty, this time we're going to throw it out to remote pit 1. Pam has got some information for us out there with Brian Crofts. Take it away, Pam.
Oh, okay, that's the door in the background.
Hey guys, you just get ready.
Just for a second, please. Thank you. Just for a second. You know, they didn't give me my hat yet.
Alrighty, once again, we're able. It takes a little bit of a day. Take it away, Pam.
Last year, he had an unfortunate flat that made him not come through for quite a while. What happened to him today?
Well, he lost a brake line and ended up with another flat. So we racked a flat, capped off the line, sent him on his way.
I did see brake fluid over there on the ground when I walked over here, but so did you guys replace the brake line, or is he just losing the fluid?
Nope, we're going to run 3 brake lines for now. Just send him on his way.
Well, there we go. There we have it from Brian Crofts' pit. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. As we cut back to Turkey Claw, and that is Stan Haynes from Brannick Motorsports. Looking inside the engine bay there. Oh, now that is car 83. That is Raul.
That's Raul Gomez. Looks like he's missing a right rear brake line.
No, I'm not sure that is. I think that's the differential breather. I think it's broken free. Would have been running up the leg of the sway bar, and I think maybe it's just dragging down. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's what that is. It's too thick to be a brake line. But we saw him come to a stop a moment ago. That's when he was probably making the change from high to low. He's running an SCS single-speed transfer case, but then he had a 2-speed sort of reducer, if you like, behind the SCS to give him a high-low option.
Well, and that's when you know the course well, because a lot of times you can leave it in low and top speed about 50 miles an hour. So even much lower than that, or much higher.
Much higher. Some of these guys, depending, they'll be working their ratios. They'll be capable of speeds of up to 80 or 90 mile an hour in
low range.
In low range.
So the only time that they would change is in the desert when you got a hard run.
Exactly, yeah. But some of these guys like Raul, he's running this SCS transfer case, and what they would do is use a 4-speed box with a super low first, and then use those 4 speeds to be able to give them up to about 110, 115 in the desert. The negative to that is when they get in the rocks is that there's still, this is Randy. I'll hold my thought for a moment there. That's Randy down in Cougar's Butte. Just come back to that quickly.
Yes.
The negative to that is, though, although they have a super low first, reverse is still the same. So what happens is they pick reverse, they try to go backwards, it's too highly geared, and it pops reverse.
Well, and because when you get the wheels locked up, if you're stuck, a lot of times you're stuck between two rocks, all that traction and all that power comes through there. You got 900 horsepower in too high of a range. It's very similar to when you're running the side-by-side and you try to drive in high range and you spin a belt.
Exactly.
We're watching our last year's king, Randy Slauson, as he works his way and basically putting on a clinic, not to all the drivers, but to everybody. Watch the momentum and constant momentum and moving forward.
It's what I like to call flow. And this man just nails it. Just, if you've never done rock sports or you're looking to get into rock sports, watch Randy Slauson and the way he flows across the rocks. There's never ever stop, start. He just flows across. He's using his brake pedal at the same time he's using his accelerator pedal. So he's loading the car as he makes his way through. And as much throttle as he's using the same amount of brake to make that car launch onto the rocks. Incredibly talented man.
In what you would call throttle brake modulation, where Dave Cole, the first time we came out with my son Luke Johnson, he's telling us, keep the throttle steady and use the brake.
Exactly.
Like letting off a clutch to accelerate or decelerate to keep from spinning those wheels when they go up in the air.
And that's why you'll see, people often say to me, why don't these guys run sequential gearboxes? Because of the power losses that they... Oh, here, look at this at the top of our screen here. We're seeing guys taking alternate lines here through Cougar Buttes.
Which is very, very rare. And I think that is Cameron Steele.
That looks like Cameron Steele, yeah. Now, is that Waylon Campbell he's just going by, or... Interesting. We will pick that up in a minute, but that's definitely Cameron Steele there. Now, one of my favourite ones yesterday was Toby Stoney, I think his name was, and he had a huge number written on his roof. If you're thinking of being a race car driver, please do that. It helps us immensely.
But yeah, so yesterday we had a question when we were down fresh saying, well, if you want to get into this, as we're watching Cameron Steele as he works his way, look at how much time he's put on Waylon Campbell. This is unbelievable.
Waylon, that's only a guess from my part.
Well,
I think it is. It's
if
definitely
we're guessing,
a Campbell car.
we're guessing wrong. It's a Campbell car. So let's keep the flow going, Jim.
Indeed.
Let's not take anything away from Cameron Steele at alternate line. So that tells me how much he's been pre-running out here. But back to that thought is people go, oh, how do I get started in this? Do not think you're going to just go buy a car and come race King of the Hammers. It's nothing like that. I say you go get a Jeep like me, a little XJ, put some suspension on it, call Rusty. Rusty's off-road. Some skid plates and go learn how to wheel first, learn how to use both feet, and then go.
That was Waylon Campbell. We can see the 3AZ car there. Now, I know Wayland has concentrated entirely on this race for today. His sole focus is the Nitto Race of Kings. He didn't race in UTV like he normally would, so he's completely fresh for this race. He has a game plan, and this is a young man who's been on the podium before. Could this be his year?
Well, and let's talk about the drivers for a moment as we see Waylon as he's working his way. But this has got to be intimidating to watch a driver like Cameron Steele drive away from you. Waylon Campbell, one of the best that we have out here. We've seen him having races with his dad all the way to the finish. I mean, a standout when it comes to this. But Cameron Steele just drove out of his sight. He can't even see his dust.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's terrifying. Cameron Steele, of course, is driving the Laser Nut car belonging to Cody Wagner. It has an IFS front end, so independent front, and it also has IRS independent rear, along with portal hubs, which gives them huge amounts of ground clearance. But look at the dust here at race mile 19.
As we're watching, I think that is JP Gomez.
That did look like JP. And Chip McLaughlin making his way through remote pit 1. Now, JP, of course, has been a previous podium finisher here at Hammers. He's also run many of the regional races in the Hammer Kings Ultra 4 series.
Well, and I love the commitment from the Gomez brothers with everything, as well as them getting into T1 racing. They did unbelievable the other day, but that is just going to make them better drivers all around.
Absolutely. And their commitment to dirt sports in general, they just love off-road racing in any form. And their enthusiasm is just, I was at the fire pit the other day, and Raul, bear in mind, his brand new car has only just arrived here. He said, hey Jim, why don't you come by and have a drive? Yeah. And it's like, the last thing I'm going to do is drive a brand new car before a race. But what an incredibly generous man.
Well, between the three of them, you're like, I can't imagine the beating I would get if I hurt their car.
Yeah. But JP here, looking like he's got a problem. He's not quite got that flow that we expect from JP. We saw him stopped in remote pit 1 earlier, and I'm wondering if he's nursing a problem.
Yeah, he is normally much faster through the rocks. And for him to have to back up, there could be a problem with the drive line right off the bat. He could be running 3-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive, but it looks like he's able to pull up the rocks, but he's having to get a little bit of a run. Here we see both. All 4 wheels going at this time. If there's a problem, it could be with the left front.
He almost looks like he's in pre-running mode here. He doesn't look like he's in race mode.
Well, and that's not JP style.
Exactly. Normally, it's throw all common sense out the window and drive as fast as we can, and that's why we love them.
Well, I wouldn't say common sense.
I would.
But he's got some huge stones, and he's always on the gas.
Now, that looks like Shannon Campbell, the first ever 3-time king that we ever saw, or is that his son, Wayland?
I think that is Wayland.
I think that is Wayland, actually. Yes, it is. In the number 3 car. Brian Croft's car, Wayland's car, and Shannon's car are incredibly similar. That iconic Campbell shape. And that is Wayland, definitely. That is the 3AZ of Wayland.
And then I've been watching, very similar setup. I watched Wayland and then Shannon also getting a lot of quick rebounds. So maybe they were dialing it in more for the rocks, getting that quick rebound to get those tires on the ground. But in the desert, looks like it's hurting them a little bit and holding them back.
Yeah, and that's the 191 there.
Of Kyle Cheney.
Kyle Cheney. Now, Kyle won our UTV race the other day. He completed 2 laps of this course in 4 hours and 26 minutes. I'm really intrigued to see what the top 4400 class cars can do that in today, because yesterday we saw Dan Fresh, our fastest finisher in 4800, finishing 5 hours 26.
Kyle Cheney in a UTV pushing Shannon Campbell through Cougar Buttes. Like I said, who would have thought of that? I want to thank Roger Hickey for straightening me out. He wanted to tell Austin Powers that it's not Hunter, it's Cheney. So you're getting a nickname for Austin Powers when it comes to the American audience.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, pinch me, because I'm struggling to understand what I'm seeing here. Well, UTVs staying up with the very best of the 4400 technology.
And I would not doubt if he doesn't go for a pass. We saw Cameron Steele go for a pass on Wayland, but as we're watching, it looks like Cameron Steele is working his way through. But back to the race down in Cougar Buttes, it looks like they've made it out, and now the big block is going to pull away from the UTV a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, what size engine is Kyle Cheney running? I mean, it's a sub 2 litre.
Yeah.
And yet he's racing a 4400 class car that is running basically an 8-litre motor. Unbelievable.
As we're watching the Laser Knight vehicle of Cameron Steele as he works his way into the open desert, and they've done a lot of work with this. You know, the guys from Armada and working with the Laser Knight crew to help him out.
Yeah, and that's Levi Shirley still in remote pit 1, so this is really bad news here for Levi. His window net's down. Looks like there's not a lot of work going on here, so I really do hope that this isn't the end for the young man.
I just got to say that it hurts my heart to see these guys, because you know how hard they've been working, pre-running, building vehicles all year long. We went through all that COVID, everything, and now we're here. We got the huge crowd out here at Hammertown, and then you break, and you're at remote pit 1. It just... Like, as I said, it breaks my heart for these drivers because I know how much work they put into it.
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone. But we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
So you can't just, in the middle of it, jump over to the right or to the left. You're going to slow that vehicle down, get out, get in the other rut, and by then that other vehicle has pulled away from you, so it's no advantage.
But look at the cloud of dust that these cars are heading towards. Unbelievable wall of dust just hanging there in the valley.
All right, we're going to throw it out to Pam in remote pit 1 with Levi Shirley. Take it away, Pam. Pam in just a little bit. She's with Levi Shirley as she sees what's going on, but as we're watching the different drivers as they roll through Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, it's Christopher Branson there just following one of the UTVs.
and Hunter Miller as he works his way through Cougar Buttes.
Now, Hunter Miller must have dropped some places if that's Hunter Miller, because Hunter Miller actually was our leading UTV first thing this morning. So that means
numbers say that 190 is Hunter Miller, so I could be wrong, but what's the correction that you have?
Well, if that was Hunter Miller, then Hunter Miller has actually fallen back behind Carl Cheney. Carl Cheney definitively started behind Hunter earlier today.
Definitively.
Definitively.
Wow.
That's a great word, isn't it?
We're talking big words here.
But that's Christopher Branton there. Driving through. He was racing yesterday. So a busy week for Christopher. And a little bit earlier in Turkey Claw, we saw those 3 cars stop. We saw Paul Herschel. We also saw Stan Haynes from Brannick Motorsports and another vehicle. So let's hope they can get those cleared before these vehicles come back round for lap 2.
Well, the drivers have to think about this, especially like Cameron Steele. He's been running all these different days. He's got to think about his hydration. You know, there's a lot of different systems out there. The Fluid Logic, where you just basically go down, you look down, you see a blue button, open your mouth, and get a shot of water. Keeps you hydrated throughout the day.
And this is Cody Addington picking his way through. IFS single-seat car. Cody is amazing. He's one of those stories that just shines bright in Ultra 4 history. He started in stock class, and that is Bailey Campbell making her way through. And in front of her, Tom Ways. And it looks like she wants to make a move on Tom. Now, Tom has been a race favourite for years, and he's desperate to win this race. Hasn't had a great deal of luck, had a big crash last year. And his co-driver actually had to go to hospital, but he's back with him again this year, which is great news.
Well, and Tom Ways is typically very spectacular and runs very hard at the beginning, so maybe he's matured a little bit over the years, and he's going to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing here. Both of us peering at the screen like old men trying to find out who this is.
We're going to bruise our eyeballs getting so close to the screen.
And that at the top of our screen there is Randy Slauson, the unmistakable silhouette of a bomber.
Once again,
if you said to a child, draw an Ultra 4 car, they'd almost certainly draw that one right there.
And to remind everybody, this is our defending champion. He started in the back last year and worked his way up, and he wasn't in the lead until the very end, but right now he's in the top 5 group, worked past quite a few different people. He started in 8th position. We saw Brian Crofts in there. We saw a couple other drivers in remote pit 1. So Randy Slauson has a great pace going and is right on track.
It's going to be interesting to see how the dust comes into play later today. We can already see it hanging in sheets there.
So just to finish my thought about hydration with the drivers, they started out, it was very, very cold this morning, about freezing. We've seen problems in the UTV where Kristen Matlock, radiator froze and stuff, so the drivers take off with a jacket. But right now, after working through Turkey Claw and Cougar Buttes, they start to build up a little bit of sweat. They try to get that jacket off of them so they can start to relax and settle into their race.
Yeah, I mean, it's cold out there first thing in the morning. You have to really consider that when you start, and that looks like Chip McLaughlin, maybe? I think that is. Make his way through race mile 19. He got hooked up in Turkey Claw earlier today. Oh, look at this. I've got a feeling. Is that Vaughn or Lauren?
It was either Vaughn or Lauren. Obviously, it's got that Bronco
I think that might be Lauren, you know. There's a red back end to the car.
By the pace of it, it could be any Bronco because they're all
but look
shoes.
at this. I mean, that's Chip McLaughlin in an IFS drive car, and then he's just been completely taken apart by one of the Broncos. Unbelievable pace.
So we show that Lauren Healy is moving again. That could have been him. It could have been Ron Gittin Jr. We're not sure yet.
That's exciting news for everybody here because that means we've got Lauren Healy back in something like 20th or 30th position, charging hard, and everybody wants to see that.
And did you see the pace that he went past Chip? I had the blessing to go down to Texas to work with Chip and the other crew, but the pace that Lauren Healy has right now, he's on a tear. He wants to make that back up.
Yeah, that's the 86 car there of Paul Wolf. No, that can't be because that would be incorrect. So I'll cover that and come back to you on that one.
86 is Marcos Gomez. as the drivers are working through Turkey Claw. Tough break for these guys. You can see everybody was out of the vehicle. Herschel is now moving again, but you can see he's not going at a pace. He's just pretty much trying to get that vehicle out of Turkey Claw.
Okay, we're back now in Turkey Claw, and good news, it looks like, this is Paul Herschel in the bottom left of our screen, and it looks like he's moving.
As you were going away, Paul Herschel is moving, but very slow, so I think they've got enough fluid in there to try to get there. As we look at the map, everybody remember, if you are on Facebook or if you're on YouTube, you can go to ultra4racing.com and then go to live action map, and we see Jason Shearer has a pretty commanding lead, but remember, these don't ping they're not all the same. As we see in second we see a very tight battle between the two. We got to zoom in. Randy Slauson is now in the mix in the top 3 this early in the race, so a dangerous place for Randy Slauson to be.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen Randy at that highly placed at this stage of a race. So this is exciting stuff. We have got a real race in our hands here.
If you're new to this and you're watching, you think, oh, that's where they're at, because you see it just pinged and it put Randy Slauson right up behind. And then we see Raul Gomez is in the mix as well. So it doesn't ping at the same time. So look over there, look at the timestamp, so you know. And then also, as you see the little number, as we're watching Jerry Gunter out on the screen as well.
Yeah, we're back to Cougar Buttes here. And I think that's John Webb there making his way through. Crowd favourite, of course. Those are not lights on the front of that car. They are speakers. And if you get to see John on track, he'll treat you to a blast of his favourite tunes as he makes his way around. As the day goes on, I'm sure John Webb fans will be in front of the stage. And every time I say John Webb, I usually get a huge cheer.
There we go. Maybe John Webb's guys haven't woke up yet. They had a late night.
Yeah. They're boys who like to party, that's for sure. But John Webb's been racing with us for a long time now. Moved up to an IFS get bent fab machine or fishmouth fab machine a couple of years ago. Doing great things.
But look how the dust is hanging right now. Still, we're in Hammertown, and the feathers are not blowing. You see the banners and everything is completely still, and that is not what the drivers are looking for. If any wind, we got about 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, I think that might be Bailey Campbell here. Just trying to get confirmation. No, that's not Bailey Campbell. Ooh.
Check. This is typically not a good run.
Check. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier about navigation. You can see there's a car over there to the right. It looks like they've missed a turn. And they've got to be so careful with their navigation. Reason being, there are VCPs, virtual checkpoints. These checkpoints don't physically exist, but you have to pass them for the computer to ping to say that you've been on the right part of the course.
And a lot of vehicles will run two different. I know when I'm racing in the desert, now we see another driver that works his way back up. But to finish the thought about GPS, I typically have one zoomed out and one zoomed in. If you zoom out too far, with all these roads that are going a different direction, with a little bit of dust, you can find yourself veering off to the left or to the right, and that's exactly what happened to them. They had to find their way back, and then, so the co-drivers probably have one GPS. They're zooming in close and say, oh, we got to get over to the right to get ourselves straight, because depending on how high or how big your rings are on your GPS, you could very, very easily not get lost, but get off track.
Indeed, and that's Andrew McLaughlin. Let's roll off-road. He's changed it. Used to be running an IFS car. He's now actually gone to this vehicle. This vehicle is a Jimmy's built vehicle. It's actually very, very similar to the Red Dragon driven by Cody Addington, but it has a solid front axle rather than a IFS front setup. So good to see Andrew McLaughlin there doing nice and steady as he picks his way through Cougar Buttes.
Alrighty, you are watching the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. This is Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. We're going to take a quick break as you're watching McLaughlin work his way through Cougar Buttes. We'll be right back.
really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the Stay Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo Tires. Go your own way.
R6 there, that's Ray Acox. Looks like he's being recovered out there by the winch, and behind him it looks like that's
now, Jim, I saw
Stan
that.
Haynes there from Brannock.
I saw that brand new Horschel car come through, and it looks like, were they recovering it, or do you think he's back racing?
I'm not sure. Now, it's a brand new car, so little things get missed. You know, you just don't nip up those power steering hoses quite right, and they put this car together in less than 70 days. Okay, so little things can be missed, and I'm just wondering if there's a hose connection or maybe a pipe that hasn't been fitted or crimped properly. So I'm hoping that they can get it fixed and get him back on track, because that's going to be a very special car to see.
Yeah, and the big question there will be, are they carrying enough spares? Do they carry the spare parts to fix that? Or are they going to have to figure out a way to get spares to them on that race course?
Yeah, absolutely. Building a car is actually only half the battle for most of these teams. And you actually literally carry every component of that car as a spare inside your race team.
Well, it gets to be a point where how much do you carry, right? You can't carry everything, but you want to carry as much as you can. But there's only so much space inside these race cars.
Absolutely. And it's that one, do you carry lots of spares, or do you try and go lightweight and just try and rely on the fact that you're actually lighter, and so they're likely to break less? That's car number 11 there. That's Kevin Stearns. This is also a very special vehicle. This is also built by Triton, but instead of being a Portal car, this is actually just a straight axle and then a straight IFS. But built by the same guys that built Lauren Healy's vehicle. Kevin, of course, runs Tilden Motorsports, so you can imagine that that car has a very serious engine. And that's the 4482 there of Cole Johnson with the shark's face on the side.
We just saw a pass out there in Cougar Buttes. A very good. Looks like we've seen a couple passes.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin Stearns there trying to make a move there.
Oh!
Big contact, big contact.
Trying to close the door on him. Did not work out.
Yeah, let's hope there's no damage done there. When these big tyres rub together, all sorts of things can happen. But that's why we love Ultra 4 racing, and that's why we are here for the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. Skies are blue, the sun is out. Unfortunately, the wind hasn't come to play yet. We're hoping that that's going to pick up later in the day, clear these tracks, and we can see some incredible racing.
Yeah, we've been watching these racers battle that dust. We saw it early on when Brian got out with that good lead. Fortunately, had a little bit of trouble right after Turkey Claw.
Right, we see this guy here. He's obviously missed his turn, and he's trying to find his way onto the GPS. His co-driver's going, go this way. No, I want to go this way. No, go that way. I'll go this way instead. Navigation's a massive part of this. That's car 10, David Oliver.
So, Jim, we've seen lots of action out in Cougar Buttes. We've seen lots of action in Turkey Claw. As we know, we're going to come back here and go back out in Turkey Claw again.
Yes.
Do you think that rock trail is going to come into play heavily today, or is it going to be another trail? Where do you see our bottlenecks out there on today's course?
Sledge. I think Sledgehammer, I had a friend of mine was out at Sledgehammer yesterday for the EMC classes, and he said, it's carnage out there. He said the rocks are all moving constantly. He said it's really changed. Even if these guys have been pre-running all week, they're still going to find that it's totally different to what they experienced earlier. Now that is Gary Faravanti Sr.'s old car, being driven by a new owner this year. After Gary left racing, he sold it to the Gomez brothers, and it was driven by Darian Gomez, and it's now passed on to a new owner. So sad that Gary passed away a few days ago, and we had a very beautiful tribute to him earlier today, and it's wonderful to see his car back on track. Just behind him is Kyle and Jade Wickham. Their car is easily identifiable as those kind of Scooby-Doo colours on the cars.
Scooby-Doo.
I'm not sure they're going to thank me for saying that.
I don't think they will. I think they'll wish it wasn't that. That car will be a different color next year.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like the Mystery Machine, but hey. But they're great guys, and they've been racing all week already. Jade is driving the IFS car today. Carl was driving their solid axle car, their solid axle car in 4800 yesterday. And you can sort of see the difference in pace between the leading 4400 class cars and these guys are a little bit further down the field. That is... A face full of dust there for this vehicle.
Yeah, I can't catch a number on that one.
We'll catch up with him very soon, I have no doubt. But this race course, they've been racing on it now for 3 days. And it's constantly changing. As I say, we've got lots of guys like Cameron Steele who've been pre-running for weeks and weeks and weeks. But when it actually gets to race day, the course is completely changed.
It all changed. And I actually talked to Cameron. He gave me the exact number of days he's been pre-running out here since Thanksgiving. Over 35 days in the rocks, in the dirt, in a different vehicle almost every single time. So he's put the homework in for this course.
He has indeed. That's incredible. That's over a month of pre-running.
But at the same time, he had multiple classes to pre-run for. And although the course is similar, how you tackle the rocks are different depending what car you're in.
Yeah, that's Brent Burton we just saw there a moment ago. And look at the traffic here. Now, last year we saw there was a massive traffic jam here in Cougar Buttes. And I don't wish to tempt fate, but all the traffic seems to be flowing quite nicely at the moment.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that earlier with the UTVs because there's that one little squeeze block that you have to go through before you get out of Cougar Buttes. But we haven't seen that unfold yet today. We saw a little bit of it yesterday in the Everyman Challenge race, but so far today everyone seems to be getting in and out of Cougar Buttes pretty fast.
Okay, now that's Levi Shirley down in remote pit 1. Levi's up on the top of the hood there.
Oh, he's still on top of the hood of Mel Wade's machine.
We've still got cars picking their way through in Cougar Buttes.
That's Tom Prendergrass up there. As we were watching in that little inset, we saw some action from remote pit 1. It looked like Levi was actually over in Mel Wade's pits, helping him out.
Now that's mildly concerning for me because that means he's not working on his own car.
Well, have we got confirmation about what's going on? We saw Levi's car setting up there.
That's Kevin Porterfield there, making his way through Cougar Buttes. Nice, simple pace.
Along with Frank Vonderheide. But Jim, once again, have we got confirmation? Is Levi out, or do we just know his car's not moving?
Well, his car's not moving, and that is Levi, clearly stood there.
Yeah, and he has a hat on and not a helmet, so that might tell me that that car's not leaving remote pit 1.
Yeah. Unless he's having a word here and saying, is it possible you can bring me back parts round on the second lap?
Those are both Campbell cars. They basically have, we believe that's Wayland's old car. It's a 2-seat Campbell car. And Levi's car being a Campbell car, there could be a situation where he could be looking at the car saying, hey, can I borrow this part? Or do you have a spare of X part? Or it could just be good sportsmanship. It's hard to tell.
Any of these things is possible with Levi. One of our favourite families here in 4400. So I'm excited to see his new car for next season. Being built by Rob Butler from Off-Road Armoury in the UK. Get that, we're going to have an American driver in a UK-built car.
Did he have to special request the steering wheel on the right side? Look at that.
Look at the dust there. Now, that's what we call fesh or bull dust. Just picks up in those great big lumps and just blows through the car.
I believe that could have been Bill Coots in that through that one section.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And we've got another car coming down now. Just watch this. They are not ready for this. Yeah.
Looks like that it took a little bit, luckily, safer line through that section.
Did indeed, and that's Tim Hooper there, picking his way through. Didn't hit that great big hole. Let's not forget that some parts of this course were also driven by the T1s earlier this week. Oh, you can see him hit that big wash.
Yep. That'll wake you up. Yeah, I believe that was Dustin Eisenhower who just went through that big hole.
Oh,
two, one after another.
I think that was Kevin Stearns. Yeah, it's Kevin Stearns there who's just taken a face full of dirt. Now, these guys, they'll mostly be running full face helmets. They'll also have what we call dust skirts on, which are skirts that go on the bottom of the helmets to stop the dust actually coming up underneath the helmets. So they should absolutely be fine. But even so, it's a big shock for these guys when that comes up straight through the car.
Yeah, it's still no fun to get a face full of dust, even if you do have a helmet on. There's John and Nick Hall making their way through Cougar Buttes.
This is one of my favourite cars. I just love the look and line of this vehicle. I think it looks absolutely superb. Part of the Shreddies crew. There are certain cars that you see on track and you think, do you know what? I'd really like to own that. That's one of those cars for me.
Well, actually, we've talked about that for every single class so far, Jim. So let's do two things. Number one, I hear you got your pick for the winner today. You think it's going to be Jason Scherer.
I do, yes.
All right, so you believe Jason Scherer is going to win. And now the next question, what car on track do you want to own?
Well, it's absolutely, that's a very, very good question. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to throw it out to Pam at Remote Pit 1 because she's got some news for us out there.
Saved by the bell.
Indeed. Pam, what have you got for us?
Hi, Pam Hall out here at Remote Pit 1. Mel Wade is here behind me. He's having brake issues. They're fixing his brake line. It's a classic example right now of the big family that Ultra 4 is, because Levi Shirley is out of the race with a broken transmission, and he is back here working on Mel Wade's car. So there's been a lot of action here in Remote Pit 1 today, and we're just waiting to see if they get him back on course here shortly. And back to you guys.
Okay, on screen now, that is Casey Curry. That is John Curry's old car that was built for the 4500 class and has won it multiple times with John Curry, Brandon Curry, and Dan Fresh.
Yeah, I asked Dan yesterday.
Was it Jessie? I've got a feeling Jessie Combs.
I don't know if Jessie was in this car. I think she might have been in this car one time, and then she was in the stock class car as well. So I believe she was in this car once.
But this car has so much history. We'd normally see it in the 4500 class. But Casey's just brought it on up into 4400 this year, and it's great to see Casey here. Let's not forget, Casey was the first American to win a class in Dakar.
I caught up with the Currys when we were lined up the other day, and I was asking about this exact reason to put this car in the race instead of the, quote, trophy Jeep that we saw him race in the or I guess it would be B1 class through the Desert Challenge. And they said, they looked at the course and they heard there was going to be a lot of rocks. So they made the decision to bring this car up from 45 to 48 because this car has a definite advantage in the rocks.
That's very interesting, but the Trophy Jeep has a great history, but it is a very big car. You can see it, and it's absolutely enormous. And when you get into trails like Sledgehammer, that becomes a hindrance.
So now, this is going to be the shot of the day, all day.
There was a car there once. That looked like the car 10 of David Oliver.
All right, so now that we're back, Jim, you had your chance to think about it while we checked up with Pam in Remote Pit 1. One car on the racetrack today that you want, which one is it going to be?
Do you know what? I know it's old, but I think I actually want Jason Shearer's car. I love that car.
It is a beautiful
Fishmouth
car.
Fab, 7 years old, but she's still a thing of beauty. And that's Kevin Porterfield getting a face full of dirt as he makes his way through race mile 19. And this is the kind of thing that when we're pre-running, we're looking for. We'll be programming this into the GPS and saying, caution.
Well, it's also what some of these guys, I was talking to some people in the media tent earlier who were out yesterday, and they were out with Eric Miller.
I think that's Kyle and Jade Wickham there, just making their way through the Dust Bowl.
And I believe that's Tom Gilpin up on our screen.
Yeah, no, I want to say that was Don Fisher's old car. I might be wrong. I think that's also... Yeah, but I think that was Don Fisher's old car many years ago, or a couple of years ago, but I think that's a Fishmouse Fab car, the same as we see Jason Shearer running.
Yes.
So new driver for that car, and it looks like they've got problems, helmets off. That's never a good sign.
Off to the side over in Cougar Buttes.
Now, you've driven through Cougar Buttes on many occasions. It's an incredible place.
It's a lot of fun to drive through Cougar Buttes, and we saw earlier our good friend Cameron Steele taking an alternate line through there. There is a lot of really good lines through that section, but it tricks you. You go in there and you drive around, and you look, you're like, oh, it's all super smooth and soft, unlike a lot of the stuff in Hammers. It's not like Sledge. It's not like Jack. But there's a lot of spots in there that you have to hit the little ledges just right, or you'll end up on your roof. We see it every single year in this particular part of the course.
And we see another car at race mile 19 there, getting a face full of dirt. I'm just looking on my tracker now. I reckon we're around about 5 to 10 minutes off with our leaders coming back through Remote Pit 1.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you that, how long we've got until they're back through, because then once they get through Remote Pit 1, obviously, they make the stretch back into Hammertown.
Yeah, that desert loop is one of the few places on course, and that looks like Gary Fioravanti Sr.'s old car. And he's beautifully navigated. But this one's getting it. Boom.
Oh.
And that's the 44th.
Frank Vonderheide is Luckily, it didn't look like it went in the driver's compartment, but it definitely went around the entire car.
Yeah, and that's the... yeah, it's 44-25. That's Brandon Johnson there. Still in Cougar Buttes.
Yeah, that's a brand new Jimmy's 4x4 car.
Yeah, that's Weston Jones. I
Weston
believe
Jones.
that's his. This is a brand spanking new Jimmy's car, as you say. So he's just picking his way through. It's always difficult bringing a new car to these kind of races. There's always those things we call new car blues.
Well, we saw it unfold with Paul Horschel right there in Turkey Claw, just outside of town.
And Lauren Healy, of course, we saw stuck on course. I mean, Lauren's been out here for quite some time doing lots of pre-running, but race day is totally different to pre-running. It's never the same.
But we did see him up and moving again, which is good news.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued now to see how fast he can come through this pack. So you're blowing along, doing 70, 80, 90 mile an hour, cruising, doing your thing, and then Lauren Healy comes past doing a ton plus.
Which we just saw in that one shot. That certainly puts into perspective how fast he was moving too.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how fast he can catch our lead cars. This is Kevin Taylor there making his way through.
He was able to avoid those two big holes that we've been watching everyone kind of get eaten up in.
Now I'm going to throw that question back to you, Ian. So if there was any car on track today that you could have, which would it be and why?
Well, there's going to be, I'll give you two. We're going to see this guy get a mouthful of dirt first. There we go. So, I hate to say it, I think I'm going to choose the same car as you, Jim. Jason Shearer's car. And only because...
Are we going to have to fight over it?
Only because I have a pile of tubes in the shop that are soon going to be my own bomber. So I'll build my bomber, and then I'll just take Jason's car. That's what's going to happen.
One different car for each day of the weekend. Yeah, so now we're just waiting for our lead cars to make their way through RP1. That far desert loop is one of the only places on the course where we don't have eyeballs on our race cars. And very soon, they're going to be coming in anytime now. Okay, now we're getting rumoured that we've got our leaders coming through remote pit 1, and we're going to be throwing it to Pam any moment now. Here we go.
Right now at remote pit 1, we have Jason Shearer coming in. He just had a nice little launch off one of the rocks, but he is physically first through remote pit 1 right now. Let's take a look and see if he actually does a pit stop. We do have a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit through here. Looking good.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Jason Shearer there passing through remote pit 1. Now, Ian's breaking out his unofficial stopwatch of doom, and we're going to see how much of a lead that Jason has over our second place vehicle. We believe our second place vehicle at the moment is Raul Gomez in that brand spanking new Joe Thompson UFO.
Yeah, but Randy Slaussen's also right there in the mix as well. So and as you said, we lose track of them when they get on that big desert loop. So we won't really know until they come through that remote pit.
It's going to be interesting to me to see how much time Randy's lost to these IFS cars in the desert, because that's where these IFS cars are supposed to shine. They're supposed to stretch their legs in these desert areas and push out away from these solid axle cars. Well, that's what it says on paper anyway, but I don't think Randy's read the script. So let's see what happens.
Well, there is that point where, yes, the IFS cars are definitely faster, but Cougar Buttes is in that mix too, and you don't think of it as a hard rock trail because it's not. But the limiting factor of the IFS car in a rock trail is steering angle. That's what it all boils down to. The solid axle cars, they can steer tighter. They don't have to take multiple shots to make those tight turns. They can just whip around and climb the obstacle. That's where it comes into play. Having Randy this close to the front when you're about to head into a rock trail is not good news.
This is very true indeed. So Stan Haynes on the left-hand side there is still stuck, unfortunately, and it looks like that might be car 6, which is Ray Acox there. So while the racing continues here and we wait for our leaders to continue to come through remote pit 1, we're going to pop out to a short commercial break, and we will be back for the Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries. See you very soon.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Air Lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
It's the toughest one-day race in the world, as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone, but we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
Now, we were speaking about this earlier, is about how much time do they think they can afford to lose before in the desert in a solid axle car against these IFS cars. I reckon Randy's on pace.
Randy's doing really well, and you can never, we always make this joke, right? There's Raul, that's who we just saw come through remote pit 1. We believe he's our physical second car on course.
Now, we are also getting some other news. Now, out there in that desert loop that we can't actually see, there is a speed control area. There's like a power line road that they can't speed down. There's a preset mile an hour that they're allowed to go down, and we're getting rumours that some cars are actually speeding down there, so there are going to be penalties applied. We can't tell you who it's for at the moment, but all we can say to you is that there are certainly some cars that are going to have penalties applied later today.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll go and they'll pull their tracker and see how fast they were going during that long straight stretch on that power line road, and then they'll have a crazy algorithm, almost as easy to understand as the Facebook algorithm, and then they'll run some math, and there'll be some numbers involved, and some high fives and some handshakes, and then someone's going to get a penalty. But right now, we're watching on our big screen, we're watching our physical second car on course.
And in the bottom of our screen there, it is our current race leader, and that is Jason Shearer.
And, you know, we say this every single year, Jim, and it's worth repeating, you know. We talk about how Randy Slauson is a technician in the rocks, and he's always in the rocks, and he always does well in the solid axle car. And I'm not taking anything away from Randy. Jason Shearer, he was a rock crawler first, and then a desert racer second. So him in front, heading into rocks, he is exactly where he wants to be.
He is. And let's not forget, Jason hasn't always driven IFS cars. Jason also has won this race in a solid axle car in the past. So he knows what he's doing. He knows how to play the game. He's worked his way up through the ranks, and that's why he's a three-time king.
The first time I met Jason, he was driving a moon buggy with a VW engine into a 2-speed power glide, into an Atlas transfer case, climbing through rocks that you never even thought you'd see anyone climb over. So yes, him going into a rocks in an IFS car is definitely not a detriment to his race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see his pit strategy as well. I'm guessing that we're going to see Jason stop at Maine, come in, take on fuel, they'll look at his tyres and everything, and we also have to remember there's new rules that came in last year. They are not allowed to fuel and work on the car at the same time. They have to fuel, stop fueling, then work on the car.
Yeah, you know, you got big shout out to everyone at King of the Hammers Racing. They've always had safety at the forefront from the very beginning. I remember when we first came back out here in 2009, 2010, there was such an emphasis on our pit pads, we called them. Basically giant tarps we put out. You know, a lot of other sanctioning bodies came in and looked what Dave Cole was doing at the time. They're like, you know what, those are some good rules. I think we need to put those into our sanctioning bodies. So they've always kind of had that safety first mentality, and I think that's really important. And that's why I don't think we've ever had any serious issues out here during one of these races. It sort of speaks to that safety first, race second.
Absolutely, and we keep adding safety rules as they're required, which is absolutely great to see. But there we are, look at these shots now. And there's Raul Gomez getting some serious airtime there in his UFO buggy, 900 horsepower. And it's worth talking about this. Jason Shearer is running a conservative horsepower. I say conservative if 700 horsepower is conservative, but certainly a lot less horsepower than Raul Gomez here. And we saw that there's a gap of around about 4 minutes between Raul and Jason.
Yeah, Jason made the swap last year. All previous years he'd been running basically a crate engine that anyone could buy. Last year he made that switch over into the Ford horsepower, same engine that I believe Lauren put in his car that year, as well as Vaughn Gittin. So that was that same power plant in there. Jason picked up an extra 200 horsepower at that point. So he's around that 600-700 number. But we did watch him last year run out of fuel with that car. So there's lots of things that can happen.
Now, I spoke to him about that because we were all sitting at home. In fact, I wasn't here last year because of COVID. And, oh, here we go. We've got action here. That looks like JP Gomez was just about to come into the pit. And Jaron Gunter, I'm just being told, has also gone through the pits. So that sounds like we've got at least 3 UFO cars in the top 6. So as we're coming into remote pit 1 there, I think we might be cutting to Pam. We'll just find out in a moment. But that is JP Gomez making his way into remote pit 1.
Through remote pit 1, he is physically in 6th position. I keep hearing chatter over their radio. It sounds like he might be having some oil pressure issues, but he keeps on going. But physically, we had Jason Shearer coming through remote pit 1 in that physical 1st position. Lots of action going on here, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pam. It's great to have you there, giving us all the action as it passes through remote pit 1. For those who are getting a bit confused, what's happening is the cars leave Hammertown, they make their way out through Turkey Claw, then over through remote pit 1, in through Cougar Buttes, then they do a lap, go back through remote pit 1 before heading back towards Hammertown. And that looks like Raul Gomez there, our physical 2nd place on course at the moment.
Yeah, and I believe we've had at least 2 Gomez brothers come through remote pit 1 at this point. Or I should say the Gomez family. It's not just brothers anymore. We've got a bunch of people, a bunch of the Gomez out here racing.
We have indeed. Darian Gomez, so Raul's son, is driving Raul's old single-seat car. Had some bad luck in qualifying, so it'll be really cool to see what he can do. And there's more action here, and that looks like one of our UTVs, I think.
It might be.
So is this going to be Carl Cheney, or is this going to be Hunter Miller? Hunter Miller qualified ahead of Carl Cheney, but it looked like, now let's see if we can get a number. They all look so similar, these cars. That is the 191. That is, I'm sure that is Hunter Miller. No, that is Carl Cheney. So Carl Cheney has actually got ahead as we watch our leader, Jason Shearer, in the bottom right of our picture. Now, Carl Cheney is a man on a mission. Carl Cheney won the UTV race the other day. And let's not forget, he completed 2 laps in 4 hours and 26 minutes. And I'm going to be intrigued to see what kind of pace these guys set today.
I think the more interesting thing is the fact that he completed those 2 laps, never refueled, and only had to winch 1 time. Now, we say that as just, oh, that's great for him, he finished lap. This race today is much longer. So how do you wrap your head around a pit strategy when your pit strategy on your race was to never stop for fuel? You now have to rethink everything. Where do you stop? Do you stop in remote pit 1? Do you stop back here at Main? Do you stop when you go back out from Main to remote pit 1 again?
Yeah, that's very true, actually. But also, how does it feel when you're in these cars ahead of Carl Cheney and you know there's a guy behind you that's capable of doing 2 laps without refueling? Now, that's got to play on your mind.
It does.
Because these guys have got to stop. I mean, even if Jason Shearer, I mean, they've got an amazing pit crew, so have the Gomez brothers. And we're chatting to these guys, and they're hoping that their pit stops are going to be something around about the 30-second mark. But it's not just 30 seconds. You've also got to come in, you've got to travel to your pit, you then stop, then you've got to come back out and go back out on course. So you're actually, even though it's 30 seconds physically down, you're probably losing a minute.
And I think that'll come into play even more later when we look out to remote pit 2, because remote pit 2 is one that you don't have to go to unless you need to. And speaking of pitting, we're just watching Shannon Campbell just pitting in RP1, but what's a bigger story is who we see in the foreground.
Yeah, absolutely. That is still Levi Shirley's car there parked up. But this is probably a scheduled stop for Shannon. Now, the reason for that is, don't forget, the Campbell crew are pitting for 4 cars today. So they've got, they've got a lot of cars to look after, so they'll be changing their schedules and everything. They can't have them all pouring into main pit or pouring into remote pit 2. So I'm guessing this is a scheduled stop for Shannon there. Splash and dash.
Yeah, I think they would stagger them out, like you said, Jim, because they have so many cars to take care of. But seeing Levi's car still sitting up in remote pit 1 is just heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's very bad news indeed, and not the swan song that we wanted for Loretta. I was really hoping we'd see Loretta finishing her race career in the top 10, but not to be.
It looks like we have another car coming into remote pit 1 as well, and that right there is your current race leader. That is Jason Shearer.
Now, as we watch Jason Shearer here, I've just got to get this thought right. Carl Cheney started behind Shannon Campbell. That means that Carl Cheney in a UTV has overtaken a 3-time former king in the desert.
Well, either in the deserts or it could have been in Cougar Buttes, like we were talking about before. If you watch the lines that the UTVs were able to take through Cougar Buttes versus the IFS cars, some of the turns they put out there in that Cougar Buttes section are really tight. And we watch some of those IFS cars come down, drop, turn, reset, back up, and then hit the line again, where the UTV can sometimes cut them a little bit shorter. Now the question will be, does Shannon reel him in the desert? Because the UTVs, we're talking to those guys, even on 35s, they were topping out at about 90 miles an hour.
90.
Now they've stepped up to a 37. There's no way they're going to be doing that 90 mile an hour mark. Maybe down doing 80. And there's no way Shannon's going to check up and just hold it at 80 miles an hour in the desert.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. But this is Cameron Steele here. We believe that he's in third place currently.
And that looks like that's Jason in resolution.
Oh, this is, well, that means that Jason is literally only 3 or 4 minutes from coming into Hammertown. Now, you're Jason Shearer, you've got the lead, and you've got 2 choices. You can come out the bottom of Resolution, hook up over the top of the sand ridge, drop back down and take the safe line, or do you take the shortcut through the Method Race Wheels back door?
I think you take the shortcut. I think he knows that he wants to put as much time on everyone behind him. I think he knows that not taking anything away from Cameron. I think Cameron's going to take this, and I think Jason might be proving me wrong.
I think Jason's just proved you wrong there.
He did.
He's taken the sand wash. He's going up over the top.
Now, this is also lap 1. He'll have to make this decision again, lap 2.
Now, I was chatting to Raul Gomez about this, and Raul was saying, you know, man, I'm probably going to take the sand wash for the first 2, and then on the third lap, I'm just going to send it off back door.
Well, Lauren proved that in qualifying. He literally broke the internet the next day. Nobody was talking. Poor Brian Crofts Campbell must have just been crying his head on his wee pillow as he went to bed that night, because everyone was talking about how Lauren sent that Bronco off that ledge and he broke the internet. No one was talking about how Brian Crofts had put down a blistering pole position the next day after qualifying. So sometimes putting on a good show is just as important as winning the race.
Well, as a very good friend of mine always says, spectacular failure is better than dismal success.
It's true. So we can see everyone in remote pit 1 getting ready for our leaders, or sorry, main pit. Everyone in our main pits getting ready for our leaders to come in. Now, and we expect to see Jason Shearer here shortly.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at Jason's crew. They are slightly further. That is a Gomez that's getting ready for a pit. So there is Jason now. Jason's going to be coming up through the Bronco Arch. That is a Gomez pit that we see getting ready. I think Jason's pit is slightly to the left.
I don't know if Jason's is to the left, or sometimes he pits around the corner. I'm not sure where he's set up this year.
Well, we're about to find out. He comes into turn 19. So named after the Herbst car. Number 19 rolled there twice in the T1 race last weekend. I can't believe that was last weekend. It seems like yesterday.
It does. It feels like yesterday. We had a weeks long worth of racing out here so far. It's been absolutely amazing. Beautiful week out here in Johnson Valley, California. Got a little cold a couple nights, but it's warming up now. But hey, we got Miles down there. Take it away, Miles.
So I'm down here with Jason Shearer. They're going to do a quick fuel and go. So they said they're going to stop at every single pit to just top off with fuel. Because remember last year they were leading this race, ran out of fuel, but everything is looking good. The car just looks amazing. This Ford Performance thing is ready to rock and roll. So they're just hopefully going to do a quick fuel and go. Both thumbs up from Jason Berger.
Good. Everybody's good.
Thumbs up from Jason Shearer and Jason Berger. You talk about a quick fuel and go. Jason Shearer, 3-time king, is on a mission. So we'll see how this plays out, but lots of fun down here. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys at the booth and wait for Raul to come in.
Wow, that's fantastic. What an incredibly smooth pit stop there we saw from Jason Shearer. His car still pouring in through remote pit 1. Now, Ian, have you started your unofficial stopwatch?
I never stopped it, actually, so we can just take a quick look. I'll restart it for the start line right here, so I'll stop it, and then I'll reset it, and we'll see when Raul comes through. But the good thing is now we'll have official times, including corrected time, come through on our trackers.
Yeah, now I'm just looking here. We've got our first lap completed by Jason Shearer in 1 hour and 43 minutes and 37 seconds.
And we're seeing a Blather come in as well.
Yeah, that's Josh.
That's Josh coming into remote pit 1. We're seeing Bailey Campbell right behind him.
So that's interesting. Josh Byler staying ahead of the IFS car of Bailey Campbell. But Bailey doesn't come into this race until later. We know that. This fueling strategy for Bailey. She won't be wasting those 30 seconds coming into main. She will definitely blow through main as well. And yeah, I'm expecting Josh to be pitting at main.
And I think that's might be Randy. Yeah, you can sort of tell. As you would say, Jim, it's always easy to spot a bomber car in the desert.
It is indeed, and that does look like Randy Slauson. Or is it? Actually, I'm not sure that was,
I think it was. I didn't get the number, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Again, that just looking here, that looks like Brian. Is that JP Gomez? That might well
Definitely
be
looks like
JP
a
Gomez.
UFO car. Yep.
And there is Randy Slauson in the bottom
we
right
thought
of the
that's
screen.
who it was, but yes, it was. So that's Randy in the bottom. Gomez in the top.
It's always amazing when you see these bombers. They almost have as much unsprung weight as they do sprung weight. So to get the suspension to work is a real voodoo trick. And I know that the King engineers spend a lot of time working with Randy to make this car dance in the desert.
Well, Randy always was an early adopter of both a trailing arm and a leading arm suspension on that solid axle car. He's certainly, and the fact that he's been sticking with that similar chassis design for so long, basically making small tweaks here and there to be able to get it to perform really well in the desert as well as the rocks. And then you can't take anything away from Randy as a driver. He knows this place like the back of his hand.
He does. He pre-runs incredibly hard out here. And in the top left of our screen there, that is JP Gomez. Looks like he's picking up his pace again. It looked like he was slowing down in Cougar Buttes earlier. It looks to be going strong now, which is great to see.
All right, and here we are. We're at that exact spot we're talking about. Here we have, is this Raul Gomez? Coming out of the Resolution back door.
Yeah, that looks like that is going to be Raul Gomez there.
Yep.
Our physical second place on course.
Based on where he is, he may have taken the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop. It looks like he's on that inside line that comes out of back door.
Possible. I think he would take from the sandwash because that. Yeah, of course, back door comes from further up the back here. Yes, you might well be right.
Yeah, it looked like he was on that last little rock section when the cameras caught him, which would pick up a little bit of time between him and Jason.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see how far that Jason's pushed on ahead. As again, we see Randy Slauson in the bottom right-hand side of our screen. So as we watch Randy there, we're going to be seeing Raul Gomez coming up through that Bronco arch very soon. And there he is, dropping down into Hammertown. And he has got his unofficial stopwatch running in the booth. And we'll find out what time we've got.
Yeah, and we'll get official times when he actually goes through the start-finish. All right, we got Miles down there to bring him in. Take it away, Miles.
So I'm down here in the Gomez Brothers pit. Raul's coming in that brand new, beautifully built Joe Thompson UFO machine. They're going to do a quick fuel, and it sounds like his seatbelt's a little loose. One of his latches kind of slipped up a little bit, so they're going to be tightening it up, and he'll be coming in. Crew Chief Chris is on the ball with it. So another quick fuel, tighten up a seatbelt. Thumbs up from Raul Gomez, and you can tell he's already hit something out there. The front bumper's a little tweaked, so he's been pushing hard out there in the desert. All four Nitto tires looking good. All the King shocks are eating up this desert section. Finishing lap one, heading out for two more rock laps. That huge Dugan's engine just sitting here thumping, ready to rock. Still waiting to fuel. They're checking out a few more things. We saw Jason Shearer and Jason Berger come through in a blistering pace. This is an absolutely piece of art out here racing. Looks like thumbs up. Raul heading out for lap two. Big thumbs up, big smiles. Gomez Brothers heading out for another lap. So I'll send it up back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Miles. Always great to get your insights there as we watch Cameron Steele in the bottom right of our shot here. Now, is he going to take the sand ride? Yes, he is. He's going to go up over the top, but look at this. This is our leader now in Turkey Claw. He has a physical 3-mile lead over the second place, Raul Gomez.
Yeah, we were sitting up here speculating whether or not we're going to see Cameron take the Method race wheels, backdoor drop, or take the sandhill. And I honestly think probably last year's breakage in that car is in the back of his mind. He probably is going to say, no, it's a lot safer to take the sandhill. I'm going to take the sandhill maybe a little bit longer. The car's going to stay together a little bit better. I'm just going to save that until I absolutely have to take it.
Yeah, and Cameron, of course, he'll be playing a game of averages. He'll be driving his own race. He knows exactly who's in front of him. He's in third place already. Let's not forget he started in 12th. I think it was 12th or something around there earlier today. No, started in 6th, sorry. So he's already made up 3 places, and he'll be in a happy place right now.
And that's Shannon Campbell on the main screen, heading back towards Hammertown as well. We saw a little bit of pressure being put on him by one of our UTVs.
Yeah, in fact, we think that Carl Cheney has actually managed to get past the 3-time king. And I think we might see that Carl Cheney is possibly our next car coming back into Hammertown.
It could be. And then Randy's also in that mix as well. But you know what? We do this every year, Jim. We sit up here and we're like, oh, you know, lap 1, we know who's leading, we know who's second, we know who's third. Here's what's going to happen. But we still have 2 more laps. And it's the real race hasn't even started yet.
Absolutely, yeah. We always get carried away with this bit. Jason Shearer, though, crossed the line in a 1:43. And Raul Gomez on adjusted time came in a 1:47. But we got Miles in the pits now as Cameron Steele comes in. So we're going to throw it down to Miles.
So I'm down here with Cameron Steele's pit. The Desert Assassins crew is ready to rock. He's physically in that 3rd position. He's led this race the last couple of years, so we'll see how it shakes out. But this laser nut machine is looking good. I thought he was going to bypass, but he's just turning around. So Cameron Steele coming in. Sounds like another quick fuel and go. This is another beautifully built car, IFS IRS machine. So the car looks like it's in great shape. Big thumbs up from Cameron Steele. Wayne Israelson on the shotgun side. Another thumbs up from both of them. So Cameron, how's it going, buddy?
Going good. We had some kind of computer shut off early in the race, so we thought we were trying to clean out the plugs, but what happened was a computer went on a different circuit or something, so we had to shut the car off and reset it. But we're all calm and cruising, just having a good time. I want to tell my wife and kids I love them.
Well, good. Thank you for that little update, Cameron. We'll best of luck to you, and we'll get you back out there. The whole BFG team's working strong. Cody Wagner and the whole Laser Nut team has to be extremely excited. So the pits are getting exciting right now. I see Randy Slauson coming in. So back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Now, that was very interesting watching Cameron there. It looked like he possibly had a problem with a rear CV boot.
Yeah, it looked like they were punching a lot of grease into it. Looked like both rear CVs, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a planned scenario for them or if that is just them taking some precautions before they head out. But if there's damage to those rear CVs, it's going to be a long day for those guys out in the desert.
Yeah, this is the weak link on these IRS cars as we watch Randy Slauson, our current king, coming into pit right now. I see our man there, Miles, running across to the Slauson pit, and I'm sure he'll be with us very shortly. He's got his wrench mic with him as we watch this. Look at this. Dust Junkies are pitting for Randy as always. And this is old school refueling here. You'll see Jason Shearer. Right, we're going to throw down to Miles right now. Miles, what do you got for us?
So I'm down here with Randy Slauson. The Dust Junkies are in here getting everything fueled out. They are doing a co-driver swap. Everything's looking good. This bomber chassis is looking great. The King shocks are all soaking it up. Big thumbs up from Randy Slauson, but laser focus as well. But the entire car looks like it's in great shape. It's cool to see him up front this early in the race because he obviously shines in the rocks. So if he's doing this good in the desert, he's going to have a good day. Fuel's done, everything's going good. They're just checking out everything. Looks like they're taking off the front, I guess Jim calls it a bonnet, letting everything breathe a little bit better. Nope, they're going to put a little bit more fuel in it. So Jim and Ian, sounds like you have some action. Let's see what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. And in Turkey Claw, we see our physical second place car. That is Raul Gomez. And he's going to be picking his way past the broken cars of Stan Haynes.
And JP Gomez is the one that we just saw come down Resolution and make the turn to go up the sandhill. So we have 2 Gomez brothers in the hunt, probably in that top 5, top 6 cars.
That's amazing. No, I think that's top 4. But this is hero shot. So we're just seeing here is Eric Miller. But we did see Rusty Byler going through there early as well. So it looks like we've got 2 Miller Pro chassis inside this top 10 as well.
Yeah, I would have expected to see Eric a little bit further ahead so far in this race.
I wouldn't. This is where Eric's been recently. In recent years, he's always been around about that sort of top 15. Then once we get to the rocks, he starts to make his way through and does what he does best, which is eat rocks.
Yeah, he loves being in the rocks. As we're watching the Randy Slaussen's pit. Now, we saw them take the hood off, but Jim made a good point. Jim said that they do that every single time.
Yeah, if you look at previous years, you'll always see as Randy comes in, they tend to take the hood off. I don't know if it's for better visibility or what, but not very often that he finishes a race with the hood on, that's for sure. Now, this is a very long pit stop, and I'm concerned that there's an issue here for Randy. You can see him playing with the steering cylinders there. So that's the reservoir for the steering. They should not be looking in there at this moment in time. And in fact, that's the last thing you want to do. Speaking to Eric Amato, he will say to you, you want that pressure to build up in that power steering. That stops the aeration in the fluid. So the last thing you want to be doing is that. But this is JP Gomez coming into the Talladega and making his way into the pits. But look at this, coming down through back door now. Who is that?
I don't know, but they just took the Method race wheels. That's Blyler.
That is. Now, is that right?
No,
that's
it's not. Sorry.
I reckon that might be Jaron Gunter. But we'll come back to that in a minute. As JP Gomez crosses the line. Now, is he going to pit? We've heard rumours that he might have an oil pressure problem. Okay, well, as JP comes into pit, I'm going to step out the booth, and my very good friend Bob Bauer is going to pop in. I'll see you all a bit later.
All right, Bob, welcome to the booth. Here we are in the middle of the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We've had lots of action so far today.
I'll tell you, I've been watching the action from the truck in there, and if nothing else, I'll tell you the truck is warmer. It's nicer. It's better.
Well, welcome to the elements, Bob.
That's a fact. This is, I mean, this thing just started off with a bang. And now they're dicing up there.
All right, well, I'm just getting news that Randy has left his pit and head back out, but we have another car coming in, and we got Miles down there with some action. So Miles, take it away.
So I'm down here in the Gomez Brothers pits. We got crew chief Chris. How's it going out there? You got 2 through here pretty quick.
So far, so good. Running smooth. Fuel stops. We got a dragon vent hose, zip tied that back up. Running clean right now. You know, it's going to be a long race.
And Raul in that brand new car to be up front, you got to be pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, the guys built a killer car, and our prep guys are on point. You know, they got a lot of stuff handled in that short amount of time.
So you got Marcos yet to come and Darian, so we'll see how it plays out. But 4 cars, you got a good chance at coming home with something good.
That's the plan today. You know, it's going to be a long race, so we'll find out.
All right, well, Chris, you guys have a huge crew here. You're here to play. You're here to do well. I hope you do.
Thank you.
Perfect. Bob, Jim, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Miles. It's great to get that information from the pit as we're watching Cameron Steele make his way through Turkey Claw. We just saw Jason Shira roll through there, as well as one of the Gomez cars.
Cameron's really picking a nice, smooth line. Look at the flow. Just easy forward all the time.
Yeah, and because of that, what I can do now is, now that we've had a few cars come through our main pit, what I can do here is I can actually look at our tracker and see where we're at. So what we've got is Jason Shira completed his first lap in 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 37 seconds. Raul. Oh, and we got some action right here. This is Shannon Campbell coming down. I believe this is resolution, and this is the section where he's got to make a decision. Does he come down and take the sand wash to the left, or do the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop? Looks like he's taking that sand wash. So we've had 5 cars complete their first lap. Jason Shearer, Raul Gomez, Randy Slauson, Cameron Steele, and JP Gomez. Jason Shearer did it in an hour and 43 minutes. Raul Gomez, hour and 47. Randy Slauson, an hour and 52. Cameron Steele right on his heels with an hour and 52. And JP Gomez, hour 54.
Looks like we had Tom Ways out at their hero shot. You know, he talked to me before the deal and said he was going to be conservative, not passing anybody before Turkey Claw, and then he's going to kind of open it up as the day unfolded.
Tom Way's always a crowd favorite out here. You know, I don't know who drives the car better, him or the mustache that he has, but he's always out here. He's always good to put on a show.
Tom's the kind of guy you just figure he would pick the whole car up with his teeth and carry it through the rocks if he had to.
Yeah, Tom's definitely one of those guys you can never count out here in Johnson Valley.
What do we got coming in here?
Oh, we got one of our UTVs coming in, and that might be Kyle Cheney. It is. It's Kyle Cheney. We saw him go through remote pit 1, slightly ahead of Shannon Campbell. So we're assuming that he passed Shannon Campbell out in Cougar Buttes, but now he's made it all the way back to Maine. So that tells me that we should see Shannon Campbell back into Hammertown pretty soon.
You know, having a UTV up this high for this long, this is potentially making a bit of the history for Hammers.
Well, we had one finish fairly high up last year. It's good to see them go out and challenge it. They did make a couple decisions. Now, we have to remember, we do this every single year, Bob. We come here, we watch the first lap, we start calling out who's leading, who's going to win it, who's going to do this, and who's going to do that, and then we always forget that we... And as we assumed here, Shannon coming into town, this race isn't even halfway done yet, Bob.
Yeah.
We've just started this race. And the hardest part of this race always is the rocks, and that's where these guys are headed next.
You know, I was talking to them, and they don't like the desert as much as they like the rocks. They feel like they're going to be faster in the rocks, make more time in the rocks than they can make in the desert.
I think it all depends on the car and the driver. You know, there's certainly some of these drivers who started in. Okay, so what we're watching right now is someone hiking all the way back out to Turkey Claw, and I believe this is for Stan Haynes' machine, at least if that's where he's walking to. It looks like he's going to come over here and stop with Stan. This is the Brannick Motorsports machine.
The machine next to him is a brand new entry. This is their first race effort, if I'm identifying it right, out of Arizona. Never been in a race before. Never been in a race car before. They're BMX guys. And they made it all the way to Turkey Claw.
Oh, and there's Randy Slauson in Turkey Claw.
Headed on out for the second time.
All right, as we're watching Randy come up through Turkey Claw, we've seen 2 cars make its way through. We saw Jason Shearer as well as Raul Gomez. So Randy Slauson is hot on their heels for that section, and you can certainly see this is where Randy's going to make up a lot of time in this race course. Because anytime we throw him in the rocks, and you compare IFS to solid axle, the solid axle cars tend to make him a little bit more time through the rocks. And as a matter of fact, what you can do in our tracker, if you go on the Ultra 4 Racing website and go to Live Tracker, there's actually a section where you can go in and see who made it through what obstacle faster. We've got some obstacles picked out, like Turkey Claw, like Chocolate Thunder, and you can see, how fast did Jason Shearer go through there? How fast did Randy Slauson go through there? And see how the difference between the 2 cars. That's JP Gomez right now making his way through Turkey Claw as well, hot on the heels of Randy Slauson. As we've said many times today, we are racing the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. This is the 4400 class, the top dogs that are racing out here during the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers race week. We've had a great week of racing so far, Bob. Bob, this is your first year here, out here playing in this dirt with us. What have you thought of it so far?
You know, I'm very impressed with a lot of things. First, I'm impressed with the variety, the mix of race machinery here and the opportunity for everybody who has an idea of how they want to race get in. Second thing I'm impressed with is how clean this entire area is and has remained this way. I got here a week ago Thursday. It's really something pleasant.
Yeah, we're seeing Rusty Blather come back into town. He's just run through that Bronco arch. We'll see him drop into our short course, come around the infamous turn 19. Former King in that Miller Pro chassis. You can see him drop out of the short course early. His pit is in a different spot, so he's going to come over here and pit. So his split time will be off slightly. Because when we're looking at drivers like Jason Shira, the Gomez brothers, Randy Slauson, they actually went through the arch first and then pit after that.
You know, you asked about what my impression was. Ian, there's so much difference between all these cars. I ran into folks that are running 30 gallons and guys that are running 80 gallons of fuel. You know, and you see the guys that have IFS and IRS and portals on all corners. And then you have a guy with just straight axles. And yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch. It's interesting to talk to these folks and you get the history in the car and their history too.
Yeah, one of the cool things about everything to do with Ultra 4 is the majority of the people out here racing also build these cars. So it's a builder driver. You know, you took a look at guys like Paul Horschel, Shannon Campbell. These guys build the cars and they go racing. Same with Eric Miller. Same with Randy Slauson. It's always good to see the guys who build the cars out here actually racing them, not just writing the check and jumping in the driver's seat kind of thing. That's kind of the heart and soul, in my opinion, of what makes King of the Hammer so special.
Well, all of these competitors are in close contact with their cars. Definitely.
Well, you have to be, as we said before. This is a no-chase race. There's no pit crew coming out to save you. We just saw that in Turkey Claw. We saw, I believe that was actually Dan Fresh in that car number 8. His co-driver hiked all the way back to Hammertown, got some parts, hiked all the way back out to Turkey Claw to try to fix that car to continue on the race. Because you never know. Yeah, he broke at race mile 3, but he's still going to keep pushing. If he can get that car fixed, he's going to come in. And here we are at the Method Race Wheels back door. That is the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop, we're calling it. Oh, and we just saw Bailey make a pass in the desert. We caught up to Bailey earlier in the week and asked her about why she comes out here and races King of the Hammers.
My name's Bailey Campbell. I'm from Gilbert, Arizona, and I race in the Ultra 4 Series in the 4400 class. I'm back out here at KOH now for the first time in a year. I was recently pregnant in the following year, and now I have almost 1-year-old, and she's getting so big, but I'm so excited to be back out here in the rock trails in the desert. Yeah, so it's not just that I love racing. I grew up in it. My family does it. We own a fabrication shop in Gilbert. I'm just used to the whole surrounding. It's not just a hobby. It's a job and a lifestyle, and I absolutely love it. So there was no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't come back after I had a little girl, and I'm out here doing it with my husband, my whole family, and I wouldn't want anything else. I would love for her to grow up in this sport, have the passion for motorsports like I do, and hopefully learn more than I have already, and just absolutely love it. At the beginning of this year, we fully tore down my car. We put a whole new front suspension on it. I've 100% had every hand on every inch of that car, just making sure it's perfect, and all I want to do is be Queen of the Hammers. I've set aside UTV races, any other projects out here just to race 4400 this year, and I'm fully set on it. I think it would open up a lot of other women's eyes to see me win this. It might spark some interest in the younger generation and even the older generation just to come out here and try it, just to get a feel for the rocks and what it's like, the desert challenges, and they have so many other classes out here now. It's insane, the variety. So I think anybody can do it.
Welcome back. We are in the Amsoil Hot Pits. I'm here with Eric Miller, two-time king. They're doing a little testing and tuning with the car, checking everything out, but the Nitto tires are looking great. This Miller Pro chassis looks like it's ready to rock. We saw Shannon Campbell, three-time king, come through. Fuel only, a bottle of water. We're having some snacks here and there, but everything's looking great. I saw Brian Caprar come through just a moment ago, and now it's Chase Caprar down here in last year's winning car. He raced a very similar car yesterday. So Chase Caprar here in pits. Thumbs up from everybody that I've talked to today. Everybody's having fun, but they are focused. This bomber chassis is looking great. King shocks are looking in amazing shape. There is action everywhere as I see. I believe this is Brian Crofts hitting the Yukon launch as we see, giving the horn to everybody. Oh, here comes Marcos Gomez as well. So we have the top 15 coming through. They are fast. They're going with it. I see a little bit of debris on some of these cars, but everybody's pushing hard, getting ready to rock. So I'm going to send it back to Bob and Jim at the Jumbotron. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Miles. Lots of action here. As Miles said, we just had Brian Cross come into the pit. I just saw Shannon Campbell rolling through Turkey Claw. I've been keeping up on the tracker over here to see where everybody is. And we just see a Gomez pull in the pit. That does not look like, it looked like he went around, I don't know if that was a planned pit stop or not.
That was
based
a little
on how
weird.
he entered it.
See him turn backwards up the course.
So we're watching Blyler leave Hammertown. As we said before, they'll head out on their second lap. That means they're going to run all the way back out, go out to, or all the way, it's 3 miles outside of town. Back up through Turkey Claw, head up towards Remote Pit 1. Then they'll turn right, they'll start heading into the rock trails.
Tom Ways. Looks like Tom Ways coming out of back door, getting down on the desert. Look at him, he's after it.
Yeah, it looks like Tom took the sandhill way out based on how he's entering back into the desert. That's a risky move. As we said before, you have a choice when you come down through that. And we do still believe that is our physical leader in that hero shot. That'd be Jason Shearer that just flew through. There he is. There's Jason Shearer.
These Broncos are just awesome. I mean, you know, Ford has put out a heck of a program to have 1, 2, 3 finishes in 4,600 yesterday, and look what he's leading the king. He's leading the race of kings today.
Yeah, Jason Shearer debuted that car last year. He'd switched over from LS Power to a Ford power plant. And the interesting fact about that was, he said, as Miles talked to them earlier, they're going to pit every single pit and take fuel in every pit that they can, just to eliminate the problem they had last year where he had 2 flats, ended up burning too much fuel and ran out of gas. So this is Tom Ways coming in. He'll be headed up through the Bronco Arch and back into town.
First thing he gets when he gets in there is going to be that old turn 19. Get it, Tom. There you go.
Yeah, we haven't seen any action on that turn. Everyone's kind of come through it clean so far, which is good news today.
Well, after what happened last Sunday, it's a famous turn.
Yeah, it was nonstop action last Sunday. As we saw the Herps roll their number 19 T1 truck in there twice. 2 different drivers.
This is coming up on...
There's one of our UTVs coming through. I believe that might be Cody Miller. That's Rusty Blyler in that Miller chassis.
Doing a tidy job, too. He's keeping a good flow.
Yeah, he's working through the Turkey Claw. Another solid axle car. You see both the Blylers as well as, obviously, Eric Miller in one of his own chassis. And yes, this is the 221 of Cody Miller, making its way back in his UTV.
Ian, teach me something. What is it about the solid axle that the guys like to get them through the rocks quicker? Why is it different than an IFS?
There's a lot of conversation about that, and everyone just sort of defaults to the same sort of theory that, like if you have an IFS, when the independent tire, when one tire comes up, the other tire is not affected. I completely disagree with that. What it boils down to in the rocks, the difference it's steering angle. And we saw it play out last year. So if you can imagine an IFS car has a CV joint out at either end of its front axle.
Gotcha.
There's two half shafts coming down.
Yep.
That CV can only take so much angle, and the angle is basically added in suspension movement and when you turn the wheels. So if we just take a random number and say the CV maxes out at 45 degrees,
all right.
If you eat up 15 degrees of that in your suspension movement, that limits you to 30 degrees of steering angle.
That's all you got left.
That's all you have left. Solid axle doesn't have that. Because it's got a solid axle in the front of the car, it just has either U-joints or CV joints inside that solid beam type axle.
Yes.
It has unlimited steering. If you could get 48, 50 degrees, which Eric Miller and some of these guys have in the past, as well as Randy Slauson, you could steer a lot tighter. When that came into play last year was when we had a whole bunch of IFS cars packed up on sledge.
And this is when Randy drove around from the right to the left side.
Randy just drove up there and let them play around for a little bit with their winch lines while they were all trying to take the popular route. And he just picked his line, drove around them, and stole the crown. That is where the solid axle comes into play on the rock. It's all about steering. It's not about suspension travel. The problem is the independent stuff is so much faster in the desert. It really is. And we can see this play out right here. There's Eric Miller in Turkey Claw.
Solid axle.
Solid axle car with another one right behind him. This is rock racing at its finest right here in Turkey Claw. This isn't a really hard technical rock trail. These guys should be able to sail up it no problem. And in our inset shot, unless I'm mistaken, I believe that is Bailey Campbell coming down Resolution, where she'll have to make that decision. Does she take the sandhill, or does she drop to the right and drop down the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop?
My goodness, Ian, we may be having a pass happen right here.
We may see some action right here, yes.
This is going to be one hole, two cars.
That is Chase Caprera putting the pressure on Eric Miller in the rocks, and that says a lot. If you're putting pressure on Eric Miller in the rocks, then you are making a statement.
Man, this is frantic.
All right, as we watch in our inset screen, I believe that's Jason Blanton, unless I'm mistaken. It looks like he took the sandhill, and it looks like Bailey Campbell is doing the exact same thing. And honestly, I'm surprised to see that. I thought for sure she would have taken the right, gone through backdoor, taken the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop just to get a little bit ahead of him on the race.
Track position early on matters.
That was Blatter coming on the top of backdoor. As Marcos Gomez comes up right behind him. That UFO Fab Built machine. All the Gomez brothers machines, absolutely beautiful. If I was to pick, we always have this conversation about who's going to finish the race. Solid axle, IFS car.
Sure.
The question is, IFS car can handle the damage. It's a lot of strain for an IFS car in the rocks. The Gomez prep is better than anyone else's prep on the planet. Joe Thompson and all those guys put in a lot of work in that UFO Fab shop, and you cannot take away the effort they put into those cars. I always say this race is won or lost in the garage before they show up to the starting line, because prep is so important in this race.
Oh, boy, yeah.
And those guys basically leave the line with beautifully built machines, completely prepped out and ready to go. So if there is a car that has a chance to come up and challenge our leader, it's going to be one of those Gomez brothers.
Gotcha. Well, they were pretty prominent last year, too, as I recall.
They were, yep. As we're watching Jason Blanton, Yukon gear and axle driver, come through the Bronco Arch. Let's take a little break from the action here, Bob, and see what Miles has got going on down in the pits.
Okey-doke.
So we've had action all over these pits. I just saw Tom Ways. He had about a 3-minute pit stop. It was across the way. I didn't make it over there, but I'm right here. Bailey Campbell will be here in the pits here in about 10 seconds. We'll give a great walk around it and check it out. There comes Jason Blanton, I believe, coming in. So the quick ones are coming in quick, but here's our first female competitor, Bailey Campbell. The car's looking good. Everything's looking great on this car. All 4 Nitto tires holding air. The Monster Energy. She grabs park a little bit early. She's a little concerned about something. Something's broke, she's saying up front. So not quite sure what's going on. But she's worried about something as Cody Addington goes through. Here comes Ron. That's Dan Wyrick's in the hot pits down there. But I'm going to stick around here and see if we can figure out what's going on with Bailey Campbell. She had a great run going on a couple of years ago. She was leading this race until you weren't, just like everybody else. But the rest of the car's looking like it's in great shape. But like I said, she's worried about something in the front end. They're kind of checking it out, but while they're fueling, you can't touch the car. So sounds like fueling's done, so she's going to fire up and start steering. I don't see much going on the front end. It looks okay from my vantage point, but like I said, they're definitely worried about it. She's steering left, steering right. Checking all the steering components. Like I said, when she came in, either she grabbed park a tick earlier or maybe there's something wrong with that front diff and it locked up as she hit the brakes too hard. Looks like they're restrapping the spare tire. The Method race wheels are looking good. This is definitely one of my favorite cars here out on course. You can see Ryan Miller's a little frustrated, not quite sure what's going on. So we saw that little piece from her earlier in the day. Looks like she's saying everybody spread out. So, yeah, there's something wrong in that right front. So that's what I said when she came in. I thought she grabbed park, but no, the right front is... There's something going on with the right front on Bailey Campbell's car. Not sure what it is, but when she came in, it locked up before anything else. So there's something bound up. I'm not sure if it's an axle or the diff, but Bailey Campbell having some issues on the right front of this car. That's a terrible break. She was running smooth all day long, but this race is far from over. So I'm sure she'll be here for a little bit. So I'm going to run down here and check on Dan Wyrick also and check it out. So Jim, Bob, back to you.
Thank you very much, Miles. That's heartbreaking to hear about Bailey. She's always one of my favorites. I always root for her, even if she's having trouble in the pits. I still want to see her come across the finish line. I certainly hope she's still in the hunt to win this race. But Bob, we were up here just talking while Miles was talking down the pits about where you'd want to be in a race like this. Out front, you want to be the rabbit or the fox in a situation like this.
And I don't know what the right answer would be, because you can't beat being in front of everybody. I mean, that's the way it works. But it seems like I don't know if it's karma or luck or what. It's like in the last inning something changes, and I don't want to be the guy in front.
The reality is this race is we always get all excited every year, and Jim and I are the worst at it because we're such fans.
Yeah.
Miles is a fan of being in the pits, and he's always down there getting the info. Jim and I will get up here as well as Ricky, but Jim and I we fall victim to it every year. We get super excited. We see Jason out front, and we're like, yes, because we're fans. We live this stuff. We breathe it. But the reality is this race isn't even half over. This race doesn't really start until we see these cars go out on lap 3. Who's left at lap 3 will be the deciding factor, and then they're going to go out and hit those trails because we've got traffic to deal with, huge rocks, and lots of attrition. We see it in every class every year.
What time of day would that be? What are we going to do for sunlight? Are we going to have sun being a problem?
We have no idea how it's going to play out this year because we can't compare it. The EMC guys, they got here around just after 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
The UTVs were back into town right around noon, but that was only 2 of the 3 laps.
Yes.
So if we do that math today, we would expect our current race leaders to come back through Hammertown, end their second lap around 1 o'clock time, maybe between 12 and 1 if they had a clean run. But then they got to go out and do a whole other lap, and there's going to be traffic. There's going to be more cars in the course.
Yeah.
There's going to be broken cars in the course.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume that our winner is still going to get back in here maybe around the 3 o'clock time. That's what I feel. If we don't have any drama on places like Sledge.
Well, they would never have any drama out here. What? That's silly.
The Hammers breed drama, Bob. It's bred into us.
It's evil drama.
But right now we're watching Jason Shera make quick work of Hidden Valley, and then he'll head into Spooners. Our current race leader on screen. Jason no stranger to leading this race, no stranger to winning this race. The only person to win King of the Hammers back-to-back in a 4400 car. He's the only person to ever do that, and I'm sure he would love to add a fourth. Well, it's not a scepter anymore. I think now it's a hammer. I think they changed it up. We do have a scepter that gets handed around every year. So now I think it gets a scepter and a hammer.
Well, he's driving like an interceptor right now.
All right, Jason Shearer, current race leader, as we're watching another car come through the Bronco Arch. That's Clay Gilstrap's old car. I'm going to grab a number. We'll see who's driving it. Jared Pallant is in that car, coming through turn 19, headed over through the Can-Am Talladega. As we see some action in Turkey Claw. Trying to see who that is. That looks like it's a Red Dragon. That's Cody Addington in that Red Dragon. Easy to see that Red Dragon. It's got those two headlights so close together. Out in row pit 1, I'm still trying to see in the background if that's Dan Wyrick coming down the bottom.
Well, Ian, I'm going to take myself a little walk here. I'll be back next time. Going to bring in Jim. He's going to finish up this afternoon, I think. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Bob. We've still got an incredible day racing ahead of us. And this racing just gets better and better and better.
Here's one of my favorite, fan favorite cars. We just watched that right there coming down Resolution. That's the Ultra 49 Ford. It takes a lot of guts to come out in an old steel car and take on a course like King of the Hammers.
Yeah, but what a beautiful car it is as we watch the Red Dragon of Cody Addington working through Turkey Claw. Now, I was talking to some guys. I just took a step out. And it's possible that Cody's picked up some penalties for speeding on the speed control section early on.
Power Line Road.
Yeah, so we'll come back as soon as we've got more information about that.
Yeah, we did get some feed from race ops through our PCI race radios that there was some speeding going on that Power Line Road. We weren't sure who it was or what the issue was, but we'll leave that up to race ops to make that decision, and they will.
Yeah, and they'll be running some funky algorithm trying to work out exactly what kind of penalty that it will need to apply, and that looks like that might be JP Gomez there. Now JP, we were hearing earlier, had an oil pressure issue, and they were seeing the oil control pressure light coming up on the dashboard display, but we think that that might just be an electrical fault as he powers his way through. And in the bottom right hand corner there, that is Jason Blanton. Jason Blanton running the big block power plant. As we cut back to our race leader, Jason Shearer in the bottom right of our corner there. I can't believe the pace of this guy today. Absolutely amazing.
You know, I think he just knows he's out front, but as we said before, you know, Jason's led this race before and unfortunately had issues and basically ran out of fuel. But I do think that he's got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, it's Edwin Abb there in remote pit 1. So I'm guessing this is an unscheduled stop here for Edwin.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're having a conversation around the car.
As we see Bailey Campbell in pits.
Oh, and Miles was assuming there was something going on in the right front. It seemed to be binding, whether it was something with the diff, something with the knuckle, something with the CV. Always seems to be the one issue with the IFS cars is that if they break, it's a lot of trouble to fix them.
Yeah, I'm just getting miles in my ear saying that they think it's actually a problem with a brake caliper. So hopefully they can actually get that fixed. So that is Bailey Campbell there. So hopefully she can get fixed. This would definitely be an unscheduled stop as we watch Randy Slauson. Yeah, now Randy Slauson here, he is absolutely on it. We saw him taking a long pit stop earlier today, so it's great to see him back out there. Now we can only guess what the problem might have been there. I'm guessing there was some kind of steering related issue.
Well, we did see them into the steering reservoir, but they didn't seem to add any fluid, or they didn't seem to be pulling it and checking it. And as you said, he pulled the hood off, but you had mentioned that he does that every single time.
Yeah, he does. That's one of his favorite tricks.
And here we are, Spooners, and I believe that's
like
Cameron in the front, yes. And that's Gomez right behind him.
So he's got ahead of Gomez. Wow.
Yeah, I believe I'm getting a little blurb in my ear that he just went past him. So Cameron, that says a lot to pass them in the rocks.
It does, but look at the way that Cameron's car, this is an IFS IRS, so it has completely smooth body. There are no exposed drive shafts. And he's also got portal hubs, so he has huge ground clearance. And you can see the way he's actually pulling a gap now on Raul Gomez.
Yeah, and we talked about it before, how much time Cameron's put in out here basically pre-running. That's going to come into play here. He's going to run all these rock trails in that car. We always talk about the difference between the IFS and the solid axle front. And it boils down, a lot of it as to how you actually drive the car through the rocks. So Cameron, having spent the time in the rocks in that car, he'll know exactly where he needs to take it and exactly how to drive it.
Now, this is very interesting here. Cameron seems to have taken a line to the side. I wonder if Cameron's got a problem because Raul Gomez goes past him again.
Well, it certainly seems like he's pulled over. It doesn't look like he's taking an alternate line. It looks like he's pulled over to the side.
It does, doesn't it?
So if he has a problem, that's just going to be heartbreaking for Cameron. As we're watching, Bailey Campbell, looks like they got that right front caliper issue fixed. She's going to head back out on the race course, and now she'll clip our timers, and we'll see what kind of time she's put down on her first lap.
Absolutely, there'll be so. Oh, look at this bottom right hand corner. This looks like that might be. Is that Lauren Healy I see there?
I don't know if it's Lauren or Vaughn. I was trying to spy it when we were getting them in the helicopter shot. Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Looks like Cameron has stopped back there.
No, that's Josh Barkey.
Oh, so that's our other Bronco.
That is our other Bronco, the dark horse in all of this. As we watch back again, as Raul Gomez picking his way through the rocks.
And we have not seen Cameron come out of that part where he stopped. He pulled over to the spot, pulled over to the side, stopped, let him by. We haven't seen him move since.
Now, let's not forget, when we saw Cameron come into the pits, they were paying attention to the rear CVs. Oh, here we go now. We're in outer limits with Jason Shearer in the bottom of our shot. Just watch the way that Jason picks through these rocks. These are not small rocks. These are absolutely enormous. Outer limits and Spooners used to be the stopper trails a few years ago. But these guys have become amazing professionals at just picking their way through.
And we watched this trail come into play a lot in the last 2 days of racing. There seems to be a lot of traffic jams out here in outer limits, so Jason definitely wants to be one of the first few cars through there. It'll be very interesting to see the lines that Jason comes through here versus Randy Slauson, who we'll see here, we're presuming, in just a few minutes.
And I'm interested by this because this isn't what I would consider to be Jason's full race pace. I think he's settling down into a race winning pace, which is a very different thing indeed.
Well, we see it every year, especially with this many rock trails. You know, whenever we have this many rock trails thrown into this late in the race, we see these IFS cars get eat up by attrition in that third lap. So you may be right, Jim. He may be saying, you know what, let's just pull this back to about 75% in the rocks, because we know we got a lot of rocks to deal with. I want to make sure that I keep the whole car together for this whole race.
Okay, while we're watching Jason Shearer, our physical first place car, and in second place, Raul Gomez picking his way through Hidden Valley and Spooners, we're having some terrible news come through on the radio. It sounds like Lauren Healy is out of the race.
That is awful news. We saw him stopped earlier, and we were speculating what was going on, but then we saw him blow past somebody in the desert in that car that you so affectionately named a spaceship, because that's exactly what it is. That is terrible news to hear that he's out of the race. But right now, we are all eyes on Jason Shearer.
We are indeed. Yeah, as soon as we have more information about Lauren Healy, I will get that to you. Now, I don't want to tempt fate here, but I keep looking at Jason's car and I keep thinking I see blue smoke from the exhaust.
It's hard to tell from up here. I certainly hope that's not an issue for Jason. All right, and in our inset screen, that's Shannon Campbell. We saw him doing battle with one of the Can-Am UTVs a little bit earlier. But as we've said before, Jason, no stranger to leading this race, no stranger to finishing it. And we're seeing a little bit of action down here at the bottom of Resolution, where they come around, either climb up the sand hill or come around. And I believe that is that Shipman coming through the Bronco Arch right now.
I'll confirm that in a moment. If it is, he's missing the spare wheel off the back of the vehicle. It certainly is a Campbell car, and I think that is Jason Shipman. Yeah, that's a good spot there. Now we've got 34 vehicles that have completed lap 1.
As we see another car come down through our elusive turn 19. I can't see a number through the dust. I apologize. But no wind today. The dust just seems to be hanging in Hammertown. Definitely going to come into play as these cars go out on to lap 2, lap 3. We're even seeing it come into play on some of the rock trails. When these cars get up there and these high horsepower rigs start kicking up a lot of dust, it's getting hard for these drivers to see the line they want to take.
Yeah, looking back as we watch the continuing action here in Hammertown. That looks like Brian Capera there. But Jason Shearer across the line to complete his first lap in 1 hour and 43 minutes. If we just compare that to the last person who crossed the line, who was Bailey Campbell, in 2 hours and 24.
Yeah, definitely off pace for our leaders. And look at this, Jim. We can still see Cameron is still stopped in that section. So the question is, it almost looked like they pulled over into the shade.
It is, yeah.
Me thinking about this as an off-roader, I'm thinking I'm pulling into the shade because I'm going to make a repair. But we see them with the helmets off.
I was going to say, we can see Wayne Israelison there, and he's got his helmet off, and that's never a good sign.
Yeah, and Cameron's got his helmet off as well. But the fact that they're in the shade tells me that they're maybe looking at it and saying, you know what, maybe we can fix this. Let's pull it over here and take a look at it. It's definitely hard for us to tell here. And this,
there's number 32 there. That is Sam Collins. He's a firm favourite.
One of my favorite vehicles to watch, that 49 Ford out here racing. He basically pounds the panels back out every year. Competes in multiple races all around the country.
If he had a dollar for every photo taken of that car, he would be a very wealthy man indeed. It's such a huge fan favourite.
Yeah, but heartbreak right here for Cameron Steele. We are assuming.
Well, we can see. Look at the body. Look at the attitude here of the body language. He's already got the monster hat on. He's got the sunglasses on. That's not the body language of someone who says, "Hey, I'm going to fix this and carry on racing."
No, it's definitely not. So we can only assume that it's either a repair that they don't have the parts for, or a repair that they're not going to be able to even complete out there in the dirt. As we're watching Bailey make her way up Turkey Claw, Miles was in her pit. We saw some problems with that right front wheel. I believe it was a brake caliper. And you know, that's very interesting because last year, after the race, I talked to Brian Crofts, and he said one of the issues he felt he was having with his car was he was getting rocks between the caliper and the wheel.
Yeah.
The brakes are so large in those cars that he felt that it was actually either going to crack the wheel or break the caliper. So it's interesting to see them having to fix a brake caliper on Bailey's car in that main pit.
As we watch the car number 60 of Chad Owens just cutting around the back of the Talladega, making his way down into his pit. Now, it's interesting you mentioned that. Most of these vehicles are running a 17-inch rim, and what we're seeing, particularly in desert trucks, is they're now moving over to an 18-inch rim, which allows them to use a bigger brake, but also a bigger wheel as well. And they're changing the way they're working their tyre technologies. They're moving away from beadlock rims, and I do wonder if that's something that we might start to see in 4400. Particularly as these guys are not running low pressures anymore. Most of them are running something around about, now I've got to get this right because I've got to speak in American here, in PSI, so around 25 to 30 PSI.
Well, the guys that I know are in that 20 to 30 range. Yes, they do run high PSI. I think that the defining factor here, honestly, is the tire size. We see that 17-inch wheel with a 40-inch tire seems to be the hot ticket. Lots of sidewall flex in the rocks and does well as we watch a pass unfold just outside that sand hill that comes out a back door.
Yeah, it's really difficult to try and get track position there.
All right, well, I'm going to hand off my mic here to Ricky Johnson back to take over for me here in the booth. RJ, it's been a hell of a race. I hope you've been keeping up with it because there's been a lot of action.
Okay, we've got second place now in Outer Limits. That is Raul Gomez. Thank you very much to Ian Johnson. We'll be hearing from him later today. And welcome to the booth, Ricky Johnson.
Oh man, watching everybody going through the pits. What I love about this is it's just not like NASCAR or even any of the other races. It's just splash, tires, and go. They have to check. Everybody's checking the steering. They're looking for leaky oil lines. They're checking out the shocks. They're checking out the tires. And when they do the tire change down in the camel pit, I think it was on Shannon, they're checking for bubbles to see, as you were just talking about, should we go bump them up a little bit on tire pressure or come down? And we see Cameron and his co-driver walking up Spooner, so tough day for Cameron Steele once again. This is way too early for him to be out of the car walking as he's just trying to get out and pointing the guys around, so tough break for them. But to finish my thought about the Campbells, as I'm listening to Shannon as he's taking off, they're saying, Shannon, you use X amount of gas and X amount of miles. So actually, to me, for a driver, it's a little bit too much information. I just want, you either need to pick it up, you can waste more fuel, or you need to conserve more. But don't start giving me numbers and I got to do math in my head and I got to take my driving shoes off to figure that out.
Now, I agree with you. I like my information incredibly simple. Guys who don't want small amounts of information are the Gomez brothers. These guys are on their radios all day long, and you know that Raul will be on to his brothers at the moment saying, hey guys, I'm an outer limit, I'm kicking ass, where are you?
Yeah, they're not so much looking for information, they're just grinding each other. Typical brotherly love. But what I love about the Gomez is they got some crews from down in El Cajon that can do 20-some second tire changes with the 40s, and as I said earlier, you watched that, you called it absolutely perfect on Raul. That was just a vent line that was hanging off the back. I don't know if you reported it, but JP was having some oil pressure issues, but it was just electrical, and the crew told him, go, just go until it starts making noise.
Well, that's perfect timing, because that is JP Gomez in the bottom right hand side of our screen there. In fact, we did have two Gomez brothers up in both screens, but that is our leader, Jason Shearer, making his way out. He's been through Spooners, he's been through outer limits, and he's breaking back into the desert and heading to the fabled rock trails.
Well, I was talking with Liam O'Donnell, who is the race director, and he's going through and he's talking to the guys in the pits saying, listen, do not accelerate when you take off. Wait till you get on the racetrack. And the first person he talked to was our race leader, Jason Shearer. As soon as he got off his mat, he was on the gas. They said, listen, if we see that again, I might just come and wait for him in front and maybe make a phone call or do a couple things. But we have to respect the safety of everybody in the pit, and so we don't want to see them taking off.
Now, this is interesting. Look at this. That is Randy Slauson in the rocks, and catching him is JP Gomez. This shouldn't be happening. That solid axle car, according to everybody who knows what they're talking about, should be walking away from the IFS car, but what we're seeing is the IFS car of JP Gomez catching Randy Slauson.
Well, I've heard that Randy, when he came in, he had a slight issue with his steering, so if it starts to get notchy, if he starts to have problems, he can't be quite as precise as he normally is, and maybe that's screwing up the flow that we've been talking about with Randy Slauson, who's normally so fast. But JP is a hammer. I mean, he is just going to go. And right now, when you can smell dust and you can see a driver in front of you, that's when the fangs come out and everybody throws everything into the wind. So watch the Gomez brothers. When they can see a driver in front of them, they're going to attack.
But if you're JP Gomez now, you know that you've got Randy Slauson just in front of you. You don't need to attack in the rocks. You can just stay there, wait for your moment, get back out of this trail, and then you can hit him hard in the desert and make your move. But as you see them as they pick their way through, you'll also see that they're attacking the rocks. So when we say attack the rocks, what they're doing is they're actually making sure that they drive onto the rocks. So they're not trying to avoid them, they're actually going to try and put the wheels on top of these rocks. Far better to do that than try to cut to the side, and that's how you get sidewall damage, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
But that's what typically when we're doing military training with my partner, Jeff Benner, and also Luke, my son, people look, they automatically think, I need to go around. But as you say, when you try to go around, you slide into it, and that's where you get the side cuts, and that's where you have a lot of problems. So with these guys, they look at the trail completely different than, I'm going to not say you or I, because we've had a little bit of experience, but when someone is new to the rocks, they're constantly trying to go around. And just as you saw JP's rear wheel bounce like that, not that that was intentional, but that's what can cut a tire.
Okay, we're looking back out onto the desert now. A moment ago in Turkey Claw, we saw Andrew McLaughlin, but this looks like our physical race leader, Jason Shearer, working his way through the desert section to the next rock trails. And we said earlier, this is exactly where Jason likes to be. He wants to be out front. He wants that clear air, and that's exactly what he's got right now.
Well, when I've watched Jason in the short course, he's confident. Here's the thing, a lot of people don't like the pressure of being in front. And for Jason, when it comes to him, I don't think it doesn't matter to him. If he's in front attacking, if he's in back attacking, it doesn't matter. He knows himself and his vehicle so well. So that's what we were talking about earlier. This is an old vehicle, and he knows every nuance of it. You know, I've raced, when I was racing production bikes against the works bikes, I think it was an advantage for me because I knew exactly what that bike was going to do. I practiced on it all week. So these guys that have the new latest and greatest, they're still learning how it's working.
Yeah, Jason doesn't get into this car. He kind of puts this car on. Exactly. I think is the best way of describing it. It's amazing to watch. It's the relationship between him and this vehicle is incredible. And he's got Jason Berger sat next to him, and they'll just be chatting and having a conversation. I know that sounds crazy, but they will. They'll be keeping it chilled in the car. They'll be talking about stories. They'll be saying, hey, you know, what are we going to be doing next weekend? And then they'll cut back and start talking about the race, looking at navigation marks, but they're just going to be keeping each other fresh in the car, just constantly talking, little bits of information.
Well, when I have a co-driver in Baja, when they start going through the gauges, start checking oil pressure, temperatures, and all the different stuff, they'll let me know. Go ahead and finish on that. I'll come back to that. Spooners.
Looking at this looks like that is Shannon Campbell there. Just trying to get a line on that. If that's the 5 car, that does look like the. Is that 5 or is it the 3? If it's the 5, it's Shannon. Yes, it is. That is Shannon Campbell there in Spooners.
Yes, you're correct. That is Shannon Campbell in the black, number 5.
Shannon and Wayland's cars look very, very similar. Wayland is in the 3AZ. Shannon is in the 5AZ. He's just pulling a line out. That looked like Jaron Gunter behind him, and I wonder if Jaron's got a problem. He should be able to climb that quite simply.
Well, what happened was that Shannon brought up so much dust.
Yeah, and Darren there just punching his way through. This is a great drive here from Darren.
Well, and Darren, as I said, go back to finish that thought, is that he came up to that section, it was very silty. Shannon roosted him, and I think he did the wise thing. He stopped, waited for the dust to clear, and then go back at it. Because you definitely do not, as you can see, if you get off to the left or the right, you can high center your vehicle very quick, even with the 40s, that as much ground clearance as they have.
Yeah. See one of our photographers on the left-hand side there. Now, this car here is a UFO built by Joe Thompson. And as we continue to watch the action here at the 2022 Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries, we're going to cut out for a short commercial break, and we will see you in 2.
Dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian. Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Welcome to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden as we're watching Jason Shearer, our leader, as he works his way up Aftershock. So if you have the premium, you got to watch this action all live while it's going. If you do not, if you're watching it on Facebook or that, you can get the premium subscription and you'll get the whole 22 race schedule, not just King of the Hammer. So if you're watching it and you don't want to go over to the commercial break and you want to make sure that you keep watching in that split screen, jump on there and grab that premium subscription. But right now, Jason Shearer has the flow going, just like you were talking about.
He has got the flow going. He's got everything going. Look at him flying up through Aftershock here. He's just got that really nice rhythm that you expect from a three-time king. That car is just working so well for him.
And that's actually a stock UTV following him with the camera. I'm actually joking. I love this shot with the drone as it's following up there, and you get an idea of exactly what a past king is doing in these rock sections, because you see he's got these little sand sections. Got to be hard on the gas, then back off the gas, nice and slow as you get through the rocks. But those little bursts, it's 1/10 of a second in 1,000 places is what's going to win this race.
Absolutely, and no other race brings you footage like this. These trails are literally in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert in Southern California, and it's our privilege to bring this to you here at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. And down in Outer Limits, we're looking at, that is Carl Cheney, we think, picking his way through Outer Limits. Or is it possibly Hunter Miller? I will get confirmation on it. These vehicles look so similar.
Well, this time we also want to take a moment to thank the people from Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Method Race Wheels, Progressive Insurance, King Shocks, Nitto Tires, as well as Holly EFI, Laser Nut, VP Racing Fuels, and Griffin Radiators.
Yeah, I've got confirmation. That is Carl Cheney making his way through there. So Carl Cheney is our leading UTV. And I think he's in the top 5. If he's not in the top 5, he's certainly in the top 10, that's for sure.
Well, as you watch him go through, it's a narrow wheelbase. He, as you said before, that he, after winning the UTV race, he bumped it up from 35s to 37-inch tires. Unbelievable what he's able to do. And in some cases, I think in these rocks, having that narrower vehicle gives him more options, because it gets down to where you have to try to squeeze through, and he can move slightly to the left or to the right, as we're watching some of the other vehicles as they work their way up spooners. This looks like it could be...
That looks like Rusty Byler there. Yeah, that's definitely a Miller Pro chassis. So solid axle vehicle there, picking his way through. Is that? No, I think that might be Eric Miller.
I was going to say that's yellow
Eric Miller
of Eric Miller, past king.
So Eric Miller has made up some spaces, that is for certain.
I was down while I was off watching him in his pit. They took their time. They looked over the vehicle. They checked the steering. They checked everything. Everything checked out great. Eric was able to get some hydration along with his co-driver, and that's so important because the taxing that it does on your body, you got to make sure that you don't get dehydrated, because once you're dehydrated,
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during a commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone. But we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
That is Marcus Gomez chasing down Lyler.
So 2 solid axle vehicles there ahead of Marcus. Now Marcus actually started in 34th position this morning, 16 places behind Eric Miller, so he is charging hard. And I believe that is Josh Byler actually there, not Rusty.
You got Eric Miller.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Eric Miller, looks like we've got Josh Byler, and then Marcus Gomez. And this is Darren Gunter making his way through outer limits. Now, we just saw Carl Cheney working his way through here. So let's just see what the difference is between these big 4400 class cars and those smaller UTVs. These are running a 40-inch tyre, of course, whereas the UTVs are running a 37.
But the weight, so now you got the heavier vehicle that's pulling you, gravity is pulling you down the hill. And we watch Gunter as he comes down and he's using the throttle brake modulation, and it's floating the back wheels because all that weight is wanting to float and come up over the top. Where we saw Kyle Cheney pretty much roll down there, didn't have as much weight, and could not float across the rocks, but a much easier ride as he's going down, positioning himself slightly to the left or to the right.
Indeed. But Darren Gunter is ahead of the guys that we can see in the top left-hand side of our screen here. So that is Marcus Gomez. Now Marcus has has an incredible setup on this vehicle. It's not a true IRS, but it does have a split rear axle that works like an IRS. One of the innovations of Joe Thompson, who builds these UFO buggies.
Well, and that's the advantage. So when he goes over the top, he'll graze the skid plate and keep moving. Where you see Byler and then also Eric Miller as he goes through. I'm sorry, is that Byler or was?
No, that is Byler. Yeah, that's Josh. I think that's Josh.
Okay, so correct.
And ahead of him is Eric Miller.
To finish that thought is that Marcus can pretty much center the rocks, and if it skids off the top of the skid plate, no big deal. But having those two differentials, front and rear, when they hit, it almost comes to a dead stop, and it could push or pull the drive shaft out. So you have some advantages and disadvantages the whole time.
Yeah, look at this. Marcus taking a slightly different line there, trying to make some time. You see him really lay down the throttle there, trying to catch up with Josh. Fantastic battle here as they come up the top to exit Spooners. Marcus getting caught in the dust there. He's got to be so careful. He's being very sensible here. He's just holding back, trying to make sure that he keeps pace with Eric and with Josh, but without damaging his tyres in these very sharp rocks.
And we're watching Raul Gomez going through Aftershock, and notice the differences.
And that's Brian. Looks like Brian. Yeah, that looks like it's Brian Capera who's just rolled his car there as Rusty Byler comes up behind him. So it's 3 Miller Pro chassis in the top 10. So just to give you some idea of where we are on the course, outer limits is after Spooners. So what we're seeing here right now with Rusty Byler, he is ahead of Eric Miller and his son Josh. That looked like Brian Capera to me that flipped. I haven't seen anybody get out of the car yet, so hopefully they'll be out in a moment to be able to right themselves.
Whenever you roll the vehicle, you always want to take a little bit of time and figure out what's going on, make sure that everything is off, power's off, so that you don't flood the motor. You got to make when you come back, a lot of times you got to check it a couple times, get that oil out of the heads, out of the valve covers, make sure that you don't hydraulic the motor. pump it a few times without the spark, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get that giant cloud of smoke burning off that leftover oil. But typically, they can roll and go. All right, out at remote pit 2, we have Tiffany with some information. What do you have for us, Tiffany?
All right, so we just saw the leader, Jason Shear, pass remote pit 2. This is going to be all about strategy. And talking about strategy, I have Sarge right here. Sarge, we saw that Jason came through. We heard him on the radio. He is just doing great out there, has clean air. What was the strategy to not have him stop at this remote pit 2 for the first time through?
Well, we're kind of basically focusing on the fuel consumption. If we don't need to stop, the car's operating flawlessly, just keep going. And then, once it comes back on 2B, then we'll fuel him up there, just kind of make sure he's got enough fuel to get to the finish line.
And talking about fuel cells, Jason's running now a 40-gallon one, so that's going to be doing a lot. I had a chance to talk to Brian, and he says, we need to stay between the sweet spot for our number, and if we can do it, we can make him get through the rocks, which he's just going through right now, get back to Hammertown, and then probably fill up there to make that second loop, or lap 3 technically, but second loop through the rock section. How's Jason feeling right now, what you've heard over the radio?
He's feeling pretty good. Car's operating really good, so, we're just kind of going with what we can, so.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys. We're going to be seeing 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th coming through here. And once we do, we're going to keep you guys updated with everything that's happening at Remote Pit 2. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiffany. Fantastic to have her out in the pits there, getting us all the latest news as we cut back here into the action. So our physical first place leader at the moment is Jason Shearer. In physical second, it's Raul Gomez. And in physical third, it is Randy Slauson. Well, it was the last time we saw him, but we did see that JP Gomez was right on his tail.
Was absolutely, and that's the question. What's going to happen when we get to the open desert? Because when they left there, they have some open desert before we get. This looks like this could be JP Gomez as he's heading up.
It does, and I don't see any bombers. So potentially this could be our physical third place vehicle. Can you imagine this? 2 Gomez in the top 3.
It could be. Let's just fantasize for a second and go to the finish line. That could be one heck of a podium.
That could be one hell of a party. And that looks like our physical first place vehicle. That looks like Jason Shearer there coming into shot. And these guys are really laying it down. And this is Eric Miller now passing. I'm sure that's Brian Capera there who's rolled. And just behind him is Josh Byler.
So I got a little bit of information. Cameron Steele broke a steering rack. We saw him walking up one of the canyons earlier with the co-driver out. Tough break for Cameron Steele. For them to try to get a rack and change it, pretty much they're out of this race. But right now, we have a race going through outer limits.
Yeah, we've got 2 Kings here in 2 Miller Pro chassis, showing us why they are the best of the best. Eric Miller, he leaves nothing to chance. We're just watching this, and it is starting to turn out to be the race of kings, but there are 2 guys up here who want to become kings. We've got Raul Gomez and JP Gomez right up there in the mix. But there's a reason that these guys are kings. There's a reason that these guys have won before, and that's because they really get it. They really understand that these rock trails work, and they know how to keep their cars together and get the most out of these vehicles.
That is Martin Wicks, is what we have. It says 0792, but we have 792 as Justin Wicks as he works his way up Spooners.
Yeah, so he's doing great. That's a really good position for him. But I love these images we're getting. Oh, look, Josh is making a move on Eric. Now, there is no team orders. Although these guys are the best of friends, they're also the best of enemies when they're on the track at this situation.
Well, Kurt LeDuc called us frenemies.
Frenemies. Now, I like that. That's critical.
We will stand up for them in a bar fight or any other situation, but when we're on the track, gloves are off, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Absolutely.
Josh Blatter looked to the outside, and it did not work to his advantage. And where is Gomez?
Well, this is very true, but the other thing we've got to ask a question here is, you saw that Josh went for that outside line, and quite often when you come off of line, you lose time, and that's what's actually happened for Josh there. So he's looking to make a move, and he's actually lost around about 50 to 60 yards.
But if he knows that, I think it was JP was right behind him. or was it Marcus?
No,
I think
it was Marcus. But so
Marcus
that's a
right
very
behind
good
him.
point.
So if you know that you got a little bit of room, if you're looking using your mirrors and stuff like that, you got to go for it, because Eric Miller could get hung up for just a second, even though he's been the past king and all that. You have to go for it.
Well, this is where pre-running is so important, and what these guys are pre-running for, as that looks like our remote pit 2. I think that was our second place. Raul Gomez just blowing through there.
So as we were watching, as he went up and around that on the left, the Spooners, that was not part of the trail. Everyone was going here until they went around.
Oh, look at this. So that is Shannon Campbell there making his way down through. The 5AZ. He was our first ever 3-time king. A firm fan favourite. This is a single-seat Campbell car. He's running a 490 cubic inch CBM motor, Nitto tyres, Curry's axles, ARB 249CE competition lockers. And just behind him and coming into view now, that is his son-in-law, Brian Crofts.
That could be a touchy situation and a very uncomfortable conversation.
So has he got now, this is the thing, they've got trackers in these cars at the moment that they can push a button and say, let me pass? Or does he just get on the radio and say, hey Dad, get out of my way, I'm coming through?
Father-in-law, time for you to move out of the way. But as I was saying before, Shannon Campbell was going back and forth, not negotiating, but talking with his pit crew on how much fuel he was using back and forth. But as you can see, as I said, if the son-in-law comes up and bumps him out of the way, and also they'll probably just switch radio channels, or they're all on the same channel, so they know who's going and who's what and where. If he gets close enough, I bet Shannon will let him go.
Hey, so that's
Too
interesting.
early in the race.
It's interesting where you actually talk about radio channels, because the Gomez brothers are all on the same channel.
Yes.
So they're constantly bantering backwards and forwards with each other and saying to each other, hey man, I'm up in this channel, or hey man, I'm down in here. And they're giving each other hell. So they're not just racing the other people on the track, they're also racing each other. It's hilarious if you ever get a chance to listen in on their radios.
Well, you know, I've been on teams that had unbelievable competitors, and to be honest with you, you really don't want your teammate to beat you, because they're going to give it to you all year long. And imagine if you're the third place finishing Gomez brother.
Now that looks like it might have been Carl Cheney there making his way across the top of the ridge.
So he is not far. So if he's up in Emerson and already up and on his way back down, he has got a great pace going for him.
He has indeed, and that looks like our physical race leader, I believe. Yep, that is Jason Shearer, who started next to pole position. Brian Cross was our pole setter this morning. He had a problem just outside of Turkey Claw, only 5 miles outside of Hammertown. Jason's took the lead there, and he hasn't looked back.
Back in Spooners, we have not a traffic jam, we have a race going on.
That looks like Cody Addington to me. That is the Red Dragon, eyes burning bright as he picks his way through. So Cody doing a great job here. And it looks like he's leading Jason Blanton, and it also looks like it's Vaughn Gittins Jr.
That's all it takes, is just a moment of being blind for just a second, and he missed that situation climbing that hill, and has to take another run at it.
Yeah, Jason Blanton is running really well there. As we look at last year's winner, Randy Slauson in Aftershock. Now, hold on. This is not like Randy to get held up there, so...
Well, and we said that he had some steering issues, so if it's getting notchy, or if he's having trouble, he can't be quite as precise, he's going to miss his mark a little bit. So this is uncharacteristic for Randy Slauson, but we do not know what's happening inside that cab.
That's very true indeed. Now we just saw there, if you look there, that's Cody Addington in the top of our screen there, and just behind him is Jason Blanton. Jason Blanton is running a Jimmy's IFS frame, and he has a comedy size big block motor in there.
A what?
A comedy size big block motor.
Size.
Yeah.
To explain.
Very
if
large.
I don't know, I guarantee half the people out there don't know. Explain comedy size.
Well, back home in England, we think that anything over 7 litre is massive, and he's running something even bigger than that.
So that's
comedy size.
That's comedy?
Yeah.
That's badass size. That's more miles. That's
there you
serious.
go. That's a Jimism, not a mileism. As we go back there, come on, Cody. I'm really impressed with Cody's pace here. This is great stuff from Cody. Now, let's not forget, Cody started in our stock class right back. I believe his first race was same year as my first race, 2013, and he was running a stock class Toyota pickup, and he's worked his way through, and then moved into a solid axle car, and then he purchased the Red Dragon from Lauren Healy, and he's been running that now for the last 3 years.
In your lower right-hand corner is J.P. Gomez as he works his way up after shock, and he's heading after his brother Raul. So we could have quite a competition coming up.
Yeah, now, has he already gone past Randy Slauson? This is what I want to know. So this is Aftershock. Is this Randy? Yes, that is Randy Slauson. So JP Gomez is our physical second position on course at the moment. So our physical first place is Jason Shearer. Physically second is JP Gomez.
No,
and physically
Raul
third.
Gomez. Raul second.
Oh, sorry, Raul Gomez. Sorry, I do apologise. In third position is JP Gomez. And then in fourth, it's our three-time king and current king, Randy Slauson.
The only situation we might have is if both Gomez brothers come into the pit at the same time. It's a one in a million shot, but if JP picks up the pace in the desert and through the rocks, we could see a situation where they might have to split their pits.
They have one of the biggest pit crews out there. I don't think that's going to be an issue. And these guys are expecting to do splash and dashes in around about 25 seconds. So it's a very well-oiled machine. The one thing I do want to see is where's Carl Cheney, because I think Carl Cheney is not that far behind these guys.
Well, in a situation like this, it's going to be virtually impossible. Now, Cheney can make up a lot of time, but to try to pass Randy Slauson in going up after shock is going to be almost impossible. But there we see the dust up ahead a little bit, and there is JP Gomez as we catch up to him. I love these drone shots so we can go back and forth and see the difference between third and fourth physically here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We want to thank those guys for coming on, and also we had a great time the other night doing the crazy trailer park crazy kart race.
Yeah, I also got to thank our production crew. We've got over 20 drones out on course, over 20 cameras and 2 helicopters, bringing you the best shots here we can at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
All right, we also want to thank Amsoil, Tribe 16, Boxo Tools, Axial RC cars, which they are going to make a limited number of these bomber chassis that you can purchase. Also, Spider Tracks, Recaro seats, and PCI radios. I want to thank them for their support as we're watching Aftershock. If you're just joining us, I'm Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden. We're watching Randy Slauson, last year's champion, as he works his way up Aftershock.
Just going to say a big shout out to all the people who are watching from around the world. And I've got lots of friends in the UK watching, lots of friends all across Europe. And of course, let's not forget Australia, New Zealand, Asia, South America, Russia, and everywhere else. This race might be here in Johnson Valley, California, but it's seen all around the world.
As we're watching Justin Wicks as he works his way down outer limits, and as I was telling people before, I think it's a little spookier going down the big rocks, going downhill, just because I can see where I can potentially fall when I go up. I'm optimistic. I just look where I can get to the top.
Exactly. I'm really impressed here with Justin Wicks. Also in a bomber chassis. He's doing a great job here, just picking his way through these trails.
It looks like we could potentially have, I don't know if that's Eric Miller as he works his way up Emerson, but I can't quite tell at this angle, but that should be your physical right after Kyle Cheney.
Yes, so I think that might be 6th position, if that is. No, I think that's Rusty Byler, actually.
Yep.
So in that case, I think it's Rusty is in 6th, and I then think it would be Eric and then Josh.
Him and Eric were very, very close as they were working up that last wash. But as we continue watching, I think that's Jason Shearer. I'm sorry, Randy Slauson.
That is Kyle Cheney.
That's Kyle Cheney as he's going up Aftershock.
So it looks like Kyle Cheney is physically in 5th position. That's crazy. And that looks like that might be, is this Sam Collins?
How can that be?
Or is that John Webb? That is John Webb. He's a firm fan favourite. Those are not lights on the top, those are speakers. And they'll be dancing their way out through these caverns.
So this is where, as we're watching Kyle Cheney work his way through Aftershock, with the narrower, smaller car, lighter car, I think he can bounce through and can carry quite a bit quicker pace. So that is the part of the course that definitely favors that Can-Am UTV.
Yeah, that's Tom Ways there coming through. Now, is that Marcus Gomez behind him?
Yes. So
Trying to see how that rear axle. Yes, that is Marcus Gomez. So Marcus Gomez has obviously had a problem on course and had to stop.
That is 86. Yes, that is Marcus Gomez right behind Tom Ways. And Tom is normally really flashy and very spectacular this time. It looks like he's taken a little bit more mellow approach as he rolls through outer limits, but nonetheless, always a man on the throttle.
Yeah, Tom here is always just coming to a stop.
Maybe he's going to let Marcus, he's going to let Marcus go by.
Now, these guys have trackers inside these vehicles, and they can do a push to pass. So they push a button, it emits a signal in the car in front of you, and says, hey dude, move on over. And it looks exactly what's happened there. So we watch these great images. John Webb making his way up. This is a fishmouth fab car. In fact, this is basically the same chassis as Jason Shearer, our current physical race leader, and that looks like Eric Miller.
So Rusty Blyler has actually put probably about 45 seconds on Eric Miller. So Eric Miller a little bit off pace.
Well, what I'm waiting to see here is actually where Josh Byler is, because it was Rusty Byler, then Eric, and then Josh. And Josh
Rusty Blyler.
And then so Josh should be right behind Eric, and he's not. So where's Josh?
As we're watching Outer Limits, and we're watching Marcus Gomez as he works his way down. And if you knew, watch how connected the drivers are with their brake and their throttle, placing it up on the different rocks, and then sometimes going on 2 wheels, sometimes 3 wheels, sometimes all the way down to 1. But here's Tom Ways stopping, so there's something that's going wrong. Typically, Tom has a much higher pace than this, but he stopped to let Marcus Gomez by, and now he's stopped on track.
Yeah, he's just moving again now. This is one of Tom's favourite trails, Outer Limits. Tom comes alive in the harder trails. So let's hope he's not nursing any problems. Let's hope he can bring this through. This was a new car a couple of years ago. Tom Prindle is racing Tom's old car this year. Now, it looks like that rear drive line's not pulling.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think he's done a rear diff. Or a transfer case maybe, because that just wasn't pulling.
So if you're just turning in, this is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. Once again, I am Ricky Johnson along with Jim Marsden as we're watching a couple different people on Means Butte. Now we have some more vehicles coming into the main pit through the arch. A lot of the guys are already out of their second lap as we're watching Vaughn Gittin as he works his way down Outer Limits. Vaughn has been busy. They had the production Bronco out there yesterday. Want to congratulate the guys from Ford as we were on Ralph Shaheen's show last night. We were talking to the guy that's in charge of all of it, and it's great because I haven't seen this kind of commitment since they had the Rough Riders back in the day of the 90s. So to see the factory come out and obviously embrace hammers as well as the Baja 1000, things like that, but that shows that how strong the truck market is.
Okay, as the action continues here, and we watch Vaughan Gittin Jr., we've got Tiffany in remote pit 2. Tiffany, what have you got for us?
Yep. All right, Travis, so we saw Raul head into the rocks. JP was actually supposed to come here to RP2. He was supposed to get a visual, check things over. You said something about low pressure. What was going on?
Well, we heard on the radio that he had low oil pressure, and it was up and down. And then got him around the corner. We told him to come in and do a visual so we could see maybe what the problem was, but he had other plans. He had Randy Slauson on his tail, so he wanted to keep that.
And talking about that, so right now he's about 16 minutes behind the leader, and then Randy kind of came through a minute after JP. So we're looking at all that, and Marcos is still supposed to come in. He ended up getting a flat. He's going to do a re-rack. Anything else going on with that?
No, he got his tire taken care of. He's on the way, and we just have to rack for him. Hopefully that's it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for the update. Lots of action still happening down here at RP2. We'll keep you guys updated all day long. Back up to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Tiffany. We've got Tiffany and Pam out in the pits and keep bad.
He did it again.
No, mate. We ain't
the
got
mics
nothing.
aren't going out to the audience. We just hear each other. There's nothing going out. Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear us out in the crowd? Nope. So what's happening? Yes. Alrighty, we are live to the world, so we apologize about that.
Okay, right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. I'm Jim Marsden. Next to me is Ricky Johnson. Ricky,
right.
Been a fantastic day of racing so far.
So far, and we apologize. We have some difficulty going on, but you in the crowd are live, and you're hearing us. The crowd cannot hear us, and we have no visual, so that's where we're going to be very vague. But we've been watching the Gomez brothers doing absolutely unbelievable. Randy Shearer, at this point, we're pretty sure is still the physical leader. So if you're watching, we really want to thank you. We're going to just thank a couple sponsors at this moment, too. So we want to thank everybody from Amsoil, Tribe 16, Boxo Tools, Axial RC Cars, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, and PCI Race Radios. All righty, we back live? All righty, welcome back to the action. All right, never mind. We're in, we're out.
Well, that's Rusty Byler there making his way through Aftershock. Rusty, of course, is the father of our previous king, Josh Byler, and he's running this Miller Pro chassis. This has got an LSX 454, so 7.4 litres for those sitting back home in Europe. And Rusty is really sending it through here. He's the second place solid axle car on course currently, behind our current king, Randy Slauson.
And right in front of our past king, Eric Miller.
Indeed.
So I mean, we still have a lot of racing to go. So don't get too concerned on where everybody's at this point. But right now, Jason Shearer is in the driver's seat, out in front, and setting the pace.
Now it looks like that might be Eric Wicks there, I think.
Yep, and Zandy Williams.
And Zandy Williams, yeah, Zandy Williams out of the Rufus Racing team.
As I said, I had the opportunity to go down to Texas, and we did a little bit of driving with those guys. And Zandy is not afraid to send it. Let me just tell you that. He doesn't lack the right pedal, but it's great to see the patience and as he rolls his way up Spooners.
Now this is a big rock here. He's got to just be careful, just back it up, get a line and punch it.
As we were watching Rusty Byler, but now.
That's the 4046 of Christopher Branton there. Using a very different tyre to what we normally see out here. And it's great to see different tyre brands coming on board, trying new things. That's what Hammers is all about. It's about innovation. And we see innovation right the way through all of these 102 starters today. Now we're just looking here, just catch up again as we watch Eric Miller there in the bottom of our screen. Of the 102 starters we had today, we've had 66.
Alrighty, our leader in the main screen coming down Hammer into Chocolate Thunder is Randy. I'm sorry.
No, this is Jason Shearer. He's making his way down through. I'm just going to finish my thought. But this is Chocolate Thunder. Yeah, this is Chocolate Thunder. Ignore the label there. This is Chocolate Thunder. He's supposed to be making his way up through. He's got to stay into the rocks. Now, I'm just going to, but while we watch him there, I'm just going to recatch. 102 vehicles left the start line this morning. 66 have completed lap 1.
Now, we've seen this get worse and worse and worse because after the races, a lot of people go up there and start going back and forth. So it's going to be amazing to see how well he does get up there. You're going to see he's got to come up and over around that rock, but very difficult. Now he's going to the right. Everybody was running the left line earlier. It's good to see somebody try something slightly different. In the past King, I like that he's trying something a little bit different. I think this is a little longer, but it is more of a sure deal.
Yeah, I was chatting to Jason the other day about Chocolate Thunder. I said, what do you think about it? He said, Jim, it's so changed, I don't even recognize it.
Well, and that's, as we watched the other day on the UTV, we saw Kyle Chaney go up and not even pause, but he was running the far left line. But it's gotten so beat up and everyone digging down in between that the drivers aren't able to make the gap. And as these guys have the bigger wheels, the bigger tires, they run the 40-inch tires. So they're running slightly different lines up Chocolate Thunder.
And this is John Webb we're watching here now. Now, John Webb is not a stranger to the top 10, so keep an eye on him. We'll see where he comes. We've got more action coming in here from Aftershock. And I think that might be Shannon Campbell and Brian Crofts. Yes, it is. That's Brian Crofts closest to us on the screen. And ahead of him is his father-in-law, Shannon Campbell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's somebody here that I did not want to see this early. I'm gonna let Jim interview him because I know how much he cares about this guy. He's been the hero of Instagram and everything. Man, Lauren Healy, I did not want to see you up here on the podium this early, but give us a little feedback. So you were hauling ass, but not a good day for you.
Hey, Lauren, how are we doing?
Oh, you know, it was a little bit of a rough day for us, obviously, that I'm standing here hanging out with you guys. But, you know, wanted to come kind of thank all the fans, thank everybody for coming out here. It's been an amazing week, you know, with Vaughn and I winning the 4600 race in the Bronco yesterday. So definitely not a failure by any means. He's still out there running strong up in the top 20. You know, it's not too big of a heartbreaker, but of course I want to be out there trying to win this race. But we were moving along great, you know, followed Shear through Turkey Claw. We're just kind of running the pace right with him, and I mean, literally drove out of remote pit 1 and lost the throttle. So diagnosed it quickly, actually had a spare electronic throttle body on the car. Me and my co-driver swapped it super fast. I mean, 15 minutes to swap up, tear the whole intake, swap the throttle body, get moving again. But at that point, you know, 50 cars had gone by us, and it was time to go. Time to see if I could get back up to the front. So we started hauling butt.
We saw you out there. We saw you go past Chip McLaughlin like the poor guy was stood still.
Yeah.
It was almost like one of those cartoons that you see when you're a kid where that guy's left spinning in the dust. It was quite remarkable. But talk to us a little bit about this car, because it is such a special car.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. It's a mid-engine Ford Bronco, all-wheel independent suspension, portals on all 4 corners, and you know, we were out shredding and ripping and trying to get back to the front, and came out of a corner and something popped. I'm not sure if a stub shaft or a wheel bearing or what it was, but at that point, the only thing that was holding the wheel and tire onto the car was the brake caliper. So it was time to turn around and not try to finish out to the desert lap.
We're devastated to see that. We were really hoping to see you out there doing battle at the front, which is where we know you like to be, but we know you'll come back stronger. Now, are you aware of who's leading at the moment?
So we actually pulled up the live stream and we're watching you guys while we were waiting for a trailer to come and get us out there on the highway. So yeah, I saw Shear was leading the last time, and I saw Raul in second, but it looked like Shear was checking out. So I haven't seen it for about 20 minutes.
We've got Jason's on physical first at the moment. We've got Raul in second, and then just behind him it looks like we've got JP, and then behind him Randy Slauson, and this is the bit that's really crazy, Kyle Cheney in fifth.
I mean, I'm not surprised with that. Kyle is an absolute driver. That really doesn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, Shear's the dude out here. There's no question. He's always the one that I'm gunning for.
Yeah, so now if you're out there actually driving in this race right now, what would your thoughts be? What are you thinking? You know, we're in lap 2. What's the game plan?
It's just try to get through. Like, we try to say that the race doesn't even start in lap 1. Like, you're just surviving the desert. Lap 2, you know, you're starting to pick up your pace a little bit, seeing where the cars are falling out, you know, trying to pace off of other vehicles, trying to get information from your team and knowing exactly where everybody's at. You don't want to run too slow off the pace, but you don't want to burn down the truck. And I always say the lap 3, that's when the race begins. For years, so I want to see him do it.
So Ricky's got a question for you. He's saying, you know, despite the problems that you've had today, where are you at with this vehicle? I mean, is it exactly where you want to be, or is there still more work in progress?
It's mind-blowing with how good this truck is. It is so ridiculously fast. And so, I mean, we spent the last 6 weeks out here in Johnson Valley. My team's been out here 6 times testing that truck, durability testing, working the bugs out of it. I mean, I 100% felt like we had the truck to come win this race. It's the same exact front suspension that Vaughn and Josh are running right now. So I feel like I just had a little bit of fluke failure. Didn't take any crazy hard hits. Maybe the drop in the waterfall in qualifying may have, I don't know. But, I mean, all good, man. This is part of racing, and this is why we do it. Usually you'd be all bummed and kind of heartbroken a little bit, but me and Jesse, my co-driver, were sitting there talking when the truck died, and I'm like, we got a fresh prep truck in the mint in like 3 weeks. I mean, let's go beat on this thing some more. It is so good. It's so fun to drive.
Yeah, now this is a completely different course this year. I mean, we look at what we've got out there and how the course is cutting up. How do you feel this compares to previous years?
I feel like there's a little bit more endurance. The desert is the longest, hardest, squarest, harshest desert I feel like we've ever ran. The rocks, lap 2, I don't feel like anything too big. Lap 3 is going to get interesting. There's a couple tough spots. We all see Sledge coming down. That's going to get interesting on lap 3. King's Veto, is going to get good. So we can see Shear coming. What he's coming down coming up Wrecking Ball. That's awesome. You don't have a split time for
No, we don't have a split time. We're going to be watching when he comes across the line. The one that's interesting for us is Carl Chaney completed lap 2 in the UTV race in 4 hours and 26 minutes. What's Jason going to be when he crosses the line?
I mean, I would think 30 minutes less than that, like just a little bit faster. Those, Chaney was ripping out there.
Oh, he was, yeah.
He didn't have to worry about having a car for lap 3, so he was going to push to win the race. So I would expect Shear in a similar time frame.
Yeah, that's what we reckon as well. So now we're looking down here. I think that's your friend down here. That looks like Vaughn.
That is my boy. That is Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So now Vaughn's doing really well. Now, what are the differences between Vaughn's vehicle and your vehicle?
So Vaughn wanted a new truck that was very similar to his old truck. OG Brocky, he won the 4500 championship in it. It did well in King of the Hammers a couple of times. And so he really loved that front engine setup that, is built to do everything in Ultra 4. Can do endurance, can do short course, can do Crandon, all that stuff that we go do. We built that truck to do everything. My truck was with more of a mindset for King of the Hammers. The portals, the independent rear suspension. We've all seen my drive shaft failures through the years. This was an easy way to eliminate.
I wasn't
going to
bring that up, but
yeah.
I mean, but we look at the whole platform for the new car, and it's got a complete flat underbelly, so you can really send it onto those rocks. It makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, just like a UTV, there's no vulnerable parts underneath it. You just belly up on top of any boulders and give it the beans, and you're over it. It's really cool.
So do you think we're going to see more teams going this way?
I mean, I think everybody will kind of wait and see. I was watching, Cameron and Jordan and all those guys and seeing how those cars came together. It probably will take until somebody wins the race or really dominates the race. Cameron's been really close the last couple of years, and I'm sure he's going to get up in the mix up here today.
Cameron's out.
Oh, well.
No, sadly, Cameron had a steering rack failure earlier on, and he was parked in, I believe it was Outer Limits. But the great thing about this is if you stay in touch with the live show, you'll be able to find out all the action live as it happens here.
Yeah, like I said, we pulled it up and started watching.
But these occasionally things happen. But Lauren, it's been amazing to have. We're going out live to the world right now, even though we can't see ourselves up on screen.
All right.
But mate, it's always fantastic to have you up in the booth. I'm devastated that it's not a little bit later in the day and we're not having you explaining to us what it was that you did to win this thing. But hey, next year
it's what keeps me coming back. I'm already trying to figure out what I'm going to do, go start beating on this truck some more, have it dialed in, and be ready to come back to win this race. You don't even leave here and you're already figuring out what you're going to do next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I know that your car has terrified a lots of crews out there and will continue to terrify them as you tear up races around the country. So thank you very much, Lauren Healy, and we're very much looking forward to seeing you at the next race.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. You guys are amazing. It's my favorite place to race out here. There's nothing better. So thank you, everybody. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much to Lauren Healy. Of course, a two-time previous king, as we watch Sam Collins there in that full-bodied vehicle, and I think that is that Raul Gomez? That is Raul Gomez coming out the top of Wrecking Ball. He is our current second place physically on course.
Alrighty, I am going to hold him to it. Lauren Healy said he's going to give me a ride in his new vehicle. And here's what he said. This is a champion. He said they're going to look at it, figure it out, and they're going to go race the Mint. They're like, let's go beat this thing to death and find out the weak points. That's how I dictated or determine a champion. A guy that says breaks on Sunday, works on Monday, starts working. Not somebody that goes, well, let's party, let's figure it out, go through different things right after it.
That's really exciting that he's going to be racing the Mint. We obviously saw Casey Curry in the Trophy Jeep, which is also a 4400 class vehicle, and so it'd be great to have some kind of comparison on those trails. And that looks like Marcus Gomez to me.
That is JP.
No, it's JP.
JP Gomez, as he works his way down Sledgehammer and works his way towards Chocolate Thunder. Now, let's see if he takes the right side that Jason Shearer took, or if he stays to the left where a lot of people were going. So the Gomez brothers are constantly out there trying different runs, and what's great is they'll go side by side with each other and they'll race up the hills to see who's the quickest. And so right now, if we get a race between Raul and JP, this could be monumental.
It could indeed, and there's only a few short miles between them at the moment. As we look back down across to Emerson. But let's not forget, we are only halfway around lap 2 of this 3-lap race. So we cut back 2, and that's Cody Hardesty picking his way through in the TMR car. This is Spooners. This is a very hard trail indeed. This is a solid axle car just picking its way through. Doing a nice job here. Looks like he's on Nitto tyres.
Well, this is the same class of vehicle, and you watch the difference in pace between the top 10 guys, how they are charging back and forth. And that's the thing. We've already seen some failures, and we haven't heard what's happening to Randy Slauson, because they said, I heard a report that he had a little bit of steering difficulties, and he wasn't flowing through the rocks like he normally does.
Oh, our production crew seem to be out there and having fun. So thank you very much to Nathan and to Tracy, two of the hardest working people in production until that moment in time.
I want to thank Jim for turning me over to tea halfway through the day, so I'm becoming completely a sophisticated gentleman. Not.
The empire was founded on tea and lost on coffee. Just remember this. Right, we're back to the action here, and that looks like Tom Ways coming up through Aftershock.
Now, we were talking that it looks like all the wheels are turning.
It does. I don't understand. Maybe he's got a problem with the transfer case, but that definitely looked like the real wheels were not turning when we saw it last.
Well, it wouldn't happen in the transfer case if he was in high or low. If you lose rear drive, it doesn't matter if you're in high or low range.
I totally agree. So there's something strange going on with Tom's car, so we're just going to have to keep an eye on that story as we've got more cars coming through outer limits now. That's the 4464 of Guy Miller, and just behind him, that's Joe Thompson in one of the Gomez brothers vehicles, and look who's just behind Joe Thompson. That is Bailey Campbell.
So Bailey's been running all week long and charging. He won that UTV NA class, did a phenomenal job there. He was in one of the Broncos yesterday. As we're watching Waylon Campbell as they're doing some work on his vehicle in remote pit.
Anytime you want, whenever it makes sense. Now, okay? Yeah. Before they come in for lap 2, so now's good. Yeah.
So, Jim, we see Waylon Campbell that he's in remote pit 1. They have the side off. Looks like something electrical, obviously a battery cable or something like that. Something shorted, and now we have Waylon Campbell sitting still, and he's out of the car changing the tire as well. So, not a good day for Waylon Campbell.
Now, I wonder if he's got some kind of winch issue, because I know on that right-hand side he has like a booster box for the winch there. So, I wonder if he's having some kind of issue with that, but we're interested to see.
And now we see Randy Slauson, last year's king, working his way in, and right behind him looks like JP Gomez. So JP Gomez was not able to pass Randy Slauson, or if that's a different car. I will know in just a minute. That could possibly be Marcus.
No, because Marcus would have to come from too far behind. So I think that is JP. That is JP. So Randy has got back past JP Gomez. Oh, there's so much action here this year.
Because we thought for sure we saw JP in clear air, but he did not get past. Now, this could be interesting. What side are you going to take, left or right? We saw the Randy Shearer go to the right, or Jason Shearer, I'm sorry, go to the right, but now we see...
But look at the dust, and it looks like Randy's failed the climb. No, he hasn't. He has made the climb.
Oh, and will he make the right turn and go up the hill?
Got to say a
Folks,
massive thank you
I know where the
to our
announcers
drone
were.
pilots. This is incredible stuff as we watch JP Gomez, our physical fourth on track at the moment.
And neither of them went to the right, so Jason Shearer took that right line. Both drivers staying to the left. I think the right line is a little bit longer in distance. I'm sorry, Daryl or Karen or Daryl. Everyone's a comedian. Jeff or Darren.
It's Jaron.
Jaron. Okay. Thank you for that. We had a long thing to
So we're
straight
still
out
watching
Jaron,
Tom Ways
not
there.
Darren,
Yeah,
not
there was a
Daryl
very
or-
long-winded way of somebody telling us his name is Jaron, not Darren. Thank you very much, chap.
Or Daryl or Gerald.
Tom
Tom
Ways making
Ways.
his way through. Right now, we're joined in the booth here as we watch Tom Ways making his way out through Aftershock by Ben Napier and President of Ultra 4, Ryan Thomas. So we're going to get these two guys in. They've got some exciting news for us, so we're going to pass it over to these guys.
All righty. Ryan Thomas, take it away.
Thanks, Jim and Ricky. Ben Napier here, and I'm joined, as the guys said, by President of Ultra 4, Mr. Ryan Thomas, and he's got some breaking news for us.
So, if you've been around for a little while, most people have noticed that Ultra 4 does things a little differently. Maybe unorthodox is the way to describe that, and we make decisions on the fly sometimes when it's best for our racers, when it's best for our spectators. Today's no different. We've made a decision on the fly.
And Ryan, you know, we're stopping our coverage of the Nitto Race of Kings for this, so I hope it's something really, really cool.
It's pretty cool. I think everybody that is here is recognizing that there's more people here than we've ever had at a King of the Hammers event, and they are right. Our numbers from the gate are through the roof, and that means we've collected a little bit more money this year. And in true Ultra 4 fashion, we're going to pass that through to the racers. Racers come first in our book. Spectators are second, because without racers, there's no spectators. Sponsors are important, but they come third, because if there's no racers and no spectators, there's no sponsors. We're going to take care of our racers today. We're adding another $100,000 to the purse, unannounced, and that's going to get distributed back to those that have already collected checks. You're going to have to scratch out the number on those and add some more money to it. And you're going to see that today on the checks that we're going to pass out. We had a number assigned. That's going to have a line through it, and there's going to be a new number. We're still doing math to figure out how far down we're going to pay and distribute that $100,000. But we are 100% confident that first through fifth in every class is going to get enough money to pay their entry fees back.
Ryan, so you're not just talking about the Nitto Race of Kings that's happening today. You're talking about the entire 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. Our Toyo Tires Desert Challenge, our Can-Am Hammers, UTV Hammers Championship, the Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge. You know, we're going to look at some of the purses throughout there, and if there's some areas we can bump them up to the guys, you know, we're going to help out our racers, because that's what comes first.
The racers are the ones that everybody is here to see, and the racers deserve to share in the success that the organization is feeling right now. So a huge thank you to everybody out here watching. You guys are the ones that are helping us grow, and you're also helping our racers with their budgets and be able to continue to push the limits with what they build and how they put on a show out here. So big thank you to all the fans.
Speaking of races, Ryan, there's some great action on our live feed. How about we get back to racing? Thank you very much for bringing us this great news, and I'm sure the racers will be stoked that the organization is looking after them.
Yeah, let's get back to watching some cars make some dust.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. We'll get Jim and Ricky back in here. We'll continue the show and keep bringing you this action live from Johnson Valley.
For quite some time out on course. What was going on out on his car?
So Waylon's alternator quit charging, and he had to do some things with some cables and do what he could to get it here. Got it done. We got his alternator changed out, two new batteries, and he's on his way.
You guys had quite a crew here working with you. You had Rufus Racing as well. Levi Shirley was over here. He's been helping out on all the pits around here. What do you think about all of these people pitching in? I think it's just like one big happy family, but what do you think about when they all come over just to help you out?
I think it's great. This that sets us apart from any other form of racing is we're all family out here, and having Rufus's help, having Levi's help, and we're all just here to help each other, make sure we all get to the finish line the best we can.
Well, hopefully the rest of his day goes better and he gets to that finish line tonight.
Knowing that kid, he's going to send it right now, so watch out.
For sure. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pam. Ben Napier still in the booth. I'm just waiting for Jim and Ricky to join us again. Pam had Ryan Taylor there. I don't know if you guys know. He's the brain behind a lot of the geometry and a lot of the cars we see out there racing. Did all the geometry on the Campbell cars, also on my Penhall. He's a really smart mechanical engineer and has helped us build some of these amazing cars we're out seeing racing.
Yeah, it's great to have Ryan back up here with us, Ben, and it's nice to have you back in the booth.
Thanks, Jim.
Right, we've got more racing going on here at Hammers. Our physical first place on track at the moment is Jason Shearer. This is first. Wow, now I'm just being told that this is actually first and second that we can see here. So has Jason Shearer had a problem, and Raul Gomez has been able to close the gap.
Wow, he's made up a huge amount of time coming through Chocolate Thunder and then Wrecking Ball, hasn't he? And this is where the race is really starting to kick in. The guys have almost finished their first rock lap. We're in the second lap of the race. We're about to start heading into town. They're gonna hit that third lap. Like Lauren said, they've been conserving a bit, but now they're really firing.
Indeed. Now we're just looking down here. Now this is important. This is Chocolate Thunder, and that is Carl Cheney, and it looks like he's having to winch.
Yeah, I think he's our first side-by-side on course.
He is indeed at the moment, but his co-driver's there just trying to sort the winch line out. Now he was lying in physical 5th position.
And look how torn up Chocolate Thunder is. It's really changed this week, made it really difficult. We saw these UTVs just slide up here earlier in the week in the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Now, no chance. They've got to winch. They've got to make it happen. They've got to work for that climb.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm going to step out of the booth now as we watch Brian Capera there up on the top left. We saw him rolled earlier. And my man, Ian Johnson's going to be stepping in and joining you.
And it looks like Hunter Miller's got a few issues here. There's no front drive on that Can-Am. So he's really doing it hard up there. Carl Cheney, Carl Cheney. Welcome, Ian.
Thanks a lot, Ben. I was watching in the booth back there. It looks like we've still got a heck of a race, but Jason Shearer definitely has a commanding lead so far.
Well, I don't know if you just noticed very recently, that lead may have evaporated a bit because we've got Gomez right up on his butt.
That's amazing. I had my little unofficial stopwatch going inside. I was trying to catch Gomez going through Chocolate Thunder, but I didn't see him go through on that live stream feed. But that's amazing if he's caught up to him. That's got to put a lot of pressure on Jason right now.
Yeah, we'll have to get our spotters out at pit 2 to see who runs through there first. But maybe Jason had a problem at the top of Wrecking Ball. Maybe something's happened with his car. But, you know, we've got a very close race for the lead at the moment.
Well, we always call this race and see someone jump out, get in front early. But we end up seeing that this race, as everyone says, doesn't start until lap 3.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you've got to be there.
You have to be at the front. Well, you want to be at the front of lap 3.
For sure.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from the action here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries, all part of the Progressive King of the Hammers Race Week.
to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And then to stay frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. I'm Ben Napier. I'm joined in the booth by Ian Johnson. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, you would have seen Light Bright climbing up through our rock trails, but the biggest news, Ian, that we saw while we were on premium, Raul Gomez was right up the butt of Jason Shearer.
Yeah, it looked like he was definitely challenging him for the win, but right now we're going to jump to a little piece we have with Cameron out in the pits.
That up. Hi, guys.
Hi, Cameron. Do you want to chat real quick? Sure. Okay, let me grab this. Ready to go? Let me know.
Yep.
All right, so Cameron, usually we don't see drivers running to remote pit 2. Walk us through what's going on right now.
We had the rack come apart in schooners, so I decided that the quickest way to do it was to radio the crew and tell them to bring a rack, all the rack parts, put that on me.
Yeah, put that on the back, hold it.
And so right now they've got a complete rack strapped to my back. I don't know how much it weighs, but it's a couple pounds. And I hiked maybe 2.5 miles or so. So now I'm going to hike back in. Wayne's taking the car apart. And these guys don't realize they just strapped 60 pounds to me, I don't think. I guess we over here. From where? There? I gotta carry it for 3 miles. Anyway, our race is over for the win, but the Laser Nut team never surrenders, and we're gonna go out, hike out there and put it back together, and we'll come back through here, pit 2 sooner or later. I just hope I can pull it off. I gotta go all the way. See that big hill right there, that mountain? I gotta go past that and up into it, and then through a little pass that I found, and that's how I'm going to do it. My team can follow me, I think, in the car, so for safety, so we'll see how it goes, at least on the Kellogg Mine Road. But just want to tell everybody never surrender, tell my wife and kids I love them, and thanks Cody Wagoner. We can get you for this. Love you.
All right, so Cameron Steele is heading back in the desert, and I'm just letting you guys know I probably ran 50 yards, and I'm already out of breath. So Cameron Steele is a true off-road racer. Love everything about that, and like he says, they don't quit. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. It's always good to see that. You know, Ben and I were here laughing about how fresh Cameron Steele is, about to run out of. I mean, he hasn't been doing anything all week, just racing.
Yeah, he's only done about 70 races this week. I think pretty much everything that you could have done, including the Optima tricycle thing, he raced, you know.
Yeah, and you know, he's fully embraced this whole Hammers lifestyle, as he said many times before. He's out of the race for the win, but he's run into pit, strapped that rack to his back, and he's going to hike back out there into the desert to try to get that car fixed. And I've worked on these IFS cars, changing out a steering rack. This is not as simple as a couple of bolts, off it comes, new one goes on. That's a lot of work to get a steering rack into one of those cars.
And those steering racks, they're shimmed to make them absolutely flat so that when you clamp down those bolts, it doesn't warp the rack. So getting it absolutely perfect is really important, or you're just going to toast another rack.
Yeah,
if you just bolt it down hard and run with it,
yeah,
it's probably going to screw that one.
If you just clamp it down and start going, what's going to happen is the seals are going to start to get twisted out of that rack, and you'll just be blowing the fluid out of it, and then you're done. And that's not what he wants to do. But we're looking at some action out here in outer limits as well. Looks like we got someone hooked up on a winch line right there trying to recover themselves.
That's Kevin Stearns in the brand new Triton machine. We saw him throughout the day putting on some passes and blowing through that massive silt bed earlier. He's really out there pushing that new machine to the limits. It's the ultimate test for a new machine, right?
Yeah, unfortunate. We saw Lauren go out early.
And in our bottom screen, I believe these are the leaders. This is Jason Shearer. He's on his way back to town. He's in the high-speed desert. Raul Gomez is hunting him down. Amazing shots from our heli here. Watching these guys work through these little gulches. They can really catch out. Some of these, you almost need to stop the vehicle and lower it in. Some of them you can launch off, and knowing which ones you can and can't is super important.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the premium feed, we saw Gomez, like you said, right behind Jason. And that must have been them coming out of a rock trail. And that's surprising to me that you could catch up to Jason in a rock trail. Jason is a literal technician in these rocks. So to be able to catch up and get behind him, but it looks like Jason's put a little bit of distance between him and Gomez out there in the desert.
And it might be that Jason is still conserving and Raul is just throwing it down already. You know, we had Lauren come in here and say that he would run a race, you know, conserving to the end of race lap 2 and then throw down. Maybe Raul's gone, well, if I want to be in this, I got to throw down earlier, and I got to start sprinting already.
Well, you got to remember, they're all also racing each other, as we just saw Shannon Campbell dropping into Sledgehammer.
And this is the 021 of Frank Macaros.
Yeah, it looks like he's doing some repairs out there on the front end.
Yeah, and he's a single driver, no co-driver. You know, much tougher. You have to work on all your own stuff. He's out there trying to solve his own problem. He doesn't have someone to help him.
As we're watching Shannon Campbell in the inset screen making his way, I believe he's coming out of Sledge at that point, and then up in our main screen, I believe based on the color scheme of that might be Bailey, his daughter, up on the top of Emerson.
So Shannon's on the road that runs across the top of Sledge. For lap 2, we're not actually running Sledgehammer.
All right, yes. We're watching Bailey up on that Emerson Ridge. And I believe this is the point in the race a couple years ago where she lost her water pump when she had a commanding lead. I think it was out on the same spot of the course, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, that was the 2020 King of the Hammers, and man, that was amazing when we just saw lead change after lead change after lead change. And pretty much anyone who inherited the lead was just cursed.
Oh, it was the worst thing to do was to lead this race because it meant you were going to break within 5 minutes. We saw everyone lead the race and then have an issue.
So this is Gary Faravanti's old vehicle, Gary Faravanti Sr. We saw Junior do the lap this morning in honor of his father. New driver in it. He's only just picked it up a couple of weeks ago from the Gomez brothers. So he's obviously learning what's wrong with it, and he's going to have to work how to fix that.
Yeah, if you ever want to put your vehicle to the test, the best thing to do is to go ahead and just bring it out here to the desert. All right, so I think we're getting ready to go over to Resolution and Backdoor here.
Yeah, the PCI race radios are going wild. I think we might have leaders coming back to town pretty soon.
And this will be interesting because if Gomez is that close to Jason, we saw earlier Jason did not take the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop. He took the sandhill around. Is this going to be a point where he says, you know what, I'm going to get a little bit of space, or is he still going to play it conservative?
So we've got Shannon Campbell going up Jackhammer now. That's the bottom of Jackhammer.
Yep.
Yeah, Ian, the choice of dropping backdoor is really important, and also getting a really clean pit through here, because these guys are racing for track position. The guy second, he's in the dust.
Yeah.
Gomez, if he passes Shearer, based on the fact that Shearer started on the pole, he'll have effective corrected lead. So to get in front of Shearer would be amazing for him. If you were Shearer, You need to keep that track position, stay in front and keep making dust. They've got to run out through the high-speed section again before they do the rock trails, and keeping that first place on course is really important for them as well.
Well, we talk about it all the time, the difference between the solid axle and the IFS. And the reality is the IFS, when we get into these serious rock trails like we're going to see on lap 3, the IFS can be a hindrance in there. And it's not to do with weakness or any issue with the suspension design. It's just, in my opinion, steering angle. They don't have as many options as the solid axle cars do. And I'm looking to see, I think we're...
This is the top of resolution.
Yeah, so we're at the top of resolution.
They've just come over the crest.
And it looks like... That gap that was in the desert has been closed up.
Yep, so Jason Shearer is just in the lead of Raul Gomez. We're going to have a race down resolution. Pressure's on Jason. He's had a really clear air all day. No one really pushing him that much. Now we've got a race.
Yeah, and now we'll be able to see exactly which way these guys go. This is a little bit further down that same trail. And that might be, would that be Whalen at that point?
It might be Whalen there. Actually, he's a lap down on the others.
Yeah, I think that because this is Whalen, I think, and these are our leaders. So Whalen is just ahead of them on the trail, and that could come into play because it looked like Whalen was making the turn to head over to the Method Race Wheels backdoor drop. And if he makes a mistake on that, if one of these two drivers ends up taking that turn and gets caught in traffic, that's not going to help them out.
Right, so they'll have spotters giving them a heads up. Looks like Jason's going left.
And this is
there
awesome.
We go.
Here we go. This is exciting.
Now we have a race.
Yes, this is exactly what we thought would happen. I honestly thought it was going to happen the other way. But
Whalen's
look at this.
clear on the bottom there. We can see him driving away.
Whalen's coming out, so he has clear. But you see Jason coming around fast on this sand wash. I think it's obviously. I believe Jason made the right decision here.
Wow, and Jason has proved it was way faster to go around.
Yeah. Not only has he put himself well in front of Gomez, he's also put a car in between the two of them that's going to have to eat his dust for a little bit.
Absolutely. So now he's got a little bit more of a buffer. The pit is still really important. These guys are coming in again. They've got to fuel up, get everything sorted, and get back out there. So we've got a really cool race happening here.
Not only is that buffer important on race time, it's also going to be important on just your confidence in the car. Now he knows the route around. For him, it's faster. Because that's a perfect apples-to-apples comparison against those two cars.
For sure, and he would have had spotters there telling him that. They've now confirmed it. They've now got their race plan for the next time they go around. He could be being chased at the end of lap 3, so knowing that, that's key.
Yeah, now he knows that. He knows if he's in the squeeze, the trip around is faster. As he comes up through the Bronco Arch in that Bronco race vehicle. This is your current leader coming into Hammertown at the end of lap 2.
Coming through turn 19. Then we'll see him on Talladega.
Then he'll head up over that Yukon launch, and I believe he'll go through the arch. So we'll get a time on him before he pits. I believe I heard Miles say that Jason's plan is to pit every time to get fuel, just to ensure that the same mistake that happened last year doesn't occur again this year.
So we'll have to look how far back Raul actually started. But we're going to get a corrected time because he might be close enough to Jason to be right up in there with corrected time.
I think you might be right. We could be coming down to a corrected time race at the very, very end. All right, I think we got Miles down in the pits. He's going to see a lot of action down there. He's going to be running around with that Boxo Tools wrench bike.
Down here with Jason Shearer with this Ford Bronco Ford Performance machine. They're giving a quick drink, a quick little bunch. Looks like they may be putting a left rear tire on. So they are going to have to do a quick tire change. They're going to do a little bit of fuel. The car is looking like it's in great shape. You know, obviously he's been beating on it pretty good, but it's going good. Jason's taking a quick little bite to eat and a little bit of water. But the car looks like it's in great shape, putting one left rear tire on. It looks like down in Gomez they're doing a right rear tire. And they are nose to tail for sure. So they're also going to put both rear tires now. This is going to be wild. Who's going to come out of the pits first? It's going to be down to the wire. This car's been raced for quite some time, but it is holding up excellent. Waylon Campbell's heading out, but he is a little down on time. Saw him in remote pit for a little bit. So rear tires getting swapped out. Who's going to come out first, Jason Shear or Raul Gomez? On adjusted time, it's Raul Gomez right now, but this is a battle in the pits as we speak. Just laser focus from Jason Berger and Jason Shear. I usually get the thumbs up from one or both of them, and they are ignoring everything, and they are just paying attention to what's going on. So now they're doing their fuel. Gomez, it looks like Shear's going to get out in front. This is the true pit crew challenge as we speak. Who's going to go out first? Jason Shear or Raul Gomez? I believe it's going to be Shear. Yes, it is. Shear getting the thumbs up. Jason Shear back out on course. So I'm going to run down to Gomez and see how it's going. But Jason Shear is going out back for his third and final lap. Remember, they will be adding a couple more rock trails. So it looks like a brand new tire on the right rear for Raul Gomez. Looks like they're checking the front end. They're doing a left front also. Double thumbs up from Raul Gomez. He's laughing, he's having fun, and they're changing a few tires, doing some fuel. So this will be about a minute behind Shear. So on adjusted time, this is going to be down to the wire between these two. And you can't count either one of these out. But the one thing I am thinking about is Raul's car is brand new. And if it's held up this long, hopefully no new car blues. Getting that Pro Eagle jack out of the way. Raul Gomez chasing down Jason Shear. Then I see Jordan Pellegrino. He's a lap down, I believe. So 1 and 2 are through, out and out. So I'm going to throw it back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Miles. We're up here watching the action. That was definitely turned into the real pit crew challenge down there. I noticed Jason only changed the 2 rear tires.
Yeah, took fuel, looked at a few things, 2 rear tires, and off they go. Raul, a few other things on his car. They obviously checking things over. Now, here's the risk, right? You get caught up in a pit crew race and you shortcut something and you don't do it. We have such a big distance between pits, that'll just kill your race. So losing a few seconds, maybe you do have to make that correct fix.
Yeah, it's always the call right here as we're watching. It looks like we're watching Bailey Campbell here changing a tire right now in her car in aftershock. You can see they've got their jack out as well as their electric impact. So it looks like they had to fix a flat out there on that rock trail as we're watching Shipman roll on by. But yeah, Ben, you're exactly right. As we say this every year, this is a no-chase race. If you're going out there, you want to make sure your car is in the best shape you can. So if that means an extra 20, 30 seconds in that pit, it's definitely worth taking that time. I know Jason's going to want clean air, but I'm sure Gomez is going to have no problem staying right behind him.
So we're looking at the unofficial corrected time. I make it that Raul is 40 seconds up on Jason when they came through the start-finish arch. Now, a little bit blown out based on a slightly longer pit from the Gomez team, but it's right in there. This is a really close race for first place.
This is a really close race as we head into our third lap, and this third lap is no joke. We have some of the rock trails in this lap, as well as a couple new trails.
Yeah, we're adding all the big boys in, really technical trails, making them do all the hard lines as well. It's not just adding rock trails in. There's a lot of spots in these rock trails where they drive these dirt road kind of things like we're seeing in Clawhammer on screen on the bottom right at the moment. On the third lap, they have to stay in the rock sections a lot of this. There are VCPs to keep them honest that will track them on, and it makes it a really technical third lap.
Yeah, that's always sort of been a bone of contention for a lot of racers here at King of the Hammers. They were always sort of said, well, we can get in the rock trails, but there's a rule that we can be so many feet off course to one side or the other. But this year, every year Dave changes the course up and just makes it harder and harder. And this year he's like, all right, fine, we're going to throw VCPs right in these rock trails. And he told him in the driver's meeting, you need to be through this. You need to run this gatekeeper. You need to do that. This is King of the Hammers, not King of the Bypasses. You wanted it, now you got it. Don't complain about it.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned racing at King of the Hammers is don't complain to Dave.
No, you should always tell Dave, this race was impossible.
Yeah.
I'll never finish it.
So the other thing that we haven't even talked about with this third lap, not only is it harder, not only are there more rock trails, not only do they have to drive all the hardest rocks. They're also going to be lapping lap 2 competitors. There's going to be people in all the good lines. There's going to be cars broken. There's going to be people winching. The rocks are going to have moved. Everything's going to be different.
And this is exactly how, not exactly, but a similar situation played out last year, and we watched it. We watched as we went up into Sledgehammer, and we saw a whole host of IFS cars that had a big, long lead on everybody, all plugged up, trying to take the popular line. And then we saw Randy sort of drop in there, pick his way through, just in that bomber solid axle. He had a bunch of different lines you could choose from, and they ended up coming in and stealing the win. As we're watching Waylon Campbell in our inset go through Turkey Claw.
And his brother-in-law, Brian Crofts.
I go by Brian Crofts Campbell. I still call him that. He doesn't like it when I call him that, but I'm still going to call him that. Pole sitter, bad luck right out of the gate for him.
Yeah, he's had a tough morning, but he is right back in it. We've seen that they can get themselves back into this race, never give up. Just like Lauren was saying, you know, he had those issues, get back on the course, give it a crack. This race is not over till it's over, and we've come to know that over the years.
Yeah, we always sit here and speculate and talk about the leader and who's leading this and who's doing that and where they're in position at the top of lap 3. But we've seen people be just a few miles from the finish line and have a technical issue and be out of this race and someone come in and steal the win. This race is far from over. So if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, oh, I don't need to watch the rest of this race, Jason Shear's got this sucker wrapped up, don't do that, because you never know what's going to happen.
We've got one of the Bylers up in Clawhammer on our top left screen. That is Josh Byler, one of our previous kings.
Yeah, he's in that Miller Pro Chassis car. See a bunch of those Miller cars out there this year.
And here comes our leader through Turkey Claw. So Waylon must have either not pitted or just had a really short pit. Our 2 leaders pitted for a while. So Waylon's got back in front of those guys.
And here you're watching exactly what you talked about a few minutes ago. We're watching our leader go into Turkey Claw, and he's got a car in front of him.
And that car in front actually looked like it had a flat tire as well. So hopefully he moves out of the way. I know Jason will be making a lot of noise, trying to get people moved over. They run their sirens, they honk their horns. You know, leader coming through, get out of the way.
Yeah, they'll be standing on that push to pass button, and hopefully whoever's in that car will see him coming and realize, hey, and look at how close we got that's going on right now.
Raul has come right up, hasn't he?
In this rock trail, Raul Gomez making quick work of Turkey Claw, and I think he's got an eye on a pass right here. This is exciting. Look at this.
This is a pass for physical lead.
Oh.
Wow, he is driving like an animal.
He is. He's throwing it out there. And it looks like he's getting in front of Jason.
He's got it done.
Oh, goodness gracious. What a pass in Turkey Claw.
And 2 completely different driving styles on display there. Jason, smooth, clean, controlled. Raul, just out of control, making it work, letting the car tax to its 100% limit, 140% limit, just on the edge.
Yeah, there was no question. I'll bet you Jason could probably feel the exhaust coming off Raul's car on his chest as he went by him. He probably had his foot right to the floor, looking to probably even put a little bit of a dent in that floorboard to get some more throttle out there. He was on that. He was doing that rock bouncer style, as we like to say, just giving it all it had and hoping it stayed on all 4 wheels.
And that'll be somewhat of a new concept to Jason. I bet you he doesn't get past when he's running at speed at King of the Hammers very often.
No, but you notice that Jason was stuck behind, just like you said, a little bit of lap traffic. So it may have just taken him off his game just a little bit. And Raul saw that little bit of a crack in the door, and he just stole it.
We've got the 72 of Hunter Sparrow. That's husband and wife team. They were in our EMC yesterday. Kimberly drove yesterday. Now they've swapped. Hunter's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, out here tackling. Always good. You know, if you come all the way out here to race, you might as well. If you can race in both races, go ahead, do both. It's awesome to see them out here competing.
For sure. We've got Tom Ways up the top half of Chocolate Thunder. It's great to see Tom still running up the front. He's a seasoned competitor, puts a huge amount of effort into this race. He's had some tough luck in recent years. Awesome to see him still up there.
Lots of action here in Johnson Valley. Looks like we're coming up right there. It was Bailey Campbell. Looks like they just got done changing her flat. We watched her, had the drone out there flying around while they were trying to get that done earlier.
it's amazing these perspectives these drones are giving us of the rock trails. These fly-throughs are so cool. Brings people all around the world into the trail, seeing where the rocks are laid out, seeing how long these rock trails are. A lot of the times when you watch it from home, you just think there's a couple of obstacles in the rock trails, but some of these are a couple of miles long.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of, we always say this every year, it's hard to really understand how difficult some of these rock trails are, and they're hard enough to walk up, and then you're going to drive up, and then you're going to drive up it after a whole bunch of other people have driven up it and kicked every rock out and every piece of dirt up in the air that you can see. This is no easy day in the rocks for any of these competitors, as we're watching one of our Can-Ams on Wrecking Ball having a little bit of trouble with that up that little waterfall.
Yeah, that was Kyle Cheney, and now that a bunch of cars have been through on 40-inch tires and he's got his little 33, 35-inch tires, he's not going to have an easy day in the rocks.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be pulling some cable on that little UTV, or at least getting the boards out. And it looks like this is Light Bright and the Bill Stein sponsored machine. It's car number 999. We watched them qualify the other day.
So they've just come off the high-speed lake bed, Emerson lake bed. They're climbing up and over the hill, heading towards the rock trails. Still running strong in that bomber.
I like how you and Jim say chassis, Ben. It's fun to chassis.
Yeah, I think they were asking for subtitles for us yesterday, so hopefully we're able to explain all around the world. This goes out to a huge audience, and it's fun bringing you this show.
And there's Jason Shearer. We believe still physically second. We believe that Gomez is still in front of him based on the dust, I'm assuming so.
He's definitely running in dust. I think Jason's maybe got a little bit of an edge in the desert with the car setup, so it'll be interesting to see if he can let that Ford Performance motor roar and get back in front. I'm sure he'll be fighting hard for this.
We saw that sort of play out earlier. We saw Gomez drop right behind him out of a rock trail, and then Jason be able to basically plow through and get away from him, and he may be doing the exact same thing right here.
And it looks like there's just a little tiny bit of breeze just clearing the track for him, so he's not running exactly in Rao's dust. So that's great racing conditions there.
Yeah, he'll be happy to see that because he'll be able to actually see the terrain that he's driving on and not relying 100% on GPS. Although Jason is no stranger to being out here at King of the Hammers, and he knows exactly probably where every hole is, but there's always a new hole in the desert.
For sure. And this is how much these drivers think about it. Raoul will be looking in his mirrors and looking which way that dust is going, and he'll be moving to the opposite side of the course just to try and make sure that his dust is absolutely on Jason and making it as hard as possible for Jason. And in our bottom right camera, we've got Cameron Steele. He's still doing that hike with that steering rack on his back, trying to make his way back to Spooners. Long walk with a lot of gear.
Steering rack and a bag of tools, and the good news for him is he's probably able to wear a pair of sticky shoes. They're not a regulation or a rule on non-sticky compound shoes as he hikes his way through there.
Yeah, I used to like driving in those sort of fancy driver's boots, but the problem was if you had to ever get out of the car, they were absolutely useless in the desert.
You can't walk around the rocks.
So I switched to a leather work boot. And,
I've made that mistake as well. One out here bed. Yes, those fancy boots are super comfy until you get out and step on a rock, and then you realize how much it hurts.
Yeah, we're not at NASCAR here.
No. All right. Well, I think we have a little hit from Miles down in the main pits.
So I'm down here with Randy Slauson, a three-time king. Can he do a four-peat? Time is going to tell. Spider Track's axles are holding up. All four King shocks are doing great, but I heard say it's put 5 clicks in all 4 corners. They're going to top off the power steering fluid. Not too worried about it. Just want to make sure it's full. Thumbs up from the current king himself. Randy Slauson doing a quick walk around the entire car. It looks like it's holding up in great shape. And what their plan was to be in the top 5 coming into this lap. So they're in the top 3. So you know Randy knows how to turn it on going into the rock sections. But Jason Shearer and Raoul, you can't count either of one of those out. And here comes JP into the pits. So I guess that's 3rd and 4th in the pits as we speak. So again, the pit crew challenge is on. Can the Dust Junkies get Randy Slauson out before JP Gomez? Looks like they got another jug of fuel to put in. Brian Hartman is throwing in some fuel. And again, yep, they're full, so it looks like Randy Slauson's patiently awaiting. They're checking a couple things on the back. Double checking the fuel. So they're checking one more thing on the back, not quite sure. Looks like the car is clear. Randy Slauson heading out for lap 3. So we'll run down here and check out Gomez and see how JP's doing. Looks like they're no tires this time. Looks like just some fuel. So yes, quick run for JP Gomez. So Slauson did sneak out just about 10-15 seconds ahead of him, but it's looking good. So we'll have a run down here and have a quick chat. Hey Mario, that was a quick pit. Everything going to plan?
Everything's going good. They just running. So we just chase them down. That's it.
And it sounded like Raul got around Jason. Did I hear that in my ear?
Yes, sir, he did.
So it's looking good for the Gomez brother crew. So we'll see how that plays out. But the top 4 are tight, and it's going to be down to the wire. This will be a race to the finish. Back to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Miles, as we watch our current race leader, physical on course, and we believe on corrected time. Now, I noticed in the pit that they went underneath the hood of Randy's car and they checked that power steering, but you found out what that's all about.
Yeah, so Randy Slauson, longtime friend of mine. I used to race Bomber 1, the original Bomber. I wandered over to his pits in between laps and talked to his wife, Krista. Randy's got a very small drip of oil of some sort coming down to his feet. Now, above his feet is the orbital for the steering and also the brake master cylinders. They're not sure exactly which one it is, so each lap they're just checking to make sure none of the fluid levels are dropping.
Yeah, that's like you said before, it's always good to check that when you're in the pit, not find that out when you're in the race itself. But here we have 1 and 2 on screen.
This is some phenomenal footage, and you just watch those two cars work. They're very different in suspension design. Joe Thompson with the UFO car with Raul in the top left. Look at those wheels move through those short bumps, though. It's pretty crazy what these Ultra 4 cars have become.
Oh, it is when you think about it, how not long ago we were out here in rock crawlers trying to do 40 mile, 50 mile an hour through the desert. Now these guys are clipping off triple-digit speeds.
Yeah, they used to call us rock donkeys, but that's definitely not the case now. These things are flying.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing here, I'm not sure if the dust that we see in front of Jason is actually Gomez's dust, or if it's we're thinking that maybe Wayland's in there somewhere too.
Yeah, remember these guys are dealing with lap traffic. They're out on their 3rd and final lap, but we've got competitors who are only just going out on their 2nd lap. So these guys are not running in clear air like they would have been on the 2nd lap. They've got to fight through the dust no matter what.
Yeah, whether it's a slower car or somebody else. As we're watching Jason Blandon come back through Chocolate Thunder, or rather come into Chocolate Thunder, I should say.
That is such a cool car of Jason's. Big and loud, both in engine and noise and also color.
You have the matching fire suits made for it. It's absolutely hilarious.
So I believe this is the turn at remote pit 1. They're just coming past the rock pile, and yep, you can see the pit on the left. He's making the turn. He'll head out on the high-speed desert part. And someone is right behind him. I'm not sure if that's Waylon or Jason. We'll try and get a shot if we can with the amazing production crew that we've got here.
Yeah, but we saw that Gomez did not go into pit. He just had to go around, and you only have to pit there. You only have to stop in that pit or go through it if you have to stop.
So we go through that pit 2 times every lap of the whole race. But from now on, it's really just an emergency pit for the guys. Looks like Jason's made the turn as well.
Yeah, that looks like Jason's Bronco there.
I feel like Waylon's actually in between these guys. I think someone was right behind Raul. I don't think Jason's quite that close. So we saw all of our leaders take a pit stop in the main pit. So for them to pull into that pit 1, that means something has gone wrong in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, so it's good to see they didn't have to stop there. So the wide shot, I believe we've got the leader making our first dust trail. I don't know if I see a car in between them, Ben.
Yeah, but I also don't see that big giant helicopter over the leader that we were seeing before as well. So that might still be Waylon in between.
Yeah, that could be Waylon that he's chasing down. and not Gomez.
Now these are some of the deepest whoops on the course in this next section that we run. They are phenomenally deep and will really work the suspension and the drivers to the limit. These guys are hauling the mail, probably triple figures down here, just absolutely letting these engines eat and just swallowing up this course.
A lot of gotchas out there. These guys will have pre-run all of this, marked all of them, and just hope that it hasn't got, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, but I don't see the helicopter in front of that dust trail, so I don't believe that's our current race leader. I think you're probably right. I think that's probably Wayland. And then if that is, in fact, Wayland, then Gomez is much further ahead than I thought.
Yeah, Raul could possibly be opening up a pretty good lead here.
As we're watching Casey Curry come down through outer limits, this is the section where we saw a lot of traffic jams yesterday. Casey's in that former number 88 car that used to race in modified class. I talked to the Curry family before they headed out, and they had said that they realized there was going to be a lot of rock trails this year, so they wanted to get that Jeep out. Instead of sending Casey out in his, quote, trophy Jeep, which has the independent front suspension, they thought maybe the rocks suited this vehicle better.
Now, our leaders are heading for outer limits right now, but right now in the bottom right-hand corner, we might have a pass going on. Jason's on this wide left lane. He's absolutely storming, and whoever is in the right, he's making a lot of ground on him.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of action out there. It's hard. I think you're oh no, look at that. There's the helicopter I couldn't see before. You're right. So that is our current race leader, Gomez, and
we have a phenomenal race on our hands
look at
here,
this.
Ian.
This is absolutely amazing out in this high-speed desert section. Look at this.
These are our two lead cars running side by side, triple figure speeds, howling through the desert.
And you can see exactly what you said before. We talked about how important pre-running is. This is a perfect example. That outside track, just like I said, a little bit faster than that inside track, and Jason was able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and if I was Jason, as soon as I would have got past him, no matter which track was faster, drop straight in front of him and dust him out.
Of course you would, Ben. Of course. I would wave and say, hi, off-road friend.
You're a little friendlier.
Fun? Well,
yeah.
I still got more Canadian in
These guys are racing to win. They are racing for the prize. Here we go again.
Look at that. There, we just saw the pass. But that comes at, look, there's a turn here. That's the only issue.
Oh, so close.
But it looks like
what a great race.
Looks like the wind may be working in Jason's favor. But look, just what you said before. He comes in and just closes the door on him with the dust, hoping that it was going to. But look at Jason. Take him on the other side. And this is a turn to the inside that I think Jason's going to get.
And Jason was searching for a line there. You know, Raul came across a bit. He ended up on his tail. He didn't follow him. He searched for fresh air, got out of his dust, and he's making it work. What a phenomenal pass.
And look at the space he is now putting on Gomez in that, now that he has fresh air. That shows you how much difference that makes.
Yeah, he is just letting it eat. He knows he needs to make this pass stick. He needs to get that spot back. They're racing towards outer limits. We're going to have an amazing race on our hands this afternoon. Ian, I'm about to jump up. Ricky Johnson's coming in to relieve me. I think you've got Bob Bauer standing behind you, so we're going to sign out of the booth, and we're going to have some amazing show for you guys this afternoon as this race evolves.
Sounds good, Ben. It was great spending the afternoon with you, and we'll see you again shortly.
As we're watching Vaughn Gittner, we were watching Brett Harrell there just a moment. Ian, fill me in. I had to break away, grab some lunch really quick. By the way, the quesadilla was unbelievable.
It was quite tasty, wasn't it? I had it earlier.
I want to thank Drew Deckman for taking care of us, and everybody in the crew. Him and his guys have done an awesome job. But the unbelievable, as we're watching Kevin Taylor getting absolutely eaten by that Lamborghini of Jordan Pellegrino. And the funny thing is that car on the bottom of the screen, it's kind of like a Porsche-themed vehicle. So we just saw a Porsche get completely swallowed up by a Lamborghini in Johnson Valley, California. I never thought I'd say that. So let's recap. How did Gomez get in front of Jason Shearer? When I left, Jason had a pretty commanding lead.
Oh, we saw a textbook Gomez pass earlier in a rock trail. He took a high line, dropped the hammer, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, rev limiters, small children ran and hid behind rocks. It was just a typical Gomez pass, and he dropped in front of not only Jason Shearer, but also Waylon Campbell, and he got in front of them and then just took off. And then it looked like he had a huge lead. And then Jason just reeled him in the desert. They went out by remote pit 2. We still assumed that Gomez had a commanding lead. And then we just watched Jason come out of nowhere, passed him in the desert, and is now just pulling away.
Well, and they're very, very close on time. If we look at how in the starting order, they started pretty much right next to each other within 30 seconds. So that is for the races. We're watching Shannon Campbell as he works his way up Clawhammer. The Campbell family so far been flawless.
They've had a very good race. We saw Brian Crofts have a little bit of an issue off the start, which is not a big deal. He was able to take care of it, and they were to keep going. Bailey's still out there. We saw her fixing a flat on a trail, but we saw the entire Campbell family out there still charging hard, and you can never take them out of the race. If they're in it, they're in it, and they're doing well, and they're putting on a good show today. Shannon, obviously, leading the pack of the whole family. As we're watching some action out in Outer Limits with Brian Reed and Tom Prendergast, and our inset screen was once again Jordan Pellegrino in that car that they've dubbed the Lamborghini.
Lambro, not Lambro.
Sorry. I don't want to get any trademark infringement on that. Lamborghini. So that means Jordan's race suit must have like fake high black socks and a flat billed hat.
Yeah, because it bros it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to be getting a map up here shortly, and once again, if you have the premium subscription, or if you're on ultra4racing.com, you can go to live tracking. You can scan around for the map. Here we go as we're looking through the different fields, finding the different race leaders as they're going around. We're doing a little scanning on where everybody's at. Right up here is number 176, number Jason Shearer. Yeah, and if you look at the time frame, it was stamped at 12:53. So that was a little. Actually, it's quite. Yeah, that's quite a while ago. Or no, I think I read it wrong. It had to be 12:33.
Yeah, and there's Raul Gomez. As you can see, basically how this works is the green bubbles are those that are out on their third lap. The yellow bubbles are the ones that are still on their second lap, and then the orange bubbles are the unfortunate individuals who are still on their first lap.
Well, and when you get the times, like you see that stamp was pretty recent, the 12:35:06, which that means it was just taken. JP Gomez at 12:33, so he is not updated in quite a while, so he is definitely not at that position. He's much further down the road. Once again, Jason Shearer was timed at 12:26. So obviously it's been 6 minutes since he's been there, because we see way down here as Raul Gomez. So we saw Jason Shearer make the pass for the lead. As we're watching right now, this is our current race leader on physical, not corrected, but our current physical leader, Jason Shearer, as he works his way through the desert.
Yeah, when we saw them come through main pit and go out on their second lap, total combined time for Raul was 4 hours and 2 minutes. Total combined time for Jason was 4 hours and 3 minutes, and that's on corrected time. So right as they came through second lap, through our arch here in Hammertown, Raul was ahead of Jason. But Jason knows that. Jason's a seasoned racer. He knows how much time he needs to put out. He knows, hey, I need to put this much gap between me and Raul. I know this much gap between me and Randy Slauson.
Now we're looking both angles of Shearer, but I'm going to bet you, if we talk to him on the podium, that he had no idea Raul was coming up when he did the big bonsai pass coming up the hill. He thought, I'll just keep steady pace going, and here comes Raul hammered out.
I would agree with you. I don't think he knew that Raul was going to do that move and do that pass.
Von Gittin Jr. as he works his way up Clawhammer. Sorry for stepping on you, Ian.
That's perfectly fine, RJ.
We're watching two Broncos right now in two completely different environments, but it's so awesome. We've talked about this all weekend, that Ford is back. We see Blyler has made a stop in remote pit, but it's so awesome to see the Broncos back and Ford's back. I love that they started with the Raptor, and it's just escalated from there.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see them out here. You know, we saw them sweep that stock class yesterday. That's very impressive. But the story today is all about Jason Shearer. He was out early, got a good lead, and he's been basically out putting on a clinic. Whenever he was challenged, he then immediately went out and took over. Gomez closed the door on him on that rock trail, and he replayed it, gave him the favor back in the desert. Passed him, went around and just said, all right, I got some dust from you on the rocks. Here's some dust for you in the desert.
There you go with the Optimum Battery Hero shot. That is Raul Gomez, physically second on the course at this moment as he rolls through the desert, trying to chase back down Jason Shearer.
And that's Chris Branton in the top left in Sledgehammer. Or sorry, I believe that is actually Clawhammer. And Blyler is headed out after his main pit stop, going through the short course and back out into the desert. And that will put him on his third lap. So he's a top 5 right now.
And it's still anybody's race. We've watched in the UTV, we've watched it, I'm sorry, that is Rusty Blyler, not Josh Blyler. But back as we said, the race is far from over.
Yeah, I think Lauren put it best when we had him up in the booth talking to him. He said, the goal here is to get into third lap, and that's when you start racing. And that's just the truth. We see this unfold every year. We get all excited early. We pick our favorites. We want to see who's going to come in, when they're going to be. We watch them as they go through lap 1, lap 2. But the reality is when these guys get on lap 3 and they get in these rock trails, it's no one's race until they cross the finish line first, and then they start waiting on that corrected time. I believe that's Brian Crofts right down in our inset shot.
That is number 9, Brian Crofts in the hero shot. But let's be honest, if you're going up someone through these narrow rock trails, you see someone coming behind you, you're trying to raise dust because you're hoping they're going to cut a sidewall and get a flat to give you that room. So you're not, unless they come up and hit the push to pass or give you a bump, when it comes to these guys racing, especially in the top 10, there's not a lot of courtesy going as fast as you can.
That's Chris Branton down in our bottom right. He's running those giant USD sticky tires. It's like a big rock bouncer tire. We see those a lot around in my neck of the woods.
But if you notice the tread on the side, and that gives the guy the option to run the sidewall. It gives it also a little bit more protection, but you can actually lean on the sidewall and use it for traction and not just try to be straight.
Yeah, it's definitely, I believe they brought that vehicle out here with those tires basically to prove those tires are good and strong. They are an incredibly heavy tire to be racing through the desert.
That's not optional for the desert. That unsprung weight that starts to bounce around, gets a little heavy, starts swapping side to side. So you have to decide what are you going to attack, and they're definitely going for the rocks.
Yeah, the one thing that both Ben and I were talking about, and Ricky, we haven't talked about it yet, is we're going to see a lot of lap traffic in this particular lap. This is the third lap. They're out there racing. There's a lot of these cars that are out here on their second lap, and they're going to be in some of those popular lines and those rock trails. And I think we're going to see a lot of lap traffic come into play as this lap 3 sort of plays out in front of us.
And now we see Jaron Gunter, not Darren, not Daryl, not Merrill, whatever it is, but that is Jaron Gunter. He was off to the side, stopped. We do not know what's happening with him as we're watching Eric Miller as he works his way up Means Butte back into main pit.
Yeah, he'll come through that Bronco Arch and drop into town. And I was really kind of thought that we'd see more of Eric out front. I'm surprised that he's so far back, but he's still in the top 10. And that was JP Gomez who just made the big loop up by remote pit 2.
That was remote pit 1 on his way back.
Oh, yes, correct. Sorry.
So look for him. Interesting to see the gap between him and his brother. And as we said, we have a lot more, and we also have that extra section of 1 mile. It doesn't seem like much, but it's 1 mile of sheer terror when it comes to the rock section. That's what these drivers have to get through before the finish, as we see Eric Miller as he pulls into the main pit.
Yeah, I honestly thought we'd see Eric a little bit further up on in with the pack this year. But, like as we said many times, this race is far from over. That's Brett Harrell. That's one of the new...
That's a 2 or 3-year-old Herschel chassis as we see him work his way down there as we're watching. Let's keep an eye. Let's just watch exactly.
This might be a roll in the desert. We don't know what it is, but that's a lot of dust. But it looks like they're sitting on all 4 wheels, but they may have took a tumble to get there.
And they were spreading fluids all around. So that is a big crash right in the middle of the desert. Or actually, no, they are not backwards. we could have a situation where a motor blew.
Well, no, I think you're right. I think they are backwards based on the fact this vehicle's coming towards them. And that looks like it might be a Gomez chassis.
Now,
we can get in closer with our camera. Oh, it looks like they're backing up. It looks like one of those UFO-built cars. Very, very distinctive look.
Yeah,
it might be JP Gomez.
Yeah,
and based on the cloud of smoke, it definitely, and I think I see a body panel down there, so it definitely looks like that may have been either some type of incident in the desert. We don't know what it is. It looks like the vehicle is moving back and forth right now, but we're not sure what's happening to JP, and that's just bad luck for him.
At this angle, it's hard to see if it's JP. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw the number 82. Josh Blyler is in the pits as he comes through the main. But let's stay focused on what's happening with JP. The good news is it looks like he had a bad crash, but now he's back underway.
Well, the car is moving, but it doesn't look like he's trying to swing back on the course right away. It looks like he's possibly just checking the car out, moving it back. He may have trouble getting into reverse right there, or have no steering, because he just seems to be moving forward about 5-10 feet at a time. And I do think you're right. I think that is JP Gomez, who we saw just make that turn. But the good news is it looks like he's out of the car. That's probably the best news for the day. It's good to see that he's out and moving around. But yeah, he's definitely looking at something on the front end, and I think it may be a steering issue.
And I can't agree with you more, because where he landed, he has never turned the steering wheel.
And we just had a random competitor walk. Two walking on course. Didn't see a car there. Hope that wasn't a fight.
We lost the heli feed. But the good news is that JP Gomez, the bad news is JP Gomez is not running. The good news is he's out of the vehicle and he's okay. He's looking at it. He's assessing the damage.
Yeah, the whole Gomez family, constant competitors, always pushing those cars right to the edge. And this is this Josh or Rusty? That's Rusty Blyler in Turkey Claw right now in that Miller chassis.
You know what? That's what I love about off-road racing. You look at the RC Arrows, you look at the Stewarts. It goes on and on and on. And here's no different. How when they get hooked on this, the whole family starts to go just like the Campbells on down the line. As we watch a race going up Wrecking Ball, I think that's the old Dragon, correct? And we're
As
back.
we cut back to this heli shot of our, I believe it's JP Gomez. It's pretty far out for that particular location, so it's going to be hard to keep that camera coming into us here in Hammertown. It's important to remember, everyone needs to remember that we are literally in the middle of nowhere. Well, it might not be the middle of nowhere, but you can definitely see it from here.
Yeah, we're about a quarter mile away from nowhere.
That's right, yes. So to put all of this together for you, I got a hats off to the Hammer King Productions crew. Everyone here, all the volunteers, all the course workers, everyone that comes out, puts this race on for everybody.
That is Weston Jones as he works his way down outer limits.
That's a brand new Jimmy's 4x4 car. Love the retro style on it. Kind of harkens back to the old mini truck era.
So when you're looking at that, as we're looking at Tom Ways as he's working his way through the desert, he's been a little off pace today, to be honest with you. Normally he's very, very spectacular as we're watching this Optima Batteries hero shot, but he seems to be a little bit more subdued this year.
Yeah, but Tom Ways is another one of those drivers that I would never take him out of the mix. You know?
Never.
There is a chance that maybe, possibly, he thought about this and said, you know what, I always pushed myself so hard and I'm always kind of like in the front pack, and then something happens. Maybe his plan this year was, hey, I'm going to hold it back a little bit, maybe run 70-80% for those first 2 laps, then come back and steal this thing like we saw Randy Slauson do last year. It's hard to say. Tom is always a competitor. He's always in the hunt. You can never count him out for snagging that crown at the end of the race.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not taking shots at him, but normally you see him, he has sort of the checkers or records. I mean, very spectacular, always going full 10/10ths. But here seems to be a little bit more mellow, and I think you're right. He's probably going to try to pick up the pace towards the end.
Yeah, I think Lauren called it correct when we had him up here earlier. I think that's a very truthful way to describe this race. When we look at it, we're basically saying, hey, this race is going to be won or lost on lap 3.
As we're watching Jason Shearer as he works his way up Spooners, as we can see, there is no traffic right behind him. We're going to be looking for Raul Gomez, because remember, Raul made a pass in this exact type of environment. So you know that Jason's got to be watching his rearview mirror to see if that dust is coming, because he wants to avoid definitely getting passed by Raul one more time.
Yeah, I honestly think the reason that Raul was able to get around Jason in that previous rock trail is because Jason was hung up on lap traffic. And I think Jason was just thinking that everyone was going to drop in behind him, follow that same line. And Gomez just kind of saw a window and jumped on it and bounced around him. Literally,
Raul did not get the memo. He did not get the memo. No, I'm not falling in line. That's not my race. That's your race.
Exactly. And I think we'll see Jason put that in the back of his. There's one thing about Jason Shearer, we see it every single year. The man is a technician in the rocks. He came from rock crawling first and then bred in to this life of go fast rock racing. So with him in the rocks, that's where he wants to be.
And I was so impressed when I was racing the series a few years back at how fast he was in that vehicle on the short course races, like up in Reno, up in Sacramento, at Glen Helen. He was just a bullet. So that thing handles a lot like a Pro 4 on the short course, but it's got the travel to climb like a Ultra 4.
You know, and we have a saying in off-roading, it goes for everyone out there, whether you're a rec reeler or a racer, and that saying is, seat time is everything.
Yep.
He spent so much time in that chassis. He has won in that car twice. The only person to win back-to-back King of the Hammers races was been Jason Shearer in that car. He's not made major changes to that car over the years. Yeah, he goes in, freshens it up, rebuilds it, brings it back out. But he knows every inch of that car. He knows where every tire is on that car. And that's why he does so well with it in the rocks.
I can't agree with you more, because when it comes to this, better isn't always better. It's knowing what you got, knowing when it's going to kick, knowing when it's going to want to bounce around, knowing where you have traction and where you don't. And that's the thing. He wears it like a tight slipper, and it feels like a very, very small. Because I notice when I get into a racetrack, it feels big. At the end of the day, it starts to get smaller and smaller. That thing is like a tight slipper.
He wears it like a pair of 80s jeans. Ooh. High and tight.
There we go. There we go. I was going to say like a Borat thong, but I really don't want to visualize that. But no.
But the real story here, as we watch Jason make his way up Hidden Valley and Spooners, is the fact that we do not see Raul Gomez behind him. Gomez put a lot of pressure on him in the previous rock trails in that previous lap. But it looks like Jason has put a little bit of a gap. Not only the gap that he put on in the desert, which actually kind of surprised me when I saw that happen.
Well, and what I like is, what I'm seeing with Jason, he's not taking chances. He's not being anxious. He's got a lot of momentum rolling through there, very smooth. As we look down through Turkey Claw, and that is Eric Miller, also a multi-time king as well. So as we're splitting the screens back and forth, but back to Jason. He's got a hitchhiker on the road that's trying to get out of Spooners, but obviously that driver's going to stay out of the way. He's trying to go get help, gives him a thumbs up. You know, obviously tough break for them, but that is our current race leader, Jason Shearer.
As we're watching Josh Blyler, apologies for that. And look at this, here's one of our Can-Ams down in that section of Spooners. We're worried how they would fare out here after racing 2 days ago and then taking the same vehicles out and racing. It looks like that one did not end up well. But I'm just hearing through my PCI race radio that Jason does have a challenger moving in soon.
Raul Gomez is about just over a minute behind, so he cannot relax. So we got a little bit of information that JP is okay from his pit. Okay, So back to Jason Shearer as he works his way up Spooners, and we're watching the hero shot, and I'm not sure which Campbell Chesney that looks like. That is Shannon Campbell in your lower right as he works. And once again, we've heard that Raul Gomez is about a minute, just over a minute behind. So all it takes is Randy Shearer to get hung up on a rock for just a moment, and that lead could go away. Jason Shearer, I'm sorry, I take that back. Jason Shearer as he works his way up. This is the new trail off of Spooner, so a little bit different. And obviously, Jason has done quite a bit of pre-running. Okay, correct me. Don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard this is a new canyon called Simon Says. I'm not exactly sure. Do you have any more information on that? But that is a new addition off of Spooners.
I don't know if this is Simon Says. I know there's a Choose Your Own Adventure this year, which is new. Hold on, I might have some notes on that. We can find out.
But watching Jason as he manipulates his way up there, he continually just momentum. I can't stress that enough as he works his way up there.
Yeah, sure. It looks like he's passed at least 8 cars, but no. All of the new trails this year, we have King's Veto, Laser Nut Alley, Masters, Nightmare. Those are our new trails. Oh, sorry, and High Dive, and possibly Hidden Exit.
Once again, going up Spooners, and after the new trail, that is Jason Shearer, the current leader. If you're just tuning in, this is the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson, along with Ian Johnson. We've had an unbelievable race so far. We've had a few guys in and out. We saw that JP Gomez worked his way up into third physically, had a situation, looked like something happened with the steering. He was spun around completely backwards on the course, but then when he drove off, he never turned to the left or to the right, so we're assuming something happened in his front steering system.
Yeah, the good news for him for the Gomez pit is that he is okay. But the Gomez of the moment is Raul. Raul's pushing hard behind Jason. And the question is, how much of a gap can Jason put between himself and Raul? Because he has to put a gap in there because we're racing on corrected time.
Can't quite see who this is. Clawhammer.
You know, we're up at Clawhammer right now, and this is a perfect example of what we've been talking about. There's no wind movement, very little wind movement out in the desert. And there is Gomez right there. That is...
You are absolutely right. That is Raul Gomez as he's working his way up Spooners, and now he's going to be making that hard right turn. We saw Jason Shearer work his way up. We're not exactly sure the name of that trail. It's either Simon Says. I'm not exactly sure, so I'm not going to claim it.
Call it Ricky Johnson Alley.
There we go. It's Johnson Avenue.
Johnson Avenue. Yeah, this is that spot we just saw Shearer at. So Shearer does have a little bit of a lead on him just based on the timing that we're seeing both them make that corner. I didn't get my top secret stopwatch out to start there, but what I'll do is next time we see Jason on screen, I'll make sure to do that, and so we can get an idea, because as we said, this race is corrected time. Jason Shearer left the line fairly early this morning.
Oh, and we see Raul Gomez stop. Oh, I think he was just putting it in high range.
It could just be that. It could just be a stop to drop it out of low into high. He could have had it high in that trail, and maybe he just wasn't sure if there's going to come up on any rocks in this section. Being a very new course this year, it's hard to remember exactly when you need it in high, when you need it in low. But really, the story here is there's no dust in front of him, which means Jason is a fair ways ahead.
And we also see the helicopter, which is probably chasing just over the hill. So Raul can see that and know that he's just down in the other canyon. But sometimes these things zigzag back and forth, and the speed is about 5 miles an hour. So just think, oh, it's just a mile up the road. It takes a long time to get there.
Yeah, you can see he's got to make that turn. And yes, as you thought, Jason is in this outer limits section of the race course. And what's going to come into play here for sure is going to be lap traffic. We're going to watch Jason come down in here. He got burned by lap traffic before, so I'm quite certain he's not going to let that happen again.
Whoa!
Oh, Jason!
Oh!
No! All right, he should be able to right this. If he puts it in reverse, turns it hard right and backed up, it may settle back down. But instead, no,
he's
it
getting
looks like
out.
They couldn't. They're getting out. Oh, this is bad news for Jason.
Unbelievable
Oh,
that we
it's
caught
terrible
this
news.
shot exactly at this moment.
Terrible for Jason.
And now the clock is ticking. He knows that Raul's coming, and Raul does not know this. Unless they get to a sat radio and they communicate to Raul that Jason is on his side. So this is our current race leader, Jason Shearer, as he tips on the side. He's got to get out, get the winch, pull the vehicle back, and go. Whoa!
Oh, that's a terrible. Oh, and he's holding.
Oh, hard hit. Right on the tailbone. So Jason Shearer is actually down now, and he's not getting back up. Oh, tough hit.
Oh, this is terrible news for Jason. Oh, my goodness. This is awful to see on camera.
Oh, man. From about a 12-foot drop right to his tailbone. Oh, man, but you got to give it. Come on, guys. You got to give it up. This guy's out. This is a warrior. He's out there fighting tooth and nail. He can't hear you, but come on. You guys got to give it to him.
This is a very similar situation that we saw last year in the side-by-side race, where we saw the driver get out of the car and drive over the car back down, and he broke his foot and still came in and finished the race. That's got to be terrible for Jason. That is an awful, awful fall for him. But you can see they're getting that winch out. All right, so you can see Jason. The real unlucky part here is the fact that Jason had to get out at all. The fact that they rolled onto the passenger side.
And here comes Raul.
Oh, here comes Gomez. Oh, goodness. And we're going to see what happens. The winch line is incredibly important here. Jason has his winch line pulled across. Jason, the consummate competitor, is going to let him pass. Look at that.
And Raul Gomez is your current leader of the 2020 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries.
And that shows you the type of competitor that Jason Shearer is. He could have easily strung that winch line across, hooked on a rock, went, no, I'm winching, you can't come through here. But he did not do that. He bowed down, let the winch line down, and let him drive around.
Or he knows his competitor, Raul Gomez, would go, I will rip your line apart, get it out of my way.
Yeah, that's probably more than likely what would happen.
So
yeah.
let's be honest here.
I'm trying to, it's my Canadian coming through, Ricky. I'm trying to be nice.
There you go. So now Raul has to take a deep breath. Remember, he's in that car by himself. He needs to relax. He sees him on his side, not get too excited at this point, which is very, very difficult to go, oh, there's my main competitor on his side. So he realizes that they have to right that vehicle and get it going. So Raul is in the driver's seat, figuratively and literally.
All right, so we're watching Raul Gomez make his way to this rock trail. But as we've said all along, now Raul's got to deal with all that lap traffic.
Exactly. So, but the guys are going to know. They're going to try to get out of his way. But if somebody breaks and is stuck there, that's going to be a situation. So I would see, we've seen Raul exactly right there working around that traffic. And the Gomez brothers, I think, when it comes to having big stones, and I'm not just saying on the rocks, they take the lines that nobody else will take.
Well, I've been out here in the past and had the Gomez brothers come up. I've been out here wheeling during King of the Hammers week, and I've been out on a trail, and they will go out and try many optional lines. But here's a replay of when we saw Jason earlier with his recovery. You can see him climbing up on top of the car.
Now this is insult to injury as he jumps off, boom, right to his tailbone, and you see how much pain he's in right there. He goes down, knocks the wind out of him, and a tough break for Jason Shearer. We'll try to get some more of that action as we watch him right his vehicle. But right now, your current leader and new leader is Raul Gomez. So
you can see Jason is back on all four wheels now. He is back on there, and he's moving out for a while. All right, as we watch Jason Shearer, they obviously got that car back on all fours. They're making their way through outer limits. We're joined in the booth here. All right, so let's talk about your day. Who are you? Where are we at? There's so much action. I'm trying to keep up here.
No worries. How's it going, Ian Johnson? My name's Chris Ray. I was out with car number 53, Jeff Wagner. We were about 33rd off the line. Had a great day going. Obviously, that's the way it always goes. Ended up having a transfer case issue at Cougar Buttes. I'm sure that you guys saw us upside down at the exit of Cougar Buttes. I was just hanging my butt out the window while I was working on the transfer case. But right now we're watching Jason Shearer, and we'll kind of talk about his day right now. He's got to be hurting after that fall, huh?
Yeah, we got
nasty.
a lot going on right now. So let's talk a little bit more about your day. So you guys are out right now?
Yeah, we were able to get the transfer case back into any gear. We couldn't get it into anything for about almost an hour. Finally tore apart the whole top of the transfer case. We're able to get it shifted into high range. Made it the rest of the way around. Came down resolution, and I could tell my driver, I was like, look, we can keep going, but if we get the spooners and we don't have low range, we're going to have a really bad day. And I'll pull winch. During the UTV race, I did 7 miles of hiking with winch line. And so I'm more than willing to do it, more than physically capable of doing it, but we're going to destroy your motor, and it's going to be a bad day. So we got the spooners, ended up having to pull the plug, unfortunately. Amazing race course this year. Huge thanks to Dave Cole and the Ultra 4 team for putting on everything. Can't wait to see how this race plays out. It's absolutely fantastic seeing all of these competitors coming through, and especially the way that Jason Shearer and I'm sure the Gomez's are going to be battling for the next, what do they got, about 100 miles left in the race course?
Yeah, I think we've got about 100 miles left. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your race ended the way it did, but it's great to catch up with you here in the booth. I'm going to bring Ricky Johnson back in so we can get back onto our job here.
Thank you much for having us in there, and huge thanks to everybody, crowd out here at Hammertown. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for everything, and thank you for being out here.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we just saw Jason Shearer making his way through the rock trails. Co-driver stayed out for the rest of it, probably just to keep things rolling. Didn't want to stop and get them in until they're absolutely out that rock trail. Such bad luck for Jason to end up on his side like that and have Raul come in and just pass him for the second time in the rocks.
Well, and we saw Patrick Peterson in 44-47. He's high-centered in the middle of that. So that's the thing. You can't count, you can say, oh, the race is done, Jason's out in front, he's got clean air, everything like that. There's so much happening in these rocks, and I like the fact that they kept the co-driver out and he's got his arms up in the air, basically let him know this is the safest way down. Because I imagine it's going to take a little bit of time for Jason to get his bearings out of him. It literally knocked the ass out of him. I mean, he landed, jumped out of there 12 feet, landed right on his tailbone as we're watching Shannon Campbell work his way back into the main. But to finish that thought, it's going to take Jason a little bit to let the adrenaline get back up because you have that depression and letdown. Now he's got to get back in the game and get going, but I don't think he hurt the truck.
No, I think it was not a rollover that could do any damage to that truck. It just basically took a little bit of a dirt nap up there in the rocks. And as you said, we're watching Shannon Campbell come back into town. And we keep saying this over and over again, and we have to say it one more time. This race is not over yet. We have lots of rock trails to run. Yes, Raul has now passed Jason in the rocks, but there's more trails. And you just saw anything can happen. Jason ended up on his side, and they had to get that vehicle turned back over. But they are back in the race as we're watching Shannon Campbell down here in the pits.
Alrighty, as we're watching Shannon Campbell as he comes in, as I said before, I was down there listening to him going back and forth. He was reporting how much fuel he used back and forth. As I said, as a driver, I just wanted to say, go faster or hold off a little bit. But let's see what he does. It looks like they got the front. Oh, no. They just look like they're going for fuel and go. So no tires as we're watching. I'm sorry. Cody Miller as he goes through. I apologize for that kind of a hesitation there, but we got action all over the place. Cody Miller up Turkey Claw and Shannon Campbell in the pits. We will be right back to the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries right after this message.
all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Ricky Johnson, and joining me in the booth is the guy that, he's got a very, very sad, pouty face, but I got to give it to you. Terry Madden, you're running with Kyle Chaney, and you guys were ripping. You were right up in the top 5 doing everything. Give us a little report of how it went down from start to where you had to end your race.
No, we really were taking it easy, Ricky. We were kind of shocked we were moving up. We were trying to take a steady pace in the desert, trying to stay out of the big cars' way, and we just kept slowly picking them off.
But when I was watching you, you guys were not staying out of the big car's way going up the canyons. You guys were making a bunch of time. You were pushing Shannon Camel out of the way. But what was it like when you got back down into the desert where that big block could take over?
We ran back and forth with Shannon a lot in the desert. I think in the canyon, he either wasn't locked up or he's got a front diff problem because he was having trouble with his front end.
Okay, so obviously you've ridden with a bunch of different people. Congratulations, running with Brian Deegan in the grudge match as we're watching some of the drivers go through spooners. But back to your race. It's been one heck of a week. Give us a rundown of all the different people that you've been running with up to this date.
Well, I set out the trophy truck race this year. I ran with Deegan in the UTV. We ran out of fuel.
Yeah.
Got behind a bunch of traffic. I think we ended up top 20 still.
Could they have given you a bigger gas can to carry 2 gallons out there?
I tell you what, I need a new pit crew. All I needed was a Gatorade bottle for real. And then they leave the red head and everything on it.
They gave you a 10. So picture this, folks. If you did not see the UTV race, all of a sudden Terry comes in after he ran to the pit. They give him a bottle of Gatorade. He's trying to swig that down. They're strapping a 10-gallon can on his back with the red head and 2 gallons in the bottom. As he runs off, the red head's pounding him on top of the head. Yeah. And then he's running the straightest line to find Brian. Brian gets some gas, takes off, and misses you on the way back.
Yeah, somebody stopped by on the way in that had a jug on their car. He talked him out of it, so we missed each other.
So quite an extravaganza. But then through certain circumstances, you guys were on the pole for the grudge match, and you never looked back.
No, that was fun. We had broken axle going into that. Brian didn't want to run it. And it turned out well.
All right, Terry, so now Jason Shearer, I'm sorry, Raul Gomez is up on Emerson. Where is the driver and the co-driver? Because he doesn't have one. He's by himself. He passed Jason Shearer as he went up on his side, and now he's got, I'm going to say probably about a 3 to 4 or 5 minute lead. Where is your head at this moment in the race?
Well, if there's somebody I'd really like to see win this race, it's Raul.
Well, I want to see a Gomez just for the finish line interview. So I'm definitely going to stay here if one of the Gomez brothers wins. But it's very well deserving. There's a lot of racing left to go. But where's his mindset at, realizing that he's leading King of the Hammers at this point?
A few years ago, Raul would be running like crazy. But the last several years, I've actually worked with him a lot in the trophy truck, and Raul's working really hard on his pace and his mindset, and I think he's probably in the place he needs to be.
So now as we're watching Shannon Campbell as he works his way back up Turkey Claw, so he's gone through and he's starting the next lap. Same thing. A lot of the guys are running the single seat, which to me, I go back and forth. The weight, what's the big advantage?
I think in the desert, the 2-seat is probably the biggest advantage, especially today in the dust. It was so dusty that you couldn't see anything, trying to watch the GPS, trying to drive. And then our course marking is way different this year, too. There's not any. So I know Shannon, I've raced with Shannon. Shannon struggles with his eyes, a few other things. He's a phenomenal driver, one of the most controlled drivers I've ever drove with. But he drives off course markers, not his GPS a lot of the times, too, and memory.
And Randy Slauson, as he works his way down outer limits, any surprises to you so far? I know you just got out of the car. You've watched some of the guys go by because you were guys up in the top 5 and you saw a lot of different people pass you as you guys pulled over. So what happened with Kyle Cheney and why are you guys out of the race?
We lost a fluke drive shaft.
Really?
Normally on a Can-Am, you'll break or any UTV, you break an axle or something first. And spot we shouldn't have even broke something, we just broke a drive shaft.
Now, how much testing have they done with the 37s? Because we
were on 35s.
Oh, you stayed on 35. So the rumor was that you guys were going to go to 37s, but you had 35s. Now, did they change that in between? Because that's something that you have to go through. Did they pull the car apart and change that drive shaft or put new axles on? What was the prep between UTV race to the 4400?
The car got completely gutted after Kyle won the UTV race. It was all put back together, all new parts. It was just one of the things. I mean, parts fail once in a while.
Alrighty, so all right now, give you $1 million. You got to put it on one person to walk home. Who are you going to put it on?
I'm with Raul right now out there in the lead.
Alrighty, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Terry Madden. Terry, thank you for all that you do. I see you running through the desert, setting winch lines, helping people out. You took the time to take myself and my son Luke Johnson down to Cougar Buttes to do a little wheeling, and you're always giving to everybody in the community, so thank you so much. If you get a chance, where can they find you on social?
It's just my name, Terry Madden.
There we go. And he doesn't make shoes, by the way.
No. No, it's good to see you, Ricky. We need to go play again when we're not out here working.
There we go. We'll do some motorcycle ride. We'll do some wheeling, whatever it might be. I'll see you around, champ. Thanks,
you. Thanks, Ricky. Bye.
All righty, we'll bring Ian Johnson back in. Casey Curry down on the bottom right as he's in remote pit 2. They got the window net down, giving him something to drink, trying to keep him hydrated as well. Man, Terry, I don't think there's a harder working person. Maybe Dave Cole, but other than that, there's not a harder working person on the lake bed.
Yeah, we always see him out here throwing it all down. I would probably say the only person who works harder than him might be Cameron Steele, just based on how many different racers he's involved in. But while you were talking to him, I noticed we saw Randy Slauson making his way through, I believe it was Outer Limits is where he was.
Yes, he was working his way down Outer Limits. And here we're watching Bailey Campbell as she works her way down Clawhammer. The different trails just have a completely different feel. Like down Clawhammer, you notice there's not really anywhere that you can go up on the sides. You just have to kind of take it all right in the face, right down the middle. Yeah, there's a trail, but still, there's no way of escaping it.
Yeah, the nice thing about the trails out here in the Hammers is, you have a lot of trails that have a bunch of different optional lines. We see that with Turkey Claw. But what you also see is you also have a lot of basically squeeze obstacles that you have to get through. We see that mainly on Sledgehammer and at the end of Cougar Buttes. But right now in our inset screen, now in our main screen, this is Jason Shira, who we believe is second on course. And look, I think that's the helicopter, maybe at the top, or a bush, one of the two.
No, that is a helicopter.
That is a helicopter. But I don't see a dust trail near him. So It's hard to tell exactly how far back Jason is.
Well, I'm going to say, because he's just now starting up Emerson, and we saw Raul already up and on his way down. So he's a good probably 3 or 4 miles behind him. And at this pace, that was a very fast section across the dry lake bed. But now it drops down to, I'm going to say, about 25 to 30 miles an hour as he climbs Emerson.
Yeah, but we also saw earlier when Jason was behind Raul in the desert, we saw him basically reel him in and basically pass him. In our bottom right, that's Mark Welsh in a little Polaris UTV. I think we got 3 or 4 UTVs left the starting line today. And that was Bailey Campbell we saw just basically close the door on him. Get out in front of him this part of the trail.
Well, it was great when I was talking to Terry. He says, you know, they obviously were chasing guys down and having a good race with Shannon Campbell. He said that he thought he had something with his diff, that he wasn't quite locking up because Shannon wasn't rolling through the rocks as quick as he could. But he said once they got down on the flats, he really wasn't losing that much ground. Ooh, hard hit.
That was a big hit in that UTV, and oh, it looks like he may have just been resetting himself there. Once again, in our main screen, that's Jason Shira. We believe he is second on course. Ahead of him should be Raul Gomez. We saw him make that pass in the rocks.
And we see 0 dust in the horizon, so Raul has got quite a clip moving along. And we will go to the map here in a little bit to kind of check out what the distance is. Once again, if you are on ultraforwardracing.com, you can go to the live map and live tracking, and then you can check around and see where everybody is at. Remember, when you do the check the time frame when that is, so that you don't get misinformation, but just watch where everybody's at on the screen. I got Ian over there checking the map, trying to see where Raul is, as we see another driver working his way up Chocolate Thunder. Now, there's been 2 different routes. We saw Jason Shearer take this line to the right, where the normal Chocolate Thunder goes off to the left, which as it backs up, you can see the crowd over to the left-hand side. This, I think, is a little longer, but actually more consistent and more of a guarantee. So now if we look, we see JP Gomez is sitting still. We had a situation early on where we saw him completely backwards on the course as he started to drive off, wasn't able to turn left, wasn't able to turn right, but he did get out of the car, so JP is okay. Now we're looking at Cody Miller.
Cody Miller's in one of our UTVs out there on the race, and there's Tom Ways. We've been watching Tom Ways. We always say you can never take Tom Ways out of the mix. But I want to find, where's our current leaders? Let's find
Raul.
Let's find Raul and Jason. So there's Jason Shira. And that is Raul.
So Raul,
I think the trackers are a little off because, yeah, the trackers have to be off. That basically showed Raul 20 miles ahead of Jason. So we'll jump out of that. But we did just see Randy Slauson come down through outer limits. We've got a shot up here in remote pit 1 in our main screen.
So there's our leader through Aftershock. We'll get the exact mileage, but that is Raul Gomez in the single-seater. He's had a great day all day. We saw him just basically work his way through the crowd and really show maturity. I think, as Terry Madden was saying, how much work Raul is doing in the trophy truck, I think that is helping him be completely different. And the more
Yeah, so the question here is, we've watched him lead this race before, and we still have the issue here is we can see a little bit of dust up here. It's going to boil down to what happens with the lap traffic. We know this is going to play out for all of our drivers out there. And in our inset screen right here, that is the 4451. That's Mel Wade, but that is not Mel Wade driving. I actually just went down to the pits and talked to his son. That is Mel's son driving that car. He handed it off to his son after doing the first lap. Let his son go out and have some fun on the hammers.
To give you an idea, Raul Gomez is at mile 1 around mile 118, and the total mileage for this race is 227. So we still have over 100 miles of rock racing.
Yeah, there's still a pile of rock trails to run out here as we're watching our current leader in Aftershock. All right, as we're watching Raul Gomez make his way through here. Looks like he stopped and shifted it possibly out of high range into, well, one of the two at a low into higher. And this is Joe Thompson down here in the bottom right.
So I have to apologize. I was way off on my mileage. We're roughly about 180 or 190. It's hard to tell exactly when we're going back and forth, but they are on the third lap. So Raul does not have as far as I said. So I was wrong. I correct that. So we're roughly about 180, 190, and there's total 227 miles. So Raul Gomez has clean air. He's the first physically and first corrected at this moment. Randy, if you're just joining us, Randy Shearer did tip on his side, and then Jason Shearer, dang it, I keep messing that up.
So many leaders in this race, it's hard to tell.
So many different leaders. Anyway, Jason Shearer, I apologize on that. Jason jumped out of the vehicle, landed really hard on his tailbone, was actually rolling around a little bit in agony as we're watching him as he's trying to chase back Raul Gomez, but took a hard hit, and so I'm going to say it's going to take him a little bit to get his bearings back underneath him.
Yeah, if you had told me a week ago that I'd be watching Raul Gomez pass Jason Shearer on a rock trail, I would have told you you're crazy. But we're going to see some action play out on our main screen right here. When Ben was up here in the booth, this is exactly what we talked about. We're watching Raul make his way through the rock trail, and I saw a little glimpse up ahead of him. That is lap traffic. That is going to come into play for him as he tries to stretch out this lead on Jason Shearer.
Well, and the Gomez brothers are the group that goes up when pre-running, and they see somebody stuck. They just go for it. They go try something to the left or to the right. And as you can see, there's lap traffic right in front of Raul.
Yeah, I can't see who that is, but based on the paint scheme, it might be the 999 of Light Bright. I'm not 100% sure, but Gomez will be standing on that push to pass button.
Well, and to explain a little bit more on that push to pass.
Yeah, it looks like they got the message. They probably saw it. I know if I saw Gomez in my rearview mirror, I'd be pulling over. So the push to pass is basically it's part of the racing tracker. You basically, when you're up close to another vehicle, you push a button. It lets off an audible alarm inside the car that says, hey, there's someone behind you. They want to get around you. And at that point, the good move is to basically pull over and let that person come around.
If it's your race competitor, that's basically a green light, go as fast as you can, because they've caught you. So when it comes to...
Yeah, but when you're lap traffic, the right decision is obviously to let that person go around you for sure.
But a lot of times when you're racing out in the desert and stuff, we come up with those, we run Stella down and score. It's actually means a green light. Time to haul ass.
Time to go. Time to wrap
wake up, let's go.
If Jim was up here, he'd disagree with you. He'd say, please don't do that. And I'd say, no, do it. So this is Chad Hunt out in Hidden Valley, and Spooner's part of that Team Indiana crew. Always fun to see them out here on the lake bed. They're always having a good time in their pits. As we jump back to Jason Shearer.
And I got to say, Ian, it was unbelievable to get that shot. I got to throw that out there because we were able to watch him roll on his side, also him jump out of the car, land on his tailbone. Obviously, that was not good. We never want to see anybody hurt on the ground. But then as Raul Gomez went to make the pass, he pulled his line out of the way, then got the car righted, worked his way down that section, and then back in the vehicle. So right now, I think Jason Shearer has pretty much whatever he's got. He's realized, shake it off. I'll worry about being hurt later.
But here's the real story that is kind of just playing out in the background of this. We're focusing on Raul Gomez. We're focusing on Jason Shearer up there pushing each other harder and harder and harder. Well, there's bad news for these two guys, and that is Randy Slauson has just been slowly tiptoeing up behind them, just like he did last year.
Again.
He's in the hunt. Even though we don't see him on screen a lot right now, he is there. If these two guys push each other so hard that they end up with any type of mechanical issue, Randy is in a good position to just swoop right past them, come in here, and grab that crown again.
And I'm pretty sure that's who we're looking straight up on Emerson.
Speaking of Randy, we caught up with him earlier in this week to talk to him about everything that is King of the Hammers.
Driving is a release for me. You know, it's my time to get away and do my own thing, and You're going fast, it's dangerous. You're focusing on the next millisecond. It's a great way to disconnect from the day-to-day stuff and just go fast and have a good time. I really thrive on designing vehicles for this terrain and playing with them and testing myself against the environment and the machines and pushing it. Everything was how light can we be? Make them light, make them nimble, make them simplistic, make them crawl through the rocks well. That train of thought has progressed into the bomber car. They're not as fast as the IFS cars, but we're not that far off the pace. And once we get into the rocks, it just really crawls with a lot more capability than a lot of the independent cars do. I come from a competitive family. We like to go fast, we like to be scared. It comes very natural to me. I don't feel so competitive with the other guys as I do just with myself. I want to push myself, I want to push the equipment, I want to show that all the work we've done throughout the year, we did it right. I'm a total cowboy. I come out here and run my car hard and practice a lot. I don't have lists, I don't check things off, I'm just winging it, shooting from the hip. The interviews are terrible, but I get out and I get more seat time than anybody. If you can't drive it, you're done. I tell my brother when I'm scheming and dreaming on how the race is going to go, I say, you know, such and such is intimidating to me. But the great thing about that is if it's intimidating to me, it's got to really scare the out of these other guys. Coming out here in the beginning, you know, all you want to do is win. You've got your idols, you guys you're trying to be like and trying to catch. Jason, Shannon, and I, all three have 3 wins now. It's great to be in the top group, but obviously we want to move on up and separate myself. So that's the big goal, is pushing for number 4. The really neat thing about King of the Hammers for me is it's not about money. It's about heart. It's about determination. It's about building your dream and making it happen.
As we're watching the episode on Randy Slauson, you can see that Jason Shearer has a left rear flat, so he's working that through the rocky section. It looks like, I don't know if he knows it, because at the lower speeds, sometimes you don't know until you hear the bink of the rock on the rim, and then you realize, uh-oh, I got a problem. But this is really there's not a good place to change it.
Well, when you're out in the rocks like this, in all honesty, like we saw him do the same thing last year when he had 2 rear flats. When you have a flat tire near these rock sections, sometimes there's no benefit to change it in the rocks. But he's going to definitely want to change it before he gets out into the high-speed section. And this is be interesting here. We saw Raul Gomez just pass. This is Light Bright 999 in that Bilstein car, and that I wasn't sure if that was Jason behind them yet or if it was somebody else. I couldn't see. The camera cut away too fast. But that's Blyler behind Miller, making his way up through Hidden Valley and Spooners.
So Eric Miller has worked his way past Blyler, and there, pretty sure that's still, is that Kyle or is that Hunt? Is that one of them? That is Josh Blyler behind Eric Miller, but the side-by-side we saw another Can-Am off to the side, so a tough break for them. We talked to Terry Madden, and he was telling us that Kyle Cheney broke a drive shaft, not an axle. That was Cody Miller off to the side in the other Can-Am. But yeah, tough break for those guys. And also, we want to be clear, we've been talking how they were going to put 37s on there, but they've stuck with the 35s.
Yeah, and in our inset screen, we just saw Light Bright in that beautifully bright car. It's easy to spot them, but we will expect to see Jason Shearer catch up and pass them shortly, because we just saw Gomez go around them. But this just sort of gives you an idea of how far back Jason has fallen with that unfortunate rollover we saw earlier, and now he has this left rear flat. I don't think the flat is slowing him down at all in that rock trail, though.
No, he's just got a steady flow going, but he has to know, because when you're that low on, as you crawl over these rocks, you hear and you feel the rim hit the rock, and so he knows it, and so in his mind he goes, I have to change this. but now is not the time to do it. I got to get through these rocks, get as much as I can, because if I change it and get another...
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during a commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walk-arounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone. But we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
Miller taking the right line, getting held up. Now Blyler getting hooked up. So we have a dice between the two Miller Jeeps as they roll up Spooners.
Yeah, you can see Eric Miller just took a completely different line than Blyler did, and that is, we talk about this all the time about how you get in these rock trails, that which line you take is so important. Look at the gap he's now able to put on Eric Miller, but Eric will definitely be willing to reel him in.
As we watch this hero shot, we're doing going to be a slight change. So Ian, go out and find us some information, what's happening. If you can talk to Race Ops, see what we're thinking about when we're going to see the leaders in here. As we said, I was way off of my first speculation on the mileage. There's somewhere, Raul should be somewhere around approaching mile 200-ish. So we don't have any guesstimations at this point. But Ian, if you could do us a favor, find out what's happening, and we'll see you back here in a little bit. And welcoming back is Jim Marsden. Tell me if you did some homework out there, if you just went and had a fantastic lunch with Drew.
How can you not do homework when you're watching a race like this? I've been watching the whole thing from inside the media tent. It's been an incredible race. I mean, you really just can't write this stuff.
Well, the fact that we caught all of that action, Jason Shearer going on the side, Jason Shearer literally busting his ass, and then going out to set the winch line, here comes Raul. Ian thought there was going to be, he was being polite. I said, no, he didn't want to have his line ripped.
Indeed, as we watch Rusty Byler coming through. And then, of course, we've got JP Gomez and all the action out there in the desert as well. There's just so much going on constantly here. So Rusty Byler is actually the leading Miller Pro Chassis out there on course at the moment, but we just saw Eric Miller and Rusty's son Josh Byler trading places in Spooners. Now, so you spoke about this earlier, Raul Gomez. You're Raul Gomez, you're in that car, you're driving on your own, but we say he's driving on his own. We know he has really good radio contact with his team, so he's actually constantly talking, getting information, finding out about info about other people and what they're doing. So I think Raul's looking really good at this minute.
Absolutely, but remember, Randy Slauson is creeping up. I think he is now physically third or fourth on the course. Once again, just like he did last year, Randy Slauson is sitting in the capper seat waiting back. But when we're watching Rusty Blyler as he goes down, if you're new, pay attention that when the wheels go in the air, they don't spin radically. That's because they're doing so much throttle and brake modulation, because as you're watching Chip McLaughlin as he works the top left, down, coming down, and he'll be heading up Chocolate Thunder in just a moment. But to finish my thought there is that to use that throttle and brake modulation, when the wheel goes up in the air, it doesn't spin 40 miles an hour when you're moving zero and then come down and stress out that axle or break that CV.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also worth noting that many of these cars are running different transmission systems. So some of them, like the Miller cars that you saw there, they'll be running spools. Oh, is that Raul? Yeah, he's making a change from low ratio to high ratio, and he's back on track. So that is our current race leader.
He keeps doing that to us all day long. We go, oh, he stopped. Nope, he's just switching gears.
Raul's running a different system. So Raul's running he's running an engine, a transmission. Then he has an SCS single-speed transfer case, and behind that he has a two-speed unit that allows him to change from high to low.
Well, and that's the thing. We talked about roughly the high speed is about, 70, 80 miles an hour in low range.
I did wonder if actually, I'm guessing it might be a fraction more than that for Raul, because I'm wondering, we saw Jason pass him in the desert earlier. Is it possible that Raul had gone into the desert in low ratio, and once you're out there and you're hauling, you're not going to want to slow down to make the change?
And that's the thing. He's going to switch that gear now, even though through all this, he's probably not going to go over 80 miles an hour, but also you're not have that RPM. If you're taking it close to blue line, or red line, he does not want to do that.
Now, this is Josh Byler on the bottom right. We've just seen Rusty, his dad, passing through the same place. So it looks like Josh is catching his dad, Rusty.
This looks like Vaughn getting junior as he's working his way through the desert. We'll confirm. No, I'm wrong on that.
No, that's not Vaughn. We'll catch a line on who that is in a moment.
Well, if you're going to say I'm wrong, you better have the right answer.
Well, I'm trying to look and see, but it's
well,
certainly
come on,
not.
Mr. Know-it-all, let me
I
know.
said it's not Vaughn. If it took the back off the car, it could be.
We're going
It
to
could
shoot
be
out
Chris Branton. Yes, it does look like those the USD sticky tyres that we see there. So that would be Christopher Branton.
And on your main screen is your current race leader, Raul Gomez. If you're just joining us, this is the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Ricky Johnson with Jim Marsden. Jim just got back from break as we're watching our race leader as he works his way up through the canyon. And you can never relax, ever, 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 because there's a rock around every corner. So it's not just a matter of the big rocks, it's the little ones that can blow the tires apart.
It is indeed. And one of the stories of the day, we've been talking about the UTVs earlier. And the UTVs haven't had the success that they were hoping for today. We know that Hunter Miller's got problems. We know that Carl Cheney's out as well. But we're also getting some news come through. What have we got, Ricky?
Well, they say that we've looked on the tracker, and Randy Slauson, who was sitting in the catbird seat, worked his way up into the top 4, has now stopped. He has not moved for quite a while. His beacon is showing that he's standing still, so we'll keep you posted as much information as we possible. But Randy Slauson, your current champion, is sitting on the sidelines, not moving.
Okay, we're back out to remote pit 1. And then the action cutting back, that does look like the bomber there of 999, which will be Kevin Williams and his wife Brittany. Oh, now who's this? Is that Randy Slauson?
No.
No, that's the 1472 there.
That is Dustin Eisenhower. So
yeah, that's Dustin Eisenhower there.
At the top of Emerson. It's crazy how many people make it to the top, or they start to hear a limp or this, that, and they're like, I'm not stopping in the middle of this trail. I got to get to the top of Emerson. As you were saying earlier, we watched a car burn to the ground. It was crazy a few years back. So that's a bad break for Eisenhower as he stopped at the top of Emerson.
But he's still got time to get fixed, hopefully, and with a solid axle car making its way across the desert here. So many different vehicles out here, so many different transmissions, so many different style of vehicles.
As we're watching Clawhammer, we have, still at this point in the race, nose to tail racing.
It is absolutely nose to tail. You're absolutely right. I think that might have been the 44-15 of John Grounds there. Fantastic shots here, bottom right. Via helicopter coming over the top of Emerson Ridge by the looks of it.
That is the helicopter that is following Raul. We've been watching them. We watched them in the prologue in the T1 truck race as we're watching Raul as he works his way back. As you can see, way up in the distance, that is Hammertown. If looks could kill right now, whoever's playing the rap music next to it, everybody that's trying to watch the race is getting a little bit chafed. So I would turn that down a party. Thank you, sir. As we go back to Raul Gomez, our current leader.
Absolutely. And that's what we want to see. Look at this UFO single-seat IFS car just eating up the desert there. Raul Gomez laying down all of those 900 Dugan horsepowers.
Well, and here's the thing. Those guys would typically run a couple times a year in the Ultra 4. Now they're doing trophy truck races all across, down in Mexico, back and forth. So now they're being more, you get more, I guess seasoned as a driver, and it's not such a Super Bowl moment every time.
Yeah, I heard you talking to Terry Madden earlier. Now Terry drives with Raul Gomez, and he said Raul's been really working on his driving style and just holding back a fraction and not, pushing too hard when he doesn't need to.
Well, and I love the atmosphere down in the Gomez pit. Down at GBR, they're bringing in some old school guys that were working from down in El Cajon. It was great. I went over and caught up with them. But all three, you can't count them out. Raul, Marcus, and JP. It's anybody's race.
Okay, we've got fantastic images here from the crowd at Hammertown. Say hello to the world, Hammertown! Fantastic stuff. See some friends out there in the crowd as well. Good afternoon, Nicholas Montador. How are you? Nicholas is over from France, been racing in the UTV race. Let's not forget, this race is, even though we are in Southern California, it is a multinational affair, and there'll be thousands of people watching from all around the world as these heroes take on these trials.
And now as we watch Raul as he works his way, we see no dust in the back from Jason Shearer. So at this moment, right now, Raul is in the catbird seat, but we are going to see him come up on some lap traffic, so that could be an issue.
Absolutely, it's always going to be an issue. One thing I do want to talk about quickly, in the UTV race, we saw them complete their 2 laps in 4 hours, 26 minutes. Today, we saw Raul Gomez complete 2 laps in 4 hours and 2 minutes. So 24 minutes than Kyle Cheney's incredible run the other day. That just gives you an idea of the pace these big 4400 cars are putting down as we watch Sam Collins coming through the Bronco Arch.
And also the course is that much rougher and more tore up. So we've had 2 complete full days of racing, and now we're going into these multiple laps. So the track is rougher, but that just shows you the intensity and that these drivers are putting down.
Yeah. Just want to cut back to those UTVs as well. When they said to us that we're going to change from 35 to 37, I did wonder if that would put too much effort on the transmission.
I talked to Terry, and they stayed with 35s.
They did.
So they did. Yeah. And it was a drive shaft, not a half shaft. And when I asked him how much work did they do, did they change everything else except that? He says, no, the thing was complete down to the frame, changed all the parts, put it back together. So and as they're going, as we're watching Jason Shearer, as he rolls through remote pit 1, is he going to change the tire there? So here we go. They're changing the left rear tire on Jason Shearer as he rolls in, get some hydration. Probably I would say grab a handful of Advil before he keep going, because we still have a lot of racing to go. Probably about 35 miles of racing still.
Yeah, so we wanted to make a quick tire change here. These crews would have practiced this already. There we go. The wheel is off almost immediately that it's in the air. Now these vehicles have hubs on the inside of the axles, helps you locate the wheel, and you spin the wheel, lock it onto the studs, and then they have fast starts on the studs. Now you saw them, oh hello, who's this on the side here? That.
24.
I'm not sure who that is yet. We'll get a number in a moment.
That might be Zandy.
I think that might be Zandy Williams.
That is Zandy Williams, number 24. But already he's got the winch line out. Going to pull it back on 2 wheels. I mean, back on 4 wheels and get going. So you can see that as he went around, got up on the wall, couldn't quite get a hold of it, and down he went.
Yeah, we've got Bailey Campbell coming in to complete her 2nd lap. This young lady does everything to impress. She had problems earlier today when a brake caliper was seizing the left-hand brake. Now she's coming into pits, so this is probably a scheduled stop as we watch Tom Ways, and I think that's Marcus Gomez. Yes, that is Marcus Gomez and Tom Ways picking their way out through Hidden Valley and Spooners. Now Marcus was running quite high up the order earlier on. He slipped back, so whether he had a flat tire or another problem, we're not too sure, but he's looking good now as he makes his way out through Spooners.
But as
UFO car.
I'm sorry to step on top of you, Jim, but as they were talking, they just capped it. They just said, we're not going to rebuild it. She's going to drive with 3 brakes for the rest of the race. Is that correct?
I couldn't confirm or deny on that one.
That was the rumor that I heard.
But if you haven't got a caliper there to put on there, that's the wisest move, just to get them out there. And we're just hearing now that Jason Shearer is back out of the pit, and he's back on course and hunting down race leader Raul Gomez. Now, if Bailey Campbell is running with 3 brakes, it will affect her overall speed for sure as she makes her way out of the pits, crosses the line, and starts lap 3.
And I'm speculating, and I'm going by rumor from what I heard. So if I'm off a little bit, but that was rumor that I heard that
yeah, if there's anyone from the Campbell pit that can confirm or deny that, that would be absolutely fantastic. Oh, look at this. Marcus Gomez making the move on Tom Ways. Looks like Tom moved out of the way there. Now this is a very interesting car. This is an IFS front end, but it has a split rear axle so that reacts as an IRS, so independent rear suspension. Very clever car indeed. Marcus came second last year, so he's desperate to try and put it onto the podium as we switch to our race leader, Raul Gomez, who's making his way down through Sledgehammer.
So as we're watching around, now we're starting to see the shadows start to go, and they're getting a little bit long. As he works his way through Sledgehammer, this is where we got some huge rocks. It makes it very difficult. But with his vehicle, he can slide right over, and he's not worried about ripping one of the differentials out.
Yeah, he's got to be real careful in here. I mean, look at the size of the rocks. They're bigger than the car itself. Absolutely incredible trail.
And remember that he is by himself. So if he has to winch, he has to get out, set the remote, winch himself to safety, then get himself back in the car, put it in park, undo it. So there's a whole lot that he has to do if he has a situation where he's got to winch himself out.
He does. And there's several pinch points as you come down through Sledgehammer. And we saw the EMC cars struggling through here yesterday, but don't forget that they are using a 37-inch tyre. Raul is using a 40-inch tyre, and that does make all the difference. And this is where pre-running counts. This was one of the pinch points we saw the other day, and Raul's just navigating it.
Honestly, there is so much that a driver is doing. Talk about multitasking. He's got both feet going, looking back and forth, spinning the tires. Oh, I want to push the brake to lock up my rear a little bit or lock up my front to try to gain some more traction. That was done absolutely beautiful by Raul Gomez. So that just shows you that these guys are not just hammers. I mean, they're technicians when it comes to getting through the rocks.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell by Raul's driving style there. It's a completely different Raul to who we would have seen driving down this trail 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we've been coming down here at 100 mile an hour with wheels spinning and guns are blazing. This is a Raul that's matured. This is a Raul who wants to win King of the Hammers. This is a Raul who wants to be the very first Gomez to say, I am King of the Hammers.
Well, I'm going to try to set a time if we can pick up Jason Shearer. I keep saying Randy Slauson and Jason Shearer, but Jason Shearer in the same spot. So I'm going to set a timer and see what we get if we can get that same shot as he works his way down Sledgehammer. And this to me is the most tricky when you have the sand on the sides back and forth, as we're watching Eric Miller as he works his way down Outer Limits.
Yeah, now Eric's just picking his way through. Now we saw him being passed earlier by Josh Byler. Eric won't let that bother him. He knows that he'll come back to him. He'll just keep that pressure on, and we can now see our physical second place car, Jason Shearer, in the bottom right hand of our screens.
But he has a lot of work to do because he is not even at Sledgehammer yet. So right there, that is going to be a huge advantage as you see this section, and Raul decides to stay down in the canyon because it gets a little bit sketchy up on the side there because you think, oh, I'm just going to run up that sand trail. But if you drop a wheel off, how do you save it? Face first into the rocks.
And they've got to stay in the rock trails as much as possible. There are VCPs in the bottoms of these trails, virtual checkpoints, digital checkpoints that don't physically exist, but if they don't hit them, they will be penalized. So Jason Shearer now dropping over the edge, and he'll be making his way down towards Sledgehammer. But Raul Gomez is looking very good out front. That single seat UFO car, let's not forget this is a brand new car. It was only delivered to the lake bed this week.
And we talked with Raul, and he's running the same motor as we're watching. So now we look at the current graphic. We have Raul Gomez, Jason Shearer, and our current champion from last year, Randy Slauson, once again creeping up from the back.
Okay, as we watch the continuing action here, we're just getting some reports come through that Waylon Campbell and Brian Crofts are both out with failed transmissions. So that's terrible news for the Campbell crew. And I've also had some news that Levi Shirley's problems earlier on were also a failed transmission. So, to coin an Americanism, lots of blown trannies today.
Well, as we go back to the starting order, we saw that Jason Shearer started in second place, which was on the front row. Raul Gomez started on the third row, qualifying in 5th, and Randy Slauson qualifying in 8th, only a minute and a half behind Raul. So if Randy wants a shot at this, he has to make quite a bit of time before this finish.
Yeah, he's going to have to be starting to really lay it down. Jason's going to be thinking about what he's going to have to do to make a move. Does he really push on hard now, or does he just hold his position and consolidate for a podium? But that's not Jason Shearer.
No.
I'm expecting him to start making a move later in the day.
Well, and also when he gets in front, he has to gap him as well. So it's not just enough to catch Raul. But we did talk to Liam O'Donnell that was saying there is going to be some penalties because people are speeding in the speed zone. It had to be 30 miles an hour. There were some drivers, I don't know which ones, that made some passes there. Also, there's some guys that I was reported were showing it over 50 miles an hour. So that's a sliding scale on how big the penalty is. But we have to wait until they cross the line and then do the math.
Now, Sledgehammer, look at this. This is a brutal trail. I'm not sure that graphic is actually correct, but this trail here, I've got a feeling this is a different trail. I'll get confirmation of that though. But look at Raul. He's having to really work this car, working his way through here. But this UFO car is fantastic. It's making short work of this incredibly difficult rock section. And all the time, Jason Shearer is trying to play catch up.
At this point, watching what Raul is doing and some of the lines that he's done, you know, some of the times he's not taken the path of least resistance, like running where everybody else has been running. He's running over to the right or to the left, and that's having confidence in your vehicle. So right now, we're watching our current race leader in Sledgehammer. I'm going to bring back Ian Johnson to take a spot for me. I'm going to step out for a minute. So Jim, you guys take care of it. I'm going to go try to talk to the Gomez brothers, find out a little scuttlebutt, but I will be right back at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima Batteries. This is Ricky Johnson. Here comes Ian.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Look forward to having you back in the booth later on as we watch Kevin Williams and his wife Brittany in the Bilstein bomber making their way across the desert. It was their first year last year, and they couldn't wait to get back and join us again this year.
Yeah,
how are we doing, Ian?
I'm doing great, Jim. It's been a great race so far. They have both said that this might be their last year racing 4400. You know, they bought the car, did the whole story on YouTube about how to prep it and bring it out here and race it, and they said, you know what, this isn't really what we do. We're not professional race car drivers, but they wanted one more crack at this race, not to win it, but just to get a better personal best. I suggested to them, I said, hey, why don't you drop that thing down into 4800s and come back next year?
Well, that would be a good...
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone. But we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
At the top of our page, we've got the Lamborghini
good job.
of Jordan Pellegrino there. Now, this car is another spaceship, for want of a better word. It's got the IFS portals on the front. It's got the IRS portals on the rear. And they've been working on this project. If you follow them on social media, the work and love that goes into that 98 car is quite phenomenal.
Yeah, as Jim said, it's definitely a spaceship, a lot of technology in that car. But as we're seeing, sometimes there's all this technology, all these new cars, whenever they bring them out here for the first time, sometimes they get bit by that unfortunate new car blues.
Absolutely, yep. And that looks like that might be Chip McLaughlin there.
I think you're right, Jim.
Now, this car was built by Tribe for another racer called Alex many years ago. He sold it, Chip bought it. And he's been doing so well on it ever since. Oh, right, now we have got another car down in the bottom here. Now, I've got a feeling it can't still be Zandy Williams, I wouldn't have thought. But if it is, that is Chip's teammate. But I think we saw Zandy being recovered earlier, so I think this is a different vehicle. And our course workers are just holding him back there. giving the other course workers some clear air to get this car recovered. As we watch more cars coming back into Hammertown.
Yeah, we've got lots of course workers out there working, making sure everyone is good and safe on the race course. In our bottom right, that is Shannon Campbell making his way through Hidden Valley and Spooners.
Yeah, Shannon Campbell running in the top 10 at the moment. As we look up at Rusty Byler, I think Rusty Byler is either possibly up to 4th. He's 4th or 5th, that's for sure. And our current, probably 2nd place solid axle car.
Yeah, and as we've said many times, this race was not over quite yet. We still have a few miles to go, and anything can happen. We've seen this race get won in the last 5 miles in the past. So just because we have Gomez out in front with a good lead doesn't mean he's got this thing sealed up quite yet. There's still a lot of people then striking distance as they make their way back to Hammertown.
Yeah, and that is Cody Miller still running in the UTVs. I believe he is the sole UTV out there still running. Saw Carl Cheney break earlier. And Hunter Miller, I believe, has already retired. So this is Cody Miller, his brother, still out on course and doing good.
Yeah, I'm hearing in my PCI race radio, Jim, that I think we're calling Blyler in 3rd position right now.
Wow, that's an amazing thing. Do you know the funniest thing about that? Someone said to me earlier this week, do you think Rusty can win this thing? And I went, no, I'm not so sure. He's proven me wrong.
He's proven you wrong. He heard you, Jim. He's
He
proven
did
you wrong.
indeed.
As we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. struggle through outer limits.
Now this car's already been very successful. But it looks like he's got himself high-centered there. What do we mean by high-centered? All 4 wheels off the ground and spinning like a turtle. Shannon Campbell picking his way up through Spooners.
Yeah, it is one of the downfalls of the IFS cars. The solid axle cars, if they do get high-centered and you turn the wheel back and forth like that, there's so much weight that gets thrown from side to side. You can sometimes just rock the car off that little pivot rock. But those IFS cars, when all that suspension unloads, turn the wheel all you want. It doesn't seem to have as much of an effect on the actual center of gravity of the car.
Exactly. You seem to also see that. Oh, this is interesting. That looks like Josh Byler. And Josh Byler is catching. Is that Randy? No.
No, I believe that's lap traffic.
Lap
that's
traffic.
lap traffic for sure. Which means he's standing on that push to pass button.
And what a difference that button makes. That's a real bonus for all the drivers this year. New tracker system installed. A lot of safety features in there that help the drivers not only stay safe on course, but also to help improve the racing. And still in the bottom of our screen there, it was our first ever 3-time king, Shannon Campbell, just picking his way through these gullies. Nitto tyres, Curry axles, ARB 249 CE lockers. And I think that's Joe Thompson coming into pit in the bottom right-hand side.
I think you're right. As we're watching Bladder make his way up through Aftershock, we just saw him do that pass in that bottom section.
Now, the car that Joe Thompson's driving is a car that he built for the Gomez brothers. But this is actually the pre-runner for the Gomez brothers.
Yeah.
And they said, hey Joe, why don't you take it out on course and have some fun? And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's having a great day out there at this King of the Hammers. But Josh is making quick work of these rock trails in that Miller chassis.
Yeah, that's Rusty, that we can actually see there on shot. These Miller Pro chassis looking very, very similar indeed. Big B Motorsports, of course. And their race program is unbelievable. If you go over to their pit, check out all their trucks, their lorries, the way that everything's laid out. Their attention to detail is quite unbelievable. And there'll be guys sitting back in their pits at the moment, and they'll be able to take data from the telemetry of these vehicles from the engine and gearbox, and they'll be able to see the temperatures from back in the pit while these guys are racing out on track.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of action down here in outer limits as well. I believe that's still Vaughn Gittin Jr. down there trying to get unhigh centered off that rock. We saw his co-driver get out and start pulling some winch cable, but it looks like he hasn't moved very far as we had a little bit of traffic coming in behind him.
Yeah, now it's difficult for these guys. When they're inside the car, they have plug-in comms, so they'll plug them in and they can talk to each other and they can hear each other easily. When they're outside of the car, they usually don't have any comms of any description, and so they have to rely on hand signals and best guess. That makes life very difficult indeed. As we see the 4, 5, 6 there of Chad Hunt making his way through.
Yeah, looks like he's taking an alternate line to get around there.
Yeah, that's also a Miller chassis.
This is one of the benefits of having these solid axle cars. We talk about it all the time. The solid axle cars just have a few extra optional lines they can take.
Yeah, exactly. Now, just look here. Chad's right. You can see that Chad's obviously had a flat out track, and he's actually running a different wheel to the rest of his wheels.
Oh dear, it looks like Shannon Campbell made a mistake, and he has to come back down spinners. He missed the turn. That's going to cost him quite a bit of time out there on course. And we talked about that when Terry was in here, about having the co-driver and how important it is.
Well, do you remember a few years ago, and we were actually, as young Pam comes and joins us in the booth, do you remember a few years ago, I think it was 2014, 15, Shannon was leading the race, and he met some guys, and he was coming back down Wrecking Ball, and they said, Shannon, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm driving down here. I said, dude, turn around, it's the other way, and send him back out to the top of the canyon.
Unfortunately, Shannon does have an unfortunate history of getting lost out here in the Hammers. All right, so this is Shera out on this is the plaque line at Sledge. We just saw Gomez come down here probably about, God, it's been a while, it's probably 10, 15 minutes ago.
It is, but the most important thing, we see Jason there using his hands, trying to tell Jason Berger. Jason Berger is actually out of the car at the moment, but while we wait for the action here, we're going to pop to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with you. See you soon.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4 Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
And welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. We are live in Johnson Valley. The sun is shining, the skies are blue, the wind has picked up, and we're having a fantastic day of racing here.
Yeah, we're just following our current second vehicle on course. That's Jason Shira. We saw him go through plaque line at Sledge. We saw his co-driver jump back in, but he is fairly far behind our current race leader.
He is indeed. If you had our premium package, you would have enjoyed that footage. If you didn't have our premium package, you would have missed the action. So do get over to ultraford.com, get signed up, and while you're there, check out the live scoring. And when you're on the website, at the top of the page, you'll find the links to the live scoring. You'll be able to pick up the trackers and also lap times. Oh, look at Jason riding the sand wall there.
He is making some good speed through that section. And this is one thing that Jason would also know. He'd know where he can make up a second here or a second there. And that's what he's going to have to do if he wants to stay in the hunt for the crown on this race.
And this is our race leader in the bottom right. That is Raul Gomez making his way up through Chocolate Thunder. Now, if he's in Chocolate Thunder, I would surmise that he's some 35 to 40 minutes from coming into town.
Yeah, he's definitely got a good stretch out there right now. But I think you're right, Jim. It'd be about 35, 40 minutes before he comes back as we're watching Jason just come out the bottom of Sledge.
Yeah, no, just looking at my map, I might have got that a bit enthusiastic. We still think there's a good hour or so before we can make it round to us as we watch Shannon Campbell picking his way through outer limits.
And this is the location outer limits where we saw Jason have his unfortunate rollover earlier. It looks like Shannon came through it clean. Jason was on the other side of that rock when he came through. I've got my unofficial split time stopwatch rolling here. So as soon as we see Jason get into Chocolate Thunder, we'll get a rough idea of how far ahead Gomez is on him.
Yeah, see, for next year what we need is Rolex or Tag Heuer to pick this up and supply you with a stopwatch.
Oh, it'd be so good. There'd be so many watches up here, I wouldn't know what to do with them all.
Right, so our physical second place car on track. That is Jason Shearer. Look how close he's getting to those crowds. Just really near to the action. Perfectly safe, of course. They're being held back by our safety marshals. And Jason using every single inch of this course to pick his way through and try and claw back those precious few seconds.
Yeah, it was a shame we saw him with a flat earlier, so he had to stop in the pit to get it changed. He didn't stop himself because we talked about that. When he's traveling through the rock trails, he's probably traveling at the same speed, but definitely wanted to get it fixed before he headed out into any desert sections or high-speed sections.
Yeah, we can see down there, Shannon Campbell. So on screen now, we have two three-time kings.
Jason being the only king to ever win it back-to-back here in Johnson Valley.
And you still wouldn't bet against him clinching a fourth today, but there's a man in front of him who says, no, Jason, I've got one hand on this already, and that is Raul Gomez in his UFO IFS car, who is currently leading our race.
Yeah, when we looked at this course originally at the beginning of this week and we saw all the rock trails, I never would have put two IFS cars in the lead this late in the race. I was certain that we'd have a solid axle up there pushing hard, but we believe Randy's still in the hunt.
Well, let's not forget that we don't have as many solid axle cars racing as we do IFS and IRS cars. So the laws of percentages say that there's more likely to be an IFS car leading this race than there is a solid axle car, as we watch Jason Shearer working his way up into Sledge. Yeah, the ticker says Sledge, but that's not Sledge. That is Claw.
Yeah, I believe that's Claw. I think that's the top of Clawhammer right there, not the top of Sledge. That's the drone pilot from Sledge coming over into the next canyon to get you these shots. And here you can see Jason. He's a little bit off camera. You see, checked up because he did not want to make that same mistake that he made before and have to get out of the car and winch it, but quickly got the suspension settled back down and made his way up through the rest of that course.
Yeah, Jason looking really good here. If you said to Jason at the beginning of the day that they would have to have winched twice, he'd said, really? But that's what that's what happens in racing. That's what happens at King of the Hammers. And that's what happens here in Johnson Valley.
Wow,
you can never take anything for granted.
Yeah, and we caught that rollover on camera. I mean, that was just an unlucky twist of basically literally a twist of the steering wheel. He was in a good spot, and he just ended up with this, and you know, he's going to beat himself up more than anybody else is.
It was one blip of the throttle or one turn of the wheel. It was that quick.
You know what they say, I was winning up until, and that's exactly what Jason said to himself.
And speaking of winning, this is Raul Gomez.
But I'm seeing a lot of back and forth action here.
Yeah, we are.
more than I would expect. Of course, he could be getting a better line on it. That is a little bit of a waterfall climb there.
Raul putting this car to work.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what that was. He was just getting lined up with a better angle on that climb as we watch Kevin and Brittany Williams bringing their bomber chassis car back into town. I think that's them finishing their second lap.
Yeah, I will confirm that shortly.
But on our inset screen is our current race leader, which is Raul Gomez. But Jim, look at he's just not moving, Jim. This is not.
Yeah, this doesn't look good.
This doesn't look good at all. Oh, and I see a window net going down.
Oh no,
this is not good.
Oh no. Right, okay, we've got our current race leader, Raul Gomez, getting out of the car.
Oh, this can't be good. It's certainly not to winch. I mean, I guess it could be to winch if he got a little bit off course. We saw him
he's moving to the back. He's playing with a winch. It does look like he's playing with a winch there. We'll see.
No, I think he's opening the... Oh, it's just speculation at this point what it is.
Well, while we wait for Raul Gomez and for this story to open up, just let you know that we've now got 27 cars that have started lap 3.
Oh, this is terrible luck for Raul. He was doing so well. This is what we talk about, how important it is to have a co-driver. Sometimes running this race alone, is there really a benefit to it? Is he going for a winch, or what is he working on? I don't think it's a winch.
I'm not sure. But just check out this incredible drone footage. Drone or helicopter, either way. To be able to bring you these images.
Oh, I was wrong.
It is a winch.
You are correct. Yeah. So somehow he just ended up bouncing off course. But you would think that he would try to back up and dig a little bit more to try to get that car out of there.
Perhaps he has.
I didn't see
a lot of the difficult part.
Or worse speculation we could make right now. Perhaps there's something wrong with the car and he has to winch when he gets in a situation like that.
Yep.
That is normally not what we'd see with Raul. We'd see him heavy throttle, dig a lot of rocks, try to move the steering wheel around, but for some reason he just ended a little bit off that course. He's definitely centered. You can see light underneath that left front
we saw him come up that waterfall and the whole car jumped over to the left-hand side there, and it's possible when that jump that he just landed on top of a rock.
It could have been.
And this is the man who built that car that we just saw. This is Joe Thompson in another UFO vehicle, picking his way through Turkey Claw at the start of lap 3. Now, just going to cut back to my previous thought. We now have 80 vehicles of the 102 that started this morning have completed lap 1, and we have 27 that have now started lap 3.
And we do have a time cutoff for lap 3 this year, correct?
Yes, we do. You can't start lap 3 if you after 6 p.m. and they will be closing remote pit 2 at, I believe it's 8:30. So this is the monkey with a knife team.
We can see Raul's getting back in the car, burning precious time with this recovery.
We reckon that he had about 20 minutes over Jason Shearer. So are we going to see Jason suddenly coming up that gully behind us? And we still have the hardest trails ahead. We still have the legend that is King's Veto, and you can see him trying to winch it. I think has he got front-wheel drive? No, he has.
It looked to me like all 4 tires were going. I think it's just like we thought. I think he just unfortunately got high-centered up on that car. But as we pull the camera back, we may be able to see if there's anybody behind him. The problem here is when you're all by yourself. Here he is. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm going to get out, unhook, and drive it out. If he doesn't drive out of this, then he's got to get back out, re-spool it again.
Yeah, I know that back in Europe particularly, and in Australia, there'll be people getting very, very frustrated. We do a lot of winching in Europe, do a lot of winching in Australia as well, and in Asia for that matter. We do things very, very differently. Very fast winches, powerful winches, air-operated free spools, very simple to use. So we often don't say such nice things about American winching, shall we say.
Well, we're more used to driving over stuff, Jim, than winching over stuff.
Yeah, exactly that. But let's see if Raul can sort this out here. Fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, hopefully it was just a simple high-centered section and he was up on it just for a little bit. But surely Jason Shearer is just clicking off the miles, getting closer and closer and closer.
And what a finale to this race. It's going to be absolutely incredible as we watch Eric Miller picking his way through Aftershock. Now you're in Raul's shoes and you can feel those minutes just trickling through your fingers.
Yeah, we talk about this every year. You know, we act like we're surprised every year that this race comes down to the last little bit. But really, we shouldn't at this point. We should really know. We should know that this race is not won until the actual king crosses the line and all the elapsed time is taken care of.
And
but look at this.
This is exactly what you said, Ian. Still high-centered.
Oh, goodness gracious. He's still hung up on that rocker, but this is what I would expect to see him do. Instead of, look, earlier like he was just like, oh, I'm high-centered, I'm going to grab the winch. I expected him to dig at this for a little while. Unfortunate for him, I don't think he's going to get out of this. If he does, it's going to be very violent and very exciting, so it will be fun for us to watch, but not so much for him. Oh, and this is just going to be, he's going to be, as you would say, Jim, absolutely gutted.
Absolutely, totally gutted.
See how I did that for you? I'm trying to fit in, Jim. Trying to get up here. I'm trying to fit in with you.
Okay, we've got more winch action down in Chocolate Thunder here. And look at the position that he's winching. I'd suggest that he's probably got a breakage. And somewhere down in this canyon is Raul Gomez.
Oh, and it must be awful if he has to get back out of the... He's gotten back out of that car. He's going further up the trail with that winch. And you're right, Jim. This is where, as I know, you have these high-speed winches and stuff. You'd probably run that thing halfway up that trail and hook on.
Yes.
I like that simple answer.
That's a very simple answer. Yes.
I would run it to the end of the trail.
But I would also have a co-driver. But then hindsight's a wonderful thing, and I'm not sitting in that car right now. Raul Gomez is, and he's leading this race.
The question is, do the Gomez brothers not have co-drivers because it's a personal preference, or is it no one's crazy enough to get in the car with them?
This is a very true point and a valid point, well put. One day we'll find out. As we look here, as the 15:05 of Tim Hooper coming down through the Bronco Arch into Hammertown, probably to start his third lap. So Tim Hooper going well there.
This is a shot from out in remote pit 2.
Now we're just getting a question coming in as we watch Jason Blanton making his way through Outer Limits. Got a question coming in on social media. What time is course closing today? Course closes officially at 10 o'clock plus adjusted time. So if you started on the second row of the grid, that means you would be plus 1 minute, so it would be 1 minute past 10 that you would be finishing. So if you are the 100th person off the line, you'll be adding therefore, that's half of, I don't know, it'll be 25 minutes, so it'll be 10:25 that you would actually be closing, course closing. But this is King of the Hammers, so we'll be here right the way through, making sure we bring everybody across that line. Let's watch the 804 of Matt Tomney there.
And Jason Blanton moving around him quickly on that line that we've seen a couple. I don't know if I've seen any IFS cars take this particular line. We saw a couple solid axles, but Jason with that machine, huge horsepower in that car.
He is, but Jason's been driving these trails for years, and look how much how simple he makes that look. We just saw Vaughn Gittin Jr. hung up there for a good 5 minutes, and Jason giving him a schooling on how to drive an IFS in the rocks.
Yeah, he's just crawling through that, making quick work of that rock section. As Jim said, we saw Vaughn getting in there stuck for a little bit, and here this is one of our Broncos coming up on top of Emerson.
I think that might be Josh Barkey. Or is
no,
that
that's Vaughn right there.
Vaughn.
Yep, there's Vaughn right there. I appreciate that they painted the Broncos very different colors. Jason cut the roof off his. Makes it much easier than the Can-Ams, who are all yellow.
Yes. If there's anyone listening from Can-Am, big numbers on the roof next year, please.
Yeah, or at least different colors on the cage.
Yeah. In fact, if anybody's listening and thinking about coming racing, big numbers on the roof works for any car. Helps us to identify who these people are and give you the props that you all deserve. We saw Vaughn's teammate Lauren Healy sadly retire earlier.
Yeah, that was just bad luck for him, getting out of there with a mechanical issue. Had one issue that he fixed early, but then had another one that just didn't seem to work out as we're watching Vaughn up on this Emerson Ridge.
This is one of my favourite trails at Hammers. The way you come down through the ridge there and you look out across and you can just see the whole of Hammers mapped out in front of you. It's quite breathtaking. But they have to be careful here. Navigation, although you can see the trails obviously goes in one direction, they get split trails. They have to follow their GPSs. Make sure, though, hit those VCPs.
Yeah, and there's a couple times in this course where even though you're on lap 2 or lap 3, the trails will change slightly. So you have to pay attention. We saw Shannon miss that earlier. Have to go back up and then head up the cutoff off the trail. So it's always good to pay attention. Pre-running does so much, but the GPS is so crucial in these cars.
Is indeed, and this looks like that was a Jimmy's Carton shot. as we cut through to, that is car number 60, which of course is Chad Owens. And he just goes off the side there at the Talladega, and that means he's going to go into main pit. Because of the sheer number of vehicles here and the amount of pits, they can have different exits and entrance to those pit areas. And we see Vaughan now dropping down into the rock trails. Now you see there's a bypass, but he'll be wanting to stay in the rock trails. All the drivers in the drivers' meeting were told quite clearly, stay in the rock trails. If you don't, you'll miss the VCPs and you will be DQ'd.
Yeah, and in our inset shot here, that's another one of the Gomez cars.
Yeah, that's Marcus Gomez making his way through Aftershock. Now we saw him battling hard with Tom Ways earlier. So has he passed Tom Ways again?
Yeah, I certainly don't see him in front of him. And I think he's moved up. Tom seemed to be running a little bit off pace for Tom.
I agree with you. Has Tom been for the same school of thought as Raul Gomez, do we think?
Yes, I think he does.
Backed it off a fraction. So this is a very unusual car, this one with the split rear axle configuration. Working very well for Marcus.
There's Blyler up in remote pit 2. So they're going over the car just a little bit. Getting ready to fuel it up here shortly.
Now you'll see that they're not fueling at the moment. There is a very clear rule that you are not allowed to work on the car and refuel the car at the same time. And that looks like Cameron Steele.
That is Cameron Steele. I guess he was able to get his steering rack put back in his car. He went for a good hike to get that and took it back out into the desert.
Yeah, Cameron Steele was running in 3rd position. In fact, I think he might have made his way up to 2nd.
He was moving, I believe you're right, I think he was moving along quite well.
And unfortunately a steering rack failure. Now, he had in a previous year he had a steering rack failure as well. So it was a tough luck there for Cameron and for Wayne Israelison, his co-pilot. But these guys never give up.
Yeah, that's exactly what Cameron said when he showed up in remote pit. We had Tiffany out there talk to him, and he said, you know, we don't give up. I've got a steering rack, got a bag of tools. I'm going to go for a 3-mile hike through the desert, take it back to the car and put it on. It looks like they were able to get it on and continue on with the race.
Yeah, just watch the way this car picks through the rocks. It's like a spider with those huge portal hubs and the IFS and IRS allowing it to pass over those rocks with what seemingly seems consummate ease. Marcus Gomez still makes his way through Aftershock. In the background, we can hear the live band doing their sound check. It sounds like we've got a hell of a party coming up later tonight.
Well, if the Gomez brothers wins this race, we'll have one hell of a party.
Yeah, that'll be the stuff of legends, that is for sure. As the elder brother, Marcus Gomez, picks his way through Aftershock. And we've now got Jason Shearer coming into Chocolate Thunder. He's going to drop down the hill. And then make his way through the sand wash. Now Ian's got his unofficial stopwatch going here.
Yeah, well, look at what time Jason makes that little turn right there at the bottom. That's when I started it, when we saw Gomez go through.
Now we haven't been back to Gomez for a little while. Is he still stuck?
I don't know.
Is he back moving?
So Jason right now is 17 minutes behind our current first place car.
Now Jason won't know that Raul is stopped. There is nobody there. There are no spotters, apart from the live show, of course.
Yes.
Which, if anybody's is super intelligent, they'll be watching the live show in their pits.
Yeah, we haven't been back out to see if he's been able to get that car winched to safety yet.
Yeah, Jason taking that right-hand line again. It's a slightly longer line, but it is a smoother line out of Chocolate Thunder. And he's back on his way and hunting down Raul Gomez.
We saw Jason earlier do this. You can tell that he's been out and he's pre-ran a lot of these lines, figured out which one's faster, which one's slower. We saw him do exactly a similar thing when he's at a back door. He didn't go down and do the method race wheels backdoor drop off. He went around the mountain and ended up being a lot faster.
Yeah, now that was very interesting, but I think that pretty much closes the line for everybody else for the day if they've got spotters up there or they're watching the live feed.
Yeah, they'll know right away. It's not faster, don't do it.
Yeah, exactly that. And there's Cody Addington and the 888. Red Dragon still running very smoothly, and just in front of him is the Bomber. And I want to say it's Chad Owens. I'm fairly certain that it is.
I believe you're right. 59, I think.
We actually saw Chad do an amazing piece of driving earlier. He really took down 3 cars in one foul move through the rocks. Great piece of work by Chad. Cody Addington is a firm crowd favourite, and it would be wonderful to see him cross the line today. He's not had any luck at all in the Red Dragon in this race, so I really hope that we can see him cross the line later today. Oh, now we've got a hang up here. This looks like the monkey with a knife team, 416, which is Brian Reed. And he's waiting for traffic in front, but it looks like the car in front, it looks like their right-hand front tyre might not be turning.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they have front driving that car at all. It looks like they're trying to get off course, but it looks like they're unable to.
Yeah, co-driver getting out of the car now. And now, who is that? Is that Raul Gomez?
I believe that's Raul. I believe
that
that's
looks
our
like
current
Raul
leader,
Gomez.
yes. So that is Raul Gomez making his way through Wrecking Ball. So we speculated if he was able to get the car unstuck, which obviously he has.
Yeah, now we need to see what the time difference is between him and Jason Shearer. I'm guessing Jason has probably picked up about 7 minutes. This is Wrecking Ball, and Raul is actually putting it up the waterfall. I would have thought he'd have taken the bypass, but he hasn't. And look at that, this man is on top of his game.
Oh,
he
he's
makes
just
it
making
look
quick
so
work
easy.
of that. Yeah, quick work of that obstacle in there. You can tell we have lots of safety and recovery vehicles out there. Normally that obstacle is a lot more difficult. Gomez making that making that look super easy.
Okay.
Oh, but this is the issue we had before. We had this car that was rolled over and the course worker was flagging cars down.
Yeah, so that car's still on its side. Raul's going to have to find an alternative route around him.
Oh, and it looks like he has.
That does still look like Zandy Williams, you know.
It does. All right, looks like Raul made him around. That's super easy.
Yeah, no problem at all there. So Raul is still on his way. Looks like he's about to change gear. And off he goes again. He knows every point on this course where he needs to change from low to high, and that's exactly what he's just done there.
Yep. Inset screen, that's Tom Ways and Aftershock.
It is. That means that Marcus Gomez has got past Tom again. Now, can we see a flat on the back of Tom's? It's hard to tell. It looks all good. So we can only guess why or how Marcus got past him. But you can see Raul is trying to make up time now. He's blowing out those corners in his effort to push as hard as he can to get back towards Hammertown.
Yeah, he knows that he burned a lot of time in that section where he got high centered and had to get out and winch himself out.
But he's just got to cool down. He's just got to chill down, get himself ready for what's ahead. Because what's coming up next is some of the hardest trials on the hammers.
Yeah, and we saw this happen last year. We saw Cameron Steele drop into that same trail with a commanding lead and just end up breaking in that trail and just throwing the race away. This race is still not won yet.
Here we go. This is one of these trails. Okay, is that Chad Owens we see there hooked up? I believe that's Cody Addington behind him.
I think
so
you're
I think
right.
that is Chad Owens in the bomber.
Yeah, and I think Cody's going to be looking for an alternate route. I think he's tired of following him around that section.
Yeah, that is Chad Owens there.
Yeah, I think
Smoking
Cody's
his tyres, trying to find a right through. And we can see Cody Addington here trying to find a new line. Now, Cody's got to be careful here. It's so difficult to find new lines. And this is exactly what happens. You step off the line, and then the car in front moves on through, and you find yourself stuck in no man's land.
And the difficult part about wheeling out here in Johnson Valley, specifically in these hammer trails, is you don't know until you're out here. And Jim often refers to it as the hammer's flow. It's basically that whenever you stop on one of these trails and then you try to initiate movement again, quite often all 4 tires will just dig 4 big holes. So the really competitive drivers will just basically keep rolling through these trails.
They will indeed. It's what Ricky's been calling brake throttle modulation, which I
I
thought
like
was
those
incredibly
big words.
posh.
That's some good words, yeah.
Which is a very posh way of saying flow.
Flow, yeah. That's a $10 way of saying flow.
Okay, there's our race leader, Raul Gomez. And look at this. I love this car. It really is working ever so well. This is, as I say, a brand spanking new UFO buggy. It's got that 900 horsepower Dugan's engine in it. And we've got double view here. We're seeing Raul up in the top of the screen and Raul in the bottom of our screen a moment ago.
Yep. But we talk about this all the time. You know, we say how important prep is for this race. And this race really is often won or lost in the weeks leading up to it. No one can take away the amount of prep time that the Gomez brothers put into their cars. Those cars are completely rebuilt, all brand new cars, all of them, when they show up out here on the lake bed.
One thing I do want to point out, when you look at Raul Gomez's car, you'll see that the differential in the rear axle is not in the center of the vehicle. It's pushed over far to one side so that drive shaft or drive line prop shaft is protected by the lower link as well. Just offer that little bit more protection for when you're going over the rocks.
Yeah, it's like an old school rock buggy trick. We used that all the time on any of the rear mounted engine stuff. Basically in that IFS car, the differential's right in the center, and then you offset the engine a little bit so what would be the front output becomes the back output of the transfer case, and it just makes sense to put that differential over to one side.
Well, while we're looking at our current physical race leader, Raul Gomez, in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, we were just looking at Jason Shearer, but we're cutting it back to some more action here, and that is still Zandy Williams on his side.
Well, this is the section where we just saw Raul go through, and he had to make that little turn, and Jason is right there.
Now, are they just going to wave Jason through, or are they going to stop him?
Hopefully they wave him through, just like they did with Raul. Because Raul came up, they brought him up, and he went around on both sides, and then dropped back in.
Yeah, now here's Jason coming up through right now. So, I reckon he's pulled around about sort of 8 minutes back.
I started my stopwatch, and I was going to stop it when we saw him go around. Has he gone around the car yet?
Okay.
All right, so this is Jason Shearer.
Yes, Jason Shearer's just picking his way around now.
So here is my unofficial stopwatch information. Based on what we had when we saw Raul come through Chocolate Thunder and then Jason came through, there was a 17 to 20 minute difference. Right now, based on this unofficial stopwatch, we are at 5 minutes difference between the two cars. So Jason has made up a lot of time so far.
And also Raul would have put a lot of wear on that car as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to step out for a minute. Ricky's going to be joining us in the booth, and we'll be back with the action real soon.
All right, joining me in the booth right now is Ricky Johnson. As we're watching this action unfold, we're watching Jason Shearer make quick work of that vehicle we saw on our side. That's exactly where we saw Raul, our race leader, come through.
Well, Ian, let me just tell you, I'm walking down there, I'm talking to the Gomez pit, finding out, and what they said with JP is that he clipped a car on the side. He clipped another driver, and that's what made him crash. Then they brought him back, so he might come up and let us know what's going on. Then I walk through the press tent, and I see Raul out. So as I'm running over here, what's transpired? I know you just told the fans, I'm sorry, but now we're watching Jason Shearer as he's rolling through Wrecking Ball. Where is Raul?
Well, that's news to me, Ricky. I don't know where Raul is. That's the first. Apparently, he's in the press tent. We've been watching.
No, not in the press tent. I was in the press tent.
Oh, understand.
And as I'm walking through, and then I see Raul out setting his winch line.
So when he was winching, yes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, so it looked like what happened was Raul was out, basically took a bad bounce on one of the trails and just ended up high centered.
Right.
And he had to get out of the car. But what was really unfortunate for him was he went and reset the winch, pulled it once, unhooked the winch, spooled it back up, jumped in the car, and then started to drive again, and he was still high centered. And so he had to do it again. So right now, speaking of Raul, there he is.
And so is he without a winch?
No, he's fine. He got out of it and he moved on, but he did burn probably about 10 to 12 minutes of his lead on Jason Shearer.
Well, I was watching him as he's getting out, and we see Jason Shearer as he comes to a stop.
But there's a turn here. There is a turn here, and we watched him turn. No window net coming up. This is not good. Oh, this is terrible news. Both driver and co-driver getting out. Could it be as simple as a tire? Yes, look at that. Is it that left front tire? No, that is a drive shaft. Looks like they're getting out a spare drive shaft and heading underneath the car. Jason looking quickly behind to see what's going on. Oh, that's just bad luck for Jason Shearer. he had made up a pile of time on Raul because Raul had to winch off that obstacle, but it's looking like it is a drive. No, that could be a jack. I take that back. That is not a drive shaft. That is the jack, and he's going for a spare tire.
Left front tire is down. Looks low.
Yeah. So that is his jack. Originally, I thought that might have been their spare drive shaft. That is a mistake on my part, but that is their jack they're going to use to jack up the car to put a tire on that left front.
Once again, I doubt you're just joining us, but it has been one unbelievable day. We're at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. At this point, it is Ian Johnson and myself, Ricky Johnson, as we're watching Shannon Campbell as he works his way up Aftershock. A little surprise coming in the booth a little later. We're going to have the group Pennywise come in and say hello. They're going to be playing here tonight.
Yeah, and as we cut back to, there's Bailey Campbell up, and it looks like she's not moving either. And I just had Jim pop back into the booth. It's really fun having everyone sort of jump in and out today because we're getting all kinds of information. Well, the information we got is sad information because, unfortunately, it sounds... Oh, my goodness, he had to chase the wheel down the road that he took off the spare tire. Oh, Jason's just having rough luck today. But the sad news that we got is it sounds like Randy Slauson is out of the race. It sounds like he's sheared all the bolts off between the torque converter and the flex plate of the engine, so it's sounding like he is done. And we can only assume that something is going on right now with Bailey Campbell. She's not stopped there for the view.
Man, and then that's the thing, is, as we said, it's never over until it's over.
It's never over until you cross the finish line and you've waited out that elapsed time.
Exactly. And remember, we do have a speed limit section, and there is going to be some penalties going out. We don't exactly know who. They got to figure out who and what. But there's a section as we're going through. We're going to take another look at the roll at the bottom right as Jason Shear, as his tire takes a roll down the hill.
Poor Jason's just living in all the repeats today.
The wheel comes off.
Look at this. The tire comes off.
And down the hill. Oh. And now you have to push it back.
Poor Jason. He's living in the highlight reel today, and he doesn't even want to. He jumped off his car. He's chasing tires downhill, but there's no quit in him. He's going to keep pushing. As we're watching Blyler come up, or not come up sledge, sorry. This is our sledgehammer drone that's flown over. Or sorry, I apologize. This is the bottom of sledge. It's come down sledge. This is the sand wash at the bottom. And I can't see because of the glare, but that might be Bailey moving again.
Bailey got moving again.
Yeah, it is. It looks like Bailey's moving again.
I'm not sorry, not Bailey Cole. Bailey Campbell.
See, I hadn't made that mistake all day, and now I'm going to make it for the rest of the day.
If it was a dollar bet every time I called somebody by the wrong name, I would be broke. So, anyhow, Bailey Campbell, as she works her way up Spooners, we watched the couple leading cars go through there, and there's a new route that they're going to be taking in a little bit.
All right, so that is just the bottom of Sledgehammer as we watch Blyler come down and make that turn. This is the turn they go over to the next rock trail. In our inset camera, we have Bailey Campbell riding again, which is good because we saw her stationary on track for a while. Both her and Shannon are still in this race. Unfortunately, Waylon and her husband, Brian Crofts, are out. Both with similar issues. And it looks like Jason is just finishing up his tire change. But Raul, here's our current leader right here, Raul Gomez.
Ooh. See, now it gets a little difficult with the shadows and everything going. You can see how bright it is over to the left. And I know that we're watching a TV screen, but a lot of work that Raul has to continue to go through.
Yeah, he's working his way through this trail. And there's someone stopping, obviously, to check on Jason, make sure he's okay. Most competitors do.
Or he's questioning, do I go to the left or to the right? Because the navigation out here in Johnson Valley, because there are so many trails as we're watching Raul Gomez as he navigates his way back towards to Hammertown. But as we've seen earlier, there's still a lot of rock crawling before this race is over.
Yeah, we have some of the hardest rock trails still coming up. So even though Raul has a good lead, and unfortunately Jason was able to make up a good amount of that lead, now I bet she's giving it all back by having to change that tire. But we're watching Raul out here. He's now heading into a couple different rock trails. He has some more, obviously, rock crawling to do before he's coming back to Hammertown. So the race isn't over yet, but he definitely has a good lead so far.
And we see him stop, probably putting in high range, and we've had these anticipation moments. No, he stopped, and then nope, he's going into low range or going into high range. So Raul knows where he's at on the course, and so what he wants to do, even though this is still a tight section, he knows that he does, as we talked earlier, he doesn't want to wait till he's up to speed and then have to slow down to lose that momentum. So great job by Raul Gomez picking his places to go from low to high range.
Yeah, as Jim mentioned, he's running a little unconventional transfer case setup. We've got basically a reduction box in front of a straight cut SCS type drop box is what we call it. Very common in the rock bouncing and monster truck world. Very strong. And there's Raul. You can see him being chased by the helicopter. We do know Jason is behind him, but unfortunately, we also know there's Jason and Clawhammer. He's still on that rock trail. He gave up a lot of time having to change that tire.
That shot of the black and white helicopter right down on top of him, so they can't use the helicopter to spot for them. Okay, the helicopter can fly, but they can't be telling him, stay to the left, stay to the right. They can't navigate from the helicopter because that would obviously be an unfair advantage. But the Gomez brothers have that there for safety and also to film them to watch that race. Talk about low. Look how close that shadow is to the helicopter. That just shows you the confidence of that helicopter pilot. And it's actually perfect weather right now, just probably about 2 or 3 knots.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of wind out here in Johnson Valley, but it's always nice to have that helicopter flying over top of you. A little bit of extra insurance there as we're watching Jason Shera make his way through this rock trail. Our current leader, Raul Gomez, is out in the desert section, but he still has some more rock trails to hit before his race is done.
And when I'm watching him, me as a student watching one of the absolute best at doing this, is how quick he is with his left foot to stop and not keep bouncing down the rocks. As he's going down, obviously left foot, right foot, doing throttle brake modulation, but it's his ability to stop right on, as they say, stop on a dime and leave 9 cents change. But so you're watching one of the absolute best as he works his way down Clawhammer.
Yeah, Jason, old school rock crawler, made a great transition into this type of racing, and he certainly has been a force to be reckoned with here at the Hammers for many, many years. And I know he was super excited to be leading this race, but look at what we got going on here. We got Jason in the bottom of the screen, and I think that's lap traffic up behind him. I don't think that's someone challenging him for position. I could be wrong, but I believe that is lap traffic that he has passed.
As you can see where the drone is right now, there's multiple lines. And a lot of times, as we said before, something happens as we're watching some guys getting in trouble in outer limits.
That's Cody Addington in that red Dragon. You can see he's just gotten high centered out there in outer limits. We've seen a few people have trouble here. Problem, once again, this is a similar situation that we saw play out with Raul earlier. He's in that car all by himself. He's got to get out. He's got to set the winch. He's got to pick the anchor.
Well,
he's got to anchor.
Sorry, but he's already set the winch. He's not able to get off the rock at this time, so he's got to relocate it to try to pull it to the right or to the left, because if he goes forward, he's going to put himself in a worse situation.
Yeah, that's probably one of the hardest things to master in this game, is to how to pull winch cable to get yourself out of situations like that. And it's very difficult to do that when you're in that car all by yourself, trying to figure all that math out in your head.
We got the 2 helicopters. I wonder if Raul Gomez is down there going da 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 da. It's pretty awesome. Exactly. Cue that up for us in there in the booth. I love the smell of napalm. I love the smell of dust in the morning.
We've had a lot of dust this week here in Johnson Valley as we're watching our current race leader, Raul Gomez, out there with both helicopters chasing him. And our inset screen is our current second place vehicle. That's Jason Shera, and he's in his Ford Bronco.
And both of these drivers, Raul and Jason, have done this so many times. They're so aware of where they need to be. But when I was out here as a newbie, I would get to the top of the hill and I would see Hammertown just down there. I'm just like, I'm almost there.
You're never almost there in Johnson Valley. No, you're never almost there in Johnson Valley. You can see Hammertown for miles away, and then you realize, oh my goodness, it's still like 10 miles worth of driving.
Alrighty, we're going to bring in a special guest right now for a quick interview. I know this is about the race, but we have a great show coming up afterward. We got 2 special guests going to come in and do a little talking. Let us know what's happening later on. We got Byron and Fletcher. All right. Yeah, come on in. What's your name? Glad to meet you, bud. Alrighty, grab a headset. Byron, we're going to put you on that. So we have the guy, Fletcher and Byron from Pennywise. So let's put your hands together for the band. I know we're watching the race, and we're going to get back to that, but we want to hear from these guys. So, hey, we saw you at Supercross. You guys are big fans, obviously, but rock and roll is your thing, and I can't wait to see what you guys got going on for tonight.
Debauchery. Well, I got to talk?
No, you can talk into your mic, and he can talk into his. All righty, go. Fletcher, tell me about what's happening.
Drink a couple beers, get a little crazy, celebrate everything that's going on out here.
So obviously Pennywise, obviously huge when it comes to the videos and all the motorsports videos. You guys have the right tempo, the right energy, but you guys are also enthusiasts.
Yeah.
All right,
so like I said, I saw you the other night at Supercross. This is our first time out here, and this will not be our last. It's absolutely amazing.
Next year we're booking
It's absolutely
now.
amazing.
So are we going to get one of you guys in a vehicle? Do you wheel? I know obviously you guys are into motorsports, but what are the vehicles that you guys like to ride and drive? Fletcher?
I'm going to take off on a bike in a little bit.
All right, what do you
I
ride?
can break my wrist. I'm going to ride Brady's.
Don't break your wrist. It's a terrible thing. I've been through it my whole life.
Yeah,
So what do you ride?
I usually ride Harleys.
There we go. Have fun out there. Talk to Terry Madden. This is going to be not the greatest place for Harleys, but you're a big guy. You can handle it. What about you, Byron?
We got to go out today in my buddy's Can-Am. It was a 4-seater Brex, and what did you think of it?
It was awesome.
It was
It was his first time.
Scary.
We went pretty fast out there. It was mind-blowing. I would love to have one.
Well, awesome, guys. I can't wait to hear from it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get back to the race, but you guys, I can't believe that we have Pennywise playing here out at King of the Hammers. Is that awesome? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for these guys.
Get boozy.
Thanks for having us.
No problem, man. We're going to see you tonight. Rock on, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll see you at A3. I'll be up in the knothole. Pleasure to meet you, buddy. All righty, and back to the Hammers as we're watching Jason Shearer as he works his way up Claw Hammer. Thank you guys so much. How awesome is that? One more time, let's hear from the guys from Pennywise. It's badass that we got somebody, and I'm taking that statement from Miles, but it is badass that we have that level of rock and roll, and then actually now when we're out there, that level of rock crawling going on at the same place at the same time. So I want to thank Dave Cole and everybody from Ultra 4 Racing for setting this up, because as we heard Ryan Thomas say that, you know what, Ultra 4 is going to take care of the racers. They saw that they've had a bigger gate, so they put $100,000. So they're going to add on to all those to all the different checks that are going out there. So great for them to give back to the racers. Once again, they take care of the racers, the fans, then the sponsors. So a round of applause for all of you fans, because you're enthusiasts, you love off-road. So let's hear it for yourself. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Come on! You can do better than that. Alrighty, in the upper hero shot, Ian, we have our leader just outside of Hammertown.
Yeah, we're assuming he's going to be back here in about 10-15 minutes. This is Raul Gomez. This is going to be a party that's going to light this town on fire if he comes in and wins this race, which we, at this point, fully expect him to do, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to challenge him for this particular first place position yet.
Well, and he's gone through all of the difficult rock sections, so now it's his race to lose. He's got to stay focused, stay in his own head. Right now, as he said, he can see the helicopter. He knows how far he's got to go. As we're watching second place, Jason Shearer, as he works his way through Clawhammer. So right now, it is all about Raul Gomez, and I know Pam has been doing the interview, but I am going to get a piece of this interview with Raul Gomez.
Hey, more power to you, man. If you want to interview one of the Gomez brothers when they win King of the Hammers, that's a gutsy move right there, I'll tell you what. I think you and Jim and Miles may have to fight for that, but it'll be an interesting interview, to say the least. But these guys have been out here chasing this for years. You know, last year we saw them come up and grab podiums, but unfortunately did not get the big seat. and we're watching him. Here we have Raul Gomez pushing back into town. He's coming in, and I think he's going to be here, like I said, about 10 minutes out, and he's got to be super excited inside that car.
Well, and as I said, you know, the Gomez brothers have, you know, I think in the past they were just focusing on Ultra 4, and with that gap, you don't get to drive that much. You get to pre-run and do the different things, but now that they're racing the longer races like the Baja 1000, the Baja 500, and races like that, and the Mid 400, now that puts them in the driver's seat, in the pressure cooker over and over, and that's why I think we're seeing them consistently in the top 5.
Yeah, they're always in the hunt, you know, and they always kind of just have bad luck right near the end. I shouldn't say that. I don't want to jinx him here.
No.
We watched it last year as we saw Randy come in, and it looked like he was going to lose it on corrected time. But this year, these guys they've done their homework. We always say that. These guys are out here pre-running. The car prep is phenomenal. They do such a good job. Multiple cars out here, and there's no question these guys are definitely going to bring this thing home. And it looks like Raul is flying to the desert, making sure he puts a good gap on Jason, because he knows that Jason was able to basically reel him in before. He knows Jason's going to throw it down that desert, try to steal us on corrected time, but there's no way. I think if Raul brings this home, it's his. Yeah,
and I mean, everything, he could even run from here in on flats, which we saw that happen last year as well. So we saw that Jason Shearer had a flat as he was coming one of the rock trails, nursed it all the way to remote pit 1, changed that tire, and then back on his way. I can't wait to talk with him at the finish line, because he's gone through a very dramatic day, and he's got to be sore from that crash. Oh. Actually, the crash jumping out of the car.
Yeah, an individual crash, not a car crash. Yeah, absolutely. He jumped off that car and just got some bad footing and took a drop right on his tailbone. But right now, we are all watching Raul Gomez as he makes his way back into Hammertown. This is going to be huge. Like we said before, these guys have been hunting this win forever, but we expect him to be back in here about 10 minutes out. That's what we're just assuming based on where he is on course, as we cut to Bailey Campbell still making headway down outer limits.
And as she works her way down outer limits, if she had any kind of drive problem, either on 1 or 2 axles, front drive or rear drive, it looks like everything's driving, but we're not seeing a lot of, full action back and forth, but these trails are beat to death. They've been running them all week.
Well, we've seen a lot of traffic in outer limits. We saw it all day. There's a couple squeeze points where everyone gets in there and they just get stuck. And I think that's exactly where Bailey is. There's just one little section where there's 2 optional lines, and it looks like she's dropped down on that inside line. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like she's high centered, but it definitely looks like the co-driver's getting out right now. It looks like they're going to be pulling some winch line. We saw her stopped earlier, and I'm wondering if maybe they were assessing a problem on the vehicle. We can't see that right front tire, but I would expect that there's a chance that right front tire wasn't pulling.
And are they stuck in high range? There's a lot of things that we can speculate, and that's all we can do until we find out from them. But in a situation like that where you need low range, if you're in high, you can burn your transmission up trying to get out of those rocks. So she's doing the right thing if that is the situation. But as we said, 100% speculation. I'm going to take from Bob Bauer. Unofficial.
Unofficial, official. Yep. 75% of the time, it works every time.
Officially, they are pulling the winch line off of Bailey Campbell as she tries to work her way down outer limits. As you said, Raul Gomez, about 10 or so minutes out of Hammertown. He's made it out of the rocks. He's working through the desert. If you guys want to look for the helicopter, black and white, chasing him around, as I'm pretty sure this is Jason Shearer. You're currently running second overall and second physical as well.
All right, now I'm not a man to ever steal someone's thunder, so right. I know that this man wants to be in here to call the finish of this race. So, knowing that was going to happen, I'm going to hand the mic over to Jim. And then, ready? No,
we can roast him over this.
Because he lives for this. So, Jim, here you go. I'll let you finish out this race.
Unbelievable. Oh, I got to get off that side, too. We got musical change. Oh, well, that's the thing.
Jeez.
Raul Gomez, we're going to probably rewind that and check that out one more time, because as we're switching microphones, Raul Gomez plows it, does a big nosedive, but he saves it and is working his way back. And as we zoom back, we can see that he's on his way into Hammertown.
Yeah, that's a big wash out there. Thank you so much, Ian Johnson. Great to be back up in here. Look at this. Raul Gomez is heading for home, and he's sparing none of those horses.
Now, for him to hit like that, that is confidence in his vehicle. And man, Raul, do not throw it away now. Keep it on 4 wheels, and let's get this thing to the finish line. But very confident in this car. As we said, he's driven this car a lot, even though it's new technology. He's very comfortable in it and running it right on the edge.
He is indeed, as he's making his way back to town. But the thing that gets me with this is the maturity that Raul Gomez is showing right now. This is great stuff. This is classic racing here. Are we going to see another new king?
Well, if we see a new king, I know Pam has been doing the interviews, but I got to get a couple words in there because that is going to be one of the all-time great interviews if we can get Raul Gomez to the finish line. As you're watching in the lower right, that is Randy Shearer as he's, God, again, Jason Shearer. I owe him a bunch of money. Jason Shearer, our past champion, as he's worked his way now down into the desert, and he can start to pick up the pace. So the race is still not over. I mean, we just saw Raul Gomez do a big nosedive. Obviously, he saved it, and now we got Jason as he works his way across there. But the race is not over yet. We still got to get all the way into Hammertown.
Yeah, no, it's never over until the final moments of the race. And Jason Shearer will now be opening up wide and seeing if he can catch Raul Gomez. But at the moment, it is certainly Raul Gomez's race to lose. As we're moving back to Sledgehammer. And that looks like Eric Miller there making his way through. Eric, a 2-time previous king. Owner of Miller Motorsports, who builds these fantastic Miller Pro chassis. We haven't had an update on Rusty and Josh recently, but it looks like all 3 of them are sitting in the top 10 currently. And I believe that Rusty could be up to 3rd position. And we cut back now, and it's Jason Shearer.
Jason picking up the pace. He knows what he has to do, but right now he has to be clean. As we switch to the main screen, that is Raul Gomez as he's working himself back down to the desert. We saw multiple times when he stops, goes into high range early. I think he does a great strategy when he's shifting from high to low to maximize his advantage, and also not scrub too much speed. Don't slow down to pick your speed back up. Taking the time when I get out, I know where I'm at and going, and that comes from pre-running and knowledge.
It does indeed, and it's also, as we've said it so many times today, the difference in Raul's driving style compared to previous years. He's not actually hanging it all out there, he's just keeping it neat, he's keeping it tidy. But we can also see that the shadows are starting to lengthen in these gullies. So this looks like resolution that Raul Gomez is coming down, and that means that he's only literally 2 or 3 minutes from coming into Hammertown.
So will he run the Method Wheels back door, or is he going to go around?
Well, we saw earlier that it's actually quicker to take the detour route round the top, so I'll be amazed if he goes down back door. However, I'm going to hold him to this. He promised me at the fire pit the other night that he's going to send it on lap 3 off the back door. So if he doesn't send it off of the Method Racing Wheels back door line, I'll be very disappointed.
Well, I'm going to say all bets are off if he is winning. So right now, look for him to take a hard left and go around. He's going around. Good for him. That is a mature Raul Gomez. I am happy that he did that.
I am going to have a word with Raul here.
I'll let you settle that argument because I'm taking this side. So he is right as he comes down around resolution. We're going to see him in moments.
Okay, so Raul Gomez now is making his way towards town. This is the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. We are here in Johnson Valley, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is our race leader, Raul Gomez, heading into town.
It has been an unbelievable race. We've seen rollovers. We've seen people crashing as they're getting out of the car. Where Raul got stuck, he had to winch himself out of a situation. Now he's just under a mile from the finish as he works his way around. You can see as he's bouncing through how rough that is. And now we're starting to see spectators. So one more turn, and then he's going to be up and over the arch.
He is, Raul Gomez here. Look at this. He's got helicopters to either side of him. And look at these shots now as he makes his way onto the qualifying course. Only a few small bends, and the Bronco Arch separate Raul Gomez from becoming a new king. A new champion will be crowned as he comes through the Bronco Arch.
And now we toss it down to Miles. As you take it away, walk Raul through the finish. Miles, you got it.
Raul Gomez about to tie this thing down. He's been so close so many times. He'll go around the Can-Am Talladega one last time. Raul Gomez has to be so excited right now. He's about to hit the Yukon launch for the Nitto Race of Kings. This is going to be a showing tonight. Remember, this race is on adjusted time, but I don't see anybody getting close to Raul Gomez. He's got to be so stoked as he's flinging rocks everywhere. Raul Gomez, your first finisher across the line. This has been the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. But the race, the Nitto Race of Kings, Raul Gomez, what a showing by this dude. He's been racing with us for a long time. Gomez Brothers Racing, and Dave's just nodding his head, all smiles. This is going to be an amazing showing. What a great, great race for Raul Gomez. That is a brand new car that only showed up to the lake bed about 4 or 5 days ago. Oh, look at the Nitto tires. All four are holding there, looking great. He's got a spare on the back still. Do what? He still didn't have a clue he was in the lead. So Raul Gomez, as the whole team is super stoked. The spare Nitto tire is brand new still. This car could still go for a while as Team Gomez Brothers Races is super stoked. We have JP down here giving him a hard time and super stoked for his brother, the Gomez brothers. Every time somebody asks me who could win this race, it's going to be a current king, or it could be a Gomez, could be a Horschel, could be a Tom Ways. There's a long list, but Gomez brothers always makes it in there. So Raul Gomez, you're the first to cross the line. How stoked are you right now?
My radio's been off for the last 2 hours, so I didn't know where I was at. I just kept on pushing. I kept on like, hey, does anybody see Sheer? No one's responding, and I was like, oh, my cord's off, and I couldn't find it.
So about 10 minutes ago, you were hauling the mail across the desert, and you got airborne at 100 miles an hour. What was going through your head right there?
Only 88. I think we forgot to take out the short course gear, so max speed was 90 today.
And that laugh right there shows it all. What a great showing. First across the line. It is unofficial, but it's looking good. Gomez Brothers Racing may have finally locked down a win here at King of the Hammers.
Woo! Yes! Yeah!
What a great, great day. I'm going to let some people get in there, congratulate them. There's Chris Corbett giving him the huge congratulations. What a great, great race. So, Chris Corbett, this is the Nitto Race of Kings. How you feeling, buddy?
Oh, man, it's been an awesome day. So many twists and turns all day long. But watching Raul this morning when he came up, before getting in the car, he gave me a hug, and he goes, this is my day. I'm winning this. And I said, I don't doubt that. I'll see you at the finish line, and here we are. So.
And here we are.
What a great day.
I mean, Nitto's got to be stoked about this. You got to be stoked about this, but not near as stoked as Raul.
Oh, I'm so happy for the Gomez team and all the extended family. Like, they put in the hard yards and the work on it. And it can't go to a better group.
100%. They're the best in the game, or one of the best. We have a lot of great people in this sport, but they put so much time, effort into this, and they put all the parts through their paces, and they're here.
It's amazing. And a car that technically shouldn't have finished, and it did. It's it's amazing.
Yeah, there's lots of people try to bring new cars, but that's the new car blues. Usually bites them, but hey, Joe Thompson, this UFO machine, Nitto tires, King shocks, they're here.
Yeah, testament to an amazing built package and team. Thompson built some pretty amazing cars.
Again, this is the Nitto Race of Kings, so we just want to thank Nitto for all their help and support here with Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers.
Thanks, Miles. Thanks, really appreciate it.
Again, Chris Corbett with Nitto Tires. We still have some. So I'm going to kind of keep checking out this car, but I'm going to send it up back to the booth.
Okay, thank you so much, Miles. History being made here today. We have another king. We have a Gomez brother king. We have Raul Gomez lifting the crown here at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Ultimate Batteries. Of course, this is unofficial at this stage, but it's looking pretty good. Raul Gomez has just crossed the line of the 3 laps in 6 hours and 57 minutes. And joining us shortly in town will be Jason Shearer.
So that is our second place driver, Jason Shearer, as he's working as he's got the Method helicopters following him back into town. He has had an unbelievable story. For him to be where he is right now after the situation that he's gone through, he's going to be very, very sore tomorrow, but right now that adrenaline is still picking him up. What I loved is that Raul says, I had no idea where I was, and I imagine just the demons in his head when he was stuck on those rocks, having to winch himself back and forth and then get in the vehicle, pull the winch line in. It's like, I've thrown it all away, and he pulls it off.
Exactly. We're watching Tom Ways now picking his way through, and I think that is Vaughn's getting Junior just ahead of him. But this style thing, this is a completely different Raul Gomez to what we used to see. In years gone by, he just stood on the throttle until he broke it, rather than actually getting out and clearing it. So congratulations. And so we're waiting for confirmation of the result, but it looks like we are going to see a new king crowned here today.
Well, but I'll tell you what, is that a driver is dangerous once he wins and he realizes that he can win. And the Gomez brothers have been so close and so fast, always, year after year after year. Now they've won. Now they, of course, they know, now it's confirmed that they belong up front. Of course, this is all unofficial. We have to go through if there's any penalties or any course cutting or anything like that. But from what we see, Raul Gomez has done everything that he needs to do to be the king of the hammers here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries.
And that car we can see there, I believe, is Rusty Byler. And we believe he is physically third on course. Oh, actually, that looks like Josh Byler.
That is Josh Byler, number 41. So Josh has worked his way back up into the top 3. So as we're watching Randy Shearer as he works himself through, you got to watch some of those G-outs.
Yeah, I actually think that Josh is actually sitting in 4th. I think that Rusty is actually between him and Jason Shearer. But it's Jason Shearer now that we can see making his way back towards town. And the crazy thing about this is that Jason probably won't celebrate a second place. He comes here for the win.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's when you get up there and you're that close, you've done everything that you can. When you're second, it's such a letdown. In some ways, it's harder to swallow than it is breaking and getting out. We saw Terry Madden, he came up. We saw some other drivers come up and say, well, I broke this. And here we watched this bump. We seen a lot of problems, but he slowed down, got himself woed down before he got there. We saw Raul Gomez do a big wheelie, front wheelie, reverse wheelie as he goes through. But to finish that thought is that it's hard to go through all of that and then miss it by so little.
Yeah, the worst 2 places to finish are often said to be 2nd and 4th. But I don't know, I think I'd take a 2nd place finish here any day of the week. Look at this here. Jason Shearer now making his way to the line. That Bronco is absolutely flying.
And this is great, as we've said multiple times, it's awesome to have Ford back as a manufacturer, supporting the different drivers. Jason Shearer, obviously Vying Jr., Bailey Cole, it goes on and on. So, but right now, it's all about Jason Shearer, and he's airing it out.
Yeah, he's only a short few minutes out now, making his way across the desert, and he'll be very shortly coming down through Resolution. I don't think it's long before we're going to be seeing 3rd place car, which I believe is Rusty Byler. And then we believe that he's followed by Josh Byler and then followed by Eric Miller. But we're waiting for confirmation on that. And still we keep seeing these fantastic images. And this is Clawhammer now, and that is definitely one of the Miller cars, or one of the Byler cars, sorry.
Well, you were right in both situations. It is a Miller car driven by a Byler. So you were not completely wrong. If you stepped away and you're coming back, Raul Gomez has crossed the finish line unofficially. He is the winner of the race. You're watching Jason Shearer, who was out in front, tipped on the side, had to winch himself back over, and then had a situation where he jumped out and probably bruised his tailbone massively, and then got a flat and is working his way back to Hammertown. Randy Slauson, our last year's champion, is a DNF. He's not going to make it. He had worked himself up into the top 4, but right now, and then also JP Gomez was right in the mix. He broke down as well.
Yeah, let's talk about our pole sitter, Brian Crofts. He's unfortunately blown the transmission. as has his brother-in-law, Waylon Campbell, another transmission problem taking him out. And earlier in the race as well, Levi Shirley with transmission problems. Just goes to show how incredibly tough this race is.
Well, and the pace is not like it used to. You know, how much faster they were than the UTVs. I mean, these guys are running full throttle. All right, everybody in Hammer. Oh, you were on camera there. I was going to give you guys a shout out. But as we're watching Wrecking Ball, this is another one of the, looks like one of the bomber chassis as he works his way down. No, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. That is a bomber chassis.
No, I think that might be Chip McLaughlin. Not Chip McLaughlin, Andrew McLaughlin, sorry.
Andrew McLaughlin.
We'll find out very shortly as it comes through. Again, a question coming through on social. How many miles are the guys racing today? Well, they're racing 3 laps today. Opening lap is 86 miles, second lap 70 miles, third lap 71 miles, for a total race total of 227 brutal Hamel miles.
But we didn't see what we thought. We thought the lappers were going to be a big problem. Them guys getting broken in some of the washes, some of the different trails, and we saw none of that. We saw everybody get out of the way and let the racers race. So I want to thank the guys that obviously.
Okay. Right, this is Resolution now, and there is a car coming down through here, so we're guessing that is Jason Shearer making his way down through Resolution. And if he's in Resolution, he's less than 5 minutes away from coming into Hammertown. And he's going to have some stories to tell.
And we'll make this bet. Is he going to go down the Method Wheels back door, or is he going to go up and around?
Oh, no, he's going to be taking the Sound Roche without a shadow of a doubt. He's already proved that it's a faster line.
Oh, we have proved that it is faster going around.
Yes, he was racing earlier against Waylon Campbell as we came around to this point. And Jason was able to stay ahead of him, taking the Sound line.
There you go. I was on break that moment, so I didn't see that.
That's
but
okay.
as we're watching,
it's a long race. We've been racing now for over 7 hours.
So we will be unofficial for about 25 minutes after the top 3 have crossed the line. So we got to make sure that we check all the VCPs, speeding penalties, or any kind of short coursing. We don't think that, but we got to be sure, because we're racing apples against apples. We got to make sure the guy's not on a completely different ride.
Okay, now our second place car, Jason Shearer, is coming down through Resolution. Very shortly, he's going to have a choice on the Joker line. Does he take the Method Racing Wheels back door, or does he go up over the top of the sand climb? I'm betting he takes the sand climb. What do you think, Ricky?
Well, you've already spoiled it, and you said the sand line is faster, so there's no reason for him to do it unless he's trying to put on a show, or if you want to bonsai it. Because if he does bonsai it as he turns to the left and he goes up the hill, no Method Wheels back door for him, and we're going to see Jason Shearer as he works around the sweeper through the whoop-de-doos, and we're going to have second place of not completely unofficially, but second place physically as he crosses the line.
So Jason Shearer in his Bronco is making his way down towards town. BF Goodrich tyres, Ford engine, Fox suspension. Jason Berger sitting at his side, and he had a nearly perfect day going until it wasn't. Some flat tyres, some misfortune, some winching, a small rollover. So many stories in 227 miles. And any moment now, he'll be coming onto our qualifying course and heading back under that Bronco arch.
Unfortunately for all the racers, when you're out there, when you're driving, you make a mistake, you visualize your competitors having a perfect day. As we're watching Jason Shearer as he comes in to Civilization, all the trucks, Hammertown is right around the corner. But when you make a mistake, all you think is that your competitor is having a perfect day, going on and on and on. But Jason just had a couple more problems than Raul as he works his way through the Ford Bronco arch. We're going to pass it down to Miles. Miles, take it away.
Shearer through the Bronco arch. Jason Shearer has ran an amazing race all day. We saw the drama building all day long, and we are here in Hammertown. What a wonderful race. I hope you all here on site and back at home have enjoyed it as much as we have, because it is absolutely phenomenal. There was so much action all over the course. It was hard to tell where to look at what time, but man, what a great time as he hits the Yukon launch. Jason Shearer and Jason Berger across the line in second position. He's got hands in the air. Jason Shearer is super pumped. That four-wheel parts Bronco is looking good. Jason Shearer's got to be super proud of his effort. You always want to win, but but to get on the podium is something else as well. And that car still looks like it's in great shape. He's been racing it for multiple years in a row. He's won in that car. He's been on the podium in that car. And Jason Scheer is the man. I mean, he's a 3-time king. Can he bump out Raul Gomez on adjusted time? No. Are there penalties? Possibly. We'll have to play it out and see how it all goes. We got to dot our I's and cross our T's. But Jason Scheer is here in town. And this Ford Bronco is looking good. So everything is still absolutely unofficial, but it's looking good for Raul Gomez across the line 1. Jason Scheer across the line 2. Who's going to come in third? Time will tell. Jason Scheer had a rough day today from time to time, but he is here. And you can just see he is wore completely out, but he's here. So Jason Scheer's machine is still looking like it's in great shape. We'll bring him on down this way. Like I said, this thing is taking a beating all day long, but looking great. That 4-wheel parts, Ford Performance Bronco is across the line unofficially in that second place position. He's giving thumbs up to everybody he's seen. This thing is just idling right along. Everybody is super excited. What a great effort by all of these athletes out here. Jason Scheer has been racing with us since near the beginning here at King of the Hammers for another Nitto Race of Kings podium possibly. So we'll get a quick chat with Jason Scheer once he gets his helmet on. But first thing is first, he wants to give a little hug to the family. I absolutely love that. That is what Ultra 4 is all about. Family affair for sure. So he gets his son, Action Jackson, in the seat with him. The emotions have run high all day long, but Jason is here in Hammertown and smiles all around. Like I said, this car is still in amazing shape. He could keep on going if he had to, but I don't think he wants to. It's been 227 miles out there. So Jason Berger, his co-driver, has worked his butt off all day long. That guy is a co-driver and a half for sure. What an amazing effort by all of these athletes today, and we are here. And look at this, only about 10 minutes split these two. What a great race. We saw both of these guys in the pits at the same time. And the real pit crew challenge happened, and it was awesome to watch as it unfolded in front of our eyes, in front of everybody's eyes. So I'm here with Mr. Jason Scheer. You're in town. What a wonderful race to watch. That was great. Thank you.
Oh, man, what an awesome day. I hope the coverage got some of the battle because I've raced this thing a lot of times, and I remember in like 2011 I raced Shannon like that once, and nobody in the world got to see it. And Raul and I had a day. Ton of respect to him. He did a great job. We were winching back over, and I saw him coming, and I think we had the cable across the track, and I kind of looked over, and I'm like, nah, the Gomez people are such a good family. There's no way I'm going to hold his race up because, you know, I just couldn't do it to him. Like, you beat us right here, go, you know.
Yeah, we saw that on camera, and we saw you hooking it up, and you looked up, and class act Jason Scheer, you did exactly what you said. So we called it to screen as you did it, and we knew that's what was going through your head. But again, the action, there was 30-plus cameras on you all the time. We saw you in the desert early, side by side, 100 miles an hour, and then in the rocks. I mean, it was just absolutely phenomenal. So again, Jason Scheer, you always giving your all. So you got a good story. Let's hear it.
So we got it about race mile 2, and we couldn't get the car to keep running. It was spitting and popping and firing like all funny. and I couldn't figure it out. I sat there, and I'm like, I mean, we barely made it through Turkey Claw. We were just like, no, what's going on? And I looked down, and the jacket I had put over my top was covering up the air filter.
So you were choking it.
We were our own worst enemies on that one. But you know what? We pulled it off. We hadn't gotten past yet, and so we had a chance to go, and it was like, all right, we're reborn. Let's go. Let's rip it, right? And so then we were just on, and this car in the desert, I don't know if there's anything like it. You know, it is just, it's so fun to drive. Fox has got it so dialed in that, like, I mean, you don't even have to slow down anymore for anything. So, and the Dugan's motor ripped. So.
Yeah, again, just a great effort. I'm so proud of you to be up here once again. You're a 3-time king. You're still on the podium. Jason Shearer, I'm going to let you kind of soak it all in while we check everything out, but huge shout out to you, buddy.
Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it, and I'm glad for everybody at Ford that made this thing happen, and everybody on the Bronco team. So, and all my guys, they were awesome in the pit. I saw them more times than I think I've ever seen them before getting stuff. So we burned a lot of fuel with this big Ford motor, but it was sure fun.
It's always fun, and it was fun for us to watch. That is for darn sure. So I'm going to send it back up to the booth, and sounds like we have some more action.
Unbelievable, Jim, as you see the emotion that he's working, as we see another driver as they work their way through the desert. But let's talk about Jason Shearer for just a moment. You can just see that he's reviewing the past 6 hours in his life of all the different things that happened. As he said, he saw Raul coming, and it had to be a heartbreaker. After he jumped out, who knows what he did to his tailbone or his back or his pelvis when he landed on the ground, but he let them go, class act. And one of the first things that he said is, all respect to the Gomez brothers, and that's a true champion. But you can just see when you're let down like that, and you've worked so hard, and everyone's done their thing. The emotion just came out of him, and you can see his eyes are still welling up with tears. But he's a champion. He's an unbelievable spokesman for all of his sponsors, for Fox, BF Goodrich, and also Ford. For him to just hold his composure, because he's going to have an emotional letdown. I'm telling you, he's been in a 6-hour bar fight, and now he's crossed the finish line. It's going to come on him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys left the line this morning at 8 o'clock. Raul Gomez crossed the line with 6 hours and 57 minutes, and Jason Shearer's just crossed the line in 7 hours and 12. So Raul Gomez had a 15-minute lead there as we cut back, and this looks like Marcus Gomez picking his way up through the trails. Yeah, that is Marcus Gomez indeed. Now we're just trying to find out where we are on track at the moment, and we're waiting for either Josh Byler, Rusty Byler, or possibly even Eric Miller. So we're just tracking that down now, but we've got more action in Claw, still with Marcus Gomez. Now, I wonder if Marcus Gomez knows that his brother has just crossed the line first. We just had Raul Gomez saying that his radio's broken a couple of hours ago, so I wonder if he actually has received that news.
Well, we have a request. We got to throw this out there. So any competitors that are listening that have a lace-up CV boot, we have a competitor that needs one to get himself out of the desert. So if anybody out there has a lace-up CV boot, please bring it to the stage. We'll get it to that competitor, and you'll help him get back. I imagine he'll pay you gladly in tenfold. They are in Tamertown Heights. Space number 11. All righty. So if you have a lace-up CV boot and you can help out a fellow competitor, that would be awesome. As we're watching Marcus Gomez as he works his way up Clawhammer.
I've got a lace-up Mexican wrestler's mask that I was given yesterday, but I don't think that'll do the same job.
I think it might work if it's a Nacho Libre mask.
I've got to say a big thank you to Carlos and Paul Tyler for the gift yesterday. That was absolutely incredible. As we continue to watch another Gomez brother picking his way through the trails. Don't forget, Marcus came so close last year. Second place, coming from the back of the pack. And this year, it does look like we are going to have a Gomez King.
Well, that's the way it's shaping up. But I mean, my heart's broken for JP. He had worked so hard, got himself in the right position. The rumor is, I didn't see it, so this is the rumor and completely unofficial, that he hit a car that was stopped, and that's what threw him into the crash. We didn't see that car because he tumbled a long way, tumbled multiple times and broke something in the steering. Then we saw him, once he finally started to move, he could only move straight. But the good news is that JP is safe and sound, and he'll be able to race another day.
Yeah, and got to say a massive thank you to the Hammer King crew. They keep pushing the safety levels of these vehicles, making sure that we stay safe on track. Very important, as these cars hit crazy speeds, getting faster and faster each year. Just trying to work out who that is down there. But this race isn't over yet, and that looks like to me to be one of the Bylers. I think that's Josh Byler there.
41?
Yeah, that's 41, Josh Byler. And we think that this is third place. But this is interesting, because if this is third, where is Rusty? Because I thought that Rusty was following in behind Jason. So have we missed something out on course?
Well, between Emerson and where Josh is at this moment, there's a hole. We've seen so much. That's number 41 as he rolls through. That is Josh Byler. But as we said, so many rock situations, so many rock areas. We saw Jason Shearer roll on his side. We saw Raul Gomez get stuck and have to winch. So there's a whole lot of between there and getting to the dry lake bed, getting back to Hammertown.
Every single one of these miles is an mile if you don't drive it quite right. Well, but Josh Byler, of course, he's no stranger to being on the podium. Was a winner in 2020. But there's still going to be races coming across the line right the way up until cutoff. Gone 10 o'clock this evening. Well, we'll be here to bring them home. And we've got one big party due here in Hammertown later on. But still the racing action happens as we watch this. And this is definitely another Byler. We believe that is still Josh Byler from the Big B Motorsports. Now he was on a fantastic tussle earlier on with Eric Miller.
And we got to give it up to the Method Race Fuels helicopter. They've been up there all day. They got to stop, fuel, and keep it going. So Stevie Wright has been out there just hammering and staying up there. It was unbelievably cold, but it's actually been a perfect day for helicopters right now. Still cool, a little bit of wind, but not too much. So he's done an unbelievable job and given us so much great coverage as we're watching Josh Byler as he works his way through the desert back to Hammertown, physically third place at this moment.
Yeah, and he's absolutely on it here. Now this is a solid axle vehicle. The vehicles that we've just seen across the line were both IFS cars. That means independent front end and solid axle rear end. This vehicle has a solid front end and a solid rear end. And there is Eric Miller, two-time previous king.
And the man that designed and built Byler's car. So right now, Eric Miller, a previous king, back to Josh Byler. Both of these guys, both previous kings. So right now, the IFS cars have put it to the straight axle cars, but it's not corrected time yet. It's still unofficial.
You can see these cars, they're working really hard in the desert here. He's only a short few moments away from making his drop down into Emerson and coming and joining us in Hammertown as we watch Rockmaster Superb, Eric Miller, putting his car to work in Clawhammer. Now, we can see the shadows are starting to lengthen. And something that you commented on a minute ago, Jason Shearer does not have a single light on his car. He has a tinted shield on, exactly, or a tinted visor on his helmet. He had no plans to be out there in the dark.
Well, and he ran that, but I also want to throw it out to the guys from Cruise Armor, because when you get those what do they call, iridium or unobtainium lenses, they scratch very, very easily. But if you contact the guys at Cruise Armor, they can put a coating on it. I ran it for 2 years down in the Baja 1000, pre-running and race. You save a ton of money, and you're able to actually clean your shield throughout the race and get rid of the scratches.
That's very impressive. Right, there's the area that we saw Raul Gomez doing his big nose stand earlier. And this is the part of the race. You're starting to think about the finish. You're starting to think about getting back to Hammertown. Your concentration starts to waver, and you just foot down and going. But you can't lift that concentration. You've got to keep on it the whole time. And this is Marcus Gomez. Looks like he's changing from low ratio to high ratio there.
So we need to do a little homework here and see how close Byler was and Raul Gomez or Marcus Gomez when it comes to corrected time. So we see Marcus now down in the desert. He's going to try to make up some time. So I'll let you do a little math on that as we're watching Marcus Gomez as he works his way back to Hammertown.
Well, Marcus Gomez left the line in 34th position, and Josh Byler left the line in 21st position. So we're looking probably about
5 minutes.
Quick maths, about 7 minutes.
Oh.
If you ask, you shall receive. Bob Bauer just came up to ask if anybody might have a lace-up CV boot, and as if by magic, one has appeared. And as if by magic, Mackenzie's Performance have managed to find one for us. And it's all about race family here. So thank you very much to Mackenzie's Performance. We can get one of our brave heroes home. Look at these shots here, Ricky, as he comes across. This is Marcus Gomez coming across the top of Emerson. That's incredible.
Well, and I have utmost respect for the drivers that do this in a single seat. I raced a 10 car, and when you're by yourself, you're questioning yourself all the time, and now they have to read the GPS, do all the different things, communicate back and forth whenever they can with the helicopter and also with the pit if they have a satellite radio. But when you have a co-driver and you start to make mistakes and it gets late in the day and the shadows start to come out, the drivers, you have that co-driver and he's egging you on, coaching you, cheering you on. He's your cheerleader. Come on, stay in the game. You want to do this, do that. And right when the Gomez brothers go out there, they do it solo, and I think it's just unbelievable respect.
Yeah, totally.
Blyler taking it easy over that handstand.
I don't think he's taking it easy. He's still pushing. He knows that every second counts. He knows that the people are hunting him down. Oh, hello. No, he's just coming to a stop. Oh, no. Oh, no. Josh Blyler here, slowing right down on track.
Physically third on course. The lights went out. Oh, no. Unbelievable. Now the lights are back on, so something happened. Electrical. If he had to switch batteries or do something because all the power went off, or it could have gone into limp mode,
well, I think
shut
that's
it off
what
and restart it.
He took a big sort of double G there. We saw a really big impact. I wonder if one of the switches just shut down and he's just had to reset and restart the car. A lot of these cars don't run fuses or relays. They're running what we call PDMs, power distribution modules that are solid state. And sometimes if they take a hard whack, they'll just shut down. You need to turn them off, switch them back on. They are essentially computers, and you just need to reboot them.
Well, I wish people were the same way. If you could just choke them out, they would straighten them up, and then they would come back to being a good person.
Yeah, you got to get a load of love on that one. And here he is now.
There's the big G out that almost got Raul Gomez right at the finish.
Exactly. If you take that right-hand line as they're coming towards it, it seems to be the safe line. It's that left-hand line, you've got that very big hole. But these are massive whoops that these cars are cutting through. But let's not forget, they've been racing now for over 7 hours and over 200 miles. Those shocks are hot.
You think? Just
No.
a little bit. I think they could just, wipe the dust off and start running again tomorrow.
To be fair, in these Miller cars, that's pretty much what they do. Chatted to Eric after last year, and he didn't have much time to do his prep for his second hammers that they did later in the year, and he said he literally just wiped the dust off it, came back out, raced and won. This vehicle here is running Fox suspension. It's running 2-inch coilovers front and rear, and then running a 2.5-inch triple quad bypass on the front, and then running a 3.5-inch quad bypass on the rear with that magical little gold valve as well. I think this might also have active valve, which is something else that Fox are working on at the minute, which isn't the actual electronic version. This is a little valve that sits into one of the bypass tubes.
Well, to kind of explain what Jim is talking about the bypass tubes, as the piston goes up and down, the oil goes through, and then what you can do is open up the tubes to position sensitive as it blows and it bypasses the piston, and you can control your suspension like that. The gold valve kind of opens up and down, and you kind of take a little bit of both back and forth. So if you're looking for a little bit softer ride, crack a couple clicks on the gold valve, and that'll soften your ride overall. But sometimes you go a little too far, makes it a little too mushy, a little too much blow-by.
Absolutely. The technology in the suspension systems these days is absolutely incredible.
As we're watching physically, third, Josh Blyler as he runs through the dry lake bed, and we see Marcus Gomez as he's working his way back down to the dry lake bed and work his way back around. They're going to go through the Method Wheels back door. A lot of the guys are choosing to go around that route, but we should be seeing both of these drivers back here in Hammertown. Probably Blyler, I'm going to say in probably about 10 or about 8 minutes. As we go back, we see Eric Miller as he's working his way through Clawhammer. It's been a long day for Eric. He's been up and down and back and forth. I'm going to be curious to hear what he has to say, because what's great is when you talk to these drivers afterward, they start clicking off from 20 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles, and they will tell you exactly in a perfect story of what happened at that time. So Eric Miller was struggling a little bit today. There he had a bonsai to get that traction, get up and over those rocks. So sometimes smooth is good, but you sometimes brute force, you got to use all that horsepower.
Yeah, let's not forget that Eric has also been racing for 3 days now. He's a very fit individual. He takes his personal welfare looks after his personal welfare very, very well, and his mental state. But 3 days of racing does take its toll on you. And when you've been out in that car for 7 hours, things start to become a little bit fuzzy.
Well, and I think that in the past, the guys are like, that'll give me a little bit more time. But everyone's coming out so early. They're testing their vehicles. Some of them are showing up on the dry lake bed the day before the race to go racing. But the majority of these people have run. They've been out here. They've done that. And they need to start thinking about that, because it's not just about surviving. Everybody is racing. If you want to win this, you have to try to clean it. You have to go as hard as you can. And that's what we're seeing today.
Okay, look, it looks like we've got 2 cars down. This also looks like lap traffic coming down through Resolution here. And that is, we believe, is Josh Byler coming up behind lap traffic. So now he should be able to hit that magic button that lets the car in front of him know. And he's going to make the pass. There we go. Nicely done there from Josh. Now Josh is only a few minutes out from joining us. Now, do you remember a couple of years ago, Josh was leading this race, coming down Resolution. It was all looking so good. He turned down into the Method Race Wheels back door, and boom, next thing we know, he's laying on his side.
It's not over till it's over. And
Exactly.
That's the thing, is that you have to stay focused. And what I would do with the guys that I train is don't count your money. And I've made that same mistake. What I mean by that is don't start thinking, this is who I'm going to thank on the podium. This is the money that I'm going to make. This is going to be all the great coverage that I'm going to get. I'm going to get this trophy and all blah, blah, blah. You got to stay focused 100%, because on any of these trails, it could take you out any second.
Absolutely. You cannot do that. It's so easy when you're heading towards the finish line to start thinking about thanking your mum, thanking your dog, and all the other people that have been involved in these things. You must not do that. You have to force your eyes open wide, look further ahead, and concentrate on the task in hand.
And now they're coming up. He'll probably go to the left and bypass the Method back door. So the guys are going around because, as you said, Jim, you timed it, and we saw a pass earlier in the day.
Yeah, we did. So Jason Shearer passing Waylon Campbell on there. Now, is this Josh or is this Rusty? I think it is Josh, but it's so difficult to tell.
I like how you're questioning yourself.
No,
If we zoomed down, it was number 41 that we were watching the whole time, and it is number 41.
I'm still expecting
it is
Rusty
Josh
to
Byler.
appear from somewhere, because where has Rusty gone? Rusty was ahead of Eric and Josh, so perhaps somewhere outside the shot we've lost him. He's had a problem, which will be terribly sad, but this does look like it is Josh Byler making his way into Hammertown for an unofficial third place finish. You see those shadows starting to lengthen now around the back of Means Butte.
Number 41, it is Josh Byler as he works his way in.
Okay, as we see Josh Byler now, he's coming on into town. He's coming through the Bronco Arch. Our third physical coming across now, and Miles is going to bring him across the line. Miles, go.
You talk about the Nitto Race of Kings. Here's another king coming on to town. Across the line in third position, Josh Byler. He won this race in 2020, and he's going to be on the podium. It's looking like here again in 2022 for the Progressive King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. As Josh Byler hits the Yukon launch, and what a wonderful race it has been to watch all day long. Josh Byler all over the throttle, all the way to the end as that VP checkered flag is a-waving. Josh Byler has been racing for, 8-ish hours today, and he is coming on in. What a great, great showing. All 4 Nitto tires are looking like they're in great shape. That Miller Pro chassis is still ready to rock and roll. This is the first straight axle across the line, and we were wondering, we kind of speculated that a straight axle was going to win this, but hey, there's 2 IFSs front of him, so it just goes to show you that you can innovate it, you can build it, you can dream it, you can race it. Josh Blyler has got one of the biggest smiles right now and one of the dustiest faces I've seen come on into town. But a great effort by Big B Motorsports. So this is unofficial 3rd place across the line, and Josh Blyler has got to be stoked with another podium here at King of the Hammers. Josh is kind of getting the belts off, getting the gloves off, getting all the safety equipment off. And he sees me, he gives me the thumbs up, and he gives me the smirk. And Josh Blyler is here in town. What a great, great effort by this young man. And another Nitto athlete across the line for the Nitto Race of Kings. It's unofficial, Raul Gomez. Unofficial 2nd is Jason Shear. Unofficial 3rd, it looks like, Josh Blyler. So what a great, great effort all day long. And again, this car looks like it's in pretty good shape. Didn't have too many issues today, but he is here in town. And he's got a big smile on his face right now. So I'm going to have a quick chat with Josh Blyler. How the heck are you, buddy?
Very good, Miles. What a day, man. This was, that desert sucks. I would take rocks all day long instead of that. They just beat you up so bad. So we made it, man. This is 6 years of starting this race and 6 finishes. I couldn't be happier.
And what's your above average, Joe? I love that one.
We're just average guys having above average fun.
And you proved that once again. And like I said, this is the Nitto Race of Kings, and there's 2 Kings on the podium, it's looking like, and maybe a new one with Raul. How cool is that?
That's awesome, man. It's this is just an amazing race. There's no way to compare it to anything. This is just, it's awesome.
Yeah, what a wonderful day. I'm going to let you kind of soak it in as we kind of check everything out. We'll get you up on stage here shortly, but great job. And was it dusty out there? By the look of your face, it was.
I didn't get to see my face, but I guess it probably was. Yeah.
Well, Josh, great effort, buddy. I'm super stoked for you. And what a wonderful day of racing it was. Like I said, we still have to dot our I's and cross our T's, but it's looking like we have our top 3 through here. We'll see how it shakes out. So I'll send it back to the booth.
Okay, thank you, Mars, and that was our unofficial 3rd place finisher there, Josh Blyler. Just check out his smiles. It means so much to these guys when they cross the line.
Well, and because it's one thing to win, as I said, everybody wants to win, but when you finish, you review everything you just went through, and you can see it on Josh's face. Like, it's going to take probably a year to figure this out, as we were watching Marcus Gomez as he works his way to the finish. At this point, I'm going to push it off to Bob Bowers. I want to thank you, Jim Marsden. It's been a pleasure once again. I will see you at the Mint, but I want to thank everybody from Hammertown Productions, everybody from here in Ultra 4, as we're watching Cameron Steele as he works his way up Chocolate Thunder. Bob Bowers, take care of our guys.
Thank you very much, Ricky Johnson. Always a pleasure to work with you. As we welcome Bob Bauer to the stand, and there, hauling through the desert, it's Marcus Gomez. Now, Marcus Gomez needs to make some time. Marcus Gomez is not out of this race yet. At the moment, all of these results are unofficial until our race ops gives us the green light. But it's looking most likely that we're going to see a new king crown this year, Bob.
There's just something about watching a car fly through the desert with the smoke coming off those tires like that gets me excited. Look at that. Whoop, and gone.
Now, these cars are very special. Now, this is your first time out at Hammers this year.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I like it. I mean, I like it. I've commented about, the variety of vehicles. What I'm still impressed with is all of you folks everywhere here in Hammertown keeping this place so clean. I've never been at a place that has so many hamburger wrappers that are still in the trash cans and not on the ground. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, you deserve it, doggone it. You really do.
Now, we keep saying it, and we say it time and time again. You bring it in, you bring it out, and take some friends home with you as well.
But what I think about it is we're in the moments when there's a lot of happy people headed down here because they're in the last half, the last lap, the last run. And as far as being right here up on the stage, you know, the finish line vibe, being up here for a lot of hours, is a great thing, Jim.
Indeed. We're watching Brian Hayes working his way down through to Chocolate Thunder. And as we watch him coming down through those rocks, we're going to pass through to a commercial break, and we'll be right back for more action at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. See you soon.
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support, the choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Okay, and welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. I'm Jim Marsden. I'm joined in the booth by Bob Bauer, and we're looking now at Marcus Gomez making his way down through Resolution, which means he's only a couple of minutes outside of town. Now, Bob, this is very, very important because Marcus Gomez started in 34th position today, and Josh Byler started in 12th position or something around there. So we have quite a bit of adjusted time.
Yeah.
So this race is never over until it's over. So we're going to have to see how this comes on in.
Well, in this Gomez car, the radio is probably working, because on Raul it wasn't working. He said he didn't hear anything for the last hour and a half. He had no idea he won the race. He's got an idea now. You see all the vests come to your car, there must be a reason. If you're not on fire, you must have won the race.
Yeah, it's always the two helicopters following in your window is always a good indication.
Yeah.
So let's just have a quick look here. Yeah, so we've got Josh Byler started in 21st position.
Yep.
And we've got Marcus Gomez started in 34th position. So we do have quite a considerable amount of time difference here to take in, but it's not quite as simple as that. There's also penalties to be applied and all sorts of other things. So what's going to happen, we're going to bring Marcus across the line, then race ops are going to work out all of those things, and then we're going to get official confirmation of our results.
Because everything we say is absolutely unofficial.
Unofficial, you're absolutely correct.
Sometimes unimportant too, but we'll do that.
102 vehicles started across the line this morning at 8 a.m. We've only had 3 finishers so far, and this will be our 4th place car about to cross the line. And the most important thing about this, it's another Gomez brothers. So potentially 2 Gomez brothers in the top 4.
Boy,
this is going to be a big party here tonight, guys.
Wow. And after all the years of, all the prep, and I think about, 2 cars from the same team coming in, that is awesome.
It is absolutely fantastic. Now, this car's a little bit older. It's around about 5 years old, and it's another incredible creation from Joe Thompson of UFO fame. It's an independent front end, but it has a split axle in the rear, making it like an IRS system as well. And he's going to be coming up now into the Bronco Arch and making his way down into town to join Miles down on the finish line.
You want me to carry him through?
So in fourth position across the line is going to be Marcos Gomez, the second Gomez brother coming into town today. I just chatted with JP. He had a little tumble earlier, so tough break for him. But Marcos Gomez and the Ugly Duck is going to hit the Yukon launch and bring her on in. What a wonderful day for Gomez Brothers Racing. And you know Marcos is going to be fired up. He has a good time doing anything. And if he's here in fourth position across the line, he is going to be pumped, but not as pumped as his brother. And you know there's going to be some smack talking going on tonight between the Gomez Brothers clan. What a great day. What a great effort by all of these athletes out here driving along. The car still looks like it's in great shape. Those Joe Thompson UFO built machines are absolutely amazing. All four King shocks looking great. All four Nitto tires holding there. Marcos Gomez with another great effort. This is an IFS IRS machine, and Dave Cole's giving the big old thumbs up, and you know, look at Marcos is shaking, he's pumped. What an awesome day. Marcos is going wild. It's going to be on in the Gomez tent tonight, I'll promise you that one. His brother's waiting here at the end, and we'll have a quick chat with Marcos, but what a great day for Marcos Gomez. Marcos Gomez brings her on into town. We'll have him shut this thing off. So JP's telling him what's going on, beating his truck. Marcos is wound up. He didn't know it. Now he's so pumped up for his brothers. I love the enthusiasm out of the Gomez brothers. That is an absolute fact. So Marcos is pulling off his helmet. We'll have a quick chat. I might have to tell him he's got to keep her a little key, but no promises. We'll see what happens. But this UFO still looks like it's in great shape. What a wonderful day of racing here for the Nitto Race of Kings. And they are telling stories already. So we'll have a quick chat with Marcos Gomez. So I got Marcos here, and you are as pumped up as I've seen you in a long time.
I heard we got number one, possibly.
Unofficial first place. So guess what? Your brother beat you again.
It's okay, but I got that guy. I know that.
Oh, I love the smiles. I love the laughs. You're having fun.
You know what? This race starts on lap 3 every year. You know, I started a little late back there in the back today, 35th. Paced there for a while, followed Waze, but after Waze, I got behind Miller for a while, and then it was like time to turn on lap 3, full send mode. I saved the car on my lap 2, she was perfect. I had a few issues, my mistakes, but besides that, lap 3, full send mode. I mean, that lap was full send mode. They're all your 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, possibly 4th, maybe 3rd. I was like, oh, full send. I cannot believe this guy. All day long on the radio, what's Raul? He's 7-second lead, 1 minute lead, 5 minute lead. Oh, I was just smiling, just big old perma-grin on my face the whole day. And I was having fun all day today myself.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to let you celebrate with your family. But Raul Gomez first. Looks like 4th across the line is Marcos Gomez. Again, this is all unofficial, but we're getting close. So while we wait for the finals, we'll send it back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. Well, it just keeps on coming here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. And this looks like Eric Miller, who's now coming across the desert, coming back to join us in Hammertown. Bob, what about that? We just saw Marcos Gomez there. He's just taking his helmet off. He's just been racing out there on track for over 7 hours. You see his lips are chapped and bleeding.
Yeah.
He's given it absolutely everything. And he says what everybody else says. This race does not start until lap 3.
Absolutely. And he had just as much energy at the finish line as I reckon he had at the start line. Did you see that stuff on the film? What an animated guy. I've never met him, but I think I want to.
Oh, I'm sure you'll meet him tonight because there's going to be one hell of a party in Hammertown. That's for sure.
You think there might be like a late wake-up call tomorrow?
Yeah, I think there might be a few sore heads in town tomorrow morning, that is certain. But we still got a load of racing here to do. Just looking at the time score, we saw Raul Gomez come across the line in an unofficial 6 hours and 57 minutes. Jason Sierra in 7 hours and 12 minutes. Josh Byler in 7 hours and 32 minutes. And we just saw him then, Marcus Gomez, crossing the line in 7 hours and 39. Now, as we watch Eric Miller there make his way across the desert, it's just worth noting that all times at this moment are unofficial until our course representatives and our ops have sorted it out, look for penalties, and check the trackers.
You know, it occurs to me, Jim, is depending on how long this goes on, we better be looking for some cars with lights on them.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just catching on that thought a minute ago. Jason Shearer, not a single light on his car.
Not at all.
Not at all. But as the action here continues at the 2022 Nitto Racer Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries, we're going to pop to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Whether you're conquering the toughest single-day race in the world or the toughest trail at the off-road park, you need a tire that can get you to the finish. You need the Atturo Trailblade Boss. Go online to Atturo.com to find your local authorized dealer and get the race-proven Trailblade Boss from Atturo. Atturo tires. Go your own way.
And welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We are here in Johnson Valley, California, enjoying this incredible race. We've seen 4 vehicles already cross the line. Raul Gomez came in first, Jason Shearer second, Josh Byler third, and Marcus Gomez fourth. But this is all unofficial at this moment in time, as we cut to Brian Williams and Brittany Williams, picking their way through the trails in their Bilstein Bomber.
And, you know, they're doing a darn good job of staying in the race. And I talked to him before. Actually, I talked to him yesterday during Tech. And he was saying, you know, don't expect much out of us. We're just out here to have fun with our friends and to be seen a little bit. We're not sure we're going to finish. He's doing pretty darn good.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic. Now, that looks like the 218 at Dan Warwick there. Another UFO-built machine. This is indeed Dan Warwick. Pushing on hard there. Qualified very well. So it's good to see him still up and running. Looks like he's right the way down. He's a little way out there. He's going to be out in the dark by the looks of it. Still a lot of racing to do here. Only had 4 finishes so far. 102 vehicles left the line at 8 a.m. this morning. Yeah, it looks like there we've actually got somebody cutting across. But it's so easy to make a mistake on navigation on these courses. That looks like it might be one of our helicopter pilots.
He must be hungry. He's licking his lips. That's the cameraman, huh?
Yeah, so it's Dan Warwick there picking his way across. Looks like he's already come out of Hidden Valley and Spooners and has been making his way. And there is another car.
Yeah, he's got some company coming up.
Now, one of these two has made a mistake. One of these two has taken a wrong turn. I'm just trying to work out. That looks to me like that might be Josh Barkey. I believe that might be.
You know, I can see how that could happen so easily here. I'm used to racing in the desert where there is a burned-in line and it's real easy to see. Here, this whole area is burned in, and it's real easy to mess up.
Well, there's also been a lot of racing going on out here this week, and one of the things I've really enjoyed about this week of racing, as we look at Vaughn Gittins Jr. in remote pit 2 there, it looks like they've got a problem. Now, Vaughn had a problem with his steering after qualifying, and they actually cut out the entire steering mount on that vehicle and welded in a new one before the start. Now this looks like resolution, and that is Eric Miller, 2-time previous king, making his way back to back door. So Eric Miller here, he was having a great battle with Josh Byler earlier, but we saw Josh get past him, and then Josh opened up that gap.
You know, Jim, I'm just amazed at this. This is so different. He's literally falling down the mountain. It's good he's got rubber round things on every corner so he makes it to the bottom.
Yeah, Eric is one of our rock masters. He really is a technician in the rocks.
He's
absolutely
so
fantastic. And owner of Miller Motorsports. All of these Miller chassis that you see are designed and built by Eric Miller.
Ergo the name Miller?
They snuck it in there.
Oh, they did sneak that one in, yeah.
As he comes to the bottom of resolution here, we're going to have to make the choice on the Joker line. Almost certainly he'll go up over the sand hill. All of the teams would have been talking about the move by Jason Shearer earlier to overtake Wayland. And this is the line of choice now. And there he goes, straight over the top and drops on down, and he'll be joining us in Hammertown very shortly. This vehicle is on 40-inch Nitto Toro grapplers. Runs an LS base engine built by Jeff Ginter. A 3-speed TH400. Atlas 2-speed transfer case, Spider Trax axles, Fox suspension, and it's an absolute weapon of choice. Eric's also one of the nicest people that you can wish to meet in motorsport. You got a chance to talk to him about his car? Talk to him. He'd love to tell you all about these Miller Pro chassis. And you could buy one yourself and come out here and be a race hero just like Josh Byler and Eric Miller. So Eric Miller coming round now, the bottom of Means Butte. And that car still looks good. All the tyres round in the right places. Engine still pushing hard. Very shortly he's going to be coming up under the Bronco arch, and we'll be throwing it down to Miles to bring Eric Miller into town. As he makes his way around to turn 19. 2 more bends. And Eric Miller will be with us in town, and who will be our unofficial 5th place finisher here at the 2022 Nitto Race of the Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
As two-time King Eric Miller comes around the Can-Am Talladega, he will hit the Yukon launch and be unofficial 5th across the line for the Nitto Race of Kings. And Mr. Optima batteries on the side of that car is going to be roosting everybody as he gives it all he can across the line. Gives a little dirt shower to some people, but Eric Miller gave it all he had all the way to the finish line. Unofficial 5th. What a wonderful race it was, all the way down to the wire. The car looks like it's in great shape. What a wonderful day of racing it has been. And it's not over yet. We had over 100 competitors take the line, and it's only 5 across. They've been racing for right at 8 hours today. And to have 5 across the line, that's why this is the hardest off-road race, one-day off-road race in the world. And Eric Miller is joined here once again. And again, this is why it's called the Nitto Race of Kings. 3 out of the top 5 are previous Kings. What a wonderful race. What a great, great day of racing it has been. And it's like I said, it is not over yet. So we'll bring Eric Miller down here towards the end. So it sounds like we have some good information coming through. We're going to be having some fun here very, very shortly. So it's been a race all day long. So we'll have a quick chat. We'll have a quick chat with Eric Miller. It's been a great, wonderful day of racing, and we are here in town. And like I said, what a great day of racing. That is some of the best action. We have over 30 cameras all over this course, multiple helicopters, and we are here in town with Eric Miller. You're here. How you feeling, buddy?
Good to be in, Miles, man. What a long day. You know, we had our fair share of little problems here and there, but on the whole, it was pretty consistent. So stoked to be in here, get another King of the Hammers finish. You know, everyone I've started, I've finished, and I'm so proud of that.
So I believe it's still unofficial, but Josh Blyler, I think, is going to make the podium. You got to be proud about that.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm super stoked for Josh. He got me in the rocks when we had a driver front flat. We had to change and at the top of outer limits, and I was stoked to see him up there running. Rusty was out there too, and unfortunately I think he had a mechanical that stopped him. But yeah, super proud of the Blylers. Continue to show what these cars are capable of year after year.
Eric, you're a true champ. You've been here before. You've done well. I'm stoked to see you in here, and I know you'll come back and go for it once again.
Yes, sir, Miles. Yeah, I'm really stoked. Like I said, we had a bit of a rough day. We a couple times winching. Stoked we had Optima batteries in this car because we were really loading this electrical system. We put a new motor in it this year with Jeff Ginter. Built something special just for this race, and it's more power than I've ever had. It's just like it's just always there. Couldn't say enough good things about it. J.E. Reel for building amazing drive shafts, connecting Spider Trax axles because those things take a pounding through the rocks. And last but not least, Nitto tires and Method wheels. Without them, we wouldn't be here. And Fox for keeping it smooth.
Well, Eric, I'm proud for you for being here. Congrats, and we'll see you up on stage here in a little bit. So I'll send it back to the booth.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. What a race this has been. It's been absolutely incredible. But I have official news. I have been talking to Race Ops, and right now we're seeing Raul Gomez come on stage, and I can officially confirm we have a new king. Raul Gomez is King of the Hammers 2022. He is the champion of the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. In second place is Jason Shearer, confirmed, and in third place is Josh Byler, confirmed. But now we're going to be taking it over to Pam, who's going to be interviewing the one, the only, Raul Gomez, our king at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. Ladies and gentlemen, Raul Gomez.
All right, we know that he is first place in the Race of Kings. Super excited. You've been waiting a long time for this. How do you feel?
It's barely sinking in.
Well, you had a great day. I saw you out there through Remote Pit 1. I see a little rigged up right here on your ratchet strap. What happened?
Ratchet strap? Right there. Oh no, that's custom. Oh. That's what we do when we need to like trail fix something.
Well, awesome. You did amazing out there. You have a great team behind you over here, and you beat your brothers. Did you guys have a side bet this year?
No side bet, but that was just the whole goal today. I was like, where they at? Where they at? I didn't even worry about sheer the rest of the crowd out there.
Well, you did an amazing job. I know you have a lot of people to thank, so let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, let's start out with King Shocks, Nitto Tire, Method Race Wheels, PCI, Tube Works, Warren Winches, Baja Design, and my crew. They killed it, you know. Amazing. They just put this car on the lake bed on Tuesday. We got about an hour worth of testing on Tuesday night.
Test.
And qualified Wednesday. Ah!
Testing.
No good. Keep going. And just went out today and just drove the car and kicked some butt for sure.
Well, I'm super excited for you guys, your whole entire team. I actually had a Gomez winning, and here you are. I picked your brother, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, but
JP?
I told Jill. I picked JP to win, and she's like, no pressure.
Not at all, I guess, at that point. No, and then one last call for Joe Thompson, UFO Fabrication. He's still out racing. We gave him an opportunity to go out and race the pre-runner. He was working on his car for 90 days straight. His fiance came up to me. She's like, we almost got divorced. And I was like, but you didn't. Yeah, and then just want to thank my family, everybody out there. My girlfriend's not here. Danielle, I love you. And I'm just excited. It hasn't hit yet, so.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a party in the Gomez pit tonight, but let's go ahead and get your team up here. Celebrate. Congratulations to Raul Gomez.
Okay, it's fantastic scenes here in Hammertown. We have a new king, ladies and gentlemen. It's Raul Gomez. Now, this party is about to get started. Bob, what do you think?
I tell you what, there's flying t-shirts, there's happy smiles, there's teeth on everybody's face. I tell you, we got a happy group and a real happy Gomez family.
Absolutely, as we watch Josh Barkey make his way down through Outer Limits, I can tell you now that the Gomez crew are up on stage getting ready to celebrate. They're throwing t-shirts out into the crowd. Raul is on top of the vehicle. He has his Hammer King hammer. He's taking his place as King of the Hammers. There is literally hundreds and hundreds of people in front of the stage here in Hammertown. But still the action continues. We think that might be Shannon Campbell there, making his way back through the desert. We think he might be the next vehicle to come and join us. As once again, we cut back to Raul Gomez.
Inching his way down, one rock at a time.
Yeah, that's Matt Tomney there, making his way through Chocolate Thunder as the celebrations continue here in Hammertown.
Look at it, eat that sand. That sand is just sucks the power out of the car.
Yeah, this sound is incredibly soft. The first time I came across it, I could not believe how difficult it was to drive through there. I honestly thought that my car was broken. You just have to keep that power down and keep hooking on through.
Yeah, and all 4 of those tires are chewing and spitting.
The Chocolate Thunder changes every single day. Let's not forget this is an OHV park. That means that everyone can come out here wheeling. So as soon as course is closed, local guys come over, and guys from a long way away, just so they can wheel these recreational trails.
And
it's one of these things that actually makes America so great. We can't do that in the UK.
You don't have the wilderness or the wide open spaces.
We don't, and it's something that is wonderful that you're allowed to come out here and enjoy these open spaces.
There was a team of guys that came over from England for a Baja 1000 in 1989. Brought all the rovers over.
I know who they were.
And they were
that was a good friend of mine, unbelievably.
They were great guys. Great guys.
Speaking of great guys, that is Stan Haynes. Now, we saw Stan Haynes broken in Turkey Claw first thing this morning, so it's wonderful to see Stan repaired and back on track. Yeah, I think I know the crew that you're talking about who went to Baja. There was a friend of mine in there called Andrew Graham. Was one of the drivers out there. Yep. You know, yeah. You're off.
Oh, you want to share that with them?
Oh. It's okay. Okay, so Stan Haynes there making his way through the rock trails at Spooners. And still the celebrations continue here. For anybody who's just joining us, you've missed one hell of a race. But it's okay, because all of this is on YouTube and you can go back and watch this throughout the year.
Here's what gets me about this shot. Look at the dark tires on the ground, and you see in scuff marks in the tread and the sidewalls and everything else, and look at the bright white spare. Hasn't come off all day, collected every bit of dust it could get. Those are using tires.
And here we go. This looks like Shannon Campbell coming into resolution. Looks like Shannon will be our 6th place finisher as we cut back again to Stan Haynes. If you're only just joining us, history has been made here today. Raul Gomez has crossed the line to be crowned king for the first time. In 2nd place is 3-time king Jason Shearer. And in 3rd is 1-time king Josh Byler. And coming into Hammertown now to start lap 3 is Weston Jones as we cut back to Shannon Campbell coming down through resolution and making his way down towards back door.
So Jim, when he finishes, will he be 5, 6?
Well, we're still waiting for confirmation on 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah.
Race ops are working on that at the moment. Raul Gomez is taking his party off stage. And that is going to be one hell of a party tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And that car still looks absolutely fantastic. So here comes Shannon Campbell. He's making his way up the sand wash. He'll be making the turn at the top. Heading down the side. A short bus round to Means Butte. And then onto the Bronco Arch and into town. This is a Campbell chassis car, powered by a 490 cubic inch CBM motor. Nitto tyres, Fox shock absorbers. Runs a Curry's axles with ARB CE249 air locking differentials front and rear. Shannon, of course, father of Waylon Campbell and of Bailey Campbell. We believe that Bailey is still on track, but sadly his son-in-law, Brian Cross, has had to retire with a failed transmission, as has his son, Waylon Campbell.
I can see the light of the arch coming up on his right.
Yeah, not long now until Shannon comes into town. Now, Shannon is another one who does enjoy a party.
He does, but you know what he's thinking about now? all the areas on this course that he could have made up more time. He's thinking about how much gap there is between him and the car in front.
Nope, I can tell you what he's thinking about is that first Bloody Mary that he's going to have when he crosses the line. I'll guarantee that. Now here comes Shannon Campbell, physically our 6th place car, coming through the Bronco Arch now in that absolutely awesome Campbell chassis. The 5AZ car looking good as he makes his way down into turn 19. So named after the Herbst car, rolled twice here earlier in the week. I cannot believe the amount of action we've seen here this week, Bob. It's been absolutely incredible. Just the Talladega bend, and then it's the finish straight for Shannon Campbell. He was our first ever 3-time king. And this man still rocks it as he powers over the last jump. We've taken the final bend and the checkered flag to be our 6th place finisher here at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. And I expect Miles will be down there with him at some point, and we'll see if we can get an interview with the man, the legend that is Shannon Campbell. I'm just hearing, in fact, we're going to bring some more people up on stage now. And here we go, we're going to have Pam's going to be joined by Jason Shearer and Jason Berger, our official 2nd place finishers at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. Pam, over to you.
Jason Shearer, your day, you were out front by, I believe, 4 minutes when you came back through RP1 this morning, and you were just on it. Your strategy, pre-running, did that all pay off today?
You know, the whole week's gone great. Everything that we did out here was just, you know, checking boxes and executing on the plan. So thankful that I got to go see the whole course yesterday, and the echo's pretty insane on the mic. Sorry. But yeah, what a great day. The race went just as we wanted it to. I have a funny story at the beginning. We couldn't get the car to run, and I couldn't figure out why. My jacket that we put in here because it was so cold had fallen in front of the air filter, and it was choking it off. So we finally figured that out. We were able to go out and rip in the desert and have a good time. That first lap was just awesome. You know, Fox has tuned this car with us, and it's amazing. You know, the BFGs in the desert are just rip, and so we had a great lap going. Came back around, and I got to hand it to Raul. You know, he raced us hard. He got around us in one spot in the rocks when we had some lap traffic, and we got back out in the desert, and I think I had the most fun I've ever had racing. You know, it's always hard to come in second and say it was the best race you ever had, but that was real racing out there. We were 100 miles an hour through the desert, switching lanes to get out of each other's dust, and I just got to say, you know, he did a great job getting through the rocks. We got him in the desert, he got us in the rocks, and it was an epic race.
Now, a lot of the racers from the previous days have been saying this is the roughest course that has been put out by King of the Hammers and Dave Cole. Would you agree with that, or do you think it was pretty easy?
No, I think it was rough, but I don't think it should be easy. You know, this is a challenge, and I don't want the Hammers to be easy. I want you to earn it, and you know, to be a king out here, you gotta be able to wheel. So I'm glad that it's the way it is. I feel good. I could go do another lap, but I don't want to make it to the point where it's, you know, you can start seeing guys have 2 different drivers for one car and stuff. I want to keep it the way it is. It's a great race.
Well, I know you had a couple little things go on out on course today, but for you to be up here in the official 2nd place position, it's got to feel pretty good.
Feels awesome. You know, we have a lot of podiums and 3 wins up here at the Hammers, and I just love this place. You know, Jason Berger and I are in the car today, and we're still talking about how much fun we're having, and that we're glad we still do this, and that we put in the effort to come down and practice, and that we work on the car and test the car. You know, it takes a whole team, though. I got to thank every one of the guys that's up here on stage with me. They've been working here and at my shop for weeks on this car, months on this car. You know, it's our fun. It's what we do on, you know, Wednesday nights. We have shop night. Everyone comes down. We work on this thing. It's all a big family, and they did a ton of work this week to get us here. I feel like I let them down with second a little bit, but I think they know that it's a battle and it's a great race, and so I want to give them a big hand because they put in a ton of effort. Adam and the whole crew that's there, Jack and Chad, they're just awesome guys, and I love, you know, that's my extended family that we race with, and we do this because we love it.
Who else do you have to thank for getting you up here in this number 2 spot?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for the Bronco program. You know, this thing, I think it looks cooler than ever with the Bronco looks on it and the Troy Lee design wrap. But 4-wheel parts, they're so cool. They're such a great partner to work with. They had their helicopter following us all day. So if you guys saw some good footage, you got to thank 4-wheel parts for that, because they were on us all day. Literally all day we saw a helicopter when we were racing, which picked up our pace a little bit, maybe. And then everybody at Fox, Vision Wheels, Redline Oil, and ARB, just thanks you guys for everything that you guys have done. It's been a great race.
Well, awesome. Congratulations to you and your whole entire team. Now it's time to celebrate. Give it up for Jason Shear.
Okay, it's fantastic scenes here in Hammertown. And our second place officially at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries is Jason Shearer. What a professional, what a man.
His eyes lit up talking about a real race. He says we had a real race, and I tell you, watching those two guys 100 miles an hour side by side picking their lines, I tell you, I'd like to see that. In fact, when I go home, I'm going to watch it again.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this. You can go back and watch it again. You can go to YouTube and watch this entire race from start to finish. And it has been absolutely epic. But it's not over yet. There are still lots and lots of people out there still racing their race.
I'm good. All right, guys. I need to tell you a little story here. So Jason and I became best friends because of our good friend Phil Pasiak. And I'm sure there's multiple people in this audience right now who's lost somebody to COVID. He's one of our very best friends, and this is his wife right here. And so Jason and I really ran today in Phil's name to remember him and to honor Kathy. And when she showed up on the lake bed, she handed me this shirt that I'm wearing right here. I spotted for Phil 20 years ago, and Phil had this in his closet. She brought it down for me, so we wore this. And Jason, I'll let you take this part, okay?
Well, Kathy, we just wanted to give you this trophy so you could remember this year and everything that Phil means to us, okay?
All right, thanks you guys. Appreciate that time.
Wow, powerful stuff here in Hammertown. Okay, as the celebrations continue here in Hammertown, we are looking now at our first UTV to finish today. It's the 221 of Cody Miller. This is incredible stuff, Bob. This means we have a UTV in the top 10 again.
Again, it's just a matter of time is what I think.
It is. These little machines just keep on delivering. And I keep saying these little machines, and I mean that from the point of view that they are small in size. Yeah. They're not small in stature.
But they're really big in heart. Big in heart.
They only run a 35-inch tyre. Independent front suspension. Independent rear suspension. And we're now back on track. Let's not forget we still have nearly 80 plus vehicles still out there racing, and that is the legend, the man himself, the Tash, Mr. Tom Ways. Now Tom qualified back down at 25th today, but it looks like he's on his way for a top 10 finish.
Also looks like he's got an empty spare tire rack.
Yeah, it does look like he's got a tire missing off the back. But you don't run 227 miles of hammer trails without having some stories to tell.
Oh, boy. And Tom's been known to tell a story. Have you noticed?
Yeah, there's many stories about Tom Ways. A whole heap of them that aren't broadcastable. But there's an awful lot that are.
Yeah.
As we cut back to the action here on stage, Jason Shearer, our second place here at the Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima batteries. Jason and his co-driver Jason Berger are a quality act, and we're back to the action. Top of screen there, we can see Bailey Campbell, and that looks like the 88 car of Mark Welsh. Both of them winching down Sledgehammer. Now this is an incredibly tough trial. Still the action keeps on coming. This is Clawhammer. It looks like Sam Collins there in the middle.
Yeah,
I think that's Zandy Williams. Now Zandy Williams we saw on his side for quite a considerable amount of time, so that's fantastic to see Zandy back on his wheels and making his way through. And I think there could be anything up to 4 cars, maybe even possibly 5 cars in this line picking their way through Clawhammer. It's always hard to tell. We're going to be losing the light very soon. But very soon our official third place finisher, Josh Byler, will be joining us up on stage. So we're going to throw it to Pam now up on stage to introduce us to our third place finisher, Josh Byler.
Thanks, Jim. I have Josh Byler right here, officially third place in the Nitto Race of Kings. You had an awesome day.
We had a great day. I feel really bad for my dad. He was kicking our ass the whole day, and we found him broke out there. That really sucks. I really wanted him to kill it, but bottom line is our 6th start at King of the Hammers and our 6th finish, and I couldn't be happier. And the crew guys hanging around this car is the reason it's all of it. These are the best group of guys. I love you guys.
So today on course, people are saying it was the roughest course they've ever been on, but I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite part about the race course today?
The rocks. The desert was absolute hell. The rocks were a relief. You got to go in there and just breathe. The desert just beats you up so bad. It was horrible. But the rocks were good. The lines were great. This car did good. We're very happy.
Well, you're up here number 3 on the box. We're going to have a check over here. You guys are going to notice that it's crossed out. It's not a mistake. The fans, we have had so many fans come watch this race this year that we were able to up the prize purse for our racers. So that is not a mistake. It's because of all of you that have shown up and watched all of these amazing racers. And congratulations to you.
Yep, thank you guys. We appreciate all the support coming out here in the desert to this mess and watching us play. Another person I'd like to bring up is Betty Lanick. Betty, can you come here? Betty? So, many of you guys probably don't know this. We're from the East Coast. There's a racetrack back home, Lime Mountain four-wheelers. Betty's husband is one of the founding fathers to that course. If it wasn't for this family right here, we wouldn't be here because they got us started in all this dumb stuff. So, thank you, Betty. We appreciate it. My co-driver is Betty's grandson. My dad's co-driver is Betty's grandson. So your family has made a very big impact on us, and we thank you very much. Yep.
Congratulations. Who else do you have to thank to get you up here today?
Miller Motorsports. This thing is an absolute tank. Mapco Machine makes our engines, dynamic torque converters, Spider Tracks, Fox, Wayne from Alltech, Nitto tires, of course. We had 2 flats today, totally our fault. But I'm probably missing a lot of people. But the guys on this car are the ones that stick with us. And like I said before, most importantly, the guys standing all around this car. Jared for sticking with me on this. I don't know why he does it or how he does it. Thank you to his wife for allowing him to stick with it. Thank you to my wife and my daughters here this year. This is the first year I've had a kid on the race. So thank you guys very, very, very much.
Awesome. Congratulations, and give it up for Josh Byler for our 3rd place Race of Kings.
Thank you very much, Pam. And the celebrations continue here in Hammertown. Josh Byler, our official 3rd place finisher here at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by OPTIMA batteries. But the race still continues, and in Spooners we've just seen some awesome action as we watch a pair of drivers walking on down through.
I don't think that action is awesome, and
That's not
neither
the
do
kind
they.
That's not the kind of action I was expecting, Bob, if I'm honest. I think we've been sold a herring.
Yeah, I think so.
Is this Brokeback Mountain?
You know, I think he knows he's being followed. Have you noticed? Let's hope he doesn't express anything. They still have hands, Jim.
You've got to hand it off to our production team.
Yeah.
They set us up a treat there, so thank you very much indeed to our hard-working production team as another car comes back across the line. It's been a long day, Bob.
I think it has.
Long day.
You know, it started out cold, and it's hot right now. This is good.
And that's the 44.57. Oh, maybe it's not. And he looks like he's coming into pit, so...
He must be headed out.
No, it looks like he's coming into pit, and so that's probably the end of his lap 2.
Yeah.
But coming into shot there, that looked like Tom Ways.
It did.
That means that Tom Ways is going to be coming in across the line. That there, of course, is Jason Blanton making his way across the lake bed. And this is Tom Ways. Tom Ways making his way down to turn 19. The man with the tash, the bad boy himself. There is very few stories that have not been said or written about this guy. He really is the ultimate American badass. Tom built this car 3 years ago, and he struggled with it. He had a bad crash last year, so he'll be absolutely stoked to bring it across the line. Unofficially unofficially 8th place finisher as he crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Tom Ways is joining us here in Hammertown, and we'll be getting him on stage just as soon as we can.
I'm impressed, Jim. He told me exactly what he was going to do and the way he's going to do it, and he did. It just didn't turn out in the first place. But, you know, he generally takes off fast, hard, wreckers or checkers.
Absolutely.
But he approached this race with a little different deal. He says, I don't plan on passing anybody until we're through Turkey Claw in the first lap. That's it. And he kind of carried that out. Good on you, Tom.
Oh, he did indeed. But he is a consummate professional. But I'm going to step out of the booth now. My good friend Ben Napier is going to be stepping in and to carry on the action from live out on these hammer trails.
Okay. Ben didn't get that. His headset's on now.
Good afternoon, Bob. What a great race we've seen. Absolutely spectacular. So we've had an amazing race. We've got 5 top positions all confirmed.
All confirmed.
We've got the 4th finisher up on stage with Pam. Should we hear about their story and congratulate them?
I'm kind of, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, we've got Marcus Gomez on stage with Pam.
Is this going to be another Gomez thing?
Could be a party.
I sure hope so.
No worries. So Pam's just getting the guys ready and out of the car. Ready, Pam? Come in.
All right, we have Marcos Gomez. He's climbing on top of his car. He is officially 4th place in the Nitto Race of Kings. Not the fun part for me. Gomez Brothers Racing is having a really good day today. Here, I'm going to give this to you. Marcos, I'm just going to hand you the microphone. I want you to just tell everybody about your day and then thank your sponsors.
All I got to say, this place is so freaking awesome. Unbelievable. Wherever Roll's at. Where's Roll at? That guy right there, we've been at this thing for 12 years. This was for Bob Rogie, who got us in this, wherever Bob's at. He might be watching. He might be out here. 12 years ago, he's all, Bob, we want to go race Ultra 4. He's like, all right, guys, we were green as can be green. And here we are 12 years later. We're all on this thing. I think I got a 4th place, chasing them down, but didn't make it. But the team. We just have such a team, from our family to our pit, to all of our support, our sponsors, our fans. This makes it so awesome. Dave Cole and all the staff. This is the awesomest, raddest event in the world. That's all I got to say right now. Woo! Yeah, and nothing else. All of our fellow competitors. I see Shear right there. I see Miller right there. I think I saw Vaughn. I saw Waze back there. This is the awesomest wheeling trip of the day ever. It was a battle. Mad Max Thunderdome. No shit's given. It was freaking awesome. What a day.
Let's give it up for Marcos Gomez and Gomez Brother Racing in their first and their fourth position today in Race of Kings. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam.
You just can't beat energy, Ben. Look at that. I love watching guys get all excited for themselves, their family, for a win. I'm liking this Gomez stuff. What do we got here?
We've got Jason Blanton coming in on the fast stuff. While Marcus was up on stage, we had a couple of guys dropping down Sledgehammer. So we've still got racers all over the course, fighting their way through this, working their way back to Hammertown.
Several of them, I believe by now, Ben, are thinking about lights. And are they going to need them? Will we get back in time? Because once that sunball gets down to where it is right now, we're probably only looking at like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of sunlight.
Yeah, it's going to start getting dark as we see the guys moving across the desert there. They've got till 6 o'clock to start their last lap. So we've still got cars out there that are still on their second lap, haven't even started their third. So they've got till 6 o'clock to go out. And then they've got till 10 o'clock plus adjusted time to actually finish the course. And a lot of these guys are going to be out there battling in the dark to get their finish. But right now, we've got top 5, so let's keep talking about them. Pam's going to get another person up pretty shortly as we watch Jason coming in. He's a fan favorite, been racing with us for ages. Really cool guy, has a great crew out here, running a really loud car.
Loud?
Loud, both in engine.
Yeah.
It's got some stupid big block, and both in color. You can't miss it.
I got the color part, but I'd love to hear the voice. Sounds fun.
Yeah, she's a rowdy one. So we've got Cody Addington there in the 888, coming up Clawhammer. He's not too far out of town, a couple more rock trails. I know he's been fighting for all day through this. Not sure if he's had a couple of issues. I know he's been in some traffic. He had he got stuck on outer limits for a while. So he's had a bit of a tough day.
And he's not done.
Definitely not done. Still got a couple of our big rock trails, some of our new ones. So he's got a big afternoon still.
Ben, I see him stopping a little bit at a time. Now, I've seen that happen a lot today where they take it out of low range, put it into high range, but is this a guy that's doing the same thing?
Possibly. He might also just be stopping to get his line. When we race in the rocks, you've got to be looking a long way ahead. And when it gets later and it gets darker and there are shadows, you might take it a bit easier, especially in an IFS car like his. You've really got to stay up on the rocks, keep your tyres on the rocks, keep it moving, keep traction. And sometimes it is better just to drive through a section and then stop and look at the next section, then drive through that section and stop. And it becomes a little staccato, but it works better for a driver when it gets a bit tricky like this.
So a good plan beats a good idea about 10-1.
Usually that is the case.
Yes.
We've got Jason Shipman at the bottom of Jackhammer, working up through traffic. I can't quite make out who it is, but I think it's Bailey Campbell in front of him. Yes, it's definitely Bailey Campbell. So she's still running. She's another person with a tough day. We saw her lose a brake caliper first thing in the morning at the end of the first lap, and she's just battled with Ryan Miller as a co-driver all day, just staying out there, pushing and pushing. They've still got a long way to go if they're still bottom of Jack, but they'll keep fighting.
She was kind of stuck behind that one stuck cart and had to sit and wait, it looked like to me. Had to wait for him to get out.
We've got another car on the high-speed desert making its way back to Hammertown. Can't quite make out who that is, but we will see them shortly. They're probably about 20, 30 minutes away from the start-finish line.
To my untrained eye, it looks like a bomber car or maybe a Bronco front. What's your best guess? Oh, Mr.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bomber. That could be a Jimmy's car. I think if you're listening at home or if you're out in the crowd as a racer, the best way to get identified is to have brilliant big numbers so we can see them up here in the booth. Production crew and helicopters can see them. But Bob, let's keep celebrating our top 5. One of my great friends, epic racer, king, multiple-time king, Eric Miller. He's up on the stage, and we've got Jim ready to interview him. Come in, Jim.
Thank you very much, Ben. And I'm joined on stage by a 2-time king. It's Eric Miller. Eric, how are we doing?
Good, Jim. Great day here in Johnson Valley. Stoked to be able to bring it around after a tough day in EMC and UTV the 2 days before. Racing with James Cantrell Thursday, and then we ran for Rock Crawler yesterday, and weren't able to get it in time. So to jump in the 4400 and continue to finish every King of the Hammers I've ever started in 4400 class, I'm proud of.
Now, I just want to talk about that because not many people know this. You have finished every single King of the Hammers that you have entered.
Yes, sir, since 2010, every time.
That's absolutely incredible. And I think you're our most, I'm going to use an Americanism here, our most wingingest off-road racer at King of the Hammers with more podiums and more finishes or more wins than anybody else.
I think that's the case for Hammers. We did the math a while ago, but like I said, I'm just so proud to get the finish today.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. Let's just have a quick with your co-dog over there. How was your day, sir?
Long, but fun.
So did you have to get out of the car at all?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So tell us about that experience.
We had sledge we had to winch down. That was rough. And King's Veto. That was about it, right? Yeah, belly down on King's Veto on a dumb rock and just like dumb luck.
We shot all the obstacles today, right up the gut of the waterfall on Aftershock, and then just turtled on the whatever rock was on the other side, and then pinned front and back. Like, shooting the obstacles and then getting bellied on that crap, you know, it just wasn't our day today.
Sometimes it goes that way. Now, I'm so happy to see you up here, but I'm sure you've got a whole load of people that you would like to thank.
Yes, I have to thank Optima Batteries because we did winch so much today. We were loading the electrical system up, and they always came through just like that Warren winch. Next, I couldn't have done this without Spider Tracks off-road. I cannot get over what we can do to these cars day in and day out, and they keep the tires turning. I honestly wouldn't have been here this year. It would have been my first King of the Hammers I would have missed because I just physically couldn't make it after we lost our engine in Crandon. You know, we're a smaller budget team, and I just didn't have it to put a race motor together. So Uncle Jeff Ginter stepped up big time for me. He was concocting a plan for the last 6 months, putting together a motor for me behind the scenes from parts that he found in Dubai that were being thrown out. Literally everybody's leftovers. Trophy truck engine pieces that were not good enough, and it's under the hood of this car. I've never had a motor run like this in my entire life. I'm just so blessed that he stepped up. Honestly, the reason I'm on this podium, if there was one, and Fox for working with us too. The shocks were awesome. Last year we just ran out of time, and it was really brutal in the desert. So it ran good. And lastly, Nitto tire, method race wheel. That's the last component that touches the ground, and if you don't have the best stuff, you're not going to finish.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very, very pleased to tell you that you're an official 5th place finisher here at King of the Hammers. That's got to make you feel pretty good.
I'm so stoked, Jim. I hate to say it, I'm almost glad it's over. I'm so tired.
Well, I don't know if you want to step out the truck, but we've got a nice big check for you here and a trophy. It'd be great to see you out here and get some pictures. Now, I was chatting to Jeff Ginter the other day, and he was saying he won't show Eric the dyno chute for this motor Won't tell him what power it's putting down, but he did say if he was to win today, he would tell Eric what power it's putting out. You didn't win, so you're not going to find out. That's going to be a secret for the next year. Our 5th place finisher, Eric Miller. Now, while the action continues here in Hammertown, we're going to pop out to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide, and order your Bronco kit today.
And welcome back to the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by OPTIMA batteries. We've had an amazing day here. If you've got our premium subscription, you've seen a bunch of action during the commercials from Sledgehammer, Jackhammer. We just saw number 88, Mark Welch, have a bit of a lie down at the bottom of Jackhammer. But the big story here, in case you've been living under a rock, we've just celebrated our top 5. We've crowned a new king, Raul Gomez. Second, Jason Shearer. Third, Josh Blyler. Fourth, Marcus Gomez. And fifth, Eric Miller. We've had a phenomenal race here. Some epic footage that we've seen. We've been able to beam around the world, and we've really had a great day here at the Hammers.
Full of surprises, drama, surprise after surprise, disappointment, heartbreak, happy, joy. Kind of like a race ending.
It's been a phenomenal show. I've loved watching it. I've loved bringing it to you guys. I hope you're enjoying it. We still have a long way to go. We've got a lot of competitors out on the course. They're still making their way through these rock trails, eating up lap 3, making their way into town here. We're going to bring you their comments and stories. Let them tell you what happened out there, what broke, what they destroyed, all the cool stuff. It's going to keep coming for the next few hours. Eric Miller's just rolling off the stage, and that Ginter race motor does sound really nice.
It does. Sounds like it wants to go back out and do it some more.
I think Eric was ready to call it a day, though.
I would agree with that.
He's had a big day in the seat. So watching some more action from Jackhammer. The number of 660 of Chad Owens.
Solid axle front.
And the 4407 of Cade Rod making his way up Clawhammer. And again, we've got the top 5 in your top right corner, and you can see just how much the spread between each of them was. We've got almost 15 minutes for the leader. That's pretty good domination of this type of race.
I'm thinking of it for the top 5 over an hour apart. I felt like it was closer all day long.
That's just how tough this race is.
Yeah.
They've been through everything. They've battled. I don't think anyone's had a clean day. They've all had issues to solve, and it was who solved them the fastest. We saw Raul get all stuck and had to winch. We saw Shearer flip on his side, almost fall off the car, get all his stuff sorted. Josh fought, Marcus fought, Eric fought, and we've got an amazing top 5.
And I don't think it's over.
No, absolutely not. So we've got the Team 999 of Light Bright following Chad Owens up Jackhammer. And we've got some competitors still making their way up the crest of the Emerson Hill. Those guys have a long afternoon. They'll be finishing well into the dark. Chad making clean work of the Jackhammer climb.
Looks like the Williams are coming up behind him.
Yeah, so this is a bomber. I believe this is one of the winning bombers that Randy Slauson drove. Still out here racing with us. And this is another bomber. They're all over the place, these bombers.
And he's driving right into the sunball.
Yeah, that's a hard deal. At least he doesn't look like he's got too much dust in front of him.
That would be good. That would be good. But either way, you've still got only one hand to drive and the other hand to cover your eyes.
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone, but we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
He's been out battling. He's coming down up Jackhammer now. There's a lot of teams out in that Sledgehammer, Jackhammer area. Remember, this is the track that we added in for lap 3. They didn't run it in lap 2. We made the track a bit longer in lap 3, added in some additional trails. really testing these drivers, and Andrew is making mean work of that climb up out of Jackhammer. So Andrew from the Let's Roll stable, he's raced a bunch of different vehicles. We've seen him previously in an IFS car. This year looks like he's in a solid axle car. You know, different horses for courses, but I'm betting he wanted that IFS car out in the desert this morning, but he's probably smiling now he's got that solid axle car in the rocks this afternoon. Again, we're back with the 270 of Brian McVeigh, and looks like we've got a finisher coming into Hammertown. We'll have to check and just make sure this is a third lap car rather than a second lap car. The 44.68, that's John Webb. And this is the guy made famous over the years by playing music as he runs the trails. Instead of having a light bar, Bob, he has 4 speakers.
Really?
And he likes to party, but that doesn't mean he doesn't take it seriously. He comes to King of the Hammers with a very serious effort. He's out here trying to win, giving it everything. He's got a really cool car. Northern California guy, turns up, ready to run, ready to give it everything. But he does like to party. We're going to have him in here soon, I hope.
We've got a guy in desert racing that for years, his name's Walter Prince, and it's the Candy Cane Man. He's got his car all red, white, and striped. He's got candy canes built into the top, and as he drives around the desert, he flings candy canes to all the kids and all the people. Has for years.
Well, we just saw John Webb get the finish. We'll have a look at what his unofficial finish position is. We're going to keep bringing guys up onto the stage, get some interviews. We've got a lot of big names.
Beautiful.
I'm seeing unofficially 6th is Vaughn Gittin Jr., unofficially 7th, Shannon Campbell, unofficially 8th, Cody Miller in the UTV, unofficially 9th, Tom Ways, unofficially 10th, Jason Blanton, and John Webb crossing just then, we just saw, for an unofficial 11th position.
Well, Ben, this has been our home for a week or so. Johnson Valley, California.
Isn't it a phenomenal place? And every time they get up on those ridge tops and get us some great footage back down to Hammertown, it's really cool to see it. There you go, there's the whole town. Gives you an idea just how vast this place is, how many people are out here. You know, Hammer King have come in and bumped up the prize money because just so many people are here, and from that sort of footage you can see why. They're just camped everywhere.
You know, I'm saying kudos to Ultra 4 for sharing it. That speaks to an ethic of saying our races are first.
Absolutely, and when I interviewed Ryan Thomas earlier, he said races come first, and they've
good.
handed that off, and you know, absolutely that's their mantra. So they're rewarding throughout the field, helping those races out with a bit extra because they put on the show.
Yeah.
If they weren't here, we couldn't film it. We couldn't bring it to the world. We couldn't have spectators out here.
Like this guy.
He's putting on a show, isn't he?
He definitely is. I bet he hopes he makes it.
We've had a fair few people not quite make it up this hill on Chocolate Thunder, but it just gives you an idea. See the race car on the left, spectators on the right. That's how close to the action you can get. See everything. Come, live, breathe it. Get dusty with us.
Hear them, see them, smell them.
Yep, we're seeing Cody Addington. He's cleared the rocks. He's on the high speed now through our hero zone, working his way back to Hammertown. And Bailey Campbell entering Chocolate Thunder. Couple of broken cars that she's passing. Tough days for those guys. And we can just see how silted and chewed out Chocolate Thunder is.
Yeah.
You know, some of these rock trails during the race turn into a bit of a highway as they get worn in. Chocolate Thunder's usually the exception. It gets torn up and destroyed. But she made nice work of that. Very clean. So coming into town, Bob?
That would be Eric Wicks.
Number 59, another bomber car.
The tires in the ground are still black all over the place, and that thing is still bright white on the back.
Yeah, Eric had a bit of a battle. We saw him in all the rock trails, working his way through outer limits earlier through some of the traffic there. But he's coming into town. We'll have him in shortly. We'll celebrate with these guys. Clearing the Yukon launch. Hold it together, Eric. Just a couple more corners to go.
Boy, that would be no time to blow it, huh?
And he's taken the checkered flag. So that's our 12th finisher across the line. We're now 9 hours into the race. We've only had 12 people finish. That's how tough this race is, Bob.
Golly. Yeah, and you know, I am not telling you, Ben. I am still learning about this a lot. The mental stress I can see is these guys at the end of the day are mentally tired too. They have to be, because there's so much thinking that has to go on to figure a line and be patient, talk to yourself, but say don't overthread, you know, don't overthrottle, don't overthrottle.
Yeah, and not only are you mentally tired, you're obviously physically tired. Sure. Your co-driver is just chewed up. It's a big day getting bounced around in that car in the rocks. So you've got to be really careful that you stay on your game, that you keep looking ahead, reading the terrain, making sure you're controlling that car, and that you don't have a late stuff up, because you can work all day and blow it in the last hour of the race.
And the other element that's different than desert racing that I find actually pretty fascinating is that everybody in their race cars, 2 guys or 1 guy or gal, however you want to put it, have to figure on taking care of themselves. No outside help. No chase cars. Nobody swarming all over the car while you sit there and tighten your belts and they fix whatever you had wrong in the middle of the desert.
Now it's a long day for those guys as we see Zandy Williams round Talladega. Yukon launch and into the finish line. He's almost here. Jason Shipman climbing Chocolate Thunder. It's quite a lineup of cars ripping through now. We're getting them moving really nicely. Seeing a bunch of competitors come in. So Zandy has received the white flag. That means he has 1 more lap to go. They'll have to make a decision. Are they going to go out and battle into the night? He's got 53 minutes to start his 3rd lap before we have the course closure cutoff start.
I know this is a favorite car of Sam Collins, but there's a reason why. 1949 Ford pickup.
Very cool looking car. Very unusual for our race series, but very cool.
You know, for an old 1949 styling, the way he's got that thing set up, that's a go-fast look. I mean, that thing looks like it's ready to launch on something.
So most of the guys with their alloy or Lexan fiberglass paneling,
yeah,
you scratch it into a rock, you dent it, you tear it off. You know you can make another one. I think he would cry when he scratches that.
Where are you going to find another one?
Well, as we leave Sam Collins climbing up Clawhammer, we're going to run a commercial, thank our sponsors. We'll be right back with you at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries.
Thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time. We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problems with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And then to stay frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
The Ford Bronco is back, and 4-Wheel Parts is your Bronco aftermarket headquarters. Whether it's a wheel and tire upgrade you need or an all-out overlanding build, 4WP's expert staff and lineup of in-stock products are ready to help you do your Bronco right. Build your Bronco at one of our 100 stores nationwide or shop online at 4WP.com/Bronco HQ.
Welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. We're still going on. We've had an amazing race today. The racers are out there. They're working their way back into Hammertown. They're still doing battle with our rock trails, working their way through the desert, coming on in one by one. We've got Brian Caprera, I believe, coming into our short course now. He's fought all day, coming in for a hard-earned finish. We've still got competitors on Clawhammer. We've still got competitors on Sledgehammer, Jackhammer. They're all over the place. We're going to keep bringing you the action. I'm Ben Napier. I'm joined by Bob Bauer. Bob, what have you thought about today?
I'm excited. You know, first of all, because I don't know what I'm doing, it's one class. That's a lot easier than 16,000 classes all at one time. These things are fast. They're tough. And now I know what they're really meant to do. I've been passing the desert in Baja by these things, and they're beasts when they go by. And now I came to learn on, look at this, out front here, they are beasts right here too.
Yeah, beast is a great word for these vehicles. You know, they really are some of the strongest off-road cars out there. That's Brian Caprera crossing the finish line, unofficially 13th place. Great work, Brian. Welcome home. We've still got the number 32 of Sam Collins climbing up Clawhammer. We were commenting before the break how clean that Ford still looks. He's fought hard all day, but the vehicle still looks pretty clean, doesn't it? Probably one of our heavier rigs out here. Looks to be not quite as nimble in the rocks as some of the other ones that we've seen. Makes it a little bit harder for him, but he's picking a nice smart line, working his way up that rock trail.
Ben, I'm not sure, did he tell me this thing weighs about 6,000 pounds?
That would make sense. Most Ultra 4 cars, you know, depending on how honest the owners are when they tell you the weight,
yeah,
you know, 4,800 pounds to about 5,500 pounds. That's your best sort of bracket on that. If he's 6,000 pounds, you know, he'd be up the upper end of the scale.
Could be. Yeah, but it's a metal body, you know, cab. And that's probably not light metal. It's 1949 metal. Heavy stuff.
Yeah, and that sometimes the heavier you build it, the longer it lasts.
Well, I've been learning that, you know, out here you do need a certain amount of weight, just like you do in the desert. If it's too light, you can't be durable enough. It has to be able to take hits. Because as you know, Ben, did you realize drivers occasionally, they make a mistake. And you need that ball. You need that brute strength of a truck.
Absolutely, and we've seen a lot of these mistakes or learning points out there on the course today, and some of these drivers have learnt some pretty hard lessons. We've seen a couple of decent crashes, we've seen some rollovers, we've seen action everywhere, carnage, but we've seen some amazing drives today. We saw that amazing race that we watched all day, and it's really been a phenomenal event. We've got the 999 coming into Chocolate Thunder. That's Kevin Williams.
Now, when I talked to some of these guys in tech, they had their stories. Here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to do it. I think he lied to me.
Yeah.
Because he says we're just going to go out and play around, and we're here for the folks we brought our group. I don't know if I'll finish. I'm not really worried about finishing. I'm not worried about winning. I'm just here for the fun and for the group, so we can race. He says I'm not very competitive. I don't know what place he's in, but I notice he's still running, and he's looking pretty clean doing it too.
Yeah, I think some of those guys, they're just covering for a little bit of nerves. I think anyone who comes out here is looking for a finish. Coming to King of the Hammers, you may not be looking to win, but you definitely want to finish. That's a massive dream. So these guys will be pushing for that. They'll be fighting for that. And we'll keep bringing you their story. But Bob?
Yeah?
I think we've got someone new coming into the booth. It's been a phenomenal day. It's been great having you.
It's been great to be here, and I want to thank everybody for listening to us and watching this screen. I've learned a whole ton today, and I don't think I'm done, but I'm going to turn it over to Ian, and you guys can listen to two guys who know what they're doing instead of just one. I'll take a nap. See ya.
Thank you, Bob. Not often that you can be joined in the booth by someone with so much off-road knowledge, Hall of Famer, just legend of the sport.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob. It's been great spending the week with you here in Johnson Valley. It's so awesome to have your insight in the booth. And welcome to the Hammer King family, and welcome to Johnson Valley in the desert in February. Yeah. All right, Ben, I've been out walking up and down the line of cars have come across the finish line. Everyone down there looks absolutely beat, but it looks like they had a great day out there racing. As we're watching, I believe, is that Addington?
Yeah, that's Cody Addington in the old Red Dragon.
Yeah, we watched him have just bad luck out in Outer Limits earlier today, basically high-centered trying to get off that, but it looks like he might be coming in for a finish at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure, like you said, those guys are beat. Cody's going to be even more beat because he's running that one single seat. He didn't have anyone to jump out there and pull the winch for him, so he had to do that all himself. In and out of the car, harnesses on and off, helmets, comms gear on and off. It really takes it out of you if you have to do it 2, 3, 4 times to do that winch.
Well, we saw that play out earlier with Raul when he got out of the car, hooked up the winch line, winched himself off that high center section, and then unfortunately got back in and still had to do it all over again. So it's a long day out there for a single-seater for sure.
Yeah, but anyone who tells you a single-seater doesn't work, well, we have a new king that drives a single-seater, so there you go.
And you know what? It's always a great year here in Johnson Valley, and it always is a great year when we crown a new king here at the Nitto Race of Kings, powered by Optima batteries. And we all knew that eventually one of the Gomez brothers was going to get that crown. We just didn't know which one.
And now that one has it,
it's
do you
all
think
over.
The others don't want it
they want
desperately?
It so bad. Yes, it's never going to end.
Next year could be an epic battle.
We will see so much horsepower, so much extra things out here for all the Gomez brothers. They will be trying to snatch that from Raul. They don't want to be shown up by him. There's such a rivalry inside that family.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're already planning how to get back on their brother and get that next step up for themselves.
Now, as I was sliding into the booth, I did notice the bomber of Kevin and Brittany Williams on the Light Bright team. I do believe they're on their third lap right now, correct?
I do believe that's correct, yes.
And we're getting close to a cutoff where they won't be allowed back out on that third lap unless they get out there at 6 p.m.
Yeah, we've got 40 minutes, and then we'll be closing off the lap so that people can't go out. Our course workers have been out there since before dawn. They've had a really long day.
Hey, it's Miles, the voice of Ultra 4 Racing, and we have something special here, and we want you to be a part of it. The Ultra 4 subscription is only $35 a year. Premium will go picture-in-picture during a commercial. You can also rewatch last year's King of the Hammers or any regional race in its entirety. We have some driver feature videos, car walkarounds in case you missed it. You can do some of the video trail walks and all that stuff. But during King of the Hammers itself, we'll have some special dedicated cameras. We'll have some helicopter footage, some FPV drone, a little extra in the pits. We'll have all sorts of dedicated camera angles from behind the scenes with the premium, including the drone. But we have some good pilots, and it ain't me.
Thompson.
Oh, that's right.
And he's the builder of the Gomez brothers cars.
Yeah, he's out there in the Gomez pre-runner car. They gave it to him and told him to go out and go out and just race this year. So he jumped in the seat and took it. But yeah, you're right. He might not know. I don't know if they've told him, but if they have, I'm sure he's very happy. He's been chasing that win as much as the Gomez brothers. He's so proud of those UFO Fab-built vehicles, and we've said it all day. He does such a great job on the prep of those vehicles, getting them ready to come out here, and there's such a great team that he can wear that crown just as much as Raul can, because he'll be so proud to have that car on top of that podium.
Absolutely. You know, Joe's a pretty humble guy, and I'm sure he'll be pretty stoked that he got that win.
Yeah, and now Joe can rub it in my face, because a couple years ago when one of his new cars was out in the Gomez brothers, I made the comment that, oh, he got a little bit of that new car blues, and he didn't like that, because he said, I shake these cars down, that's not new car blues. So the fact that Raul came in that brand new car, now he can, I'll have to eat some crow with him next time I see him.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, if you're wondering why we're having a little bit of a break here on the vehicles come across the stage, that is because we're still assessing everyone's position in the race, because this is a race on corrected time, and we have to wait for a few more cars to come in across the finish line before we can have any more official finishers and assign them positions in this race.
But we still have heaps of action to bring you guys. We're going to stay live. We're going to show as much of the rocks as we can. But speaking of that action, let's take a break from it. Let's take a quick look at some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with the 2022 Nitto Racer Kings powered by Optima batteries. I'm Ben Napier with Ian Johnson. We'll be back shortly.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power, in case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Deny.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements. handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley here at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings powered by Optima Batteries. A week filled of racing here in the Progressive King of the Hammers. And we still have a bunch of racers out on course. We've got a bunch of finishers across the finish line, and it sounds like we're going to bring another one up right now.
Yeah, joining us shortly, stay tuned, the one and only Shannon Campbell.
Great to see Shannon finish this race again. That whole Campbell stable of cars comes out. Shannon, Bailey, who if you had the premium feed, you would have seen her. She's still out there racing. We watched her deep in the canyon. She's still moving. Her husband, Brian Crofts, had to retire early, as well as her brother, Waylon. But Shannon is up on stage right now.
So, talking about another cool stable of cars on screen right now, Mark Barkey from the Funhaver stable. This is Vaughn and Lauren's teammate, pushing his Bronco around the course. I think this is Lauren's old car. Correction, that's Mark's son, Josh. Josh is at the wheel of this car.
Yeah, we've watched it. They've watched them out all day, just sort of cruising through the desert, kind of throwing us a loop every now and again, because we'd see the Bronco and we'd automatically assume it was either Lauren or Vaughn until we saw the paint scheme. All right, I think we're going to throw it out to Jim on the main stage right now with, I believe, our official sixth-place finisher.
Okay, we're up on stage now, and I'm joined by the legend, the man himself, the three-time king, that is Shannon Campbell. Shannon, how are you?
I'm beat up.
Been a rough day at the office?
Yeah, my crew said they're going to put out a silver alert for me.
Now, looks to me like you've got a little supporter sitting in here with you. Who's this?
This is Emery. This is my granddaughter. They're all wanting to take over my ride. They think this is their new jungle gym, I guess.
Well, it looks like you were having fun in the jungle today. But talk to me. What happened to Sledge? It was so good you did it twice.
Yeah, I screwed up. I kind of thought we were supposed to do that twice. I mean, I screwed up a lot of stuff. I'm going to have to get me a navigator. And you came down Sledge, and they're like, yeah, you're not supposed to do Sledge. And I said, well, do I have to do it again? And they said, yep, you got to do it again. And we went up Jack and everything. So I don't know how long it cost me, but it was pretty big. So.
Right, so does this mean that we're hearing Shannon Campbell telling the world that you're going to be building a two-seat car?
Oh, I am for sure, yes.
Fantastic. So he's going to be asking for resumes to be submitted for co-driver applications.
Sure, yeah. I got my co-driver.
Fantastic stuff. Now, Shannon, we always love seeing you out the trails. You don't leave anything to chance. You always give it 120% out there. What was the course like this year?
It was pretty rough. I kind of tried a new strategy. I just kept it moving and tried not to get no flats. I did get one, though, and I just screwed up with my navigational skills. I'm not very good.
Well, we can work on that. Emery, do you fancy doing some navigation next year? Okay, well, I've just got official news come through that you're officially a 7th place finisher at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm just happy to finish, and yeah, I guess my mistake was bigger than I thought.
No, that's still incredible. The people ahead of you are absolutely on a masterclass today, so congratulations. Go and celebrate, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thank you guys. Thank everybody for coming out. And
our official 7th place finisher is Shannon Campbell.
All right, Miles, good to see Shannon come in there, officially 7th. He said it himself, got a little lost on course out there, ran a couple trails. That's probably why they took so long to sort through his GPS track.
Yeah, I think Shannon has seen every rock in this desert a couple more times than everyone else today. But so cool to see the next generation of Ultra 4 racing coming through, because if I know the Campbells, those little kids, they're going to go out with them this year, Shannon's grandchildren, they'll be racing the 2042 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, before you know it, we saw Brian Crofts out there with the commanding lead early with some unfortunate luck out there. He said earlier that this is probably going to be his last King of the Hammers. But the whole Campbell crew is so big, all parts of the family race, but they still have one more member of that family still out in those rocks.
Yeah, we've got Bailey still out there battling, but Shannon has set the standard in this race for many years. He's the guy that a lot of racers look up to, huge fan favourite. Really cool to see him being our 7th place official finisher.
Well, the thing about Shannon Campbell, he sort of like epitomizes the heart of everything that is Ultra 4, and we see this crossover between a lot of our drivers. It's that builder-driver mentality. Shannon and all of his crew, they're building all their own cars out there racing. We see it with the Slossons, we see it with the Millers. This whole race is still basically harnessed around that entire sort of theory that you build it, then you go race it.
Yeah, it's a really cool concept, and especially when something goes wrong, those guys are going to have an edge on anyone else because they built the car. They know how that bolt comes out. They know how to get that alternator out. They know how to, change that steering pump. It gives them a huge advantage.
Yeah, and especially, and as Shannon said, he built these cars. His cars, if you look at them, they're all very similar, subtle tweaks here and there, but the majority of the Campbell cars, both Shannon's, Wayland's, Bailey's, and Brian's, they almost look identical from a distance. Thankfully, they paint them different colors for us.
Yeah, they're at least able to spot the difference between them, which is great because there's a couple other teams out there that are very, very similar.
Yeah, we run into that problem in the UTV race. There's too many UTVs that are yellow this year, unfortunately. But you can always spot a Campbell car coming across the desert, and you can always sort of pick them out of a lineup when they're out there. But it's great to see Shannon back home here with that official 7th place finish.
Now I see there's another car coming back into Hammertown. The 911. Kevin Taylor heading for the Bronco Arch and heading for home. We'll have to check if he's on his 2nd or 3rd lap.
Yeah, you can see him coming through that Bronco Arch, making the drop down through. He'll be back onto the short course. If he's back in town on his 2nd lap, he still has a little bit of time to head out on his 3rd lap, if he wants.
And as our announcer booth just shakes from the absolute roar of Shannon Campbell's motor, Kevin's making his way over the Yukon launch and heading for the start-finish line.
Yeah, and when he goes to that start-finish line, we'll be able to take a look to see where he is, whether this is his finish or his 2nd lap. It's looking like this. He may be headed out onto his 3rd lap.
Yeah, he got the white flag. There's one more lap for Kevin. I hope he's got some good lights because he's got a long night ahead of him.
That's a brave soul headed out there this late at night onto that 3rd lap. That sort of epitomizes everything that is King of the Hammers racing. No give up in him. He's going to head out onto that 3rd lap.
We're 9.5 hours into this.
Oh, so long.
You have to figure if he's taken 5 or 6 hours to drive the 2nd lap, he's going to be 6 or 7 hours to drive the 3rd lap because it's got everything the 2nd lap has and then even more.
More rock trails. As we're jumping into Sledge, this is the infamous plaque line right here. You can actually see the plaque in that shot.
Yeah, Sledge was a trail that was synonymous with King of the Hammers. They phased it out for a little while, then we brought it back in, we raced up it. This year we're racing down it. I don't think we've raced down it in a while, but it's actually still really tricky as a downhill trail. It can really catch you and punish you.
And I believe that's the 999 bomber car.
Yeah.
Kevin and Brittany Williams. Always a fan favorite on the chat. I'm sure it's blowing up the chat every time we're in here. Everybody wants to know, where's the light bright car? Well, there it was.
Yeah, and I know earlier this morning they got a great showing through Cougar Buttes, and unfortunately it was while we were on premium. So if you're a light bright fan, maybe consider the premium next year.
Well, Kevin has said that this might be his last year racing. They said that they kind of came here and wanted to see what it was all about. I suggested, hey, if you don't want to take on the big race, rip those bypasses off there. That Bomber is a great car to drop down into Legends class. It'd be a very competitive car.
Absolutely, and no matter what they do, we'd love to see their fans back.
Oh, yes.
Join the Ultra 4 family.
All right, it looks like we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. up on stage, and I think Pam may be talking to Vaughn here. It looks like she's getting set up. Pam, take it away.
All right, we have Vaughn Gittin Jr. here in our official 6th position in the Nitto Race of Kings. That was a big sigh. How was it out there today?
It was exactly what that sigh was. It's so brutal every year. This is just one of those races you hope to finish, and finishing 6th is rad. I'm really pumped. I'm learning every time. I had an amazing co-driver. My normal co-dog, Eric, had to step out last moment. Casey was willing to step in, and he really pushed me out of my comfort zone. We were in some crazy dust. I felt like that scene in Mad Max where the guys are like, where the guys are like spraying the spray paint in their mouth. They're like, ah! That's what I felt like was going on. Like, it was just a wall of dust, and we're doing like 90 miles an hour. And he's like, keep going. I'm like, no, this is wrong. But anyway, yeah, it was super rad. Brocky V2 is our first hammers with this truck, and it held up amazing. We literally only lost a power steering front seal. So, yeah, I'm pumped. Did you have fun?
Yeah, we had a great day. Super thankful for the opportunity to ride with these guys. Overall, it was a super fun event.
So coming off of a championships from the 2021 season, you're focusing on the 2022 season. Are you going to try to do a two-peat?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the plan. Last year we finished hammers 5th, so we got 6 this year. So we're not too far from where we started it last year. So, myself and Lauren are going to be at multiple events and doing our best, and we'll just see where the chips fall. I don't start thinking about championships until they tell me at the last round that I won it, really. But no, I just got to thank the entire Fun Haver Off-Road team. They've been, every team here obviously kills themselves, but these guys all weekend, they've just been nonstop. They're probably on like 8 hours of sleep for the whole week. And gave me a great car. We ran 4 cars this weekend, 3 4400s and the 46. And have a group of people that are just willing, no matter what, to get it done is a very hard thing to find, and especially at the level that we expect to perform. So really shout out to them. Huge shout out to Monster Energy for bringing the party, supporting Ultra 4, supporting us, and of course Nitto Tires. I didn't go through one tire both races, a 4600 and 4400, no tires. Enough said about their trail grapplers, I think. The Ford Performance, Jeff Ginter Racing motor, what a donkey. That thing was just unbelievable. And my biggest surprise of the weekend, though, for sure, is the Fox Live Valve shocks. Lauren and I have put in a lot of effort to test these and get them on our truck. And, the same shocks that come on the new Raptor and on the new Bronco Raptor, they're just unbelievable. Like, constantly making adjustments based on what's going on, different settings for the rocks, different settings for the desert, and it was just unbelievable. So, yeah, you can change it right on the fly. So as soon as we get in the rocks, we just put on soft, saved our body a little bit, maybe. But no, it was absolutely incredible. And then, Shell Rotella Oil. I really got to give a shout to them. These trucks see huge, stupid temperatures and all the systems, and keep it rocking. And Project X Lighting, they're an amazing partner of ours. and they're coming out with some amazing game-changing stuff. So keep an eye out for them. And yeah, I got to also thank my bro, my partner, my friend Lauren, who's really gotten me ahead of the game and always looks after me and makes sure I know what I'm doing out here. So thanks, pal. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, so other than that, I really want to thank you to everyone that's come out here. This is amazing, King of the Hammers. I've never seen so many people in my life on this lake bed, and it's just amazing what's going on in not only Ultra 4, but just off-road adventure lifestyle world. So keep it up. Let's keep having fun. Keep the fun having alive. And yeah, thank you all.
All right, congratulations to Vaughn Gittin Jr. on his official 6th place in the Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Ian's just running in here because he almost got a champagne shower just then.
Yeah, I got a little bit on me here. I don't know if I'll be able to drive home now tonight. I know it smelled like a little bit of a party here, but if anyone caught Vaughn's TikTok that went viral earlier this week, it was quite funny. So I've been teasing him all week because he ends it with a big old bing bong, and it made me laugh.
Well, if that was a little bit of a party, I'm sure we've got a big bit of a party still to come.
I think we do,
The
yes.
Gomez brothers are going to party like they just won King of the Hammers.
Well, why not?
Did.
They just did, so they're going to
And
party
then
like
we've got
that.
Pennywise.
Yes, absolutely. After this, we have music later on tonight as we're watching Casey Curry make his way down the plaque line on sledge. And right before that, we saw John Grounds from Proving Ground Racing in the same line, but he was winching, and I'm assuming there's something wrong with his car to be winching down that line.
Yeah, he got himself stuck on that big boulder that we see just above the plaque line. Maybe took a bit of a wrong line in there. It's actually harder above the plaque line than it is up on the actual drop-off.
And I'm trying to see who this car is coming down next through sledge. We see the co-driver out, walking ahead, picking out some lines.
Looks like in the small screen we've got our first UTV finisher.
I think this might be our only UTV finisher. I think the rest of them were out of the race.
First and only?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we had Paul Wolf, who didn't get to lead the starting line, didn't get through tech. We had a couple broken on course I think we've seen, but I think this is at least the first one, but I think it might be the only one that's going to make it back.
Well, we saw them all qualify so well, and I think a few of the Ultra 4 guys got a bit of a wake-up on how fast these things are. Turns out, one in the top 10. They didn't dominate. We had a great Ultra 4 race, but I'm sure they'll be back. They've got unfinished business.
Oh, once you've come in here, these are the same UTVs that did this exact same thing last year. Ran the UTV race, turned around, hit out onto the Ultra 4 4400 class. You know, this is not, first of all, this is not the standard off the showroom for production UTV, and also the guys driving it are highly skilled at driving that UTV.
Absolutely. And as we get them up on the stage, we'll have an interview soon. But coming through our start-finish, rounding Talladega at the moment is local favourite, Jordan Pellegrino.
In the Lamborghini. Now, is this his finish, or has he got one more lap?
Well, based on the fact he's pulling off there into the Genrite pits, he might still have a fairly long night ahead.
Yeah, and he's got 17 minutes to get back out on course.
Yeah, that's one of our space-age, super cool-looking cars. Talking about super cool as well, let's hear about how these guys went in the side-by-side. Welcome, Pam.
Cody Miller in your Can-Am out here with the 4400 cars again this year. How was it out there?
It was absolutely rough. We had a really strong race going on, and then we got to Cougar's Buttes and popped the tire. I just got a little bit ahead of myself, and Cody was luckily with me this time. He was sick at the UTV race, and I had in the UTV race. In the UTV race, Cody got sick, and are you serious? You really want to just keep going whenever no one can hear it? Okay, so in the UTV race, Cody Taylor got sick. I had gotten sick earlier in the week. We both had a stomach bug. It was keeping us crippled, basically. It was awful. Yeah, but luckily today it was finally got over it, and he jumped in the car, and we finished. And we jumped out here today, and the only problem we had really was one blown tire at Cougar Buttes and one belt change right after outer limits in this lap 3. So it was a really smooth race, but the Can-Am held really strong. Can we get this PA fixed, or? Yeah. All right, well, for the folks at home that can hear me, really appreciate Can-Am for giving us this awesome X3 machine that's working great, and Texplex there in Texas, the track is awesome, and they've been supportive of our team. Maxxis Tires is, obviously, you can't finish this race without a Rockzilla. It's the best tire on the market. Raceline wheels, awesome wheels. Elko suspension. George White with Double E Racing and Doug Roll for tuning my suspension. They've done something amazing with these shocks that makes the car work like you wouldn't believe. And Texera Tech suspension. They've got all of my A-arms, trailing arms, and all of my suspension parts that are just completely the best things that are on the market right now. Hess Motorsports with all of my steering components. HMF Power Sports with the exhaust, factory UTV skid plates. All right. Hey, now that y'all can hear me again, I'm going to start this right back at the top. Thank you very much, Can-Am, for giving us the opportunity to come out here and do this. Texplex at home, and Texplex is the place where we do a lot of short course racing, and it's definitely changing the evolution of the sport. Maxxis Tires with this Rockzilla 35 is absolutely insane. We couldn't be competitive out here without that tire. That's a major advantage. Raceline wheels that are obviously holding these Maxxis tires. Elko suspension with George White Double E Racing suspension and Doug Roll tuning our shocks. We've got obviously some of the best handling side-by-sides that you can get. Texera Tech suspension. They've got all of my A-arms, trailing arms, radius rods. These guys have got the best products on the market. Hess Power Sports, my steering components. These guys have obviously got great products. The HMF exhaust, factory UTV skids, SSI graphics. I ripped most of the graphics off of this thing in the UTV race, but we didn't scratch it today. Anti-gravity batteries, S3 Power Sports, Evolution Racing Power Sports, Sparko seats and beautiful race suits. UTV Race Shop is a new sponsor. They've got everything that you need, entire list of sponsors here. They are a factory outlet. Liqui Moly is a new one this year. Really appreciate them jumping on board with our team. Renegade Race Fuel, Baja Designs lights. Luckily, I didn't have to use the lights to finish today. It was the first in the 4400 class. AIM, Brinson Power Sports, Warren and Factory 55. We definitely had to use that winch several times today. Pro Eagle Jacks, Monster Seal Sealant. All these things definitely help us bring us this top 10 finish today. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my crew and my family. They've worked their butts off to make this happen. Cody Taylor, really appreciate him as well. He's obvious. I couldn't even finish in the top 10 in the UTV race without him. And today we finished in the top 10 of the 4400. So it goes to show you that I'm not doing this by myself. But thank you very much for everybody that's been involved in our program, and we'll be back, and we'll try and just keep on stair-stepping up in this class.
Well, congratulations on your 8th place finish for the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Give it up for Cody Miller.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always good to get everyone back into Hammertown as we're watching the action still out on trail. We just saw Casey Curry. He had come down Sledgehammer. It looks like he's made a pass on John Grounds from Proving Grounds Racing. And right now we're watching John Grounds make his way back up that trail.
Yeah, and if there's anything tougher than racing Sledgehammer and Jackhammer in the daytime, it's doing it in the dark.
Doing it at night, yeah. Because it's cold and it's dark, and it's so hard.
And a lot of these guys, they've got a couple of lights on there, but if you're racing at night, you're not winning. So they don't put a huge amount on there, keep the cars light, keep them nimble. And then it gets dark and you really need them.
The one thing John Grounds has going for him is he just participated in an event that I participated in a few times called 24 Hours of Hell and Back, where you go wheeling for 24 hours straight. And he was at one of those events in Arizona, and they tackled a bunch of trails in that car for 24 hours straight with no sleep. So he should be used to wheeling at night in that car at this point.
Well, that sounds like a really cool concept. If Dave Cole keeps making this track even tougher and tougher, maybe that's where we're
headed.
See with this
that's
race.
Where we're headed. Yep. Or maybe we should just start it later in the day and solve that problem, race through the night and finish in the morning. Not that I want to commentate for that. I'm not volunteering in any way.
But then we wouldn't be able to have an awesome party with our winners and show Pennywise at night. So,
That is absolutely
I think
true.
I'm pretty happy with what we're doing here. This is a phenomenal event.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely amazing week out here in Johnson Valley for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries, racing all week long. We've had amazing qualifying, awesome UTV race. The Everyman Challenge did not disappoint, and today we're wrapping it all up with the Nitto Race of Kings.
Yeah, we've had 8 solid days of racing out here.
I completely left out all the Toyo Tires Desert Challenge guys.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten about them. I forgot that was a week ago.
And as Cody and his team celebrate, you'll see that check, another one that's been bumped up by Hammer King, sharing the success this event has, the amount of people that have come out and supported, all our fans and spectators out here, they've shared it with the racers.
Yeah, and that's important because these are the guys that are laying it on the line out there, going out there, out there racing, putting a lot of their hard-earned money into these cars and spending the time coming out here on their days off, pre-running, checking out the course, and then spending the week here to come out and race. So it's good to see Hammer King went in there and said, hey, listen, we made more money than we thought, so guess what? We're going to basically bump up all these checks just by a little bit.
And we're going to keep bringing finishers up on the stage. We're going to keep bringing you action where we can. Up on stage next, really good friend of mine, totally awesome dude, an absolute hero of the Ultra 4 racing sport. Tom's been racing for a long time. This is Mr. Tom Ways, and I'm sure he's going to have a really cool story.
I'm going to attribute his finish to the fact that the mustache is back.
Yeah, the mustache is back.
As we watch Tom get set up there with his big check, Pam's going to head out there with her mic. We'll hear from Tom. I'm sure he's got some great stories from his race here in Johnson Valley.
Now, we saw Tom battle all day.
All right, Pam, take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm up here with Tom Ways. He is officially 9th place in the Nitto Race of Kings. How was your day?
We had a great day. It was frigid off the start, and I swear I practically got frostbite till James gave me his gloves. And we ran a super smooth desert lap. Knew we had to save the car and have a car to race for lap 3, and it was a mental challenge just to try to behave. And basically, we just kept picking people off and kept moving up. We moved up to physical 3rd, and I made a couple mistakes and cut a tire. But I was really proud of my crew. Special shout out to those guys because they've been busting ass on the car, and we didn't work on the car once today. And that's a testament to how great of a job that my crew did. They did a great job. And a couple other things. James Schofield, he's one of the best human beings on the planet. After him getting hurt last year, after we rolled like a bunch of idiots, it's amazing to have him step back in the car. And Jake Capriotti, thank you so much for being in there for lap 2 and 3 and taking all the chassis hits through all the rock trails.
Well, it sounds like you have awesome people behind you. I know you were out here doing your homework prior to the race, but who all do you have to thank for getting you up here on the stage today?
Icon Vehicle Dynamics, Icon Alloys, C&H Auto Parts out of Placerville. If you need any good auto parts there, that's the place to go. And I'll tell you what, the Gomez brothers, I want to spend a special shout out to the Gomez's because I got health insurance now. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Marcos. I love you boys. Hey, seriously. Icon, they're my people, but I got a new family, and they're right here. Power Steering Solutions, thank you, Charlie. BF Goodrich Tires. Scope Hill Performance. Who else, James? Who else are we forgetting? FK Rod Ends. I want to thank Maria. Thank you so much. I did say BFG. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. I'm a little tired right now, but I think thank you, everybody. Great being here for the fans. I love finishing for the crew and the fans. I'm always here to win, but we did our best today.
Congratulations, Tom, to you and your team. Give it up for Tom Ways, 9th place in the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings.
Great job, Tom. Good to see him back into Hammertown. I'm sure he's got tons of stories to share with everybody. And he was in a good battle all day, as he said, basically charging hard through the entire desert loop and into those rock sections.
And so great to see James back in the co-driver's seat. As Tom mentioned, they had a scary, scary crash last year. James got pretty badly injured, back brace, operations, private flights. A bunch of people rallied around him, and really cool to see those guys back riding together because they are a great team.
Yeah, it's always good to see someone, if there's an incident like that, get back in the car. And as Tom said, it was great to have him back in the car with him. I'm sure he was happy for it. And I'm sure Tom's not the finish that he wanted, but I'm sure it's the finish that he'll take. As you can see, the sun has completely set out here in Johnson Valley. We still have a few cars in the infield who've come in and finished. We still have racers out on course. The course will stay hot until right around 10 o'clock tonight. And then 10:30, live music here in Johnson Valley.
How cool is that going to be? And if you're one of the people standing out in front of our booth, you've been out watching the event, spectating, wherever you've been, you've come back into town, you might have missed the best show on earth, we're going to replay it. It'll be available online. You'll be able to watch all the week's events, replay them all, watch them at home when you get home on your couch, and enjoy it all over again.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you think you've missed any action from the race, you'll always have the opportunity to replay this in the future. Go back and watch the race again. It's definitely worth watching every single part of this race. It was a non-stop race from start to finish. We saw action all day long as Pam is bringing up another finisher up on stage.
Yeah, that's John Webb, 10th place finisher.
John Webb's probably happy that he's back in town because those pods on the front of his car are not lights. Those are speakers.
Yeah, and I believe another good friend of mine, Greg Hussey, riding with him. I was talking to Greg earlier in the week, talking about all the pre-running these guys have done, all the hard work, all the effort, all the prep on the car. You know, they work on their own stuff. They do all the hard work. So I'm sure John's got a great story. Pam's on the stage, ready to hear it. Let's hear it from Pam.
Thanks, guys. I'm up here with John Webb. He finishes out our top 10 of the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Here's your trophy. I see you have a paper here with your sponsors on it. So first off, I want to ask you, I saw you going through Remote Pit 1 today. You look pretty good going through. How was your day?
It was good. It was very, 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 very dusty on the first lap. It was we couldn't go 30 miles an hour, I felt like. I was like, man, I want to go, but couldn't go anywhere. So, yeah, besides that, it kind of cleared out after pit 1, and, yeah, it was a good day. It was a good day. Good lap.
Now, I have to ask you, your speakers you have with your music playing, is that going during the race as well?
Oh, definitely. Arc Audio helped me out this year on the speakers, and, yeah, we're just out wheeling, you know, having a good time, you know, like any other weekend, you know.
Well, that's awesome. Who all do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
So my team helped me out a bunch. And I'd like to say happy birthday to Connor. Yeah. And I couldn't do it without my team and my co-dog, Greg Hussey. A fun fact, he got 9th place back in like 2009. So he's back. Yeah, obviously Poly Performance and Synergy, Dirty Life Race Wheels. The wheels held up great. BFG tires. We had one flat, but it was my fault. It wasn't the tire fault. And Perry built. He did all my diffs. And, yeah, he just opened a shop, so check him out. Calson, Bigfoot Winch Ropes, Sizemore Construction. Diable Off-Road, Modify Vision if you want some cool sunglasses, and Devil Mountain Detail.
Well, awesome.
I got quite a few this year, more than normal.
Well, congratulations on rounding out the top 10. It's time to party. It sounds like you have a great group of people up here. So congratulations on finishing the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings.
Awesome, thank you. And thanks to all the fans. You guys rock. Woo! Do it for you guys.
Thank you, Pam. Those all
right, Pam bringing our official 10th place finisher across the line. No stranger to Ultra 4. We've seen him racing for years. Always easy to spot. He's always had that fake light bar on the front with the speakers blaring every time he goes out racing. So it's awesome to see him coming in here, rounding out our top 10. And you can see, they're just ready to party.
Yeah, if you remember back into the history of Ultra 4, when Randy Slauson made that epic overtake in Elvis where he drove over that other competitor, John was right next to that guy partying away with the speaker. And John's been around since almost the beginning of Ultra 4 and one of our long-term competitors here.
Yeah, it's great to see the Gomez brothers come in and embrace this sport like they have. We have so many racers out here like Shannon Campbell have been here since the very beginning of Ultra 4 King of the Hammers style racing. It's great to see these guys stick around, keep coming back here every year, throwing it out on the line, taking everything they can, put it in the car, get it to the starting line, leave the starting line, and spend over 200 miles in the dirt.
And as we let John celebrate, we've had a couple more finishes come through. I think that was Joe Thompson just rolling across the line.
All right, but I think Miles is in the infield and it's got a little bit for us, so let's hear it, Miles.
And it's been such a wonderful week for the 2022 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Optima batteries. We're going to kind of recap today's results. So here is the official Nitto Race of Kings leaderboard presented by Bronco. In first place, Raul Gomez. In second place, Jason Shearer. In third place goes to Josh Blyler. Fourth place goes to Marcos Gomez. Fifth goes to Eric Miller. Sixth place goes to Vaughn Gittin Jr. In seventh place goes to Shannon Campbell. In eighth place goes to Cody Miller. In ninth place goes to Tom Ways. In 10th place goes to John Webb. A huge shout out to all our official top 10 finishers for the Nitto Race of Kings presented by Bronco. And I am Miles Hasquist. I am going to sign off here in just a moment. We are going to keep celebrating everybody that comes across the line till just after 10 o'clock. And again, I'm Miles Hasselquist. I will see you at the Battle of the Bluegrass in Kentucky at the end of March. I can't wait to see you once again. Thanks to everybody, all the fans, friends, and family, and all the racers. We will see you soon.
Thanks, Miles. Great to see a wrap up here as we're watching some of the epic action from today's race.
It was called the Race of Kings. It was definitely a race between our kings, but it's all been fought out, and we have a new king.
Yeah,
How cool is that?
Yeah, we saw all of our kings in the mix at one point in time, but then to crown a new king, it's always good. It's always special to me, at least, when we come in here and we put a new king on top of that podium. It's great to see the Gomez finally, one of the Gomez brothers, that being Raul, finally able to come in and capture that. And as you said, his brothers are never going to let him live that down. We're going to see them come back full force next year.
Yeah, congratulations again to Raul Gomez, new king. I'm sure the others will be trying to get that scepter off him next year. But it's just been a phenomenal day. Pam is ready with another competitor down there, another one of our finishers. I think it's the Wicks, Justin Wicks, in a bomber. They've had a hard-fought day. And we're going to keep bringing you finishers. Pam, you're good to go.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Eric Wicks. How are you this evening?
I'm happy to be here right now.
So I saw you going through Remote Pit 1. I was actually working there earlier. You guys looked good coming through both times. What was your least favorite part about the course today?
That first lap. The first lap was really rough. A lot of dust, fighting navigation the whole time. It gets scary at times. You can't see anything and you have to lift. Especially in the sections where you know you can pick up some make some good ground. But we fought through it. We knew if we put that first lap behind us, it would have been we had a good chance of coming in daylight. So,
well, 11th place at the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. You finished it. I hear it was a rough course out there. Would you agree with that statement?
This is our third finish in a row. We're going on 3 years straight. It was a pretty rough course. We only got out once. I didn't get out once at all, but my co-driver got out once, and it was only to winch at aftershock. Other than that, the car ran great. Everything, I couldn't have asked for any better performance out of this car. So we were extremely pleased all day. Temp stayed perfect. Didn't change a tire. Yeah, really, really happy right now. Yeah.
Well, awesome. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
Well, first off, we also had we're always out here just creating memories, and I got to leave the line with my nephew, Justin. He was in the 792 bomber, and we qualified within a second of each other. And so leaving the line with him and the fun we had in the first 30 miles, we couldn't see shit. And we were just back and forth. I took him off the line. He passed me within 200 yards. And then I passed him in Turkey Claw, and then he passed me again in the desert. I got him. It was back and forth. We were on the radios together, and that was a lot of fun. Yeah. So that was fun. As far as who I need to thank, I guess there's some vendors out here that give us a good support, King and PCI radios. But other than that, man, this car's a blank slate. So if there's any sponsors out there that want to put their sticker on it, it's a pretty car, and I think it wins most show and shines.
Well, congratulations on finishing the 2022 Race of Kings. Give it up for Eric Wicks.
Thank you very much, Pam. As we break that car off the stage, I think what we're going to do right now is we're basically going to leave our mic open, keep our stage hot. We'll bring across finishers as they come in. But since obviously the sun has set, our cameras are making their way back to camp, I think it's time possibly to wrap this live show up.
Yeah, Ian, it's been a great privilege to be involved in this live show this year. I've had a great time sharing everything that's happening at the Hammers this week with the world. And it's been an honor to work with such a talented production crew that we have. These guys have brought us some phenomenal images, and the racers have done some amazing racing that have allowed us to cover it.
Yeah, it's been a great team effort here in Johnson Valley. Once again, I'm Ian Johnson. This is Ben Napier. I'm going to sign off for Tiffany Stone, Mrs. Pamela Hall, Ricky Johnson, Miles Hasselquist, who am I forgetting? Scott Rain, Bob Bauer, John Crowley, everyone who put in the time here in Johnson Valley to bring you this live show, all of the production crew, our amazing drone pilots, everyone in the trailer. This has been an absolute epic race to see. We're going to sign off on the live show, but we'll still bring you interviews from the stage as the cars come in. Thank you very much for tuning in, and stick around because we got music and more action, just less of Ben and I talking.
Absolutely. Have a great night, everyone.
Alpine stars, yeah, like crossing stars. flow it like starship. You know I'm not human, I'm a Martian.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150 is available with 7.2 kilowatts of electrical power. In case you ever need your truck to power your kitchen.
Let your queries be known.
Yeah, hi. Instead of letting passengers wrap their arms around us, can we put little handles on our jackets?
Denied.
Can you imagine?
I want a new nickname. Can you guys start calling me Snake?
No, Brian.
Denied.
How about we all get quotes to see if we can save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer?
Approved.
Cool. Hey, if Brian's not going to be Snake, can I be Snake?
No.
Conquer the elements, handle the most extreme environments, and dominate the desert and trails with King's new 2021 Ford Bronco 2.5 OEM Performance Upgrade Kit. All kits are 100% designed, manufactured, and assembled in our Southern California facility. See why we're the first choice for experienced off-road racers worldwide and order your Bronco kit today.
All right, I'm up here on stage with Mr. Cody Addington, the 8888. Whoops, I said one extra 8. How was your day?
It's good. Pretty good day. Made some mistakes navigationally. It was a little hard to see out there, but we're here. It's been 7 years since I finished this freaking race, so talk about dedication and multiple different cars. I started this race in 2012 in a Toyota pickup, and man, I guess I'm just not as smart as everyone else or whatever, because I'm still at it, and here we are, so it's awesome.
So as you went through Remote Pit 1 today, I noticed on your name up here, you're trying to get adopted by the Gomez's, right?
Yeah, they're my boys, and they help take care of us, so it's kind of just a joke, and we left it on there. Maybe it helped, maybe it didn't.
I thought it was pretty funny because the other day we had a conversation and you were saying you're trying to get adopted by him. But who do you have to thank to get up here today?
Man, Nitto tire, we didn't get one flat all day. Same 4 tires, same Nitto tires, same 4 Vision wheels. King got our shocks dialed in. We have kind of a small crew. EM Motorsports helps me. My buddy Jeff, my brother, thank my parents, my girlfriend Seasons. AJ and I, we hang out, work in the shop, and it's only a couple people that really touch this car, and that's us, just local guys.
Well, congratulations. You are officially the 13th finisher of the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations.
Right on. Thanks, guys. I hope everyone had fun watching, because that stuff is brutal. I don't care what people tell you. I mean, the car's still good for another lap, but man, I'm tired.
Well, congratulations. Give it up for Cody Addington. And we are going to go to a commercial right now.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Air Lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communications since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. Stay in touch with our track stereo intercoms, two-way radios, satellite communications, helmets and headsets. Find new adventures with GPS. Breathe clean air with Race Air Fresh Air Systems. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Envy, the first VW speed equipment.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
So King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley. I am here on stage with Jason Blanton. Here we are. You finished the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. We'll ask you the obvious question first. How was it out there?
It was a good race. Lap 1, I think, was the most brutal of all the laps. We lost a lot of time in the dust. But once we got on the rocks, we made it all back up.
We were watching you out there all day just battle with this machine. Now, this is a pretty unique machine. Big horsepower, IFS. Was there anything out there that you found challenging in this car?
The only one I thought was challenging was the waterfall at Aftershock. I got through it in my crawler just fine, but I had to use rear steer, and this thing is huge compared to that thing.
So you're up on stage right now. Who do you have to thank to get you here?
I got to thank all my sponsors: OPTIMA Battery, Nitto Tire, Yukon Gear, PRP Seats, Rugged Radios, Trail Ready Wheels. I don't know what else I got, but I also have to thank all the guys that have been coming out here for 13 years to help me out and do this. I couldn't do it without them. They're all volunteers, all my buddies. My wife and kids are here now. We've grown up doing this for a long time.
Yeah, huge. We always see it whenever on social media. You guys are a full family affair when it comes to this racing. Your whole family's out here. You guys go on epic adventures together. So how good is it to have your family out here as you drive across the finish line?
Oh, it's the best part. It's the best part to have my family and all my buddies that have been here for me forever.
That is awesome. Well, congratulations, Jason, on finishing the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. All right, up on stage right now, Joe Thompson. So, Joe, when did you find out that your car won the race?
When I stopped over here and when we finished, and Dave Cole came to the window and asked me if it was better to finish in top 20 or to have the car win. And
I know, I just asked him that.
So
he thinks I don't know how to do my job. He thinks I don't know how to do my job.
So winning this race has been a lifelong dream, it's been crazy. And the fact that Raul won and finishing the race is epic. And as a matter of fact, the guy who's behind me is the very first car I ever built, which is fucking badass. And but first off, I got to thank all the Gomez brothers. I got to thank all the crew. We have the absolute best prep crew and race crew in the absolute business.
We talked about that in the live stream all day. I said, if we're going to see a IFS car come in here win this race, it's going to be one of the Gomez brothers cars, because you guys do. You have the best prep out there. We always joke about how this race is won in the garage coming up to the race, and you live that life.
So I got to tell you guys something. I hope I don't get in trouble by Marcos, but they have a really successful business. They only have that business so they can race.
Don't let those secrets out. Now the best part is now I know a few years ago we had a couple jokes going back and forth where I made a comment on the live stream about how I had a little bit of new car blues, and you were busting my chops about that. But this year, new car came in, wins the race.
Brand new car, 20 minutes of shock tune time, 5th qualifying, and wins the race. I can't be happier.
I'm so excited for you, Joe. Congratulations on finishing the 2020. Absolutely. What do you need?
I got to say how much I love my woman right here behind me, Angela. She's been amazing. Thank you, babe.
good stuff. Joe, congratulations once again on finishing the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Always one more thing.
My co-driver, Kim,
hey, good.
Yeah. Jim Kearns.
Jim Herb, sorry. Here we go. We're going to have another Gomez party right here on the stage.
All right, I'm up here with Guy Miller. You are an official 2022 Nitto Race of Kings finisher. You're pretty happy right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've always wanted to race KOH, and I've been coming out here since '09, and I bought a car in August, and I finished. It's been a dream of mine. I'm ecstatic.
It's amazing to come out here for your first time, race this race, and finish. There's so many people that try for years, and they don't even finish it. So you got to feel pretty good about that.
I feel great. It's an amazing feeling. I'm also pretty beat up, and I'm looking forward to a few cold beers in my bed, too.
So what was your favorite part about the race course out there today?
Man, it just never stopped delivering. It was rough. The desert was rough. In a straight axle car, it beat us up pretty good. But you know, we held in there. A few times my co-driver would stop talking, and he talks a lot, and I'd be like, "You're hurting right now, huh?" And he's like, "Yeah." Yeah, it was great. You know, I think we did 43 rock trails. That's amazing.
Wow, that's awesome. So you had a blast. Is this your baby girl right here?
This is my baby daughter, Jaxie, and my wife, Drew. And my wife, Drew, actually bought this car in August, so I would race.
So now she needs to get in it and race.
Oh, we'll see what we can do for next year.
Well, that's awesome. Who all do you have to thank for getting you up here today, finishing this race?
I have to thank my family. Without the family business and all the things that we have, we wouldn't be able to get where we at. I'd like to thank BFG, Vision Wheel, Maximum Transmission, everybody at Rock Rage. I got introduced to them at KOH last year, and I haven't looked back. They're such a great group of people. I actually co-drove yesterday with Cody Young in 4800, and we had a good season last year. So I think I look forward to doing that again. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on finishing the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Give it up for Guy Miller. Up next, we have Sam Collins coming up. I have to say, this might be one of my favorite looking race cars out here. Sam Collins, I love your race car.
What's that?
I said I love your race car.
Thank you.
How was your day? It looks like you might have found some rocks a time or two, or...
A couple rocks out there, a couple bumps, but it was a good day. Yeah.
What was your least favorite part about the race course today?
I don't know. Probably that first lap. All the dust. Yeah, that was pretty spooky out there because we just couldn't see, But got out, past remote, it cleared up. A lot of people started dropping off, and we just kept trucking, so it was good.
Well, how does it feel to be a 2022 Nitto Race of Kings finisher?
Pretty good. A lot of work and sacrifice went into getting this old farm truck here from myself, my co-driver Jason, Allied Fab, Jay, my dad, Ethan, Dave, Doug, Shane, everybody that showed up today to help me.
Who else do you have to thank for being up here?
My wife and my 3 little ones back home. So they put up with me. So they're probably the biggest thanks I got to give.
Well, congratulations on being a 2022 Nitto Race of Kings finisher. You're welcome.
Hold on, Pam. I got to jump in here because I got to tell you right now, if you don't follow this guy on Instagram at Ultra49Ford, you're not living life right. Because anyone who brings real steel out here to King of the Hammers has got massive cojones. And you can see there's a lot of work goes into this truck every time, right?
Yes. A lot of character. A lot of love. And this cab isn't there for, like, race, lightweight or anything. It's style.
It's there to look damn good out there finishing. Congratulations, man.
Coming up on stage is the 44-14 of Jason Shipman. Hi, Jason. How are you?
Tired.
Well, you look pretty good going through the pits today. I was out there RP1 and saw you going through, and I don't think you even stopped there, did you?
No, I did not stop at pit 1. No, we didn't. We didn't have any issues until the first of lap 2. We stopped at pit 2 for a tire and fuel. I think we put a left front A-arm on that was cracked, but it was a pretty uneventful day. Other than it was just rough, and I'm tired.
I hear it was a very rough course out there. Is it different than the other years?
Oh yeah, it's rougher.
That seems to be the going answer.
Yeah, the desert section was rougher, and it just seems like the rock trails were a lot rougher. I think we only winched one time, but it's rough.
It's racing, right? They want it to be tough. That's what Dave Cole's goal is to make King of the Hammers the roughest race.
Well, he's succeeding.
For sure. Well, who do you have to thank for getting up here, being a 2022 Nitto Race of Kings finisher?
Well, there's a long list. There's sponsors on my car that really help me. There's my son is navigating for me. He does an excellent job and doesn't ever complain. I've got some really good people that working in the pits that keep me going. Part of them are standing right here, Gail and Sean, Dustin and Jackson, and I'm going to forget part of them, Tim. A team of people. It takes a whole group. It's not just me.
Well, congratulations. Now you can go take a nap, rest up, think about next year's race.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Shipman, and give it up for the 2022 Race of Kings finisher.
All right, so this one's going to break the internet. All right, stop showing off, Kevin. All right, so here we go. So last year I wasn't here to welcome you guys back into Hammertown. I promised you that this year I would be if you finished, and now you have.
No, I promised you'd we finish. So you better be here.
So here we have Kevin and Brittany Williams. If you don't know who these two people are, you haven't been following along on the Ultra 4 chat. These guys burn down our chat every year. Everybody wants to know what's happening with Lightbright. Where are the Lightbright guys? Where's Lightbright? I got to find Lightbright. And then, ironically, this year, every time you were on screen, we were in premium feed only. So I hope you suggested to them to subscribe to premium this year.
I hope you guys are subscribed to the premium.
I completely forgot about it. All right, so where did you guys finish last year?
We finished 23rd last year.
Okay, so this is all unofficial because we got a lot of things in play right now. But right now, it's looking like you are unofficially 19th pod.
Maybe.
So all right, we have to ask this. We ask this of everybody. How was your day out there?
I need a drink. I need some tequila. Right there it is.
You can have that because you're not driving. He still has to drive this car off the stage. So in all seriousness, you guys have come out here now. You said in the very beginning you bought this car just to show your fans what it took to come in here, race King of the Hammers. You've done that. You've now done it twice. Kevin, you've openly said that you're not coming back and let me fix that. Brittany has openly said that Kevin's not allowed to come back and race this again. I suggested Legends class. Now that you finished this race, Brittany, have you changed your mind?
Dude, I don't know. Ultra 4 made the most grueling course this year, every lap just beat the ever-living crap out of you. And the whole time you're just like, please let this be over. And somehow we finished. I don't know how, but we did. But I want to come back for another one, but right now, I'm done. Oh, and yeah, 100%, all of our Light Bright Nation fans here, at home, around the world, you guys freaking rock! Thank you so much for the support.
All right, guys. Well, congratulations to making it back to Hammertown. I know you guys a lot of scars and everything on the car, but you're back in Hammertown, possible top 20 here in the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Congratulations. I'll let you guys get on with your celebration. Good job, guys. Next up on stage, a fan favorite every year. The second Campbell to cross the line. And like a good mom, she's already got her baby with her. So, how was your race today, Bailey?
It did not go how I expected. But it was a good challenge and probably the hardest King of the Hammers course I've been on.
Well, we saw your father come into town earlier. Unfortunately, your brother and Brian were both out, but it was good to see you keep charging, and it's great to see you back in the driver's seat. I blame Brian for you not being here last year. Bad timing on Brian's part. But what's more important, finishing this race or finishing this race and having all your family here to greet you back home?
Oh, definitely finishing this race and having even my grandparents watching us at home. I know they're still up making sure we cross the finish line. My husband standing here next to me, Miller in the car. Thank God he's still in the car. I thought he was going to leave me on the track because I made him winch so many times today.
Well, all right, Bailey. I'll let you guys get on with your celebrating. Congratulations on finishing. Is there anything anybody else you need to thank while you're here?
Yeah, definitely Monster, Nitto Tire, Fox Shocks, Curry Enterprises, Motive Gear. I can't thank them enough.
Awesome, good time. And now you had to give up the driver's seat this year, slide back over into the passenger seat. Were you happy with that decision?
Yeah, we wanted to pick up where we left off 2 years ago, but today just wasn't our day. We had lots of issues and had to just keep working hard.
Well, you made it back into Hammertown, and once again, Bailey, as always, it's great to see you back in that driver's seat. We love seeing you come across the finish line. I was rooting for you deep in my heart because I really, really wanted the first winner of the Race of Kings to be the queen. But unfortunately, not this year, but maybe next year. We'll let you guys celebrate. Congratulations.
All right, up here on stage, we have another official 2022 Race of Kings finisher, Chad Owens. How was your day?
It was long. About 7 miles in, the throttle pedal decided it wanted to stop working. So multiple times throughout the day, we had to reset the ECU. Then it comes back and we go again. One flat tire, and then we lost an axle seal on our second lap. So good old-fashioned Pennsylvania schmutz is in the front rear right now. Got it through. Other than that, I think we were good to go.
You ready to do some more laps out there or what?
It may have one more in it yet.
Well, you just finished this race that everybody is saying is the most brutal course that has been out here for King of the Hammers. I don't know. I've never raced it, so I can't contest to that.
Oh, it was definitely brutal all day. The desert was rough and dusty all day. We couldn't see half the desert loop. And then the rocks were just kind of endless. We just kept banging our way through until we got here.
Well, now you guys get to celebrate for finishing this race. Are you going to go over and watch Pennywise here in a little bit?
Sure, we're going to celebrate with our crew. The whole Big B crew here helped us out all week. They were on it today in the pits with our guys. I have to have a huge thanks to everybody that traveled all the way across the country from Pennsylvania here to get us here. Also thanks to Highline Off-Road, OK 4-Wheel Drive, Nitto Tires, Method Wheels, Newton Auto Body, D&L Automotive, and I'm sure there's some I'm missing yet.
Well, congratulations on finishing the 2022 Nitto Race of Kings. Time to celebrate.
Thank you so much.